Curse that wretched thief, who has the audacity to steal the mushrooms I left out to dry. I wish them a son without an anus, doomed to remain forever single. Wang Tiehua, a fierce middle-aged woman, stood outside the most dilapidated house in the village, hurling insults. Nearby, a villager chuckled. Wang Tiehua, your logic is flawed. If he can't find a wife, how can he possibly have a son? Wang Tiehua pointed at the onlookers. It wasn't your mushrooms that were stolen, so stop making light of the situation. Chen Mo opened his eyes, immediately bombarded by the cacophony of curses from outside. Where am I? Wasn't I at my graduation party? Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, causing a splitting headache. Minutes later, he opened his eyes again, his forehead adorned with question marks. Had he crossed over? He had traversed to a parallel realm, inhabiting the body of another Chen Mo who shared his name. The original Chen Mo was 23 years old, had only a middle school education, and lived in a crumbling house in a mountain village in the Daxing'anling region. The curses of Wang Tiehua were directed at him. This very moment was his reality. The original owner had pilfered mushrooms from Wang Tiehua's home the previous day, selling them for 50 yuan to indulge in a lavish meal. And it was at that moment that Chen Mo found himself here. He glanced around the drafty house, where empty liquor bottles lay scattered across a rickety table. What mess! Ding, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on your successful crossover. Host, Chen Mo strength, 2 agility, 2 speed, 1 sense of smell, 1 vision. For all data is rated 5 for a normal human. The host can collect mountain goods to earn points. Points can be exchanged in the system shop for enhancements to physical prowess, survival gear, and more. Chen Mo was taken aback. Congratulations on my successful crossover. I wish to return. Ding. It is impossible now. It will forever remain so. In this parallel world, the host has 2 choices, to live or to perish swiftly. Chen Mo fell silent. This body was utterly devoid of resources, essentially impoverished. Through the memories, he learned that the original owner possessed merely a single pair of undergarments, which were currently unwashed. How would he survive? Cousin, a boy who appeared to be around 18 or 19, entered the room. Chen Mo recognized him. He was Chen Bianxiao, the cousin from his maternal uncle's family. After the original owner's parents mysteriously disappeared in the mountains when he was 15, his uncle and aunt had looked after him. However, after dropping out of school and engaging in brawls, his uncle and aunt had grown increasingly disillusioned with him, resulting in infrequent visits between their families. Only Chen Bianxiao, who also shunned education, often came to play with Chen Mo. Noticing the scattered bottles, Chen Bianxiao showed no surprise. After all, they had shared the drinks the previous night. Cousin, my mother gave me 50 yuan. How about we escape to the internet cafe in the county for a few days? Chen Bianxiao had overheard Wang Tiehua's tirade and thought to invite his cousin to hide away. Adaptability was one of Chen Mo's strengths. After a brief moment of confusion, he realized he could not return and quickly embraced his new role. He extended his hand toward Chen Bianxiao. Hand it over. Chen Bianxiao immediately clutched his pocket. Cousin, my mother worked hard to give me this 50 yuan. Chen Mo gestured impatiently. Hurry up, or I might just take it by force. In his memories, Chen Bianxiao was quite fearful of him, yet still enjoyed spending time together. Reluctantly, Chen Bianxiao extracted the money from his pocket. Can you leave me 10 yuan? He asked, sounding exceedingly humble, resembling a 12-year-old more than a 20-year-old. Taking the money, Chen Mo reassured him. Today, you lend me 50 yuan, and I will ensure you earn 5,000 in the future. Do you understand? Chen Bianxiao stood there bewildered, raising both hands in confusion, suspecting his cousin hadn't fully woken up or that the cheap liquor they had consumed was counterfeit. Chen Mo, however, had no choice. The original owner had squandered all his money, and to escape his current predicament, he could only rely on Chen Bianxiao's funds for the time being. Soon, Chen Mo stepped outside to confront the still fuming Wang Tiehua. How much were the mushrooms you lost? Wang Tiehua, who had been shouting moments before, recoiled upon seeing Chen Mo. He was notorious in the village, and his uncle and aunt's negligence had only emboldened his reckless behavior. If he were to wield a knife against her, she wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. The mushrooms that were stolen were worth at least 100 yuan. What are you going to do about it? Chen Mo inwardly cursed the original owner for his foolishness. Mushrooms worth 100 yuan had been sold for a mere 50. He produced the freshly acquired 50 yuan. This is all I can offer. Take it or leave it. His outstretched hand startled Wang Tiehua once more. Upon seeing the money, she hesitated. Her intention in shouting was to instill fear in Chen Mo, hoping he would learn not to target her family in the future. But if she accepted the money, would he harbor resentment? Would he retaliate by vandalizing her home or uprooting her garden? Are you sure that if I take your money, we'll be even? Wang Tiehua asked, her concern evident. Chen Mo, oblivious to her worries, pressed, if you don't take it, you'll regret it. Wang Tiehua hastily snatched the money from Chen Mo's hand. Fine, this is the compensation for my mushrooms. With that, she turned and walked away. The villagers gathered outside, watched in curiosity. How strange, that rascal actually paid her. Wang Tiehua's family might be in trouble now. Having taken Chen Mo's money, will he not cause a scene at her home? We must keep a closer eye on our belongings, lest we suffer the same fate as the old Wang family. Chen Mo took a deep breath. The original owner was indeed universally despised in the village. Turning around, he found Chen Bianxiao staring at him, eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He couldn't fathom that his cousin would actually compensate someone. Cousin, even if we don't pay her, she can't do anything to us. The original owner had relied on the villagers' unwillingness to hold grudges, which had allowed him to steal and cheat over the years. Chen Bianxiao had unfortunately followed suit, picking up the same bad habits. Chen Mo entered the house, lowering his head. From now on, we will earn our living through honest means. No more thievery. Chen Bianxiao was left speechless. He sensed something distinctly different in his cousin's tone, though he could not articulate what it was. Chen Mo, still somewhat disoriented, told Chen Bianxiao, "You should head back. I need to lie down for a while." Chen Bianxiao hesitated. "Cousin, what about my money?" Chen Mo replied dismissively, "What money? Did you not feast on the meat and liquor we bought yesterday?" "Ah." Chen Bianxiao, feeling helpless, scratched his nose and left. Returning to the house, Chen Mo retrieved a mobile phone. Indeed, the original owner possessed a smartphone, an Apple no less. The lock screen displayed a picture of Chen Mo alongside a girl with a sideswept fringe. The original owner bore an uncanny resemblance to him, sporting an unconventional hairstyle. Having a girlfriend was no surprise, considering his handsome appearance. He couldn't fathom how, in this day and age, someone could still sport such a punk hairstyle. Glancing around the dilapidated abode, he realized that bare walls was an understatement. Even the walls were incomplete. Since he couldn't return, he resolved to find a way to earn money. Life must go on. Chen Mo reminded himself that he still had a system at his disposal. Chapter 2: The first accumulation of points. As he reopened the system panel, he gazed at his various statistics. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Speed, 1. Olfaction, 1. Vision, 4. All data normalized to 5. Except for vision, which was somewhat acceptable. All other metrics languished at the brink of despair, explaining his current sensation of profound weakness. Upon examining the exchange table, he realized that a robust physique was essential for a fulfilling life. 5,000 points could enhance one physical attribute. 2,000 points could be exchanged for 1 square meter of system space, which could accommodate living entities. 200 points for a camping tent, 200 points for climbing shoes, 100 points for gloves. There was an extensive list of redeemable equipment and daily necessities, yet conspicuously absent were any provisions for food. With his current points tally standing at 0, he understood that to accumulate points, he must venture into the mountains to gather wild produce himself. In his previous life, he had grown up in the city. He had traversed mountains and consumed mushrooms, yet he had never combined both experiences. Moreover, the original owner of this body was an indolent glutton, devoid of any memories regarding foraging. He only knew that the village was surrounded by mountains, and the villagers collected wild produce from the nearby peaks. Given his current physical condition, a reckless venture into the mountains would undoubtedly be perilous. His recollections warned of wild beasts inhabiting those heights, such as bears, Siberian tigers, and wolves. Though rare, an encounter could prove fatal. To safeguard his life, Chen Mo resolved to enlist the help of Chen Bianxiao. If danger arose, it would suffice to outrun Chen Bianxiao rather than the beasts themselves. Having made up his mind, Chen Mo promptly dialed Chen Bianxiao. When the call connected, Chen Bianxiao expressed surprise, for he had just departed from Chen Mo's residence. "What is the matter, cousin?" Chen Mo replied succinctly, It's not yet dark. Let us go up the mountain to gather wild produce. Didn't you say that only uneducated individuals venture into the mountains for wild produce? What business do two educated individuals have climbing mountains? Chen Bianxiao retorted. Chen Mo, resorting to the original owner's tone, threatened, hurry over to my house. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. All right, I'll come right away. After they hung up, Chen Mo sighed helplessly. While others were starting from scratch, he felt as though he was beginning from a negative point. 5 minutes later, Chen Bianxiao arrived at Chen Mo's home, carrying a wicker basket. Cousin, let us go. Chen Mo was eager to ascend the mountain and earn points. Noticing Chen Mo's casual attire of shorts and a tank top, Chen Bianxiao suggested, Cousin, perhaps you should change into something more suitable? Chen Mo glanced down at his attire and realized the truth in his cousin's words. They were heading into the mountains to forage, traversing rough terrain. Dressed as he was, he would undoubtedly sustain numerous cuts and bites from mosquitoes. Quickly returning indoors, he found the original owner's clothes haphazardly piled on the bed, emitting a foul odor. Pinching his nose, Chen Mo sifted through the pile and selected a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. In his mind, he accessed the system's exchange list, laundry detergent for 50 points, and a washing machine for 3,000 points. Shaking his head, he found it astonishing that a washing machine could cost more than an entire square meter of space. It seemed that the only way to acquire it was through earning money, for using points was utterly unwise. After dressing appropriately, he stepped outside. Chen Bianke caught a whiff of Chen Mo's scent and frowned. Cousin, did you just soil your pocket? Chen Mo retaliated with a playful tap on Chen Bianke's head. Hurry up and let's go. Chen Bianke cradled his head, tears streaming from the pain. The two made their way along the village path up the mountain, encountering fellow villagers along the way. Upon seeing Chen Mo and Chen Bianke, the villagers cast disdainful glances, unwilling to meet their eyes. Chen Bianke, unperturbed, shouted, What are you staring at? Are we here to take your goods? The villagers muttered sarcastically behind their backs. Those who have never ventured into the mountains are bound to be bitten by snakes when they do. It's a wonder they think they can work up there. Both carrying baskets. It was evident to the villagers that Chen Mo and Chen Bianke were headed to forage for mushrooms. Through memory, Chen Mo understood the villagers' reference to being bitten by snakes. The mountains were teeming with various serpents, and often, one could be right at their feet without noticing. Chen Bianke was about to retort when Chen Mo calmly interjected, There's no need to pay them any mind. Chen Bianke, still indignant, shot a glare at a few villagers. Once they had distanced themselves, he inquired, Cousin, why didn't we scold them just now? Scold them? Wouldn't that waste our time? Chen Bianke was taken aback. In the past, whenever faced with such gossipy villagers, his cousin would have been the first to retaliate. What had changed today? Chen Mo, recalling his memories, knew that the village shop typically bought mountain goods at slightly lower prices than what villagers would receive selling them in the county. He was eager to gather produce. For one crucial reason, his family had no rice left. If he failed to collect anything that day, he would go hungry that night. Chen Bianke had ventured into the mountains slightly more often than Chen Mo, sharing his wisdom. The best time to forage is in the morning, before the dew evaporates. If we go now, the nearby newly sprouted mushrooms will likely have been picked by others, and venturing too far poses dangers as night falls. Chen Mo silently absorbed this knowledge. As they traversed the path, Chen Bianke continued to converse, and before long, they found themselves deep within the mountains, surrounded by dense pines and birches. Chen Bianke surveyed their surroundings. Cousin, let us search around here. We shouldn't stray too far. He retrieved 2 iron hooks from his basket, handing one to Chen Mo. This was to clear the underbrush and check for any hidden treasures below. Their primary target remained mushrooms. Chen Mo mimicked Chen Bianke's actions, bending slightly to examine the ground carefully. The nature of mushrooms was such that discovering one often meant a small cluster was nearby. After a brief search, Chen Bianke called out, Cousin, come quickly. Chen Mo hurried over to his side, where Chen Bianke pointed at a patch of more than 20 mushrooms with his hook. Huh, we're in luck. These are chicken oil mushrooms. Chen Mo bent down to pluck one. The chicken oil mushroom caps are a delicate yellow hue, with white stems that feel smooth to the touch, reminiscent of congealed chicken fat. Chen Mo opened the system panel in his mind, and his points increased from 0 to 5. Is one mushroom worth 5 points? In this patch of chicken oil mushrooms, there must be at least 20, which would amount to over 100 points. Chen Bianke bent down to gather them, but Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. Just watch, let me do it. Chapter 3. transforming one's circumstances in no time. Chen Mo had collected a basket full of chicken oil mushrooms, weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds. Upon checking his points, they had indeed soared to 150. Beside him, Chen Bianke, with grass in his mouth, observed Chen Mo at work. In the past, whenever they had tasks together, his cousin would invariably make him do the labor. Today, however, the roles had reversed. Standing up and rubbing his sore back, Chen Mo continued his search. Chen Bianke shrugged. Let's go. The two were busy until dusk fell. Throughout the process, it was Chen Mo who diligently harvested the mushrooms. Chen Bianke felt somewhat bored. Cousin, we've been at it all afternoon, and these mushrooms might only fetch 30 to 40 yuan. Not worth the effort. Chen Mo smiled. Although he hadn't collected a vast quantity of mushrooms, his points had reached 680. This was something that money could not buy. As darkness descended, the mountain became perilous, and mushrooms would be harder to locate. Thus, the two began their journey back along the same path. Chen Mo suggested, let us sell these mushrooms at the convenience store. Sure, cousin. With the money, we can buy a nice bottle of wine and enjoy a meal together tonight. Chen Bianke replied eagerly. No, Chen Mo firmly declined. He intended to use the money to purchase more food, allowing them to spend more time on the mountain the following day. Noticing Chen Bianke's slightly dejected expression, Chen Mo added, if you want a drink, we'll split the earnings after selling. You can have your wine. Chen Bianke immediately panicked. No, cousin. How could I survive without you? The two arrived at the village's Dijiao supermarket. The owner, named Li Dijiao, was a single man in his 50s who had returned to the village to open a store after working in the city during his youth. According to village gossip, Li Dijiao had once worked with ducks but had never married due to an injury sustained in his youth. Uncle Dijiao, Chen Bianke called out as he opened the door. Following him inside, Chen Mo noted that Li Dijiao was quite presentable for a man in his 50s. Two village women were conversing with him, and upon seeing Chen Mo and Chen Bianke enter, the trio immediately ceased their laughter, wearing expressions of disdain. Li Dijiao casually inquired, what do you need? Chen Bianke stepped aside, allowing Chen Mo to approach the counter. We just came down from the mountain with some mushrooms. Do you buy them? Li Dijiao and the two village women exchanged dubious looks, as if they had seen a ghost. You two went up the mountain for mushrooms. You didn't steal them from someone, did you? One of the women blurted out. Li Dijiao and another village woman turned their gaze toward Chen Mo, recalling the uproar caused by the original owner's mushroom theft the previous day, making the association all too easy. Chen Mo set down the basket. You can tell the difference between the fresh ones and the cleaned ones, can't you? Chen Bianke, standing nearby, chimed in. Indeed. Do you use your eyes merely to breathe? Aunt Chen, do you think I don't know you've been loitering in the supermarket? Upon hearing her name, the village woman known as Aunt Chen's expression immediately soured. What is wrong with me coming to buy groceries? Who are you, you little brat? To judge? As tensions rose between the two families, Li Dijiao swiftly intervened. All right, let us settle this. Allow me to weigh your goods. The two had spent the afternoon foraging, collecting a total of 15 pounds of mushrooms, which were priced at $3 per pound, amounting to $45. After emptying the mushrooms, Li Dijiao inquired, is there anything else you need? Chen Mo nodded. The supermarket, which consisted of 4 rows of shelves against the wall, was the only one in the village, thus it offered a relatively comprehensive selection. Chen Bianke's gaze was fixed intently on the liquor section. Meanwhile, Chen Mo directly purchased 2 packets of noodles, several bags of pickled vegetables, and 4 loaves of bread, totaling $30. After settling the bill and receiving $15 from Li Dijiao, the two exited the supermarket. Chen Mo handed the $15 to Chen Bianke, asking, will you accompany me home to cook noodles, or shall you return to your own home for a meal? Chen Bianke, not one to refuse, accepted the money, recouping some of his previous losses. I think I'll eat at home, he replied. Chen Mo nodded. Let us set off early tomorrow morning to head back to the mountains. Due to past altercations between the original owner and Chen Bianke's parents, Chen Mo could not dine at Chen Bianke's home. Chen Bianke understood the situation, saying, very well, cousin, I shall come to find you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, Chen Mo returned to his own home. Gazing at the pile of dirty clothes on the bed, he decided to exchange 50 points for a bag of laundry detergent, leaving him with 630 points, which he refrained from spending recklessly. He aimed to accumulate points to exchange for system space, as he deemed it far more beneficial at this juncture than merely enhancing his physical capabilities. The space could not only store items, but also house living beings. In the event of danger in the mountains, he could easily take refuge within. He could even expand the space to several dozen square meters. This way, he would no longer need to return to the village each night and could venture farther afield to gather resources. The farther he went, the less likely villagers would venture there, resulting in a significant accumulation of points. Though the prospect was enticing, he knew he must first manage his present circumstances. He fetched a large basin and filled it with clean water, tossing all the clothes from the bed into it, and adding some of the exchanged laundry detergent. Since he would need to wash them by hand, he let them soak for a while. During this wait, Chen Mo stepped outside to tidy up his yard. Outside the dilapidated house, there lay a small courtyard of about 30 square meters. Aside from a narrow path for walking, the rest was overgrown with weeds that stood over half a meter tall. The gloves in the system cost 100 points, a sum Chen Mo was reluctant to part with, so he resorted to pulling the weeds out by hand. The weeds had grown thickly, their roots firmly entrenched in the soil, making them quite laborious to remove. Hey, didn't you say you planted those weeds on purpose? Why are you pulling them out? A man peered through the wooden fence, observing the scene. Chen Mo looked up to see that it was his neighbor, Niu Deyuan. Niu Deyuan had a daughter named Niu Shaowan, who was the same age as Chen Mo. In their childhood, the two families had even arranged for their children to marry once they grew up. After the disappearance of Chen Mo's parents, the attitude of Niu Deyuan's family shifted noticeably. They spread rumors everywhere, proclaiming that any family who married their daughter to Chen Mo would be utterly foolish. Niu Shaowan even chimed in, asking if Chen Mo needed her help. Niu Deyuan turned to her sharply, "Help your grandmother. Have you fed the chickens yet?" "Father, I just did," she replied. "Then go feed them again. You haven't finished your own chores, and yet you want to help others?" Reluctantly, Niu Shaowan glanced at Chen Mo before turning back to continue feeding the chickens. Niu Shaowan had only a middle school education and, unlike the original character who neglected studying, she simply could not absorb her lessons no matter how hard she tried. Consequently, after graduating junior high, she returned home to assist her parents with farm work. Seeing Chen Mo eyeing his daughter, Niu Deyuan grew displeased. "What are you looking at? My daughter is destined to marry someone from the city. Don't entertain foolish dreams." Chen Mo remained silent, thinking that despite Niu Xiaozhuan's kind appearance, as long as Niu Deyuan was around, he would never consider her. "What are you smirking at? You'll never find a partner in your life," Niu Deyuan scoffed, assuming Chen Mo was resentful. Chen Mo, eager to return to work, retorted impatiently, "Whether I find a partner is none of your concern. You should hurry home and check if your chickens are still alive." Niu Deyuan was about to retort further when Niu Shaowan called out from behind, "Father, come quickly. One of our chickens has flipped over and is rolling its eyes." Cursing under his breath, Niu Deyuan rushed to the chicken coop. Chapter 4. Feeling provoked? Chen Mo spent an entire hour roughly clearing the courtyard. The weeds piled up to over half a person's height, which he decided to remove the following day. Returning indoors, he began washing clothes. After 2 hours of scrubbing, his aching waist forced him to stand. In his previous life, he had never washed such a large quantity at once. His hands were raw and reddened from the effort. He hung the clothes out in the yard to dry. By now, it was 11 p.m. In the city, nightlife might just be awakening, with dazzling stars and neon lights everywhere. But in the countryside, most households were already asleep. Only the moon and stars illuminated the night sky. Back inside, thankfully it was summer, so living without a fire was bearable. If it were winter in the Daxing'anling region, the freezing temperatures would be deadly without a fire. Lying on the cold Kong bed, Chen Mo felt like a young man relying solely on his fiery spirit to withstand the chill. He wondered if the temperature inside his system space could be adjusted. A notification popped up. System space temperature is controlled by the host. Any item stored inside retains its original condition. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. His system even had a preservation function. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, the village roosters crowed loudly. Summer dawned early. Many villagers were already up, preparing breakfast. After eating, some went to sell goods, others headed to the mountains. Chen Mo climbed out of bed. Those unaccustomed to sleeping on a Kong bed often felt discomfort for the first few days. He was no exception. Feeling utterly drained upon waking, he moved his body to loosen up and gathered all the useless trash in his room, packing it into a burlap sack. All the leftover bottles from the original owner were gathered and set aside to be discarded later. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. It was barely past 5 o'clock when someone called. Chen Mo assumed it was Chen Bianc. He retrieved his phone, only to see the caller ID read, Xiangzi. Xiangzi. TAC, Kucha. These were all names of the original owner's acquaintances, a group of idle ruffians who spent their days loafing about. Chen Mo pressed the answer button, intending to tell the caller not to bother contacting him anymore. However, Xiangzi anxiously blurted out, "Chen Mo, where are you? I'm at the inn and just saw your girl with another man." Chen Mo recalled the nonconformist girl from his phone's lock screen. "Let her sleep with whoever she wants," he muttered. Xiangzi exclaimed, "Wow, you're so generous. Why didn't I know this before? Otherwise, I would have pursued Wang Li." Wang Li was the name of the original owner's girlfriend, and Chen Mo's memory also contained the original owner's relentless courtship of her, an epitome of unrequited devotion. He delivered meals in the morning and escorted her home at night without complaint. Wang Li had a boyfriend before, yet the original owner brought breakfast to both of them every day, patiently waiting until their breakup before taking his chance. Chen Mo responded impatiently, "Since she has a new lover, I have to let them be." Xiangzi protested, "Are you trying to kill yourself? Don't do that. Come with me, and we'll confront that guy." Chen Mo retorted, "I'm not suicidal, just don't call me anymore." Xiangzi asked, "Are you upset?" "Damn it. I always knew Wang Li was no good." Chen Mo, unwilling to continue the conversation, hung up. At home, he prepared a simple breakfast of noodles and pickled vegetables. Looking at the overgrown weeds piled in the yard, he realized they needed to be transported to the nearby garbage dump. Carrying them by hand would require many trips, but a cart would suffice in one. Chen Mo called Chen Bianc, recalling that his uncle's house had a cart. After a long delay, Chen Bianc answered lazily, groaning, "Get up quickly, we still have to go up the mountain." Chen Mo urged him, but Chen Bianc complained, "I'm done for. I had stomach trouble all night and can't get up." Knowing Chen Bianc's laziness, Chen Mo replied, "Then just lie there and wait to die." Resigned, he hung up and began moving the weeds himself. After more than half an hour of back-and-forth labor, the yard was finally cleared. The clothes dried overnight. So Chen Mo selected a fresh outfit. His household had a history of mountain foraging, so baskets and the like were available, albeit worn. Still, better worn than none. Slinging a basket on his back and taking the bread he had purchased the previous night, Chen Mo set out at 6 o'clock to ascend the mountain. In the morning, the villagers would follow the narrow path up the mountain before dispersing. As he walked along the trail, neighbors and villagers who saw him reacted as if they had seen a ghost. One incredulous bystander asked, "Is that really Chen Mo with the basket?" Another replied, "Yes. In the village, only he would wear such an androgynous hairstyle." Chen Mo adjusted his slanting bangs and thought to himself that once he earned some money, he would cut his hair immediately. The villagers continued, exclaiming, "What a sight to behold! Chen Mo has risen so early and is heading up the mountain? This novelty won't last long. Who knows what madness has overtaken him?" Upon entering the mountains, Chen Mo deviated from the familiar paths, instinctively veering in another direction. The morning dew clung to the blades of grass, and it wasn't long before his trousers were thoroughly soaked. Reaching a secluded area, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the ground, meticulously commencing his search. Ding, vision enhanced, enabling better detection of hidden mountain treasures. Oh, to what extent can it be enhanced? A normal person possesses a vision score of 5, while Chen Mo currently stood at 4, which in layman's terms indicated a slight nearsightedness. Ding, vision enhanced to 8, capable of discerning treasures within 10 meters. Enhanced to 10 for detection within 20 meters. Chen Mo was astonished. Was this not akin to radar? He would no longer need to bend down and search painstakingly. To upgrade from 4 to 8 required 20,000 points. A single mushroom was worth 5 points, equating to a mere 4,000 mushrooms. Just as Chen Mo pondered this, he spotted something resembling a Ganoderma lucidum beneath a tilted tree branch. Excited, he rushed over, his hand grazing its somewhat coarse surface. Hee. No one told me that Ganoderma could be found so easily. He forcefully pried off a piece the size of his hand and hastily checked his system points. Points, 870. Only 230 points for a single Ganoderma? Ding. The scientific name of this plant is Ganoderma tsugi. The original owner harvested this specimen, which is of ordinary quality, with an estimated market price of about 30 yuan per pound. Chen Mo weighed the Ganoderma tsugi in his hand, estimating it to be around a pound. Though the system provided an approximate price, the question of whether anyone would purchase it remained. He continued his search through the woods, and by noon, he had only found 2 small mushrooms, earning over 100 more points, bringing his total to 1020. By midday, the dew on the weeds had evaporated, and his damp trousers had dried. Chen Mo sought a clean stone to rest upon and to have his lunch. Suddenly, he spotted a furry creature in the grass ahead. Its shape reminiscent of a wild boar, yet somewhat akin to a bear. Chen Mo cautiously retreated. One should not underestimate a wild boar. A 200-pound boar could easily injure or kill an adult. A rustling noise erupted from the underbrush, and Chen Mo realized he had been detected. He turned and climbed a tree. When encountering a wild boar or bear in the mountains, fleeing is futile. The only chance for survival is to ascend a tree. Fortunately, Chen Mo was adept at climbing and had already reached a height of 2 meters in a mere second. Just as he was about to ascend further, a voice called out from behind. Brother Chen. Chen Mo, gripping the tree trunk, turned to see Niu Xiaowan standing there in a fur coat. Wait, are you out of your mind? Wearing fur in the sweltering summer. Niu Xiaowan looked up at Chen Mo. My father said that fur should be aired out in the summer, so he had me wear it. Chen Mo was speechless. Your father must be out of his senses. Does he not fear you'll suffer from heat stroke? Niu Xiaowan smiled, saying, Not at all, brother Chen Mo. The mountain air is quite refreshing. Chen Mo descended from the tree, momentarily speechless. How much have you gathered, brother Chen Mo? Niu Xiaowan inquired with great enthusiasm. Chen Mo tilted the basket, allowing her a glimpse of the modest bounty within, just enough to fill the bottom. Despite having collected half a basket herself, Niu Xiaowan encouraged. Brother Chen Mo is truly impressive. It's remarkable to gather so many mushrooms on your first trip up the mountain. Chen Mo picked up a piece of bread that had fallen to the ground and noticed Niu Xiaowan's gaze fixed on the food in his hands. He offered her the bread, saying, You haven't eaten, have you? Here, take this. Chapter 5. The system space. Niu Xiaowan felt a bit shy. Chen Mo tossed the bread to her, insisting, Go ahead, I have more. He reached into his pocket and produced another loaf. Thank you, brother Chen Mo. Niu Xiaowan said as she grasped the bread, taking a bite and exclaiming, Oh, there's jam too. Chen Mo stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. While chewing, Niu Xiaowan asked, Are you planning to continue gathering? I can share a secret spot with you. Chen Mo's interest piqued. Those who venture into the mountains to forage for mushrooms often possess their own hidden locations. Unlike other crops, mushrooms do not cease to grow after one harvest. Their spores disperse nearby, sprouting anew under favorable conditions. Where is it? Chen Mo inquired. Niu Xiaowan pointed westward. If you go a bit further in that direction, there's a deep pit where some pine mushrooms grow. Chen Mo recalled hearing from Chun Bianc yesterday that pine mushrooms are among the few varieties that cannot be cultivated artificially. Hence they are somewhat more expensive. However, Niu Xiaowan's mention of a distant location left him uncertain about the actual distance, and being unfamiliar with the terrain made it easy to lose one's way in the forest. Why don't you lead me there? If we manage to gather some mushrooms and sell them, I'll treat you to something delicious, he suggested, his tone laced with hope. Really? Niu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she ventured into the mountains daily for mushroom gathering, her father was quite strict, forbidding her from selling mushrooms on her own or spending money frivolously. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Mo replied. Brother Chen Mo, you used to trick me all the time, Niu Xiaowan retorted. That was then, and this is now. I stand before you. Do I not seem different from before? Chen Mo countered. Niu Xiaowan's chubby cheeks flushed slightly. Brother Chen Mo, your words are truly cultured. Once they finished the bread, Niu Xiaowan finally led Chen Mo to her secret spot. The distance of 1 or 2 kilometers seemed trivial on a road or playground. But in the deep mountains, the effort required was double that on flat ground. By the time they reached their destination, nearly an hour had passed. Pine mushrooms earn their name because they commonly grow at the roots of pine trees. Chen Mo bent down to search carefully and indeed discovered a small patch beneath a pine tree. He set down his basket and began to harvest. Before he had finished with that patch, he spotted another small cluster beneath a different pine tree. This is it. This is it, he exclaimed, realizing that the so-called secret spot was extraordinary. Without lifting his head, he continued to gather for half an hour. The basket was filled halfway, and finally, all the nearby mushrooms had been collected. Niu Xiaowan refrained from competing with Chen Mo for the harvest. Instead, she sat nearby, resting her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at Chen Mo. Chen Mo stood up, feeling pleased with his haul. At that moment, his back no longer ached, his legs felt invigorated, and he was brimming with energy. He promptly checked his system points. Goodness! 3,220, how delightful! Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, startling the love-struck Niu Xiaowan. Wow, Chen Mo, you picked so many. realizing that Niu Xiaowan was merely reminding him. He thought to himself that he would treat her to something delicious once they returned. Then, Chen Mo, let us head home now, it's getting dark. Chen Mo glanced at his nearly full basket of mushrooms and agreed that it was indeed time to return. The two of them walked back together. On the way, Chen Mo silently spoke to the system. Exchange for a square space. Ding, space exchange completed. Points, 2,000. The host only needs to touch an object with their hand to store it within the space. Seizing a moment when Niu Xiaowan was distracted, Chen Mo picked up a tree branch from the ground. With a mere thought, the branch vanished from his hand, reappearing within the space. With another thought, the small branch materialized back into his palm. The space could also accommodate living creatures, which stirred Chen Mo's curiosity. I'll just step over there for a moment. Niu Xiaowan nodded. Okay, Chen Mo, I'll wait for you. Chen Mo jogged a few steps, evading Niu Xiaowan's line of sight, and placed both hands on his face. Enter, he commanded. Whoosh. Chen Mo vanished from the spot, appearing within the space. Inside, the area was not confined above. Yet beneath him lay a small 1 meter by 1 meter square with walls of dark gray. He experimented with the temperature within the space, finding it adjustable and far more efficient than air conditioning. With a thought, he reappeared in the forest, reuniting with Niu Xiaowan. She exclaimed in surprise, Chen Mo, you're so quick. Chen Mo chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's because I didn't have to squat, thus saving time. The two chatted and laughed as they returned to the village, attracting the attention of many fellow villagers. Isn't that the daughter of old Niu? With that rascal Chen Mo? Indeed, didn't old Niu say he would never let his daughter marry Chen Mo? Perhaps old Niu is unaware that they are involved with each other. Upon entering the village, Chen Mo intended to head to the Dajia supermarket to sell his goods and asked Niu Xiaowan if she would accompany him. She shook her head, explaining that she needed to take the mushrooms home to dry, as her father would take them to the county town to sell, thus ensuring a better profit. Chen Mo nodded. Then I'll find you after I finish shopping. They parted ways, and Chen Mo made his way to Dajia supermarket. As he entered, carrying the basket, Li Dajiao greeted him with a smile. Have you found more mushrooms again? Chen Mo nodded, placing the basket down. I picked some pine mushrooms. Can you tell me how much they're worth? Hey, you've gathered quite a lot today, Li Dajiao remarked as he approached, pouring the mushrooms into the scale-S basket, sorting through and discarding any that were less than satisfactory. I'll give you 6 yuan per pound for the pine mushrooms. This is 21 pounds, so how about 130? When Chen Mo returned, he inquired with Niu Xiaojian about the price at which her father sold the mountain goods in the county. Niu Xiaojian replied that it was approximately 7 yuan per pound, and if dried, it could fetch around 80 yuan per pound. 10 pounds of fresh mushrooms could yield about a pound of dried goods. But that seemed too time-consuming and labor-intensive for Chen Mo to consider at the moment. Without hesitation, Chen Mo agreed. In the supermarket, he selected several loaves of bread, some ham sausages, and a pack of egg yolk cakes, spending a total of over 40 yuan. Most of these items were intended for Niu Xiaojian, as he hoped she would take him to a few more secret spots. With the remaining money in hand, he exited the supermarket, drawing curious glances from passers-by as he made his way directly to Niu Xiaojian's home. The two houses were in close proximity, and upon seeing Chen Mo return, Niu Xiaojian hurried out from her yard where she was drying mushrooms. Chen Mo distributed the items he had purchased to her. Niu Xiaojian beamed like a jar of plum jam, thanking him. Thank you, brother Chen Mo. After delivering the goods, Chen Mo returned home. Hardly had he settled when Chen Bianc arrived. Upon seeing the tidy courtyard, Chen Bianc was taken aback. Cousin, did you do all of this? Chen Mo, in the midst of washing up, looked up and asked, is your stomach better? Chen Bianc chuckled awkwardly. Hee, cousin, my mother made fish stew, and I brought you some. Aware that he had not been very considerate today, Chen Bianc made an effort to please Chen Mo by bringing the meal. After a day of bread and noodles, Chen Mo was indeed eager for a change in flavor. Wiping his face with a clean towel, he stepped forward to accept the plate from Chen Bianc. As soon as he took the plate, the fragrant aroma of the stewed fish wafted up, causing his stomach to audibly rumble. It smells wonderful. Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim. Before the two could enter the house, another figure appeared at the entrance. Niu Diyuan held the snacks Chen Mo had given to Niu Xiaojian, and, upon seeing Chen Mo, threw them all into the yard. You little brat. Stay away from my daughter in the future, or don't blame me for being rude. Niu Diyuan had just returned from selling mountain goods in the county and had heard the village gossip. He could hardly believe that his daughter had come back from the mountains with Chen Mo. He had previously warned Niu Xiaojian to keep her distance from him. Upon returning home, he discovered the snacks Chen Mo had given her. Niu Xiaojian, unable to lie, recounted the events on the mountain, including what Chen Mo had said about men not needing to squat to urinate, thus saving time. Niu Deyuan was infuriated. Chapter 6. Straddling two boats, Niu Deyuan rushed over in a frenzy, and Chun Bianc was the first to object, rolling up his sleeves. He pointed at Niu Deyuan. Your daughter looks like a pig. How could my cousin possibly be interested in her? Niu Deyuan also rolled up his sleeves. You little brat. I see you've learned bad habits from Chen Mo. I'll have a word with your parents about your behavior. As tensions escalated, Chen Mo hurriedly set down the plate he was holding and dashed between the two. He first silenced Chen Bianc, then addressed Niu Deyuan. If you insist on continuing this argument, just remember that it is Niu Xiaojian who will be embarrassed. Fuming, Niu Deyuan glared at Chen Mo. What were you two doing in the mountains? Chen Mo replied, do you believe what I say? You might as well go back and ask your daughter. Niu Deyuan was instantly choked with astonishment. Earlier, upon returning home, his temper flared uncontrollably. He had berated Niu Xiaowan before storming off, utterly perplexed about the true circumstances. From now on, you must not speak to my Xiaowan. Niu Deyuan warned fiercely with glaring eyes, then departed. Chen Bianc picked up the scattered snacks from the floor and curiously inquired, Cousin, you wouldn't have actually done something to Niu Xiaowan, would you? Chen Mo frowned. Which one? Observing the dark glint in his cousin's eyes, Chen Bianc promptly sealed his lips obediently. Yet, inwardly, he admired his cousin's ruthlessness. He would not hesitate even with Niu Xiaowan. The two entered the house to eat. The freshly stewed fish paired with warm steamed buns proved an exquisite delight. The 4 buns Chen Bianc had brought were quickly devoured by both. After the meal, they agreed to ascend the mountain together the following day. Chen Bianc vowed he would surely rise early, then carried his empty plate away. Chen Mo sat quietly in his courtyard, fiddling with his phone. Brother Chen Mo, Niu Xiaowan softly called from beyond the wooden fence. Chen Mo looked up. Your father didn't he scold you? And you still dare to come find me? Feigning innocence, Niu Xiaowan replied, my father is just stubborn. I merely wanted to see if you were angry. Chen Mo smiled. If anyone's angry, it's your father. Why would I be? Niu Xiaowan nodded. Then, Brother Chen Mo, shall we go up the mountain again tomorrow? Suddenly, the sound of a taxi arriving at Chen Mo's doorstep interrupted them. Chen Mo opened the door and stepped outside. A taxi was a rarity in the village, as fares from the county were exorbitant. So most villagers took the bus from the village entrance. The taxi door opened, and a peculiarly dressed girl stepped out. Sporting a chamate hairstyle, her hair dyed yellow. She wore a relatively normal top, but black yoga pants below. Upon seeing her, Chen Mo's mind immediately recalled someone. The original owner's girlfriend, Wang Li, Niu Xiaowan. Standing nearby, also noticed the slender figure of Wang Li, her eyes gleaming with envy. Her greatest flaw was her plumpness, so she especially admired slender girls. Wang Li glanced at Chen Mo and involuntarily curled her lips. Then, with a cold tone, she said, Chen Mo, we're over. Chen Mo's expression twisted oddly. You've been sharing a bed with someone else, and now you come to break up with me? If it were the original owner, he would have been infuriated. Fine. Then I wish you a happy breakup, Chen Mo replied with an unchanging demeanor. Wang Li, seeing Chen Mo's indifferent attitude, felt uncomfortable. Shouldn't he be upset? Shouldn't he ask why? Beg for another chance? Why was his expression so composed? Her gaze fell on Niu Xiaowan standing to the side. The truth dawned on her. So you're two-timing, huh? Then stop letting Xiangzi pester me. Wang Li shouted loudly. Chen Mo frowned. Two-timing? Xiangzi bothering you? What nonsense is this? Wang Li took a deep breath. Isn't it because you told him to come find me and settle things? I'm here to tell you it's over between us. Chen Mo seemed to understand. Xiangzi, thinking he had been provoked, had taken it upon himself to confront Wang Li. Very well, I've received your breakup notice. You may leave now. Wang Li shot Chen Mo an indignant glare. My current boyfriend is the true melancholic prince of the chamate style. You are merely a facade. With that, she climbed back into the taxi and departed, leaving Chen Mo in a state of bewilderment. Chen Mo touched his chamate hairstyle and muttered, how utterly revolting. I must get a haircut tomorrow. On the other side, Niu Xiaojun eagerly inquired, Chen Mo, is that your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. Chen Mo was taken aback. How did you deduce that? Just now, Wang Li was only visible through one eye and half her face, the rest obscured by her hair. Niu Xiaojun replied, it's a feeling. Chen Mo thought to himself that if Niu Xiaojun were not under the watchful eye of Niu Deyuan, she would likely indulge even more extravagantly than Wang Li. Upon returning home, Chen Mo, exhausted from a day of hiking, quickly succumbed to slumber on the bed. When he next opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. Stretching his limbs, he felt the stiffness of his body from the abrupt exertion after a prolonged period of inactivity. Gritting his teeth, he sat up and proceeded to wash up outside. Cousin Chen Bianc had arrived quite early that day. After Chen Mo washed his face, the two of them casually boiled some plain noodles. During their meal, Chen Bianc suddenly asked, "Cousin, I heard your girlfriend came by last night?" In their village, news traveled swiftly, and even the slightest happenings could be known in moments. Chen Mo emphasized, "She is my ex-girlfriend." Chen Bianc expressed surprise. "Cousin? Did you break up with your ex for Niu Xiaojun?" Chen Mo was at a loss for words. "What are you all thinking? I have nothing to do with Niu Xiaojun, nor with my ex. Do you understand?" Chen Bianc nodded obediently, realizing that his cousin had attempted to navigate two relationships, but ended up losing both. "Don't worry, cousin. In the future, I'll introduce you to someone better," Chen Mo replied. "I appreciate your concern." After finishing their meal, they shouldered their baskets and headed up the mountain. The morning air in the countryside was exceptionally refreshing, and inhaling it left a moist sensation in their nostrils. Those venturing up the mountain in the morning often donned an extra layer, for even in summer, the mornings in the Greater Khingan Range could feel quite cool. Upon entering the dense forest, they changed their course. Chen Mo intended to venture further today, aiming to collect a greater number of mushrooms. They walked for over 3 hours on foot. Without Chen Bianc, Chen Mo felt he would surely have lost his way. This lad appeared to possess an innate talent for navigation, as he could clearly discern directions even in the thick of the woods. "Let us search around here," Chen Mo suggested. Chen Bianc turned back and said, "Cousin, I'm hungry." Chapter 7. A great surprise, this little rascal will be the death of me. Although Chen Bianc was no longer a mere boy, he was at an age where he could eat heartily. After climbing up from the foot of the mountain, his stomach was already grumbling. Chen Mo was not much better off. He set down the basket, which contained bread and ham he had purchased yesterday. The water was simply cooled boiled water from home. He handed 2 pieces to Chen Bianc and kept 2 for himself. While savoring bread accompanied by sausage, Chen Bianc remarked, "Cousin, we have journeyed quite far today. Surely we can gather a plentiful harvest." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, intending to remind Chen Bianc that he had discovered mushrooms and called him over to collect them. However, the system would not award points for mushrooms gathered by Chen Bianc. Notification: the host may redeem a vassal glove in the space. Anyone who wears the vassal glove to gather mountain produce will also earn points for the host. Note: only 1 pair of vassal gloves can be redeemed. Damaged gloves may be replaced at a modest point cost, but lost gloves cannot be recovered. Chen Mo mused, "That would essentially grant me an additional points-earning assistant." He promptly consulted the system's redemption catalog. The vassal glove was priced at 1,000 points, with each replacement costing 100 points. Chen Mo currently had precisely 100 points remaining. The vassal glove was undeniably a potent tool for accruing points and was an inevitable purchase in due course. Gritting his teeth, he intoned mentally, "Redeem vassal glove." Notification: vassal glove redemption successful. 1,000 points deducted. Originally, Chen Mo had anticipated earning an additional 1,000 points today, enough to expand his spatial domain by 1 square meter. Now, he was left with barely over 100 points, placing his hopes on a bountiful harvest. Chen Bianc, turning back, awaited Chen Mo's response. Chen Mo feigned pulling a pair of white cotton gloves from his pocket, ordinary worksite gloves. Fortunately, mushroom picking was not as abrasive as bricklaying, so the gloves would endure at least 4 or 5 uses. Tossing the gloves to Chen Bianc, he said, "Here, a pair of gloves for you." Chen Bianc was touched. "Cousin, you yourself aren't even wearing gloves, yet you give me yours. My skin is tough. I don't need them. You wear them yourself." The younger man was polite, but Chen Mo urged, "What use do they have if you don't wear them? Hurry, put them on. Remember, gloves are essential when picking mushrooms." Chen Bianc obediently donned the gloves. After finishing their meal, they separated to forage. Their current location was quite distant from the village, thus fewer people came here. Chen Mo soon discovered a patch of hazel mushrooms, truly a treasure. The famed northeastern dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, used these very hazel mushrooms. Though dull in appearance, their flavor when stewed with chicken was exquisite. Chen Mo bent down and began gathering them. Meanwhile, Chen Bianc found another cluster of mushrooms and busied himself there. Chen Mo periodically checked their system points, 305, 455, 700. As the two harvested, their points soared like a rocket. Frustratingly, the system allowed only one pair of gloves to be redeemed. Otherwise, Chen Mo would have gladly obtained a dozen pairs to distribute among frequent foragers, allowing him to reap points effortlessly at home. Suddenly, Chen Bianc shouted from the other side, "Cousin, come quickly." Chen Mo, fearing danger, grasped his iron hook and rushed over. Chen Bianc's face was alight with joy as he said, "Cousin, look at that." Chen Mo followed the direction of Chen Bianc's finger. On a plant on the ground hung a cluster of red berries. Though he had never seen them in reality, Chen Mo had encountered images of such a thing before. Could it be? Chen Bianc nodded excitedly, exclaiming, "Yes, 5 batches of red fruit. It's ginseng. Cousin, we have encountered wild ginseng. A single mature wild ginseng, even if of average quality, could fetch more than 2,000 yuan. If it is of superior quality, complete with roots and tail, it could be worth at least 7 to 8,000, or even tens of thousands." Chen Bianc was elated, and Chen Mo was even more thrilled, as he was to receive a substantial reward of points from the system. Chen Bianc scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. Chen Mo, puzzled, asked, "What are you looking for?" Excitedly, Chen Bianc licked his dry lips. "Cousin, haven't you heard? When collecting ginseng, one must tie a red string. Otherwise, the ginseng might flee halfway through the excavation." Chen Mo had indeed heard of this. He recalled a news story about a man who rode a bicycle up a mountain to gather ginseng, only for the ginseng to escape, along with the man's bicycle. The system searched for red string. 5 points per piece. Ding! Red string exchanged successfully. 5 points. A red string materialized in Chen Mo's hand. As he bent down to tie the string around the wild ginseng, Chen Bianc was left in a state of astonishment. "Cousin, how do you have everything?" Once the red string was secured, the two of them lay beside the ginseng, seemingly anxious to prevent it from escaping. Chen Bianc lamented, "Cousin, we lack a hoe. So we must use an iron hook. We will inevitably lose some roots." This was Chen Bianc's first encounter with wild ginseng, yet he had heard many stories. Thus he possessed a greater understanding. "A hoe." Chen Mo lifted his head. As Chen Bianc nodded, Chen Mo was already searching for a hoe in the system. Ding! Hand hoe exchanged successfully, 120 points. For the sake of wild ginseng, Chen Mo was willing to go to great lengths. Just as Chen Bianc was about to explain the hoe to Chen Mo, he was taken aback to see a small hoe in Chen Mo's hand. Chen Bianc rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning if he was seeing things. "Cousin, is that a hoe in your hand?" To deter Chen Bianc from probing further, Chen Mo casually replied, I brought it along when we came up the mountain." "Huh, you brought it along?" Chen Bianc was bewildered. Did his cousin foresee their encounter with ginseng? The two began collaborating to excavate their first wild ginseng. The hoe served to loosen the surrounding soil, and once the earth was cleared, they revealed the dirt encasing the ginseng roots. At this point, they could only use their hands to delicately remove the soil, gradually digging inward until the entire ginseng was exposed. They worked diligently and carefully as time slipped away. Some seasoned ginseng gatherers could spend 3 days on a single root, ensuring not to damage any of the delicate roots. Naturally, Chen Mo and Chen Bianc could not reach such proficiency. They toiled until darkness fell, using their phones to illuminate the area, finally unearthing the complete wild ginseng. Gazing at the ginseng in his hands, Chen Bianc confidently stated, "This ginseng is worth at least 5,000 yuan." Meanwhile, Chen Mo checked his system points. 28,015 points. Even Chen Mo felt his heart race with excitement. He was soaring. Chapter 8. Distribution of points. The system provided a reference price for ginseng, 30,000 yuan for a wild mountain ginseng with a maturity of 22 years. Chen Mo's expression brightened once more. Had the system not offered this reference price, the two might have unwittingly sold the ginseng for a mere 5,000 yuan. Chen Bianqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Cousin, if we sell it, we can indulge in plenty of fine wine and delicacies." Chen Mo lightly tapped Chen Bianqiao on the head, chiding, "Your thoughts dwell solely on food and drink. Can you not aspire to something greater?" Rubbing his head, Chen Bianqiao looked puzzled and asked, "Isn't enjoying good food and drink a form of success?" In that moment, Chen Mo felt that while Chen Bianqiao's reasoning was simple, it possessed a certain clarity. He did not conceal from Chen Bianqiao that the minimum value of this ginseng was 20,000 yuan. withholding the system's reference price due to their lack of connections, making it difficult to attain such a high figure. 20,000. How could that be possible? Chen Bianxiao recalled that there were others in the village who had also unearthed wild mountain ginseng, most of which had been sold for a few thousand yuan, with the highest not exceeding 10,000. Thus, in Chen Bianxiao's mind, the worth of wild mountain ginseng was merely a few thousand yuan. Chen Mo nodded, of course. The buyer is crucial. If we sell to those who come to the village to gather mountain goods, they will undoubtedly pressure us to lower our price. Chen Bianxiao was not foolish and immediately grasped Chen Mo's implication. Cousin, do you mean we should sell it ourselves in the county? Chen Mo shook his head. The county won't do. We must go to the city. Chen Bianxiao rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. All right then, cousin, let's head to the city. There are more restaurants there. We shall feast. Chen Bianxiao's pursuit of food far outweighed his desire for money. Chen Mo shared his disdain for those who schemed for profit. He carefully wrapped the wild mountain ginseng and tucked it into his bosom, secretly storing it in the spatial realm, for it was the safest sanctuary. He patted Chen Bianxiao on the shoulder. Let us return home. Chen Bianxiao tilted his head back, and they realized they had been busy until 8 in the evening. The journey back would take at least 3 hours. They relied on their phones for illumination as they traversed the village. The night forest appeared ominous and unpredictable. Occasionally, distant animal calls echoed, accompanied by the eerie hooting of owls. Chen Bianxiao turned around and shone his flashlight on his chin, asking, Cousin, do you think we might encounter ghosts? Chen Mo playfully kicked Chen Bianxiao. Ghosts cannot harm you. It is people who can truly instill fear. Chen Bianxiao stuck out his tongue and turned back to continue onward. Meanwhile, Chen Mo began to examine the system's redemption list. With over 28,000 points at his disposal, he contemplated how to utilize them to yield the greatest benefit. He resolved to exchange for additional space, as a single square meter was insufficient. He could only stand within it. With ample points, he decided to redeem 3 more square meters. Success. 3 square meters of space redeemed, 6,000 points deducted. Chen Mo communicated with the system, and the interior transformed into a 2 meter by 2 meter square. He still had 22,000 points remaining. Chen Mo resolved to enhance his physical fitness, recalling the system's previous reminders. As long as one's vision is elevated to a level of 8, one can acquire radar capabilities, enabling the detection of mountain goods within a radius of 10 meters. Reaching a vision level of 10 allows for the detection of such goods within 20 meters. With the radar functionality, the arduous task of searching for mountain treasures will be significantly alleviated. Currently, his vision stands at 4, and with 5,000 points needed for a single increment, he is poised to raise it to 8. The system exchanges 4 points for vision enhancement. Ding! 4 points of vision enhancement successful. 20,000 points deducted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a vision level of 8, capable of scanning any situation within 10 meters. A vivid image suddenly materialized in Chen Mo's mind, depicting a scanning diagram of the ground within a 10-meter radius. As he moved, the image shifted correspondingly. Even in the darkness of night, the scene appeared as clear as day. A small cluster of mushrooms lay 3 meters away, while a snake, poised to capture a foraging mouse, was 6 meters distant, flicking its tongue. Chen Mo observed the mental imagery as one might watch a television screen. The expenditure of 20,000 points was indeed worthwhile. He now resembled a humanoid radar, a modern-day BNK. Chen Mo, he exclaimed suddenly, startling Chen BNK, who quickly turned around, asking, What is it, cousin? Chen Mo pointed to an object on the ground, resembling a withered tree trunk, just a meter in front of Chen Bien Quebec. Without careful observation, one could easily step upon it. My goodness, such a thick earth ball. Chen Bianke recognized the serpent's form and leaped to Chen Mo's side. The earth ball, also known as the Ashuri viper, is a venomous species native to northeast China. Standing by, Chen Bianke remained visibly shaken, as the sight of the poisonous snake unnerved him greatly. Chen Mo, maintaining his composure, gestured, Let us proceed from that direction. Now equipped with radar functionality, he could adeptly avoid various dangers. However, this radar feature consumed his mental energy. After merely a brief period of operation, he began to feel fatigued. It could also be attributed to the inferior overall condition of his current physique. After a long day, he could only sustain this effort for half an hour at most. In peak condition, he might last 2 to 3 hours. Nonetheless, that should suffice. The two navigated through the terrain, consuming approximately half an hour more than their initial journey. Chen Bianke noticed a peculiar pattern. Every time his cousin instructed him to turn, hidden dangers invariably lay ahead. Upon exiting the mountains, Chen Mo was utterly exhausted. He pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, "I can't go on. You head home first. Tomorrow, we shall venture to the city together." Seeing his cousin's weariness, Chen Bianke felt a pang of sympathy. "Cousin, should I carry you back?" His physical condition was markedly superior to Chen Mo's. After a day of climbing, he appeared unfazed. Chen Mo shook his head. "No, it's merely fatigue." After urging Chen Bianke to leave, he made his way home under the moonlight. The supermarket had already closed, so he stored all the mushrooms he had collected that day in his spatial compartment, knowing they would remain safe until he could sell them. After a quick wash, Chen Mo collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate period, he sensed an itch in his nose and opened his eyes to find a round face staring back at him. Chen Mo, you're awake." Niu Xiaowan stood at the edge of the Kong, looking down at Chen Mo, her words spraying droplets of saliva onto his face. Chen Mo quickly scrambled up from the Kong. "Wait, how did you get in?" Niu Xiaowan chuckled mischievously. "Your front door wasn't locked. I thought you were awake, so I just came in." Chen Mo rubbed his head. He had been so exhausted the previous day that he had forgotten to lock the door upon entering. Yet, aside from himself, there was little of value in his home. "Is there something you need?" he asked. "Brother Chen Mo, you went up the mountain yesterday without telling me. So today I came to find you to go together," she replied. Chen Mo yawned. "It's not that I don't want to take you, but your father won't allow you to come with me." Upon mentioning Niu de Yuan, Niu Xiaowan bit her lip in contemplation. After a moment of silence, she suddenly proposed. "Brother Chen Mo, let us go up the mountain and make it official. That way, my father won't be able to separate us." Chen Mo reached out to touch Niu Xiaowan's forehead. "You indeed feel warm. No wonder. Just go out and play." Niu Xiaowan also touched her own forehead. "No. Brother Chen Mo, feel again. I'm not feverish." Chen Mo hurriedly got off the Kong, put on his shoes, and dashed out of the house. With his current physical condition, he genuinely feared that Niu Xiaowan might overpower him. He could hardly resist. Chapter 9. The deal. After much negotiation, Chen Mo finally managed to send Niu Xiaowan away. He realized that he needed to repair the house first, at the very least, replacing the door with something more secure. Currently, the door of Chen Mo's home was a patchwork of wooden planks, aged and cracked from time. He considered moving to a different house, but there were so few families in the village that none were available for rent. Once he had cleaned himself up, Chen Bianque arrived early. "Cousin, have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Chen Bianque chuckled. "Then let us go eat in the city. There's more variety there." Chen Mo chose a clean outfit. "Let us go early and return early." With his newfound radar-like ability, he was eager to venture up the mountain. Chen Bianque leaned closer to Chen Mo, grinning. "Cousin, if you sell the wild ginseng, can you buy me a pair of AJ shoes?" Chen Mo was quite familiar with the AJ brand, which typically cost over 1,000 yuan. Although selling the ginseng would provide some funds, he deemed it extravagant to spend on such expensive shoes. Chen Bianque sniffled. "The Wang kid from the east side of the village bought a pair and keeps showing off in front of me. My parents wouldn't buy me any." Realizing that his cousin was feeling frustrated, Chen Mo chuckled helplessly. "Fine, whatever we earn from selling it, we'll split evenly." After all, it was Chen Bianque who discovered the ginseng, and Chen Mo decided on a 50-50 split. Upon hearing that her cousin was willing to share the profits, Chen Bianque bit her lip. "Cousin, why don't you just keep my money for now? I might not have enough to pay you back later." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Why? Afraid your parents will find out?" Chen Bianque shook her head. "I'm worried I might spend it all." Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Chen Bianque's trust in him was touching. "All right, let us keep it with me for now." Chen Mo reflected on his previous life, where relatives were often nothing more than rivals, competing over academic achievements, family backgrounds, careers, and even romantic interests. True kinship had been overshadowed by rivalry. Chen silently gazed at Chen Bianxiu, expressing a determination to work diligently as brothers and achieve something remarkable together. Unaware of Chen Mo's inner feelings, Chen Bianxiu chuckled at his cousin's serious demeanor, remarking, "Cousin, your expression is quite earnest." Chen Mo felt as if he were playing a lute to a cow. As they locked the door and made their way to the village bus stop, they passed by Niu Xiaojuan's house, where she was seen wiping away tears. "Cousin, look at Niu Xiaojun crying. She must have been scolded by her father again," Chen Bianxiu said with a hint of schadenfreude. Chen Mo understood the reason for her tears. Unable to let go of Niu Xiaojun, he had bluntly told her that a relationship was impossible, which had caused her to run away in tears. Niu Xiaojun, catching sight of Chen Mo in the yard, looked at him with eyes filled with sorrow, as if he had wronged her. Chen Mo hurriedly averted his gaze. Upon reaching the bus stop at the village's edge, Chen Bianxiu quietly inquired, "Cousin, did you bring everything?" Since other villagers were waiting for the bus, he refrained from mentioning the wild ginseng. Chen Mo patted his chest, signaling that there was no need for concern. The fare from Wulong village to the city was 5 yuan, and the bus made several stops, taking over an hour to reach their destination. When they alighted at the terminal, their stomachs rumbled in hunger. Chen Bianxiu rubbed his belly and suggested, "Cousin, shall we eat first?" He had a stall selling tea eggs nearby and swallowed hard. Chen Mo, with a few dozen yuan left in his pocket, purchased 4 tea eggs for 6 yuan. Chen Bianxiu peeled the eggs eagerly, devouring them 2 at a time, clearly unfazed by their meager quantity. "Just hold on a little longer. Once we sell our goods, we'll treat ourselves to a hearty meal," Chen Mo reassured him. "Cousin, I want beef dumplings," Chen Bianxiu expressed with anticipation. "We'll have a large portion," Chen Mo affirmed. To secure a favorable price for the wild ginseng, it was essential to find the right buyer. Chen Mo had contemplated this at home, concluding that the most reliable place would undoubtedly be a large herbal pharmacy. It had to be a particularly prominent traditional medicine store to offer a high price for their ginseng. Chen Mo led Chen Bianxiu to inquire with passers-by on the street. After several inquiries, they learned that the largest pharmacy in the city was called Huarentang, which offered a wide range of both traditional and Western medicines. The two boarded a bus heading to their destination. As they approached the grand facade resembling a royal mansion, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "Selling medicine must be quite lucrative." Although the pharmacy had just opened, a considerable number of customers were already inside. As they entered, Chen Bianxiu, usually carefree, closely followed Chen Mo, asking, "Cousin, who are we looking for?" "Naturally, we seek out the person in charge," Chen Mo replied casually. At that moment, 2 security guards near the entrance turned their attention to the pair. One approached them, asking, "What brings you here?" Just as Chen Mo intended to inquire further, he smiled at the guard and said, "Is your manager available?" Upon hearing that Chen Mo was looking for the manager, the guard became alert and asked, "What do you need to see the manager for?" "We collected something from the mountain and wanted to know if he is interested," Chen Mo explained clearly. But the guard failed to comprehend. No, you need to leave immediately." When Chen Bianc heard the security guard driving them away, his temper flared immediately. "Is this pharmacy your family's? Why should we listen to you?" The argument among the 3 at the entrance quickly drew the attention of the staff and customers inside. Another security guard stepped forward, stating, "Please leave this place immediately." Chen Mo furrowed his brows slightly. Since this establishment refused to accept their goods, they would seek another buyer. For good items would not lack for a market. At that moment, a man in his 40s, clad in a suit, approached and inquired about the situation from the security guard. The guard reported, "Manager, they wish to enter and sell their products, and we are asking them to leave." The manager's demeanor was considerably more amiable than that of the guard. He nodded slightly to Chen Mo and his companion, saying, "I apologize, but our pharmacy sources its medicines through professional channels and does not accept goods from other sources." Chen Bianc glanced at Chen Mo, thinking it was over since they were not accepted. However, Chen Mo remained calm and slowly retrieved a wild ginseng from his pocket, unfolding it before the crowd. "Do you not want this mountain ginseng either?" The manager, having been in the traditional medicine industry for many years, could instantly recognize that what Chen Mo held was indeed wild ginseng, and of considerable age. He swiftly reached out to cover the open cloth. "Come with me for a cup of tea," he invited. Chen Mo smiled slightly and gestured, "After you." The 2 security guards exchanged glances. They too had seen the ginseng. Yet it was not particularly rare in the market, where it was even sold by the pound. Chen Bianc shot a sidelong glance at the guards, snorting softly in disdain. Following the manager, Chen Mo and his companion entered a lounge area at the back of the pharmacy, presumably meant for employees. The manager's gaze fell on the wild ginseng in Chen Mo's hand. "May I see it again?" Chen Mo placed the ginseng onto the table and opened it before the manager. As the manager examined it, he nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, a fine specimen." He then looked up and asked, "So, what price do you seek?" Chen Mo held up 3 fingers. Being an expert himself, the manager understood this did not mean 3,000. However, as the pharmacy manager, he was not the owner. His invitation to Chen Mo was motivated by the hope of acquiring the ginseng at an agreeable price to resell for a profit. His psychological threshold was 30,000. If he acquired it for 30,000, he would not benefit. Shaking his head, he remarked, "The item is excellent, but the price is not suitable." Chen Mo, perceptive as ever, recognized the manager's flattery and his intent to negotiate a lower price for his own gain. He responded directly, 28,000 is my lowest price. If that does not work, we will seek other buyers. The manager was immediately intrigued. After a careful inspection of the wild ginseng's quality, he considered that having been a manager for many years, he had extensive connections, and good products were never hard to sell. He could likely sell it by the afternoon if he acquired it in the morning. Extending his hand, he said, "Deal." Chen Mo smiled and shook hands with the manager. Chen Bianc stood by, astonished at how effortlessly a transaction worth several tens of thousands had been concluded. The exchange of money and goods occurred seamlessly. After adding Chen Mo on WeChat, the manager promptly transferred the sum of 28,000 yuan. Chen Mo noticed that the manager's online alias was Chen Jia. Their collaboration had been delightful, and he mentioned that he would contact Chen Jia via WeChat should any promising opportunities arise in the future. Chen Jia's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet he was aware that such opportunities were rare, perhaps only encountered once or twice in a lifetime. Therefore, he harbored no grand expectations. "I look forward to receiving your good news," he replied. After leaving the pharmacy, Chen Mo, accompanied by Chen Bianc, departed with some wild ginseng. Two security guards observed Chen Mo and his companion, chuckling amongst themselves, having guessed that they had indeed sold their goods. Chen Bianc scoffed, "Next time we come back, let us see if you still try to chase us away." Chen Mo dismissed the guards from his mind, recognizing that they were all from the same social stratum and there was no need to be overly concerned. The pharmacy was situated in the bustling city center, not far from a dumpling house. "Let us go. I'll treat you to some beef dumplings," Chen Mo suggested, glancing into the distance. Chen Bianc eagerly licked his lips in anticipation. It was only a little past 10 o'clock, and the dumpling house was not crowded. Chen Mo ordered 4 plates of dumplings, priced at 30 yuan each, along with 2 cold dishes. The cashier, noticing the duo, inquired, "Our dumplings are quite large. Are you certain you can finish them?" Chen Mo chuckled, "We might not even have enough." Chen Bianc chimed in excitedly, "Beers, cousin, beers." Chen Mo then instructed the cashier, "And 6 bottles of chilled beer, please." After placing their order, they found a table to settle down. Chen Mo transferred 2,000 yuan to Chen Bianc via his phone. Upon seeing the transaction notification, Chen Bianc's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "Why such a generous amount, cousin?" Chen Mo explained, "We currently have 28,000. I'm giving you 2,000 for shoes, and the rest is for your parents. You know how to express that, right?" Chen Bianc's parents, who were technically his uncle and aunt, though not particularly fond of him, had still shown him some care. For instance, the last time he had brought back braised fish, it was only with their tacit approval that he could have it. With a mischievous grin, Chen Bianc accepted the 2,000 yuan, assuring, "Don't worry, cousin, I won't divulge anything about the wild ginseng. I'll just say we sold some matsutake mushrooms." Matsutake is a highly prized fungus, known for its lengthy growth cycle and rich nutritional value, often fetching over 100 yuan per pound. While it is indeed valuable, it does not incite the same envy as wild ginseng. Chen Mo nodded, "All right, that works." When the 4 plates of beef dumplings arrived, they were indeed generously portioned. Chen Bianc, unable to contain his excitement, popped open a beer with a loud crack, handing one to Chen Mo before opening another for himself and quickly downing half the bottle. After letting out a satisfied burp, he exclaimed, "Delicious." Chen Mo shook his head, smiling wryly as they both indulged in the dumplings. To the astonishment of the servers, they polished off all 4 plates of dumplings, 2 dishes, and 6 bottles of beer. Having feasted, Chen Mo accompanied Chen Bianc to purchase the coveted A-shaped drill he had long desired. On the return bus, they were inadvertently stepped on by fellow passengers, much to Chen Bianc's dismay. By the time they returned to the village, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Observing Chen Bianc's impatient expression, Chen Mo remarked, "You may as well return home to show off. What about you, cousin?" Chen Bianc was eager to let the son of old Wang's family see his newly purchased shoes. "Since there's nothing pressing at home, I'll venture up the mountain myself," Chen Mo replied. Chen Bianc found himself in a dilemma. His cousin had been so kind to him, and he wished to accompany him, yet the urgency of his own needs was undeniable. Recognizing the discomfort on Chen Bianc's face, Chen Mo understood the situation. Enough of this indecision. I'll be nearby and shall return shortly. Very well then, cousin. I shall take my leave. Chen Bianc waved goodbye to Chen Mo, without the need to fetch his gathering tools, and with Chen Bianc not following him. Chen Mo could seamlessly store his finds in his spatial pocket. With both hands free, he ascended the mountain. Due to the time constraints, the small path was nearly deserted. As he leisurely ventured into the mountains, Chen Mo activated his radar function. Indeed, the areas surrounding the village had been thoroughly depleted by the villagers. After half an hour of trekking deeper, he finally detected the first cluster of mushrooms on his radar. Guided by the images in his mind, he approached the mushrooms, cleared away the surrounding underbrush, and uncovered over 20 mushrooms nestled there. A smirk graced Chen Mo's lips. The advantages of his unique ability were undeniable. He would never have spotted these mushrooms with mere eyesight. Collecting them one by one into his spatial pocket, he continued deeper into the mountains. After traversing several dozen to 100 meters, he could easily locate more hidden mushrooms through the mental images in his mind. Ultimately, Chen Mo decided against harvesting those clusters with fewer than 10 mushrooms, as it would be a waste of time. The mushrooms in his spatial inventory multiplied as the sky darkened, and upon reaching 8,000 points in the system, Chen Mo contemplated concluding his expedition. Turning around, he realized he might have lost his way. Having followed the mental prompts without keeping track of his path, he now found himself uncertain of his surroundings. However, he remained calm. Though the sun had set, he recalled a trick he had learned online a few days prior. The green moss on certain tree trunks indicates direction. More moss signifies the west, while less indicates the east. The mountain he had climbed was situated to the west of the village. Thus, if he proceeded eastward, he would surely rediscover the path home. Checking his phone for the time, he noted it was 7 o'clock in the evening. He had earned approximately 1,000 points per hour. Return? Certainly not. He had yet to experience slumber in the System S space, and today presented the perfect opportunity to do so. As he placed his hands on his face, he declared, "Here I go." In an instant, he vanished from the forest and reappeared in the spatial realm. In this space, regardless of day or night, the atmosphere remained shrouded in shades of gray. Piles of mushrooms he had gathered lay in the corner. The spatial area was limitless, causing an unsettling sensation when gazing upward into the dark expanse. According to the System S exchange table, a tent cost 200 points, while a bedding set was 100 points. Chen Mo extravagantly spent 300 points to acquire both a tent and bedding. After laying the bedding inside the tent, he crawled in, and this time, he was free from the earlier feelings of dread. Fortuitously, having eaten well at noon, he felt no pangs of hunger. Cocooned within the soft embrace of the blankets, Chen Mo experienced an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Before drifting into slumber, he set his phone alarm. For in this realm devoid of sunrise and sunset, and absent of crowing roosters, the alarm was his sole reminder of the passage of time. He enjoyed a profoundly sweet sleep, and when the alarm finally chimed, it was already 6 o'clock the next morning, marking a complete 8 hours of rest. Stretching languidly, he emerged from his cozy nest. The tent need not be dismantled, for he could retreat to its warmth whenever slumber beckoned. With a mere thought, he reappeared in the heart of the forest. In the morning light, a delicate mist enveloped the woods, imparting a chill to the air. The sun had risen, and Chen Mo began his journey back towards the village. After 3 hours of travel, he resolved to procure some provisions to store within his space, ensuring that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could remain in seclusion for days on end. Arriving at the Largefoot supermarket, he found Li Dajiao engaged in animated conversation with several village women. Chen Mo chuckled, remarking that if Li Dajiao had any ailments, he would surely be the bane of all the women in the village. The village women exchanged peculiar glances upon seeing Chen Mo, whispering amongst themselves. Had his cousin been beaten, and was Chen Mo truly oblivious? The robust Wang brothers would instill fear in him, and it seemed that Chen Bianc's beating from yesterday had been in vain. Chapter 11. Revenge. What has become of Chen Bianc? Chen Mo inquired, furrowing his brow. The village women hastily denied any knowledge. "Oh, we haven't said anything," aware that they would not divulge the truth. Chen Mo made his way directly to Chen Bianc's home while retrieving his phone to call him. The call connected, and Chen Mo heard Chen Bianc's dejected voice. "Cousin, you've returned?" Chen Bianc, having endured a beating the previous day, had sought his cousin's assistance, but was unable to reach him while he was in the mountains. "I shall be at your home shortly. Step outside to speak," Chen Mo stated plainly. Okay, replied Chen Bianc, feeling a surge of gratitude. He had not disclosed the incident to his parents, knowing that scuffles among youths were commonplace. If others learned of his misfortune and he informed his parents, he would be ridiculed for life. Only his cousin could provide him solace. 2 minutes later, Chen Mo stood outside his second uncle's house, where Chen Bianc awaited him. With a bruise under his left eye and his lips swollen from a blow, he looked disheartened. What happened? Chen Mo asked. Chen Bianc covered his mouth and replied, I was beaten by the Wang brothers. Why? Chen Mo probed, recalling the events of the previous day that had left Chen Bianc aggrieved. I wore my newly purchased Acon shoes to their house, and Wang Xiaoqiang claimed they were fake. I insisted they were purchased from a specialty store, but he retorted that my cousin must be a pauper to buy me genuine shoes. Unable to contain my frustration, we fought, but then Wang Daqiang intervened, and I was no match for the two of them. Chen Mo recalled the imposing figures of Wang Xiaoqiang and Wang Daqiang, both towering over 6 feet and possessing a physique reminiscent of oxen due to their years of labor in the fields. Even the original owner of this body had preferred to steer clear of them. Given his current physical condition, even 2 against 1 would likely result in his downfall. The system still holds 8,000 points, which can only marginally enhance strength, having no substantial impact on the battle. Ding! The host can redeem the energy-infused gauntlets. This will increase strength by 50%. Chen Mo exclaimed in disbelief. The system truly had its tricks. He was even prepared to accompany Chen Bianc to confront an adversary alone. He swiftly searched the system for the complete set of energy gauntlets. Energy gauntlet set. 1,000 points for a 24-hour usage. Goodness, it was indeed expensive, and not even a permanent solution. Chen Mo was not fond of responding to violence with violence. Yet in rural areas, failing to retaliate when attacked would leave one unable to hold their head high. The villagers would deem you a coward. Striking Chen Bianc was akin to striking at his own face. It was imperative to retaliate, otherwise, he would find it impossible to navigate village life. Ding! Energy gauntlet set redeemed successfully for 1,000 points. A pair of white gloves materialized in his hands, resembling the subservient gauntlets. Let us proceed to confront them. As Chen Mo donned the gloves, he immediately felt a surge of strength. In the rural expanse of northeast China, fights seldom attracted the attention of the police. One either retaliated or endured in silence. Chen Bianc, filled with resentment, eagerly agreed when he heard his cousin intended to avenge him. However, cousin, do you believe we can prevail against them? Chen Mo replied, we must fight if we can. Even if we cannot win, we shall not shy away from confrontation. Chen Bianc nodded earnestly. All right, I shall heed your counsel, cousin. Chen Mo led Chen Bianc to wait outside old Wang's house. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang were inside. Drying mushrooms. Wang Xiaoqiang remarked, brother, do you think Chen Bianc will bring his cousin to seek revenge? Wang Daqiang scoffed, revenge? With that weak frame of his cousin, should he dare come, I could beat him senseless. He chuckled darkly. Wang Xiaoqiang laughed. Then let us not fight in front of our house. It would make the entrance too filthy. Wang Daqiang snorted. That worthless orphan, should he dare to come, I'll ensure he can't show his face in this village again. You continue drying, I'll go buy some wine and snacks. Let us indulge tonight. Wang Daqiang stood and addressed Wang Xiaoqiang. Certainly, brother. Hearing there would be wine, Wang Xiaoqiang worked even harder. Wang Daqiang exited the house, oblivious to Chen Mo and his companion lurking around the corner. Chen Bianc whispered, cousin, he has come out. Chen Mo produced a burlap sack from his hand. Let us go? Chen Bianc noted that his cousin Han Ti brought a sack with him earlier. They waited until Wang Daqiang had moved a short distance away before swiftly pursuing him. The sack was thrown over the adversary, ensnaring both arms, followed by a swift kick that brought him down. Chen Bianc, clad in his new taper, rained kicks upon the struggling sack. Chen Mo joined in the assault, delivering vigorous kicks alongside him. Wang Daqiang found himself ensnared, unable to free himself, rolling on the ground while shouting, Damn it, Chen Mo, Chen Bianc. I know it's you, just wait. Chen Bianc retorted fiercely, We'll wait, and we'll kick you to death. After delivering a dozen or so kicks, Chen Mo seized Chen Bianc. Enough. Without their interference, Wang Daqiang soon wriggled free from the sack, and, upon seeing there were only 2 of them, Wang Daqiang wiped the blood from his nose and hurried home. Wang Xiaoqiang, without turning back, inquired, Brother, what kind of liquor did you buy? And why a hammer? We already have one at home. As he spoke, Wang Xiaoqiang turned around and was taken aback to see his elder brother's face smeared with blood. What happened to you? Wang Tiehua grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. Hurry, let's go deal with Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Wang Tiehua dropped the mushrooms he was holding and followed his brother out the door. Chen Mo intended to wear down the opponents first. Only then could their side gain the upper hand when a fight broke out. The four of them met outside. Seeing that Chen Mo and his companion had not fled, Wang Tiehua shouted, "You've got guts. Today, I will crush you." The two sides clashed, and a cacophony of shouts and curses filled the air, drawing many villagers out to witness the spectacle. Chen Mo, equipped with his powered boxing gloves, struck without uttering a word, landing a punch on each of his opponents. After taking 2 blows from Chen Mo, Wang Tiehua immediately sensed something was amiss. The strength of Chen Mo was unexpectedly formidable. Observing villagers murmured, "Oh no, it seems like the Wang brothers are at a disadvantage against Chen Mo. You know nothing. The Wang brothers are just gathering their strength. Soon they'll surely bring those two down." Fights in the village were common, and the villagers paid little heed, merely enjoying the show without intervening. After entangled for 3 to 4 minutes, Wang Tiehua and Wang Xiaoqiang found themselves pinned to the ground by Chen Mo and his companion. The brothers had received numerous punches, while Chen Mo had also endured several hits, though they barely fazed him. Chen Bianxiao pressed down on Wang Xiaoqiang, asking, "Do you yield?" Wang Xiaoqiang, with his face pressed against the ground, retorted, "Yield? Not a chance. Let me up, and I'll fight you again." With so many spectators watching, no one would concede, even while pinned beneath their opponents. Chen Mo understood the Wang brothers' stubbornness. Otherwise, why would their elder brother remain silent? He leaned down to Wang Tiehua and said, "If you wish to fight me in the future, I am always ready, whether with fists or weapons. It's entirely up to you." The original owner of this body was a notorious troublemaker in the village. Wang Tiehua knew they would never dare to stab someone. But Chen Mo was indeed capable of such actions. Keeping his lips sealed, Chen Mo stood up from Wang Tiehua and beckoned to Chen Bianxiao, "Let us go home." Chen Bianxiao grunted, rising from Wang Xiaoqiang, and followed Chen Mo home. The surrounding villagers whispered among themselves, but they all realized that Chen Mo was not to be trifled with. Chapter 12. Former friends. Although Chen Bianxiao bore several new wounds on his face, the smile at the corners of his mouth remained as he had managed to subdue the Wang brothers. "Cousin, did you sleep on the mountain last night?" Chen Mo, unwilling to divulge the details of the system, nodded. "I got lost on the mountain and ended up sleeping there." Chen Bianxiao was astonished. "Thank goodness you didn't encounter any wolves." "Wolves? Where would he have met wolves while sleeping in the space?" "I'll go home to cook. Come find me later." Chen Mo had been longing for chicken stewed with mushrooms, especially since he still had a plethora of hazel mushrooms in his space. "Should I buy a bottle of wine?" Chen Bianq inquired about the 2,000 yuan his cousin had transferred to him yesterday. After spending only 1,000 on shoes, he followed his cousin's advice and bought a pair for each of his parents, leaving him with over 200. Chen Mo remarked, "I can handle the shopping. You should save your money for pocket expenses." After parting ways, Chen Mo proceeded to the Bigfoot supermarket, where the village women had already departed, leaving only Li Dajiao seated alone. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Li Dajiao chuckled. The Wang brothers certainly received a good beating this time. Who told them to gang up on one? As Chen Mo selected items from the shelves, various breads, instant noodles, and sausages, he also picked out some sausages and pig's head meat from the platter of marinated goods. "Do you have any chickens?" Chen Mo inquired. Noticing Chen Mo's substantial selection, Li Dajiao curiously asked, "Chen Mo, you've gathered quite a lot. These items amount to 200 or 300 yuan, yet no one in the village buys like this." "Just stocking up a bit. It will keep at home," Chen Mo casually replied. Li Dajiao retrieved a 3 yellow chicken from the freezer. This type of chicken is fast-growing and lacks the flavor of free-range village chickens, but it suffices. Chen Mo also chose 2 bottles of white wine priced over 30, totaling 345 yuan at checkout. He exited the supermarket carrying 2 hefty bags filled with goods. Once in a secluded spot, he discreetly stored a large bag of food into his spatial pocket. Upon returning home, he released a bounty of mushrooms from his space. A total of over 200 pounds, each appearing freshly picked. Even if he wished to dry them, it would take him an entire day. These ordinary mushrooms awaited Chen Bianq's sale in the supermarket. After defrosting, cleaning, and chopping the 3 yellow chicken into pieces, Chen Mo prepared a large pot of stew complemented by the hazelnut mushrooms he had foraged. The enticing aroma wafted throughout the courtyard. With 72-75 points remaining, Chen Mo exchanged 1 point of strength while waiting for the chicken to finish cooking. Ding! 1 point of physical strength exchanged successfully. 5,000 points deducted. Host: Chen Mo. Strength: 3. Agility: 2. Speed: 1. Smell: 1 sight: 8. All data normalized to human average of 5. Chen Mo sighed, realizing that to elevate all his attributes to the average human level, he would need at least 65,000 points. Just as the stew was still simmering, 3 unsavory youths entered the yard, and Chen Mo recognized them as the original owner's dubious friends, Xiangzi, Tizi, and Kutsai. Xiangzi, who had a darker complexion, barged in, exclaiming, "What smells so good? Are you secretly enjoying delicacies at home?" Chen Mo frowned at the trio, surprised they had come to his house. The 3, overly familiar, approached him. "Hey, why didn't you invite us to hang out?" Xiangzi demanded. Hang out? In the original owner's memories, he spent 3 days with these guys, going hungry 9 times. Indulging in brawls or petty thefts, he was fortunate not to end up in jail. Kutsai fixated on the mushrooms in the yard, remarking, "These mushrooms could fetch a good price." Meanwhile, Tizi lifted the pot lid, inhaling the delicious aroma. "Wow, chicken stewed with mushrooms." Chen Mo coldly retorted, "You 3, put your hands down." "Hey, what's this? Aren't we brothers anymore?" Xiangzi questioned. Chen Mo, icy in his demeanor, replied, "Who considers you brothers?" The 3 of them exchanged glances, puzzled by Chen Mo's sudden outburst. Hadn't their previous visits felt as familiar as home? Xiangzi, deducing the situation, asserted confidently, "He must be triggered. That guy got kicked by Wang Li. He's definitely feeling the heat." Tizi approached, draping an arm around Chen Mo's neck. "Brother, it's nothing to worry about. There are plenty of women out there. Let us trade these mushrooms for some cash, and then go for a massage and meet some girls." Chen Mo shrugged off Tizi's arm. To rid himself of these people, he could not afford to show any leniency, lest they cling on indefinitely. "Leave my house at once, or I shall not hesitate to be impolite." Xiangzi and the others stood in stunned silence, realizing Chen Mo was not jesting. Frowning, Xiangzi asked, "What do you mean, Chen Mo?" Chen Mo pointed toward the door. "My meaning is quite simple. Leave my house and do not return." Xiangzi nodded. All right, so you want to draw a line. But return the 250 yuan you borrowed from me first." Tizi immediately chimed in, "And my 80. Kutsai extended his hand. "Don't forget my 50. Chen Mo frowned as he searched his memory. Indeed, the original owner of this body had borrowed money from them, all during his courtship with Wang Li. They had spoken sweetly back then, claiming repayment was unnecessary, yet each had kept a mental note of the debt. Fine, to sever ties with them. Chen Mo retrieved his phone and transferred the exact amounts to each of them, subsequently blocking them all. Xiangzi and the others quickly acknowledged the payments. "You've got guts. Chen Mo, don't come looking for us when trouble arises," they said as they exited the courtyard. Chen Mo shook his head, retreating indoors to serve himself a hearty dish of chicken stew with mushrooms. The tender, flavorful chicken was utterly irresistible. Before long, Chen Bianxiao arrived. "Is that chicken stew you made, cousin?" he inquired, as the savory aroma wafted through the air. Chen Mo replied, "Let us not speak of chicken. Let us maintain civility." Realizing his slip, Chen Bianxiao quickly covered his mouth. He poured a glass of the white wine they had bought. "Did you see the mushrooms in the yard?" Chen Mo asked. Naturally, he had noticed the substantial pile. With a piece of chicken in his mouth, Chen Bianxiao asked, "Did you gather all those yourself, cousin?" Chen Mo nodded. "Tomorrow, take them in batches to the supermarket and sell them to Li Dajiao." "All right, cousin," Chen Bianxiao replied, harboring no doubts. After all, his cousin had spent the entire day in the mountains, so it was only natural he had collected a good number of mushrooms. The two savored most of the pot of stew and finished an entire bottle of wine before Chen Bianxiao finally rose to head home. Chen Mo, feeling pleasantly tipsy, succumbed to sleep early. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, the sudden crash of breaking glass jolted him awake. He turned on the light and saw that 2 panes of his window had been shattered. Without pausing to put on shoes, he dashed into the yard, where only a few barking dogs greeted him. No suspicious figures were in sight. Who could it be? The Wang brothers? Or Tizi and Xiangzi? At this hour, only those 2 groups had a motive to vandalize his property. Checking his phone, which displayed the time as 1 a.m., Chen Mo dialed Xiangzi's number. Just as the call connected, he could hear a raucous commotion on the other end, suggesting many were gathered for a meal. Xiangzi, slightly tipsy, slurred, "What the hell? Didn't you say you wanted to cut ties with us? Why are you calling me now? Where are Tizi and Kutsai?" "Hey, Tizi, Kachaizi. Chen Mo is looking for you, shouted Xiangzi. The voices of Tizi and Kachaizi came through the phone, telling him that unless Chen Mo sold the mushrooms and treated them to a meal as an apology, they would no longer acknowledge him. Their speech was somewhat halting. After receiving the money in the afternoon, the group decided to return to the county to drink, reveling until 1 o'clock in the morning without dispersing. With a slurred tongue, Xiangzi shouted into the phone, Chen Mo, did you hear that? Unless you sell the mushrooms and apologize to us, right? Hello? When did you hang up? Chapter 13. The true manipulator. Upon realizing it was not Xiangzi and his crew, Chen Mo ended the call. Now, his only remaining target was the Wang brothers. The charged boxing gloves would not be ready until 11 o'clock tomorrow, so Chen Mo resolved to seek out the Wang brothers first thing in the morning. He returned to his room to continue sleeping. The next morning, upon waking, Chen Mo called Chen Bianc. Are you awake? Yes, cousin. I was just about to head to your house to sell mushrooms. There's no need to come to my place. I am on my way to find you. Dressed and ready, Chen Mo hurried outside, anxious to reach the Wang brothers before they headed up the mountain. Sensing his cousin's urgency, Chen Bianc inquired, What's wrong? Our window was smashed last night. Damn, it must be the Wang brothers. If they can't win in a fair fight, they resort to underhanded tactics, Chen Bianc exclaimed angrily. Hearing Chen Bianc's immediate suspicion of the Wang brothers, Chen Mo hesitated. The two families had only just clashed, and now his family's window had been broken. It was obvious to any discerning individual who the culprits were. The original owner of this situation had a notorious reputation in the village for being unscrupulous. Unless the Wang brothers wished to escalate matters indefinitely, it was unlikely they would provoke further conflict. Could it be that someone intended to misdirect blame and incite discord between the two factions? Let us go confront them. Chen Bianc was eager. We need to ask them directly. Chen Mo donned the charged boxing gloves. Let us go. The two hastily made their way to the Wang family's home, where Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang were preparing to head up the mountain with their baskets. Upon seeing Chen Mo and his companion, they exchanged glances and promptly retrieved iron hooks from their baskets. What do you mean by this? Wang Daqiang asked. Seeing the weapons, Chen Bianc quickly bent down to pick up 2 palm-sized stones. If you intend to fight, we can go home and fetch our real weapons, Chen Mo declared, unflinching. Wang Daqiang slowly lowered his iron hook. They were simple folk and had no desire to engage with the troublemaker Chen Mo. We've already repaid you for what we did to Chen Bianc. What more do you want? Wang Daqiang asked cautiously. And yet you still smashed my cousin's window. Chen Bianc pointed an accusing finger at the Wang brothers. Both Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang looked bewildered, exchanging glances. Wang Daqiang wondered if his brother had indeed been the one to sneak out and vandalize. Wang Xiaoqiang shook his head vigorously. No, brother. I promised you I wouldn't provoke them again. Besides, we slept together last night. Wang Daqiang turned to Chen Mo once more. We didn't break your window. Chen Bianc retorted. Just because you say you didn't does that make it true? I shattered your window, yet I shall never confess to it. Chen Mo gently patted Chen Bianc on the shoulder. Judging by the reactions of both parties earlier, it seemed no falsehood had been uttered. Had he not harbored suspicions beforehand, the two groups would have clashed immediately upon meeting. Such a scenario would have allowed certain schemes to succeed. Calmly, Chen Mo remarked, Last night, my window was smashed. The culprit evidently sought to provoke a brawl between our factions. Wang Daqiang cursed vehemently. They seek to make us the scapegoats. If they wish to fight you, Xiao Chong and I would confront you openly, never resorting to such treacherous tactics. Chen Mo delved into the original owner's memories, hoping to discern any lingering grievances. The recollections revealed the owner had quarreled with half the village, nearly coming to blows with many, though these incidents dated back long ago. Since the owner had found a partner in the county town, he had spent his days wandering there, scarcely appearing in the village for over half a year. If the attack was not aimed at him, could it have been directed at the Wang family? Chen Mo turned to Wang Daqiang. Has your family recently offended anyone? No. Wang Daqiang denied vehemently. Could it be Zhao Xing? Wang Xiaoqiang whispered hesitantly. Impossible. That fellow works in the city. Chen Bianc was the first to object. Chen Mo recalled Zhao Xing, who was 23 and of the same age, yet they had never socialized, mutually disdaining one another. Wang Daqiang did not immediately refute his younger brother, but pondered Zhao Xing's potential involvement. The Zhao and Wang households were neighbors. A few days prior, Zhao Xing's family erected a wall encroaching on the Wang property, sparking a fierce dispute. The wall remained unfinished. Zhao Xing had just returned from the city during the altercation, while Chun Bianc was unaware of Zhao Xing's presence. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang knew he was home on leave. Wang Daqiang refrained from accusing Zhao Xing directly, but informed Chen Mo of his whereabouts, adding, "Our families quarreled recently." Chen Mo glanced toward Zhao Xing's residence and noticed a figure swiftly retreating from the window upon his gaze. That confirmed it. The one supposedly working in the city was indeed involved in this stratagem. "Bianc, let us go," Chen Mo said, turning to leave. Even if Zhao Xing were confronted now, he would surely deny everything. Since Zhao Xing had shattered his window, Chen Mo decided to repay in kind. If they broke 2 panes, he would break 4 or 8 in return. Besides, his house was slated for renovation. The broken window would inevitably be replaced. "Hey, Chen Mo," Wang Daqiang called from behind. Chen Mo turned. "Next time, give me a heads up when you act. If they want me to take the blame, they will have to pay dearly." Chen Mo smiled faintly. "I'll have Bianc call you then." The 2 groups parted ways at the Wang residence, each attending to their affairs. Inside Zhao Xing's home, Zhao Xing watched the groups avoid conflict through the window, stroking his chin. "Chen Mo, that fool, has he lost his old impulsiveness? He was such a coward." Zhao Xing would never have imagined that Chen Mo and Wang Daqiang had already deduced he was the true culprit behind everything. In his eyes, none of the villagers, these hillbillies, possessed a mind sharper than his own. Chen Mo and Chun Bianc returned home together. They filled a basket with mushrooms and carried it to the supermarket to find Li Dajiao. Li Dajiao was astonished at the goods they brought. "Did you discover a mushroom patch?" he asked. Chen Mo arranged the baskets neatly. "Go ahead and weigh them. There's another basket at home. I'll bring it over later." All right, Li Dajiao responded cheerfully as he began weighing. Most villagers preferred to personally sell their mushrooms in the county, earning a bit more money that way. Some dried the mushrooms at home to sell them as dried goods. Therefore, although Li Dajiao collected mushrooms regularly, he rarely received large quantities. Typically, villagers brought mushrooms to trade for items in his supermarket. Over 200 pounds of mushrooms was considered a substantial order. Chen Mo and Chun Bianc made 2 trips to transport all the mushrooms. After weighing, Li Dajiao smiled and said, "A total of 230 pounds. That'll be 690 yuan. How about I give you 700? Deal?" Chen Mo agreed promptly, watching closely to ensure the scale was accurate. With the mushroom basket nearby, Chen Mo told Chen Bianc, "Let us head up the mountain first. We'll discuss the matter when we return tonight." "Understood, cousin." Chen Bianc knew Chen Mo referred to their plan for vengeance after nightfall. Anyone bold enough to smash Chen Mo's window would soon face a storm of retribution. They purchased some food for a few dozen yuan in the supermarket and accepted over 600 yuan from Li Dajiao before leaving. Li Dajiao watched through the window as Chen Mo and Chun Bianc ascended the mountain. "Those 2 youngsters are getting more and more industrious," he mused. Chapter 14. An unexpected incident. Once they entered the forest carrying their baskets, they immediately changed direction and pressed onward. Although some mushrooms could be found near the village with careful searching, Chen Mo had grown indifferent to these scattered specimens. After more than an hour's walk, Chen Bianc took a sip of yogurt. "Hey, cousin, are we still going further in?" Chen Mo activated the radar function on his device. His current search radius was 10 meters, covering an area of 314 square meters, nearly 3/4 the size of a basketball court. Standing still, Chen Mo could survey most of the ground within that space. On the radar screen, a small patch of mushrooms appeared. Chen Mo headed directly toward the spot, parting the grass to reveal the fungi beneath. Chen Bianc stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his cousin could pinpoint the location so precisely. He twisted the cap back on his yogurt bottle, tossed it into the basket, and prepared to join the search. As Chen Mo bent down to harvest the mushrooms, he casually remarked, "No need to look further, that's all. Let us move deeper." Chen Bianc was bewildered. Chen Mo's picking speed had increased dramatically compared to a few days prior, swiftly filling the basket with over 20 mushrooms. They pressed onward into the heart of the mountain. Minutes later, Chen Mo discovered another patch, approached, and parted the grass once more. Chen Bianc was utterly dumbfounded. "Cousin, did you mark this spot?" Chen Mo pointed to his own nose and exclaimed, "I have discovered a remarkable ability. I can smell the essence of mountain goods." Chen Bianc retorted, "Cousin, that is merely the nose of a dog, is it not? Yet, I have never heard of dogs being able to locate mushrooms. If they could, every household would take their dogs to the mountains." Chen Mo rolled his eyes, realizing he was simply making excuses. "Did you bring your gloves?" he inquired. Chen Bianke retrieved the subordinate gloves from his pocket, recalling Chen Mo's admonition never to misplace them. Thus, he always tucked them away safely after use. With Chen Bianke's assistance, their harvesting speed increased significantly. After 2 hours, they had filled half their baskets. Chen Mo's system points reached 5,000, accumulating nearly 3,000 points within that time. Standing tall, he activated the radar intermittently for over an hour. Feeling slightly dizzy, he decided to take a break and have a bite to eat. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance. Chen Mo turned toward the sound, but due to the distance, he could see nothing. Chen Bianke also glanced in that direction. "Cousin, did you hear that? Let us go check it out," Chen Mo urged, believing that the person in distress must be from their village. The two dashed towards the source of the commotion, quickly spotting someone sitting on the ground ahead. With his enhanced vision set to 8, Chen Mo recognized the figure even from afar. It was none other than Chen Bianke's mother, his own aunt, Wei Shufan. Chen Bianke could only vaguely perceive a shadow. "Cousin, it seems there's a dog squatting ahead," Chen Mo replied. "Exasperated dog? Your mind is filled with thoughts of dogs. That's your mother." Chen Bianke exclaimed, "My mother? Oh dear." Suddenly, he surged forward with a burst of speed, leaving Chen Mo behind. By the time Chen Mo reached them, Chen Bianke was anxiously shaking Wei Shufan. "Mother, what happened?" he asked. Wei Shufan trembled, pointing at her calf, but Chen Bianke was too preoccupied with shaking her to notice her gestures. Wei Shufan, already in a state of confusion, struggled to articulate her condition due to Chen Bianke's frantic shaking. Chen Mo knelt down and rolled up Wei Shufan's pant leg, revealing 2 distinct bite marks on her calf, oozing dark blood. "Mother, you've been bitten by a snake?" Chen Bianke's face turned pale, frozen in shock. Without hesitation, Chen Mo pulled off his belt and tightly secured it around Wei Shufan's thigh to prevent the venom from spreading upwards. Chen Bianke's voice trembled as he asked, "Cousin, what should we do?" Recalling scenes from various films, Chen Mo quickly declared, "We must extract the poison." Observing Chen Bianke still paralyzed by fear, he did not hesitate to suck at the wound. A briny, metallic taste filled his mouth as he drew the venom out. Spitting repeatedly, he took another forceful gulp. Wei Shufan was already in a semi-conscious state. Chen Mo urged, "Quick, carry her down the mountain." Chen Bianke set down the basket, lifted his mother onto his back, and sprinted toward the village with a speed that matched Chen Mo's own pace. Chen Mo gathered the baskets left by Chen Bianke and Wei Shufan into his spatial storage and hastened after them. The two dashed for half an hour. Chen Mo felt as though he might collapse from exhaustion, yet Chen Bianke's velocity remained unwavering. The village had a clinic, and since villagers often suffered snake bites on the mountain, the clinic was regularly stocked with anti-venom serum. Reaching the clinic meant receiving timely treatment. Chen Mo shouted from behind, "Head straight to the clinic." "Understood," Chen Bianke responded. After half an hour, his frantic demeanor had considerably calmed. Chen Mo, gasping heavily, collapsed onto the grass, utterly spent. His frail constitution was no match for such exertion. After a brief respite, Chen Mo rose and proceeded toward the village. Upon arrival, Chen Bianke was crouching outside the clinic, awaiting him. "How is your mother?" Chen Mo inquired. Chen Bianke choked back tears and shook his head, causing a pang of dread in Chen Mo's heart. Could it already be too late? Swallowing hard, Chen Bianke replied, "She is going to be all right." "If she is all right, then why are you crying and shaking your head?" Chen Mo scolded, unable to contain his frustration. "I was just too anxious," Chen Bianke explained. Chen Mo opened the clinic door and saw his second uncle, Chen Yonggan, standing inside. His aunt, Wei Shufan, lay on a hospital bed receiving intravenous fluids. The village doctor remarked, "Thanks to your timely arrival and proper treatment, her life was saved." Relieved by Wei Shufan's condition, Chen Mo prepared to leave. But as he turned, his vision darkened and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chen Bianke and Chen Yonggan immediately rushed to support him. The doctor asked, "What is wrong with him?" Chen Bianke, panic-stricken, said, "My cousin inhaled snake venom earlier. Could he be poisoned too? Why didn't you say so sooner?" Chen Yonggan reprimanded. Since the disappearance of the protagonist's parents, Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan had cared for him for 2 years. However, as the protagonist became increasingly difficult, the couple gradually distanced themselves from him. Now, this estranged nephew had saved his wife, filling Chen Yonggan with profound guilt. If anything were to happen to his nephew, he would bear that remorse for a lifetime. The doctor recognized the gravity of the situation, The venom might have entered Chen Mo's bloodstream through the oral mucosa. Quick, lay him on the bed. When Chen Mo opened his eyes, Chen Bian's face immediately appeared beside him. Cousin, you're awake? Chen Mo turned his head and realized he was lying on a bed beside Wei Shufan, who remained unconscious. Still somewhat dazed, he asked, "What is the situation?" Chen Biang, now genuinely weeping, said, "Cousin, you're poisoned too, but less severely than my mother. The doctor has already administered the antivenom serum." Chen Mo sighed, acknowledging that one could not fully trust what dramas portrayed. "Cousin, my father has gone home to prepare food. He'll bring it here soon," Chen Biang added, his face laden with guilt. His mother had been bitten by the snake, and if he hadn't been so flustered, he believed he should have been the one to absorb the venom. Chen Mo had taken the poison in his stead. As darkness enveloped the outside world, Chen Mo inquired about the time. "It is 8 o'clock in the evening. Cousin, you have been asleep for 3 hours," came the response. Chen Mo sighed, recalling their earlier plan to vandalize Zhao Xing's window, but he sensed that his physical condition would not permit such endeavors tonight. Chapter 15. A glimmer of hope. After approximately half an hour, Chen Yonggan entered the clinic, carrying 2 large metal lunchboxes. Due to the presence of 2 patients belonging to Chen Mo, the doctor had not returned home that evening. Chen Yonggan placed one lunchbox on the doctor's desk, saying, "Dr. Lu, thank you for your hard work today. Here is a home-cooked dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Please have a bite." Dr. Lu, in his 30s and residing over 30 kilometers away in the county town, had labored for several hours. He suppressed the urge to swallow as he gazed at the fragrant chicken and mushrooms accompanied by half a box of rice. "How could I possibly accept this?" he pondered. Chen Yonggan, eager to deliver the meal, urged, "Dr. Lu, hurry. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Upon entering the inner room, he found Chen Mo and Chen Biang watching him intently. "Father, uncle," Chen Mo greeted politely. Chen Yonggan glanced at his wife before approaching Chen Mo's bedside with concern, asking, "How are you feeling? Any better?" Chen Mo nodded slightly. "I'm just a young man. I'm fine." That's good. That's good," Chen Yonggan replied, shooing away Chen Biang before sitting beside Chen Mo. He placed the lunchbox on the table and gently opened the lid, revealing the same chicken stew and rice. "This is your uncle's home-cooked meal. Do enjoy a bite." Chen Biang, licking his lips, noticed that his father had only one lunchbox left. "Father, what about mine?" Chen Yonggan shot a disapproving glance at his son. "You can run around. Do you really need me to bring you food? If you're hungry, go home and eat." As Chen Yonggan attempted to feed Chen Mo, he was stopped by a raised hand from Chen Mo. No, I can manage myself." Chen Mo slowly shifted his body, trying to sit up, only to realize he had no strength at all. He thought to himself how potent the snake venom must be, still affecting him after all this time. Seeing Chen Mo attempting to rise, Chen Yonggan quickly set down the lunchbox to assist him and instructed Chen Biang, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and help your brother." "I should be under the car, not inside it," Chen Biang replied. Together, they helped Chen Mo sit up. Chen Yonggan handed the lunchbox to Chen Biang, saying, "I'll check on your mother. You feed your cousin." Chen Biang obediently nodded, fearing another reprimand from his father if he uttered another word. Beep. The host may increase their physical constitution. Each increase will restore the body to full health. "Why didn't you mention this sooner, system?" Chen Mo exclaimed in his mind. He currently had 105 points. Beep. 1 point of strength exchanged successfully. 5,000 points deducted. Chen Mo was instantly revitalized, his spirits soaring. The ability to enhance his constitution held great promise. In the future, whenever he felt fatigued while on the mountain, he could simply increase his constitution to regain his vitality. Meanwhile, Chen Biang stood by the bedside, holding the lunchbox and gazing at his cousin. He noticed his cousin's eyes suddenly widen with vitality, and his overall demeanor had transformed. "Cousin, is that you? Surely, you are not experiencing a moment of revival," Chen Bianke remarked, recalling tales from the villagers who said that when a person nears death, their spirit may unexpectedly brighten, indicating a fleeting moment of life before passing. "Get away from me." Chen Mo snatched the lunchbox from Chen Yonggan's grasp, restoring his energy. He felt as though he was on the brink of starvation. Nevertheless, Chen Yonggan's words served as a reminder that he must not exhibit any abnormal behavior. At the very least, he could not immediately become a paragon of virtue. He feigned weakness and hastily consumed his meal, observing Chen Mo devouring his food. Chen Bianke grew increasingly concerned. He had heard the villagers say that those who experience a moment of revival often prioritize eating heartily. Stealthily, Chen Bianke withdrew from the ward and approached Dr. Lu outside. Dr. Lu was in the midst of savoring a piece of chicken when he looked up. "What is it, Bianke?" Leaning closer to Dr. Lu, Chen Bianke lowered his voice. "Doctor, it seems my cousin is near his end. You must go and check on him." Startled, Dr. Lu dropped the piece of chicken onto the table. This was perplexing. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had appeared stable. Without delay, Dr. Lu hurried into the room. Chen Mo continued to eat voraciously and waved at Dr. Lu. "Hello, Dr. Lu." Dr. Lu, bewildered, turned to Chen Bianke. "Isn't he quite well? His appetite surpasses even mine. How could he be in distress?" Chen Bianke made a series of anxious gestures. "Dr. Lu, please examine him." With a cautious demeanor, Dr. Lu approached Chen Mo, scrutinizing his tongue and checking his pulse. "Everything appears fine. He is recovering well." The onlookers in the room were left in a state of confusion by Chen Bianke's alarm. Is that so?" Chen Bianke scratched his head. Chen Yonggan, observing the scene, speculated that his son was up to some mischief again. "Bianke, you ought to return home for a meal." Glancing at Chen Mo, Chen Bianke prepared to make a hasty exit. Chen Mo had nearly finished his meal and feigned a reluctant effort to rise. "Then I shall return home to rest. Please let Chen Bianke escort me." Chen Yonggan expressed concern. "Why not spend the night at the clinic?" "I assure you, I am fine. Just ask Dr. Lu." Dr. Lu nodded. Indeed, Chen Mo is no longer in any danger. Some weakness is expected, but a couple of days of rest will suffice. Seeing Chen Mo's insistence on returning home, Chen Yonggan had no choice but to relent. "Very well, once your aunt awakens, you may return home for dinner." He then turned to Chen Bianke. "Quickly carry your cousin home to rest. Tonight, you shall stay at his place to watch over him." Chen Bianke nodded eagerly. After Chen Mo exchanged farewells with a few individuals, he departed the clinic alongside Chen Bianquebec. Upon stepping outside, Chen Bianke half-squatted, poised as if ready to take flight. "What are you doing?" Chen Mo inquired, picking up a basket from beside the door. Chen Bianke turned his head. "Cousin, allow me to carry you." "Carry me? I can walk on my own," Chen Mo replied, making his way toward home as Chen Bianke hurriedly kept pace. "Cousin, are you certain you are all right? Do you not see any gates of light before you? Or perhaps individuals wielding chains?" Chen Bianke asked anxiously. Chen Mo retorted, "If you continue to babble nonsense, I might just respond in kind." Chen Bianque immediately closed his mouth. The two returned to Chen Mo's home, where Chen Bianque, unfazed, refrained from hastily retrieving the basket from the space. He placed the basket he had carried back into the corner. "Call the Wang brothers." Chen Bianque exclaimed in surprise. "Cousin, are you really going to smash it?" "Of course. Now that we know who is responsible, what better time than today?" "Cousin, I find you increasingly cultured," Chen Bianque remarked as he took out his phone to make a voice call to Wang Xiaoqiang. "Are you ready? We are about to take action. Isn't your cousin poisoned?" Wang Xiaoqiang's voice came through from the other end. In the village, there are no secrets. News of Chen Mo saving Wei Shufan had spread throughout Wulong village by afternoon. Even the villagers were aware that Chen Mo was also poisoned. "Damn, my cousin's spirit is unyielding. A mere snake venom is insignificant." Chen Mo listened nearby, tears welling up. "If you can speak idioms, just say them. If you can't, don't force it. What nonsense is spirit unyielding?" Wang Xiaoqiang wasn't much better off. "All right. I respect your cousin as a man. Contact us when you arrive." Chapter 16. Discovering Matsutake. It was only a little past 8 in the evening. Chen Mo planned to take action at 11 when the streets would undoubtedly be deserted. The two sat in the house, fiddling with their phones. Chen Bianque looked up. "Cousin, since you saved my mother, my parents will surely let you stay at our home." Chen Mo chuckled. "Isn't it good to live by myself? Why would I want to go to your house?" The original owner had always wanted to visit his second uncle's house for free meals and drinks. But due to their strained relationship, Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan had rejected him multiple times. Yet, he was not the original owner. He had his own hands and feet. So why should he rely on others and be a burden? His act of saving Wei Shufan was purely coincidental. He hadn't overthought it. Even if she had been a stranger, he could not bear to let someone die before his eyes. Chen Bianque was perplexed. "Cousin, didn't you always want to stay at my house?" "That was in the past. I've made up my mind. First, I will renovate this house. Once I save enough money, I will tear it down and build a small villa. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Dreaming of the future, Chen Mo smiled to himself. "A villa? Like those on television?" Chen Bianque was astonished by Chen Mo's thoughts. The only two-story house in the village belonged to the village chief and looked quite impressive. Chen Mo chuckled. It was merely his aspiration. After all, his system was designed for collecting mountain goods. If he left the mountains for the city, his system would be of no use. When the clock struck 11, Chen Mo put away his phone. Let's go. Let's go. Chen Bianc quickly jumped down from the Kong. The moon that night was not particularly bright, and the dark, windy atmosphere was perfect for their clandestine endeavor. The two hastily made their way to Old Wang's house. Both Old Wang's and Old Zhao's homes had extinguished their lights. Bianc, Chen Mo called out. Chen Bianc immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Xiaoqiang, informing him that they were outside. The two fixed their gaze on Old Wang's courtyard, only to see Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang emerge from another corner of the wall. As they approached, Wang Daqiang complained, "Damn, why did you take so long? We've been waiting outside for over an hour. How can we act before it gets dark?" Chen Bianc and the opposing group engaged in a heated debate, both parties lowering their voices for fear of being overheard. Enough with the quarrels. Chen Mo interjected, halting the escalating argument. Turning to the Wang brothers, he inquired, "Shall we strike the front or the rear?" Chen Mo planned a pincer attack, intending to shatter both the front and back windows of Zhao Xing's house. Wang Daqiang pondered briefly before responding, "Let's target the front. After that, we can conveniently retreat through the main gate. If Zhao Xing comes looking for us, we can deny involvement." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, deciding that he and Chen Bianc would assault the rear, as it would facilitate a more effortless withdrawal. The two factions reached a consensus. Chen Mo and Chen Bianc circumvented the path to approach the rear wall of Zhao Xing's residence, casually collecting a few suitable stones along the way. Upon reaching their position, Chen Bianc sent Wang Xiaoqiang a message displaying a handgun icon. Instantly, both groups launched their assault, hurling stones at the front and back windows of Zhao Xing's home. The sound of shattering glass echoed loudly. Inside, Zhao Xing's parents were already asleep, with Zhao Xing himself lying on the Kong bed, engrossed in his phone. The crashing glass startled the family profoundly. Clad only in his shorts, Zhao Xing dashed to the door, only to find the assailants had vanished without a trace. Old Zhao emerged from the house, draped in a robe, and bellowed in anger. "Which despicable scoundrel dared to smash my windows? If I catch him, I'll sever his hands." Zhao Xing suspected who was responsible, but dared not confess to his father. In his heart, Chen Mo was nothing but a scoundrel, if the families truly fell out. Zhao Xing feared his father might be driven to despair by Chen Mo's actions. Chen Mo and Chen Bianc strolled leisurely towards home. "Heh, that sly Zhao Xing will finally taste the bitterness of being outwitted," Chen Bianc exclaimed gleefully. Chen Mo remained composed, viewing their actions as merely a justified retaliation. "You haven't eaten dinner yet. Better head home to eat and rest," he advised. "Huh, my dad told me to look after you," Chen Bianc replied. Chen Mo retorted, "Do I look like I need your care? Besides, there's only one quilt at my place. Where would you sleep?" "Ah, true." During the stone throwing, the cousin had been more accurate than himself. "Indeed, no need for care." "Well then, cousin, I'll head home first," he said as the two parted ways. After enhancing his physical condition, Chen Mo felt fully revitalized, devoid of any fatigue. Gazing toward the distant, mist-shrouded mountains, he mused, "Since I have radar capabilities, why not explore?" With that, Chen Mo altered his course directly toward the mountains. Initially, he intermittently activated his radar to ensure the vicinity was safe as he ventured deeper into the wilderness. After more than an hour's trek, Chen Mo engaged his radar to commence a resource search. Now, with only 105 points remaining, he needed to accumulate 5,000 points to feel secure. Even if bitten by a snake, a slight increase in constitution would allow him to fully recover. It would then be a matter of endurance between him and the serpent. As the search began, the radar screen revealed a small patch of mushrooms. Chen Mo approached, touching the mushrooms with his finger, which caused them to vanish into his inventory. Chen Mo remarked thoughtfully, "If I encounter wild ginseng again, I shall not damage a single root." From noon until mid-afternoon, Chen Mo gathered mushrooms. Due to their proximity to the village, the quantity was limited, resulting in just over 2,000 points. The harvest totaled a little more than 100 pounds of mushrooms. He continued venturing deeper into the mountains. Now at least 3 hours away from the village, near the secret hideout that Niu Shaowan had shown him, the mushrooms began to multiply, and suddenly, several circular markers appeared on the radar screen. This was the first time any symbols had appeared there. Chen Mo located the marked spot, parted the undergrowth, and illuminated the area with his phone's flashlight. Beneath a pine tree, 5 specimens slightly larger than ordinary mushrooms protruded from the soil. They resembled white, elongated objects embedded in the earth. Matsutake mushrooms? Chen Mo reached out and plucked one. He recalled Chun Bianc mentioning that Matsutake mushrooms commanded a minimum price of over 100 yuan per gene. These 5 mushrooms must weigh at least a gene. Checking his points, 3,305. Moments ago, he had 3,205 points. Could one Matsutake truly be worth 100 points? He tapped each mushroom in turn, storing them all in his space, and his system points rose to 3,605. Hastily, Chen Mo resumed searching nearby. Matsutake mushrooms form only in symbiosis with tree species over 50 years old, so they could be found only in such ancient, deep forests. Not long after, another marked location appeared on the radar. Hurrying over, he parted the grass to find 7 or 8 more Matsutake mushrooms standing proudly. He continued searching in the vicinity until 8 o'clock in the morning. In total, Chen Mo had gathered over 20 gene of Matsutake mushrooms, and his points had surged to 10,255. The sky was already bright. After a night of toil, Chen Mo felt fatigued. He took out some ham sausages and milk he had bought from Bigfoot Supermarket, eating as he walked toward the village. Wei Shufan should awaken today and would surely seek him out. If she couldn't find him, it might cause some trouble. Ding! Host can upgrade speed options. At 8 points, comprehend lightness skill. Walking on water. At 10 points, comprehend Lingbo Weibo. Chen Mo stood biting his sausage, imagining himself flying over grass and treetops, thinking, damn, that would look so magnificent. Moreover, mastering this skill would save a great deal of time during travel. Let me settle affairs at home first. Then enter the mountains for seclusion. Chapter 17. Can't you learn something good from me? By 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mo had returned home. Chen Bianc was sitting in his yard, basking in the sunlight. Cousin, where have you been? Just wandering around, Chen Mo replied, concealing his overnight stay in the mountains. Anyone venturing into the mountains at night would seem strange. Chen Bianc didn't press further. He had only waited an hour since 9. Cousin, my mother has awakened and asked me to invite you for lunch at my house. Chen Mo had expected as much. Presumably, she had agonized at home over whether to have him move in. Looking at his dilapidated house with broken windows, Chen Mo asked, is old Wang's family into renovations? Yes, Wang Xiaoqiang's father is a carpenter and mason. Why do you ask? I want to repair the house. How much would it cost? Chen Bianc turned to glance at Chen Mo's home. It was undoubtedly the most decrepit dwelling in the entire village, with a leaking roof, drafty walls, and windows on the verge of falling out. There remains that dilapidated wooden door, less sturdy than the entrance to a pigsty. Cousin, is there truly a necessity to renovate the house? In the Greater Khingan Range, the cost of constructing a house reaches 1,000 yuan per square meter. To build a space of over 60 square meters would require more than 60,000 yuan, not accounting for the expenses associated with clearing the old house. Chen Mo, contemplating a renovation, currently lacks the funds. Perhaps we should summon Wang Tiehua for consultation. Ultimately, Chen Mo resolved to prioritize repairs, at the very least. He needed shelter from the wind and rain. Although he possessed a space where he could, if necessary, sleep, a house in the village represents a facade, an essential aspect of maintaining one's standing within the community. Fortuitously, Wang Tiehua and Wang Xiaoqiang had not ascended the mountain today, upon receiving the news. They swiftly arrived at Chen Mo's residence. The group, having previously engaged in mischief together, found their camaraderie unexpectedly strengthened. What's the matter? Aren't we still drying mushrooms at home? Wang Tiehua inquired. Chen Mo gestured toward his dilapidated abode. Could you estimate the cost of repairs? Wang Tiehua, having inherited much of old Wang's craftsmanship, scrutinized Chen Mo's house with a frown. After a prolonged contemplation, he replied, it depends on how you wish to proceed. If it's merely replacing windows and doors, 5,000 yuan should suffice. However, if you intend to replace the roof, repair the walls, and apply a fresh coat of paint, it would amount to at least 16 or 17,000. Chen Mo possessed a total of over 27,000 yuan, although more than 10,000 of that belonged to Chen Bianxiao. Additionally, there were over 20 gene of Matsutake mushrooms in the space, which could fetch more than 2,000 yuan. How many days will it take? Chen Mo had already resolved to repair the house. He planned to spend a few days in the mountains, utilizing this time to enhance his residence. Wang Tiehua responded, if my brother and I handle it, we'll need a week. However, with extra help, We could complete it in 4 days, albeit at a higher cost. Let us proceed, Chen Mo stated decisively. Wang Tiehua looked at him. Are you certain? If we are to undertake this, we require payment up front. Wang Tiehua was wary that Chen Mo might renege on the agreement later. Labor was secondary, but they needed to purchase doors, windows, and materials. Chen Mo retrieved his phone. Let us do it. Transfer the funds. He first transferred 15,000 yuan to Wang Tiehua. You may begin, and we will settle the remainder upon completion. Upon seeing the 15,000 credited, Wang Tiehua understood Chen Mo was serious. All right, we shall return shortly to take measurements. After dismissing the Wang brothers, Chen Bianxiao still felt a hint of disbelief. Cousin, are you truly going to renovate? Of course, I've already transferred the money. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Chen Bianxiao nodded. I just think it's somewhat wasteful. You could easily stay at my house. Chen Mo was reluctant to be a guest under someone else's roof. A golden nest or a silver nest could not compare to one's own humble abode. Let us not discuss staying at your house anymore. Let us head to the supermarket to buy some things and see your mother. The two arrived at the supermarket and purchased 2 boxes of milk. Li Dajiao scrutinized Chen Mo, making him feel quite uncomfortable. This fellow seems to have some issues. Could it be he has developed an inclination for men? After a prolonged observation, Li Dajiao finally spoke. Didn't you say you were also bitten by a snake? Why do you appear unfazed by everything? Chen Mo realized that Li Dajiao's concern stemmed from this. My cousin is resilient despite his disabilities. That snake bite is inconsequential. Chen Bianxiao boasted once more on Chen Mo's behalf. Resilient despite disabilities? Li Dajiao scrutinized Chen Mo once again, curious to discern where his disability lay. Chen Mo placed 2 cartons of milk on the counter and said, Don't heed Bien K's nonsense. The poison I contracted was never severe. The 2 cartons cost 80 yuan. As he paid, Chen Mo recalled the matsutake mushrooms stored in his space and inquired, Uncle Jiao, what is the current price of matsutake? Upon hearing the mention of matsutake, Li Dajiao's eyes gleamed with interest. Where are they? How many do you have? Although matsutake resembled donkey whips, they lack aphrodisiac properties. Rather, they nourish the spleen and stomach and are particularly beneficial to the liver. I was merely asking, Chen Mo replied without revealing that he possessed over 20 kilograms of matsutake, which are difficult to gather. If the price discrepancy was too great, he might as well make a trip to the city to sell them. Just inquiring, he reiterated. Li Dajiao, losing interest, casually remarked, This year, our village's matsutake yield is low. If you have any, I can offer 130 yuan per gene. After paying for the milk, Chen Mo instructed Chen Bianc to carry it, and the two departed the supermarket. Chen Mo sent a message via his phone to Chen Tiehua at Huiran Hall. Manager Chen, do you want matsutake over there? Soon, Chen Tiehua replied, Yes, brother. Did you gather some? Chen Mo edited his message. Yes. What price? Depending on quality. If good, we can pay 150 yuan per gene. The matsutake Chen Mo gathered were certainly of excellent quality, and the price difference between Li Dajiao's offer and the market was over 400 yuan. The round-trip bus fare was only 10 yuan, and he could also procure more food from the city supermarket to store in his space. All right, I'll deliver some to you this afternoon. Good, call me when you arrive. Chen Mo put away his phone, thinking such errands were more convenient to handle personally. He could retrieve items from his space once in the city, sparing himself the burden of carrying them on the bus. I'm heading to the city this afternoon. Is there anything you want me to bring back? Chen Bianc was surprised. Cousin, you're going to the city? My dad has stewed ribs and chicken. I was hoping to have a good drink with you at noon. No alcohol for me, and you should cut back too. Chen Mo did not object to drinking, but seeing Chen Bianc think of little else but alcohol daily, he feared it would ruin him sooner or later. Chen Bianc licked his lips, muttering, You used to drink every day too, didn't you? Chen Mo thought wryly that it was the original owner who had influenced Chen Bianc's drinking habit. Can't you learn something better from me? Chen Bianc stared with bewildered eyes. Huh? Learn what? What is so good about you, cousin? Chen Mo was rendered speechless. The two arrived at second uncle's house, where Chen Yonggan was still cooking, and Wei Shufan was assisting nearby. Seeing Chen Mo, Wei Shufan quickly set down the vegetables, wiped her hands on her clothes, and approached. Chen Mo is here. Come inside right away. Dinner's about to start. In Chen Mo's memories, Wei Shufan had not spoken properly to the original owner for years. Their meetings were usually fraught with arguments. Chen Bianc extended both hands, holding the milk. Mom, my cousin bought you some milk. Wei Shufan stared in astonishment at the 2 cartons of milk. In her wildest dreams, she never imagined Chen Mo would buy her anything. She considered it a loss even if he merely took something from her home without permission. Could it be, as her son said, that Chen Mo had truly changed? Chapter 18. You're preparing for the graduate exam from the very first day Chen Mo transmigrated. Chen Bianc noticed his transformation, washing clothes, tidying the yard, cooking meals, and gathering wild mountain produce. There are several things that I would never have done in the past, even if my cousin had urged me to. We had agreed to descend together into depravity, yet my cousin, halfway through, has chosen the path of redemption. Thus, each time Chen Bianc returns home, he tells his mother that his cousin has changed, for the better, to the extent that he barely resembles the person he once was. Wei Shufan initially could not believe it, as she was all too aware of Chen Mo's character. However, witnessing the transformation with her own eyes has led her to question her previous judgments. Chen Bianc set aside the milk, knowing that most of it would eventually end up in his own stomach. Just moments ago, my cousin sought out the Wang family brothers to discuss renovations for his house. Chen Bianc perceives this as a positive development and, eager to shift his mother's view of his cousin, speaks up impulsively. Renovating the house. Wei Shufan exclaimed in astonishment. That must require a considerable sum. Chen Bianc was about to respond when Chen Mo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "It's not much, just a simple repair." Chen Yonggan, who had bravely entered with dishes, happened to overhear the conversation about the renovations. "What do we need the old Wang family for? We could save some money by doing it ourselves." "Exactly," Wei Shufan nodded in agreement. Chen Mo replied, "It's best to leave professional tasks to those who are skilled. Tackling it ourselves could lead to unnecessary hardship and potential mishaps." Both Wei Shufan and Chen Yonggan exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such words could come from Chen Mo. Chen Yonggan, regaining his composure, said, "All right then, if you've made your decision, let the Wang family handle it. I'll go with Bianc to lend a hand and keep an eye on things." Chen Mo did not protest any further. "All right, I appreciate your help." Hearing Chen Mo's gratitude brought immense satisfaction to Chen Yonggan's heart. The four of them shared a jovial meal, and as Chen Mo prepared to leave for the city, he bid farewell to Chen Bianc's family. Chen Yonggan took a sip of wine and remarked, "We were planning to have Chen Mo stay with us, and now he is already preparing for renovations. What should we do now?" Wei Shufan expressed her dilemma. It was she who had initially sent Chen Mo away, yet he had saved her life. They had envisioned having him stay at their home for a few more years, eventually finding him a suitable bride, thus repaying the kindness shown to him and his family. But now, their plans seemed to have collapsed before they even began to take shape. Chen Yonggan pondered, "Well, if he prefers to stay in his old house, then let him be. We should start looking around the nearby villages for suitable young women to match him with, so he can settle down soon." Wei Shufan sighed. With Chen Mo's reputation, he is known throughout the surrounding villages. What decent girl would want to be with him? Chen Bianc, quietly gnawing on a bone, listened intently to his parents' conversation, thinking to himself that, given his cousin's capabilities, he would not require their assistance in finding a partner. After all, wasn't he their still Niu Xiaojun? Meanwhile, Chen Mo boarded the bus to the city, exchanging 5 points in the system for a bag. Upon arriving in the city, he entered a public restroom. Locking the door behind him, he retreated into his space, where he carefully placed the harvested matsutake mushrooms into the bag. With nearly 200 pounds of mushrooms in his space, Chen Mo chose to ignore them for now. He could sell them to Li Dajiao when he returned home. In the next moment, he reappeared in the stall, bag of matsutake mushrooms in hand. Exiting the restroom, Chen Mo hailed a taxi and headed straight for Huiran Hall. During the ride, he sent a message to Chen Jia, informing him of his imminent arrival. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Chen Mo found Chen Jia waiting outside. He handed over the bag, inquiring, "What do you think of the goods?" Chen Jia, smiling, opened the bag and peered inside. "Wow, these are remarkably fresh, and their appearance is quite pleasing." After gently rummaging through the contents, he noted that the quality below matched that on top. Nodding in satisfaction, he remarked, "Good stuff. Let us weigh them inside." As they made their way into the store, 2 security guards recognized Chen Mo. With Chen Jia in tow, they merely glanced at them before returning their attention elsewhere. Chen Jia deliberately called Chen Mo into the back room, where he brought in a scale from outside. Placing the bag onto the scale, it immediately displayed 123 kilograms. "That's 246 gene. I'll count you for 25 gene." We agreed on 150 per gene, totaling 3750. "Is that acceptable?" Chen Mo was quite satisfied with this price. In the village, selling to Li Dajiao would only fetch around 3,200. This trip had netted him an extra 500, no problem at all. Chen Jihua fiddled with his phone, transferring the 3750 to Chen Mo, who confirmed the payment. Well then, Manager Chen, I'll be in touch when I have more goods. All right, Chen Jihua replied, seeing Chen Mo off outside the store. Watching Chen Mo depart, he couldn't help but marvel at how quickly he had procured good merchandise. If he were to come by 2 or 3 times a month, it would certainly bolster his income by several thousand. Chen Mo gazed at his phone balance, pleased with the additional 3750 earned today. He took a turn and headed directly to the mall. He first purchased a set of leisure where he fancied, spending over 200. The clothes he wore were remnants of the previous owner, skin-tight, distressed jeans, loafers, and even a pair of Chelsea boots. The disparity in taste was stark. He also bought a pair of discounted trekking shoes. After changing into his new attire, he ran his fingers through his flowing hair. It was time for a transformation. Entering a barber shop, he opted for a new hairstyle. Upon finishing, he gazed into the mirror at his newly cropped hair. Goodness, how incredibly handsome, he thought. This wasn't merely a change of hairstyle. It felt like a complete transformation. This sentiment wasn't his alone. It echoed from behind him. Turning around, he spotted an energetic young woman, fixated on him. Hey, handsome, want to add me on WeChat? She flirted, her wrist adorned with creases. In an instant, Chen Mo felt an itch all over. You're delightful, but I'm not in the market for a massage. As he stepped out of the barber shop, the spirited young woman flashed him a middle finger, exclaiming, what does being handsome even matter? I can have any man I want. Chen Mo then decided to visit the supermarket for some groceries, aiming to stock up on food and water. Just as he entered the supermarket, a couple walked out, with the woman scrutinizing him intently. Chen Mo recognized her as Wang Li, the former girlfriend of the original owner, a rather unfortunate choice. Beside her was a melancholic prince, adorned in dazzling attire and sporting purple hair that obscured half of his face. Seeing his girlfriend eye another handsome man, the melancholic prince wrapped his arm around Wang Li, looking at Chen Mo with an air of arrogance, as if to say, what good is being handsome? I possess a brooding charm. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Chen Mo could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation, likening it to fish seeking fish, shrimp seeking shrimp, and turtles seeking their kin. Suddenly, Wang Li grasped Chen Mo's arm, inquiring, are you Chen Mo? Chen Mo forcefully extricated himself from her grasp, wary of Wang Li's intentions. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yet, upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Wang Li felt even more convinced that her recognition was accurate. She scrutinized him from head to toe, clad in a well-fitted casual outfit and sporting a freshly styled haircut. He exuded an aura of comfort and natural charm. Particularly striking was the slight upward curve of his lips, previously obscured by his hair. She had never realized how handsome he truly was. My princess, who is he? The melancholic prince inquired, observing Wang Li's interaction with Chen Mo, visibly displeased. At that moment, Wang Li's gaze was entirely fixated on Chen Mo, leaving no room for the melancholic prince in her thoughts. The love she had lost felt like grains of sand slipping through her fingers. Chen Mo, you once promised to love me forever. Surrounding them were patrons entering and exiting the supermarket, many turning their heads to glance in Chen Mo's direction. You're quite articulate. Are you planning to take the entrance exam for graduate studies? Chen Mo rolled his eyes and stepped into the supermarket. Chapter 19. Breaking free. Once Chen Mo was completely out of sight, the melancholic prince confronted Wang Li. Is that person truly the worthless individual you spoke of? During her time with the melancholic prince, Wang Li had not yet broken ties with Chen Mo. Thus she belittled Chen Mo in front of him, though much of what she said was rooted in truth. As Wang Li observed the melancholic prince, whose hairstyle obscured half his face, she realized for the first time how unflattering it appeared. Compared to Chen Mo's sunny disposition, the prince seemed as if he had just emerged from a coffin. We're through, Wang Li declared decisively, determined to return to Chen Mo. The melancholic prince, shocked and disheartened, replied, Wang Li, you would end our relationship for that pretty boy? How many spicy hot pots have you enjoyed because of me? How many sweet drinks have you had? If you wish to break up, return the money. Wang Li, incensed by his demand for money, pointed an accusatory finger at the melancholic prince, exclaiming, you dare ask me for money after dragging me to small inns for hot pot? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Today's youth truly know how to indulge recklessly, flaunting their youth without a care. The attire of both participants hardly suggested they were virtuous individuals. Rendered speechless by Wang Li's retort and the murmurs of the crowd, the melancholic prince blushed with embarrassment. Wang Li, I'll share your photo online. Wang Li, undeterred, replied, Go ahead. I fear no scrutiny. Leaving the melancholic prince behind, she re-entered the supermarket, intent on catching up with Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was fervently pushing a shopping cart through the aisles, zealously purchasing not only an abundance of food but also various household items, preparing to stock both his residence and his living space. Although the system's points could be redeemed, he preferred to reserve those for enhancing his physical capabilities. After amassing a substantial load of supplies, Chen Mo made his way to the checkout. Just then, Wang Li located him. Upon witnessing the vast array of goods Chen Mo had acquired, she pondered the expense involved. Had Chen Mo struck it rich? Wang Li rushed to Chen Mo's side, grasping the handle of the shopping cart. Chen Mo, take a break. Allow me to push for you. Chen Mo had noticed her approach, feeling as though he had been ensnared by an unrelenting specter. Fine, if you wish to push, then go ahead, he replied, releasing his grip and distancing himself from her. Wang Li examined the array of delicacies in the cart. Darling, can you possibly finish all this food? Darling, are you addressing me? She asked, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I've made up my mind. I too shall withdraw from the family and lead an ordinary life, just like you. Chen Mo, let us reconcile. Chen Mo retorted sarcastically, without you, the Shamate family would surely fall apart. Do continue to play your role as a princess. However, Wang Li completely misinterpreted the sarcasm, earnestly shaking her head. For your sake? What is the world to me? Chen Mo could only scoff inwardly. It was perplexing how Wang Li's words resonated with the sentiments of a QQ signature. Wang Li gazed at the cart filled with sumptuous treats, convinced that her eloquent declarations would win Chen Mo back. Upon exiting the supermarket, these delights would be hers. As they approached the checkout, it was not a busy day, and the lines were short. Soon, they reached the register. Wang Li skillfully began unloading items from the cart onto the counter. You carry on. I forgot to grab something, Chen Mo said. Wang Li obediently nodded. I will wait for you, darling. Chen Mo turned with a huff, thinking, your darling is the melancholic prince, not me. After a brief detour to the entrance of the supermarket, where one could exit without making a purchase, Chen Mo resolved to switch to another store for his shopping. Dealing with someone like Wang Li was not as simple as a few harsh words or kicks to send her away. Wang Li, in her effort to wait for Chen Mo, slowly began to take items out of the cart. Eventually, the cashier began scanning the items one by one. That will be 4,622 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or via scan? The cashier smiled at Wang Li. Not only did she lack the 400 yuan, she had barely 40. The melancholic prince had brought her in merely to buy each of them a sausage. Just a moment. My boyfriend will be out to settle the bill, she said. All right, the cashier replied, placing the packaged items aside and moving on to the next customer. Wang Li kept glancing into the store, but Chen Mo was nowhere in sight. After waiting for several minutes with no sign of him, an ominous feeling washed over her. She retrieved her phone and searched for Chen Mo's number from her blacklist. After their breakup, she had blocked him, believing he would incessantly harass her. When she dialed, the line was met with a message indicating it could not be connected. Repeated attempts yielded the same result. Realizing she had been deceived, she quietly stepped back while the cashier was busy and fled the supermarket. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had purchased the same items from a different store. Having spent only an additional half hour carrying 2 large bags, he found a secluded corner, ensured there were no cameras nearby, and stowed the items away in his space. Clapping his hands, he mused, this space truly is essential for one on a journey of solitude. He then boarded a bus, preparing to return. Though it had yet to reach the village, Chen Mo received a call from Chun Bianc. Cousin, a woman has come to your house looking for you. That afternoon, the Wang brothers came to measure the windows and front door. Chen Mo was not at home, so Chun Bianc came to help open the door. It was obvious without a doubt that it was Wang Li. She had returned even quicker than he had. Just tell her I've gone out of town and don't know when I'll be back. Chen Mo decided to get off the car and head straight up the mountain. Cousin, you're going out of town? Chun Bianc thought Chen Mo was telling the truth. To prevent Chun Bianc from accidentally revealing the truth, Chen Mo responded with a hum. Keep an eye on the house repairs for me. All right, cousin, Chun Bianc agreed readily. Wang Li stood beside Chun Bianc and overheard that Chen Mo was going out of town. She shouted into Chun Bianc's phone, Chen Mo, if you don't come back, Don't ever think of seeing me again. Wang Li believed she was still dealing with the original Chen Mo, so a single threat made her obedient. Chen Mo said into the phone, "Hang up. Don't pay any attention to what that crazy woman says." Chen Bianc put away his phone and pouted as he looked at Wang Li beside him. "You heard it too. My cousin is going on a trip and doesn't he know when he'll return? I don't believe it. He must be lying. I'll wait for him at his house," Wang Li said, then walked into the courtyard and squatted there, watching Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang work. Wang Xiaoqiang whispered to Wang Daqiang, "Brother, Chen Mo's girlfriend is really beautiful." "Oomph, what good is beauty? Haven't you seen Chen Mo disappear? I bet the girl is pregnant." Because of Wang Daqiang's words, rumors spread again throughout the village. Chen Mo got a girl pregnant and then vanished. Chen Bianc quietly sent Chen Mo a message to inform him of the situation. Chen Mo smiled after reading it, then let her wait. If anything is stolen or damaged at home, call the police. Chen Mo was heading deep into the mountains where there was no phone signal, so he had to make arrangements in advance. Chapter 20. Wang Li gets beaten. Chen Mo got off the car and headed straight to the western mountains of the village, a direction leading deep into the Greater Khingan Range, where even after days of walking, one wouldn't encounter other villages. Villagers met Chen Mo along the way, all wearing expressions of surprise. His transformation today was astonishing, as if he had become a different person. "Did you get a haircut?" a villager greeted him. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You look much more spirited now." A handsome young man admired for miles around. The villagers chuckled. Chen Mo maintained his smile. After entering the mountains, Chen Mo found the right direction and pressed forward at full speed. He walked until dusk, trekking mountain paths for 4 continuous hours. He must first master the water-walking lightness skill. Traveling was exhausting. Chen Mo entered his space and said, taking out the roasted duck he had bought, sitting cross-legged to enjoy his dinner with beer. He pulled out his phone and selected a movie he had previously downloaded. He had also purchased a 20,000 mAh power bank at the supermarket, specifically to watch movies in his space at night when idle. After finishing a movie and nearly finishing the roasted duck, he gathered all the trash. Although items wouldn't rot or decay in the space, he couldn't let it become a garbage heap. Then, slightly intoxicated from the beer, he crawled into his tent and peacefully fell asleep. Meanwhile, back at Chen Mo's home, the Wang brothers meticulously measured the dimensions and commenced the repairs, beginning with the removal of the old tiles and decaying plaster. They also dismantled the old windows and door frames. As dusk approached, Chen Bianc suggested, "Why not join me for dinner at my home?" In the village, it was customary for those whose homes were being repaired to provide a meal, and since his cousin was absent, he felt compelled to assume that responsibility. "I cannot. My mother is preparing stewed chicken at home." Wang Xiaoqiang was the first to object. Wang Daqiang chuckled and replied, "Once the house is completed, we shall feast heartily at your place." "Very well then," Chen Bianc conceded. As the three emerged from the house, they noticed Wang Li still squatting in the courtyard, refusing to leave. Upon seeing Chen Bianc and the others, she stood up. "We must lock the door once our work is done. You should leave swiftly," Chen Bianc urged. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang observed Wang Li clutching her abdomen, their suspicions solidifying that she was indeed pregnant. In truth, Wang Li was merely hungry, having consumed only a single sausage that day, and she could hardly endure it any longer. "I want to leave. Chen Mo must be hidden by you. Bring him out to see me, or I shall starve to death here," she threatened. Chen Bianc regarded her with an odd expression, astonished that she would resort to such threats. Recalling his cousin's instructions, he called to the Wang brothers, "Let us depart. If she wishes to remain here, let her do so." After the trio left, Wang Li entered Chen Mo's home, where the doors and windows had already been removed, and the walls were marred and unsightly, appearing even worse than the abandoned houses in the county. There was not a single item left inside. "Chen Mo, I shall surely move you," Wang Li declared, before climbing onto the dusty earthen bed, hugging her knees in preparation for a long night. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a text message from the melancholic prince. "Dear, I acknowledge my mistakes. Where are you? I invite you for spicy hot pot." Gazing at the dilapidated dwelling, Wang Li resolved to return home for the hot pot and seek out Chen Mo the following day. "I shall grant you one chance. I am in Wulong village. Come and fetch me by taxi." At that moment, the melancholic prince was at a local adult goods store in the county. Upon reading Wang Li's reply, a predatory gleam sparkled in one of his eyes as he instructed the store owner, "Bring me 10, no, 20 condoms." The following day, Chen Mo was roused by the blaring alarm. Stretching as he crawled out of bed, he felt invigorated and in high spirits. After brushing his teeth with a bottle of mineral water, having specifically purchased a small bucket for wastewater, he casually consumed a couple of buns. Reappearing in the forest, he inhaled the fresh air, oriented himself, and continued onward for another morning. The area he now occupied was seldom frequented by nearby villagers, as it took over 8 hours of walking to reach, dissuading anyone from venturing so far for mushroom gathering. Activating the radar function, several mushrooms appeared on the screen. However, as Chen Mo approached, he found some had overgrown and been infested by insects, rendering them inedible, an unfortunate occurrence that would not transpire near the village. Selecting some good specimens, he stored them in his space and pressed on in search of the next patch, deliberately advancing deeper into the forest, with the radar display continuously active. He hoped that a red circle would suddenly appear on the radar, indicating the discovery of something valuable. After more than 3 hours of foraging, his points reached 15,065. Having originally possessed over 10,000 points, he decided not to rush into redeeming his vitality points, as a timely click could restore his health in critical moments. Re-entering the space, he took out a bottle of water and drank half of it, then retrieved a self-heating hot pot he had purchased at the supermarket. Chen Mo had bought 5 or 6 boxes of these, along with various flavors of self-heating rice. Pouring clean water into the bottom of the box and sealing it, the hot pot soon began to emit steam. The only drawback was the inability to take a shower, Chen Mo lamented as he gazed at the hot pot. After spending half an hour eating, it was now 5 in the afternoon. Chen Mo decided to venture out for a bit more foraging. With a thought, he reappeared in the forest, just 2 meters away from a northeast black bear that turned to look at him. The bear, standing on all fours and measuring about 1.7 meters in length, had black fur with a large white V-shaped pattern on its chest. Their eyes met, and the bear seemed equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of a human. Chen Mo thought, I should make a quick exit. In the next moment, he returned to the space, exclaiming in frustration that he had indeed ended up in the deep woods where wild beasts were more prevalent. He regretted not purchasing some firecrackers to fend them off, unsure of when the black bear would depart. Chen Mo opted to lie down in his tent and watch a movie. Meanwhile, at Chen Mo's home, early in the morning, Chen Bianke and the Wang brothers had arrived for work. Noticing that the woman from yesterday was no longer present, the three did not find it odd. They busied themselves until afternoon when Chen Bianke casually glanced out the window and nearly jumped in fright. Wang Li stood outside the window, her face bruised and her eyes darkened. Has Chen Mo returned? She asked, her voice significantly lower than the previous day due to the inhumane torment she had endured the night before. The melancholic prince had taken her out for spicy hot pot, attempting to persuade her to accompany him to a small inn. However, she had rejected his advances in hopes of reconciling with Chen Mo, resulting in a brutal beating and her forcible drag into the inn. Wang Li now genuinely wished to mend her relationship with Chen Mo, not for his wealth or good looks, but simply because he did not harm her. Chen Bianke initially thought Wang Li had intentionally applied makeup to feign distress, but upon closer inspection, he realized the truth. Were you beaten? He asked. Wang Li shielded her face with her hands. No, I just fell. Has Chen Mo returned? She inquired again. Fell? How could you fall and look like this? Tell me what happened, Chen Bianke replied, his eyes wide with curiosity. I asked you if he has come back. Why do you care where I fell? Wang Li retorted angrily, her eyes filled with red veins. Her face contorted in rage as she shouted. Chen Bianke swallowed hard. He hasn't returned. Wang Li broke down in tears. Chapter 21. Encountering wild ginseng again, Chen Mo waited in the space for another half hour, feeling that the black bear had likely departed. With a thought, he reappeared in the dense forest, exercising utmost caution. If the black bear was still lurking outside, he could return to the space in an instant. As he emerged, he immediately activated the radar function. The surrounding area within a 10-meter radius was laid bare before him, confirming that the black bear had indeed left. Marks left by black bears on the ground indicated that they had previously ventured to this spot. Chuckling softly, he speculated whether a bear had given birth nearby. Although dusk had already set in, Chen Mo felt an irresistible urge to forage once more. However, he first needed to accomplish a particular task. Ding, vision enhancement successful, 10,000 points awarded. Ding, congratulations, host's vision has reached level 10. Enabling the scanning of any situation within a 20-meter radius. The radar imagery in his mind expanded. allowing him to discern all occurrences within a 20-meter range. This enhancement would permit him to detect dangers earlier and uncover more treasures of the mountains. A prominently enlarged red circle appeared at the edge of the visual display, signifying a valuable find. Excitedly, Chen Mo approached the marked location, parting the obstructing underbrush. Before him lay a cluster of vibrant red fruits. Chen Mo's breath hitched. He recognized the red fruit all too well, having recently foraged a specimen with Biang. Wild ginseng. Without needing to exchange for a red string to bind it, he could simply touch it to store it in his space, ensuring it could not escape. Gently, he pressed his finger against the root of the wild ginseng. With a swift motion, the wild ginseng vanished from the ground, leaving behind a small pit. In an instant, the prized specimen appeared in his hand, complete with its full roots and leaves, surpassing even those harvested by seasoned foragers over several decades. Ding! The wild ginseng is aged 32 years, with a reference price of 100,000 yuan. The system promptly provided the reference price. Chen Mo paused for a moment, checking his system points. Current points, 35, 150, having originally possessed over 5,000 points. He noted an increase of only 30,000 points. A sense of silence enveloped him. Why were the points awarded so meagerly? The last 22-year-old wild ginseng had granted him 27,000 points. Ding! The system rewards points based on the difficulty of obtaining mountain goods. Final interpretation rights are reserved by the system. Once again, Chen Mo fell silent. The finality of the system's explanation quelled all his inquiries. With a subtle motion, he stored the wild ginseng into his space. So, it seems my acquisition was deemed too effortless? In that case, I shall seek out several more specimens to compensate. With his radar activated, Chen Mo scoured the mountainside. 2 hours later, his mental energy was completely depleted, leaving him in a state of drowsiness. Ultimately, he had only gathered over 2 pounds of matsutake mushrooms and a few other fungi. I can't go on like this. Exhausted, Chen Mo retreated into his space. He hadn't even had the chance to store the wild ginseng nestled in the corner before he crawled into his tent and succumbed to slumber. The radar function had extended its range, yet it also drained his mental energy more significantly. At a distance of 10 meters, he could maintain it for 4 hours, whereas at 20 meters, it lasted only 2 hours. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Chen Mo groggily sat up, rubbing his aching head. It seems I must avoid exhausting my mental energy entirely before resting. I ought to retain some reserves. Without hurrying to rise, he began to assess the various parameters of his body. Host, Chen Mo, strength, 4, agility, 2, speed, 1, sense of smell, 1, vision, 10. All data normal for humans is 5. The system informed him that by enhancing his speed to 8, he could activate the lightness technique that allows him to walk on water, igniting an insatiable curiosity within Chen Mo, suppressing his restless heart. He realized he could not allocate all his points at once. Incrementally enhancing his physique would allow him to fully rejuvenate. He must master the rhythm of his advancements to maximize the utility of his points. He first allocated 1 point to speed, alleviating the headache that plagued him. Ding! 1 point speed enhancement successful. Points, 5,000. Chen Mo felt revitalized, his mind crystal clear, and all weariness dissipated. He took out his phone to check the time. It was 8:20 a.m. An exhausting depletion of mental energy had led to a solid 10 hours of sleep. Emerging from the spatial realm, he was uncertain of his distance from Wulong village. Activating the radar, he observed several mushrooms appearing on the screen. With yesterday's experience in mind, Chen Mo understood that even with the radar functionality, wild ginseng was not easily encountered. Everything was left to fate. Currently, his speed still allowed him to earn over 1,000 points per hour. From dawn till dusk, he amassed over 10,000 points. And the mushrooms in his space accumulated to more than 400 pounds. The 4 square space was evidently insufficient. Aside from the location of his tent, the surroundings were already piled high with mushrooms. The system exchanged for an additional 4 square space. Ding! 4 square space exchange completed. Points, 8,000. The space doubled to 8 squares. Gazing at the newly available area, Chen Mo resolved to return to the city to purchase some shelves for storage, enabling him to accommodate more items. Stacking everything on the ground was an utter waste of space. After spending another 2 days harvesting in the mountains and accounting for the journey there, he had spent a total of 5 days in the wilderness. His storage now held over 800 pounds of ordinary mushrooms, more than 30 pounds of matsutake, over 10 pounds of wood ear mushrooms, and a 32-year-old wild ginseng. On a brisk morning, Chen Mo emerged from his space. It was time to return home. After 5 days of crawling through the forest, he was beginning to smell. Host: Chen Mo, strength, 5, agility, 2, speed, 8, sense of smell, 2, vision, 10. All data normal for humans is 5. He had 200 points remaining. All other points had been allocated to enhance his physical attributes. Whenever he felt mentally fatigued, he would allocate a point, restoring his state to continue scanning for mountain goods with the radar. Temporarily elevating his strength to the normal human level, he invested all remaining points into speed. Successfully upgrading his speed to 8, he mastered the lightness technique. Having spent a day leaping in the mountains, he could now adeptly utilize this newfound ability. Chen Mo activated his lightness technique, swiftly traversing the grass towards Wulong village. Suddenly, 2 wild rabbits were startled, darting into the distance. A smile crept across Chen Mo's face as he shifted his direction and activated the radar. Locking onto the 2 rabbits, they quickly split, leaving him to pursue only one. Moments later, Chen Mo bent down, grasping the ear of the rabbit. The wild hare weighed around 4 to 5 pounds, a rather plump specimen. Even as it was hoisted by its hind legs, the creature flailed about in a frenzy. Chen Mo chuckled, remarking on its surprising strength. A few meters away lay a burrow, the hare's nest, and should it manage to burrow inside, capturing it would become exceedingly difficult. The rabbit hole had multiple exits, embodying the adage of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. It was unwise to directly store it within the spatial pouch, lest the foraged mountain goods suffer. After exchanging for a bag within the system, he secured the hare inside and continued on his journey. Along the way, he stumbled upon another successfully caught hare. The journey to the village had taken 2 days, yet the return took less than 2 hours. Upon reaching the narrow path leading into the mountains, Chen Mo ceased employing his lightness of foot to avoid detection by the villagers. Even without his enhanced agility, his steps were remarkably light. To a keen observer, it would be evident that Chen Mo moved in silence, barely making a sound. From a distance, he noticed the roof of his home had changed. The formerly dull gray tiles had been replaced with dark red ones. Upon entering, he observed that the windows had been upgraded to plastic ones, and the door had been replaced with a security door. Chen Bianke and the Wang brothers were outside, painting the walls. Seeing his cousin return, Chen Bianke rushed over. "Cousin, you're back." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction at the house. "Thank you for your hard work." Hee. Chen Bianke noticed the bag in his cousin's hand moving about. "What have you got there?" "I bought 2 wild hares. We'll have a special dinner tonight." Chapter 22. A peaceful departure. Wild hares. Chen Bianke took the bag from his cousin and opened it, revealing 2 lively hares. Occasionally, villagers would catch wild hares, but most were ensnared, and only a few were captured throughout the year. "My father's spicy stir-fried hare is legendary. I'll take these home for him to prepare." Through their conversation, Chen Mo learned that his second uncle, Chen Yonggan, had been coming over to lend a hand. With the house repairs completed today, Chen Yonggan was heading home to prepare a few more dishes to treat the Wang brothers. "All right, then you can take them home." Chen Bianke, clutching the hares, was ready to dash home when Chen Mo called out, "Stop by the Daijiao supermarket and grab a few bottles of fine wine. I'll transfer the money to you." "Got it, cousin," Chen Bianke responded, disappearing in a flash. Chen Mo shook his head with a wry smile at his gluttonous cousin, pulling out his phone to transfer 1,000 yuan. He then approached the Wang brothers. "Let us have a drink tonight." The 2 brothers were diligently painting the walls, and Wang Tiehua replied, "We must feast in your honor. We nearly worked ourselves to death for your house." After chatting with them for a while, Chen Mo opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was bright. The once darkened walls had been freshly painted, and even the old ceiling bulb had been replaced with a modern ceiling light. The floor was adorned with beige tiles. No wonder Wang Tiehua had complained of exhaustion. He hadn't considered that laying the floor was a major undertaking. Chen Mo also discovered a brand new gas stove and an exhaust hood in the kitchen, and a television had been added in the bedroom. Stepping back outside, Chen Mo inquired, "What is this about the television? Did you all buy it as well?" Before commencing the work, Chen Mo had discussed with the Wang brothers, instructing them to supervise the renovations and settle any outstanding costs upon completion, under the impression that the Wang brothers would assist in purchasing the materials. Wang Tiehua rolled his eyes and replied, "What are you thinking? You only gave me 15,000 yuan, and we've nearly exhausted that on doors, windows, tiles, and roofing. Where do you expect me to procure a television? That was purchased by your second uncle from the county, and I've heard it cost over 3,000. Wang Xiaoqiang chimed in from the side. Hee, Chen Mo, your second uncle mentioned that if the house is well repaired, it could serve as your wedding residence. Chen Mo found himself in a bewildering situation. He merely wished to undertake some simple renovations, while Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan seemed to have far grander plans. Wang Daqiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should marry that woman who has been looking for you for several days. After all, you already have children. Huh. Chen Mo was taken aback by Wang Daqiang's words. The woman seeking him for days must be Wang Li, but what did he mean by children? Noticing Chen Mo's puzzled expression, Wang Xiaoqiang laughed. Come on, Chen Mo, don't pretend. The whole village knows you got her pregnant. What? Who did I get pregnant? Chen Mo was utterly confused. The two brothers exchanged knowing glances, their smiles suggesting an understanding that eluded him. What on earth was happening? He had secluded himself in the deep forest, yet Wang Li could still cause him such significant trouble. Once the trio completed the final touch-ups, they proceeded to Chen Yonggan's home for a meal. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who regarded Chen Mo with peculiar expressions, with some even inquiring when they could celebrate the wedding. Wang Xiaoqiang, reveling in the spectacle, remarked, "Did you see that? Everyone is aware. I won't be able to celebrate. The woman has passed away." Chen Mo replied to each inquiry. "Oh, what a pity. I heard she was quite beautiful. Alas, I heard she was pregnant. How did that happen? Please accept my condolences." With just 2 sentences, Chen Mo managed to shift the village's gossip from him causing an unwed pregnancy to having had a relationship that ended tragically. The three arrived at Chen Yonggan's home, where the couple had prepared a feast featuring 2 wild rabbits seasoned with chili, and Chen Yonggan had even slaughtered a chicken from their own farm. Upon seeing the casually dressed, short-haired Chen Mo, Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan were momentarily stunned. "Chen Mo, you got a haircut?" Wei Shufan exclaimed in disbelief. She recalled an earlier argument where Chen Mo had declared that he would never cut his long hair, as his unique style was his identity. Chen Mo rubbed his head and replied, "It feels more comfortable this way." "Good. A haircut is a good thing," Chen Yonggan said as he brought in the last dish. "Everyone, please sit down and eat." The table was filled with laughter and hearty eating. After indulging in food and drink, Chen Mo and Wang Daqiang stepped outside. "How much more do we owe?" Chen Mo inquired. Wang Daqiang pulled out a stack of receipts from his pocket, having kept a record of every material purchased. Here is a summary. Excluding our labor, the total cost for materials was 14,500 yuan. We've worked for 5 days, so let's consider 200 yuan each per day. 200 yuan was remarkably inexpensive. In the city, even a minor laborer would earn over 200 a day. The house was renovated to great satisfaction, and Chen Mo, unpretentious as ever, promptly transferred 2,000 yuan to Wang Daqiang. Upon noticing the additional 500 yuan from Chen Mo, Wang Daqiang nodded and said, "All right. When you get married, I'll give you an extra 500. "What marriage? Shut your mouth. I have no idea who started that rumor," Chen Mo muttered, vexed. Wang Daqiang, picking his nose, dared not reply. It seemed he was the one who first mentioned it to his younger brother. Wang Xiaoqiang, with his big mouth, spread the news throughout the village, and soon everyone was aware. "Yes, no one knows who leaked it," Wang Daqiang murmured in agreement. After seeing off the Wang brothers, Chen Mo returned indoors. "Second uncle, how much for the TV and the range hood? I'll transfer the money to you." Now that he had some money, Chen Mo did not wish to take advantage of Chen Yonggan's family. "We're family, don't mention money. Consider it a gift from me and your second uncle." Wei Shufan interjected eagerly. Wei Shufan managed the household finances, and the idea to gift the television came from her. Chen Mo and Wei Shufan had been adversaries before, so being saved by a foe felt more burdensome than being rescued by others. Seeing that she would never accept his money, Chen Mo ceased pressing the matter, resolving to repay her kindness in other ways. After all, they shared the same village, and opportunities would arise. Chen Yonggan, holding a cigarette between his fingers, sat beside Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, I saw that girl." "Stop," Chen Mo quickly interrupted. "That woman has nothing to do with me, and she's dead now. Don't mention her. It's bad luck." "Dead?" Chen Yonggan was so startled that he reversed the cigarette in his mouth. "How did she die?" "She said she'd come to see you in a few days." Chen Bianc, inheriting Chen Yonggan's penchant for gossip, was eager to dig deeper. Wang Li was still coming to look for him. It seemed he needed to find a way to resolve this nuisance, lest his words be exposed. "She died peacefully in her sleep," Chen Mo stated firmly. Chen Yonggan, how can one die in their sleep? Was there an illness? A stroke? Heart disease? Chen Bianc suspected his cousin was fabricating and hastened to cover for him. Dad, stop asking so many questions. Cousin is already upset. Chen Mo? Upset? Nonsense. Seeing that second uncle ceased his inquiries, Chen Yonggan did not contradict Chen Bianc. After some more conversation, Chen Mo took his leave and returned home. Previously, he never locked the door when leaving, for the wooden door had no lock. Now, there was an added measure, inserting the key taken from Chen Bianc into the lock, turning it gently, and opening the security door. Sitting inside the bright room, he now had a home that could be called respectable. Ding! His phone chimed with a message. Picking it up, he saw it was from Wang Li. Chen Mo, where are you? I miss you. Why don't you reply to my messages? You know I love you. Moi? Having stayed in the mountains for several days, Chen Mo had no signal, and thus was unaware of all the messages Wang Li had sent. Yet, he cared little about them. Smirking wickedly, he imagined she was probably lying in someone else's bed at that very moment, still trying to disgust him. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Chen Mo typed and sent the reply. Chapter 23. Consequences of one's own actions. Wang Li felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Chen Mo's reply. She glanced sideways at the melancholy prince engrossed in his game. I'm at a friend's house in the county. It's not convenient for you to come. Why don't you tell me a location, and I'll find you? Upon reading Wang Li's message, Chen Mo became increasingly convinced that she was with another man, which was precisely the outcome he desired. Let us meet at the county park, he replied before rising to leave. He intended to resolve matters concerning Wang Li that very night. The village bus to the county ceased operations at 6 o'clock, but fortunately, Wulong village was only about 10 kilometers from the county. Chen Mo decided to take advantage of the cover of darkness and employ his light-footed skills for the journey. As he exited the village, Chen Mo activated his swift pace amidst the trees lining the roadside. The wind whistled past his ears, and occasionally, flying insects struck his face. Next time, I should wear a mask and sunglasses, he mused, spitting out a bug that had inadvertently flown into his mouth. A villager riding a motorcycle returned from the county and, startled by the shadowy figure zipping by, rubbed his eyes, but saw nothing upon looking again. Damn it, I shouldn't travel at night anymore. I might encounter something sinister, he thought, hastily making his way home. In just 5 minutes, Chen Mo covered the 10 kilometers and arrived near the park, slightly out of breath. Ding! I've arrived. Where are you? Wang Li sent him a message at that moment. From a distance, Chen Mo spotted her standing at the park entrance, scanning the surroundings for him. He chose not to reveal himself, instead replying, I have some matters in the city. I might not return today. Wang Li looked down at her phone, the glow illuminating her sideswept bangs. What should I do if you don't come back? She queried. You can just return to your friend's house. We'll connect once I'm back, Chen Mo replied, disregarding any further messages from her. Frustrated, Wang Li stomped her feet. It had taken her considerable effort to extricate herself from the melancholy prince. Her family lived in another county. She had told her parents she was working to earn money. But in reality, she had been wandering aimlessly, relying on various boyfriends for financial support. This was why she was so intent on reconciling with the affluent Chen Mo. Now, her only option was to return to the small inn to find the melancholy prince. She certainly could not sleep on the street. After a brief moment of anger, Wang Li made her way to the inn where the melancholy prince was staying, with Chen Mo trailing behind her. Ultimately, she entered an establishment named Good Days. 2 minutes later, Chen Mo followed her inside. Noticing the innkeeper at the entrance, he walked straight in without attracting attention. The innkeeper glanced up, mistaking Chen Mo for a guest, and paid him no mind. The inn was small, with poor sound insulation. As soon as he entered the hallway, Chen Mo could hear muffled sounds coming from the rooms. Being inexperienced, he had no idea what the occupants were saying. He walked to the end of the corridor and finally paused outside a room where he overheard Wang Li conversing with the melancholy prince. His voice was easily recognizable, a distinct quack-like tone. Where did you go just now? He questioned. I went for a little stroll, Wang Li replied, her tone subdued. A sharp slap echoed through the air. You're still thinking about that pretty boy, aren't you? Don't think I don't know. Wang Li's voice grew choked with emotion. How could it be? I'd sooner have Chen Mo perish than still harbor thoughts of him. Chen Mo, standing outside, heard her clearly and cursed under his breath. So she wishes I'd die sooner. Huh? He took out his phone and dialed Wang Li's number. The phone rang inside the inn's room. Who is it? Who is calling you? The melancholy prince demanded angrily. Wang Li dared not admit it was Chen Mo and abruptly hung up, saying, "It's just some advertisements. Lately, there have been so many nonsense calls. Give me the phone." The melancholy prince, clearly disbelieving her, lunged to seize the device. Chen Mo, standing outside the room, listened to the scuffle over the phone. Soon, Wang Li's phone rang again. Guessing it was the melancholy prince, Chen Mo stepped back and answered, "Hello. Who the hell are you? Why are you calling my girlfriend?" The melancholy prince shouted furiously, "I'm Chen Mo. And who the hell are you? Tell Wang Li that getting back together with me is impossible. She'd better stop bothering me." After speaking, Chen Mo hung up. When the call came through again, he muted the phone. Soon, loud quarrels erupted from the room once more. "Damn it. I knew you still think about that Chen Mo and want to get back with him. He doesn't want you at all." Then came the sounds of pounding and crashing, accompanied by Wang Li's screams. "No, I don't want to get back with him. Lying bitch. I'll beat you to death. I swear I will." 5 minutes later, Chen Mo heard the room fall silent except for Wang Li's sobs. He dialed her number again. After 2 rings, the call was answered. "Chen Mo." It was still the melancholy prince's voice. "Oh, I forgot to mention, Wang Li just came out to meet me. I didn't agree to it." Then the call abruptly ended. The next moment, a loud thud echoed inside Wang Li's room, as if something had been hurled against the wall. "Damn it. She said she was just going for a walk, but she clearly went to see Chen Mo," the melancholy prince roared. Even fiercer pounding followed. "Stop. Please don't hit me anymore. I want to do it again." Wang Li begged incessantly, but the melancholy prince was determined to teach her a harsh lesson. Continuing his brutal assault, Chen Mo shook his head in the corridor. One reaps what one sows. Wondering if Wang Li would dare cause him trouble again, he turned and left the inn. The innkeeper, having heard the commotion, was unfazed. Such incidents were all too common and not worth his attention. Exiting the inn, Chen Mo saw a large bathhouse opposite. Having gone nearly a week without bathing, he entered and luxuriated in a soothing shower. His secret stash of over 800 gene of mushrooms still awaited disposal. Selling such a large quantity to Li Dajiao risked arousing suspicion. So, he decided to spend the night in the bathhouse and seek a buyer in the county town the next day. Sleeping in the bathhouse cost 20 yuan per night, more reasonable than a hotel, plus he could take another hot shower in the morning. Only the snoring in the rest hall was somewhat disruptive. Chen Mo lay down in the hall, drifting into a drowsy slumber without realizing when sleep overtook him. The following day, after indulging in a hot shower, I ventured out and stumbled upon a Baozi shop. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of the melancholic prince and Wang Li, both of whom were already present. "What a twist of fate," I muttered to myself. The melancholic prince and Wang Li were quick to notice my presence. Wang Li, visibly intimidated by the melancholic prince, averted her gaze, her face marred with bruises. The melancholic prince, however, locked eyes with me. My strength had risen to a level comparable to that of an average person, coupled with my agility. I felt emboldened in confrontations. "What are you staring at? It's your partner who keeps harassing me. Your glare is of no consequence." Enraged, the melancholic prince crushed the Baozi in his hand and took a fierce gulp of kanji. Despite his violent tendencies towards Wang Li, he hesitated at the thought of confronting someone like me, who stood slightly taller. Disinterested in lingering at the Baozi shop, I purchased a few Baozi and exited. The melancholic prince turned to Wang Li. "If Chen Mo dares to utter another word, do you believe I could eliminate him?" Wang Li, trembling with fear, nodded. I believe so." Chapter 24. Chun Bianke as a tour guide. The county's morning market wrapped up by 8 o'clock, and by the time I arrived, many stalls had already been cleared. Shoppers were sparse, with only a handful of vendors clinging to the final moments. As I munched on my Baozi, I leisurely strolled about. I found the largest mushroom stall, run by a middle-aged man in his 40s. He glanced at me before returning to his task of arranging his goods, casually inquiring, "Interested in mushrooms? They're all freshly picked." I squatted down. "Would you be interested in purchasing some mushrooms?" The middle-aged man looked me over, noting my polished appearance that suggested I wasn't a forager. He replied nonchalantly, "How many do you have? If it's just 10 or 8 pounds, keep them for yourself." I extended my hand. 800 pounds, all guaranteed fresh. The man eyed me skeptically. "You possess 800 pounds? If you truly do, I'll buy them all at 35 a pound." I felt a surge of joy, as I was offering a higher price than Li Dajiao's. Maintaining a composed demeanor, "Let us exchange numbers. I'll call you when I have the mushrooms ready." After acquiring his phone number, I departed from the market. 800 pounds of mushrooms constituted a considerable bulk, enough to fill my storage space. Thus, I needed to first secure a location to release them for collection. The most ideal solution was to rent a garage in the county. Renting a garage would only cost $200 a month and would serve well for selling mountain goods in the future. I soon found a garage available for rent not far from the market. After a phone call to finalize arrangements, I learned that the rent was paid biannually. And since it was a garage, no deposit was required, amounting to a total of $1,200 for 6 months. Once the paperwork was completed and I held the keys to the garage, I cleaned the floor meticulously and locked myself inside. With a mere thought, I released the 800 pounds of mushrooms, which filled a significant portion of the garage. I then called the mushroom stall owner to inform him of the location. As he was closing his stall, he drove straight over. Upon witnessing the vast quantity of mushrooms occupying the garage, he finally believed my claims. The boss and his assistant began to pack mushrooms into boxes. The empty boxes left over from their morning market trip were just enough to accommodate the mushrooms from the garage. The mushrooms could only be loaded in boxes. Using bags would crush those at the bottom. Where did the little brother get these mushrooms? The boss was convinced that they could not have been foraged by Chen Mo. Moreover, judging by their freshness, they must have been picked within the last couple of days. I gathered them with a few friends, Chen Mo casually replied. Soon, the mushrooms were weighed, totaling an impressive 870 pounds. Haha, with these mushrooms, we won't need to venture into the village for goods today, the boss exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the load. They usually sold in the morning and collected goods from various villages during the afternoon and evening. Having the day off meant they could rest comfortably at home. The assistant calculated, at 35 per pound, that comes to 30.45. The boss waved generously. Transfer 30.50 to the little brother. From now on, you can come to me whenever you have mushrooms. They exchanged contact information, and the transfer was completed. After bidding farewell to the boss, Chen Mo locked up the garage for future use. Although the mushrooms were abundant and heavy, they represented only a modest sum for Chen Mo. The true treasure in his possession was the wild ginseng, along with over 30 pounds of matsutake mushrooms. The system had quoted a reference price of 100,000 yuan, and it could reasonably fetch around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Just as Chen Mo was preparing to head to the city to sell the wild ginseng, he received a call from Chun Bien Quebec cousin. Where are you? In the county town. What's up? A group of adventurers wants to explore the mountains and is looking for a guide at 300 a day. Are we in? Chen Bien K said enthusiastically. Adventure? What is so adventurous about the mountains? Chen Mo replied, having spent a week there and even encountered a black bear. He saw a little thrill in it, as it could very well cost him his life. I don't know, but they're bringing tents and plan to camp out for half a month. That's over 4,000 yuan, cousin. Chen Mo understood then. This group of adventurers not only needed a guide, but also someone to help carry supplies. The 300 yuan per day wasn't unreasonable. Cousin, there are beautiful women among the adventurers. Chun Bien K attempted to entice him with a lure. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang are going too, along with several young folks from the village. Curious about the size of the group, Chen Mo asked, how many are there? About 20, half men and half women. Cousin, let us go. Chen Bien K pleaded. He was tired of the same old faces in the village and was excited about the prospect of spending time with peers, especially with several beautiful women in the mix. He was eager to join the adventure and earn over 4,000 yuan in 2 weeks. Such opportunities were rare. Hearing his cousin's genuine desire to go, Chen Mo relented. I have other matters to attend to, but if you decide to go, just be careful. Cousin, you're not going? You might even find a girlfriend among the adventurers. Chen Bien K exclaimed, his mind filled with thoughts of romance. How old are you to be thinking about girlfriends? Oh, and when you go up the mountain, bring some firecrackers. They could be lifesavers in critical moments, Chen Mo advised. Recalling his previous experiences, Chen Bien K, however, dismissed it. Cousin, they even have signal flares. They seem pretty impressive. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, recognizing that encountering danger in the mountains was futile. With the imposing ranges blocking communication, even satellite phones would be rendered useless. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, one could only rely on their own luck. Just ensure your safety, Chen Mo reiterated. Rest assured, cousin, I shall join them. We'll meet again in half a month. Chen Bianc replied with a grin. After hanging up, Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. Camping and adventuring in the primeval forest presented numerous hazards. Yet affluent individuals seemed particularly drawn to such risks, eager to immerse themselves in nature. When faced with true peril, they would come to understand the terrifying aspects of the wilderness. Chen Mo boarded a vehicle in the county, heading towards the city. Having established prior contact, Chen Jihua was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Mo carrying a bag reminiscent of the one he had used for transporting matsutake mushrooms previously, Chen Jia's face lit up. The last batch of matsutake had garnered considerable interest, with many still seeking to procure them. "Brother, let me see the goods." Chen Mo handed over the bag, which contained over 30 pounds of matsutake mushrooms. Chen Jihua eagerly opened it, his heart racing at the sight of the superior quality. Even more substantial than the last batch. This must weigh over 30 pounds, right? Chen Mo nodded, refraining from revealing the wild ginseng he had concealed. They entered the herbal shop, where Chen Jihua asked Chen Mo to wait a moment while he fetched the scales. Placing Chen Mo's bag alongside his own, Chen Jihua had dealt with him several times before and trusted his integrity, knowing he would not adulterate the matsutake with inferior items. 175 kilograms, 35 pounds. At the previous rate of 150 per pound, that amounts to 52.50. How about I give you 5,300 instead? Chen Jihua proposed cheerfully, knowing he could turn a profit of 700 or 800 upon resale. Chen Mo readily accepted the offer. After receiving the money, he produced a red cloth pouch from his pocket. "I have something else here. Let us see how much you're willing to pay for it." Chapter 25. 2 million. Chen Jia's heart raced upon seeing the red cloth pouch. Could it be? Chen Mo slowly opened it, revealing a wild ginseng with its root intact. Chen Jia's gaze immediately ignited with fervor. Instead of acting hastily, he bent down, tilting his head as he circled the wild ginseng. "Is this freshly dug?" Chen Mo smiled slightly. "Of course, the leaves are still green." Chen Jihua chastised himself for asking a redundant question. "How could you have found another one in just a few days?" "Just good fortune," Chen Mo replied casually, though he harbored a plan in mind. If he were to find more wild ginseng, he would avoid approaching Chen Jihua again to prevent drawing attention. "Let me take a look," Chen Jihua said, cradling his hands. Chen Mo placed the red cloth and its contents into Jia's hands. Chen Jihua examined it from various angles, nodding his head continually. "This wild ginseng is at least 30 years old. Wild ginseng is categorized into 3 grades, special, first, and second. Ginseng older than 15 years falls into the second grade, while those over 20 years are classified as first grade. Anything exceeding 30 years is deemed special." Chen Mo feigned nonchalance, stating lightly, "This one is 32 years old." Chen Jihua scrutinized the ginseng's aged skin, noting that the darker the color, the older the ginseng. Nodding slightly, he gave Yifeng a thumbs up. Having been in the industry for over a decade, he had encountered numerous specimens, honing his discerning eye. The young man before him, appearing to be in his 20s, possessed remarkable insight, which prompted Chen Jihua to regard Chen Mo with newfound respect. Since he could discern the value, he must have a rough idea of the price. Chen Mo nodded but refrained from disclosing the price indicated by the system. He wished to gauge the market value first. After contemplating the wild ginseng for a considerable time, Chen Jihua finally remarked, "I can offer you 100,000. Chen Mo understood that Chen Jihua must still profit from the deal. Could it be that the system's reference price was inaccurate? Nevertheless, it likely wasn't far off. Eager to convert the wild ginseng into cash swiftly, Chen Mo readily agreed. Chen Jihua promptly transferred the 100,000 to Chen Mo. Only after receiving the money did Chen Mo inquire, "Manager Chen, has the price of wild ginseng increased?" With a chuckle, Chen Jihua replied, "Who wouldn't want to buy your high-quality wild ginseng? It makes it easier for me to sell." Observing the expression on Chen Jia's face, Chen Mo sensed that the truth was being withheld, but he was content. Selling for 100,000 was satisfactory. Soon after, Chen Jihua escorted Chen Mo to the door, advising him, "Brother, if you're frequently venturing into the mountains, consider gathering some astragalus, windbreaker, balloon flower, white licorice, Rhizoma atractilitis, and gentian. I can purchase those as well." It appeared that Chen Jihua regarded him as a herbal gatherer, listing a plethora of medicinal herbs. Indeed, these herbs could be classified as mountain goods. "All right, I'll keep an eye out," Chen Mo replied, waving farewell to Chen Jihua as he prepared to head to the supermarket for supplies. Having spent a week in the deep mountains, he returned with an income of 110,000. And now was the season for harvesting mountain goods. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. Additionally, each attribute point would unlock special abilities once reaching 8. He was eager to discover what transformations awaited his strength, agility, and sense of smell upon reaching that threshold. Just as he arrived at the supermarket, his second uncle Chen Yong called. Chen Mo pressed the answer button. Second uncle. Chen Mo, did you know that Chun Bianxiao has become a tour guide? Chen Yong asked over the phone. Yes, but did he leave without telling you? Chen Yong responded. No, a new group of people has come to the village, preparing to venture into the mountains, offering 500 a day. Are you going? Another group? Are they also adventurers? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. These so-called adventurers were merely a bunch of individuals hoping for a stroke of luck in the mountains. They claimed that a businessman in the city was offering high prices for wild ginseng, 2 million for specimens over 100 years old, provided they were freshly harvested. Thus, they banded together to seek their fortunes in the mountains, as Chen Yong relayed. Wild ginseng, over a century old, as the name suggests, refers to specimens that have surpassed 100 years. The usual price hovers around 4 to 500,000, yet they are scarce, with only a few harvested over decades. Freshly dug specimens? Even more improbable. As Chen Yong pointed out, this group was essentially gambling on luck, albeit with slightly better odds than a lottery ticket. Second uncle. You're not considering going too, are you? 500 a day? We can't earn that much at home. A few of us from the village are planning to go together. Will you join us? Chen Mo discerned Chen Yonggan's implication. Accompanying him meant Chen Yonggan would look after him, effectively rendering the daily payment of 500 yuan as a gratuitous gain. Second uncle, I want to be going. Chen Mo declined outright. Serving as a guide and carrying heavy bags for others was less convenient than venturing alone into the mountains, where even his agility skills would be rendered useless. Well then, your aunt is at home. If she is unwilling to cook, you're welcome to dine at my place. Came the offer. After hanging up, Chen Mo comprehended why Chen Jia's price for him was so elevated. Some were willing to pay dearly for century-old wild ginseng. Although his root was merely 32 years old, its recent harvest justified a somewhat inflated price. Entering the supermarket, Chen Mo indulged in a grand shopping spree. With ample space within his storage, he could afford to purchase more items this time. His moral boundaries restrained him. Otherwise, given the capabilities of his storage, he could have acquired everything without spending a cent. Instant noodles, assorted breads, ham sausages, canned goods, cola, Sprite, Laogan Ma chili sauce, self-heating rice meals, self-heating hot pots, spicy strips, mineral water. He filled 2 entire shopping carts. At checkout, the total expenditure reached 920 yuan, packing the food into 7 or 8 bags. Chen Mo found it impossible to carry everything at once. He left half the groceries at the counter, bearing the rest into the stairwell, a place devoid of surveillance. With a flick of his finger, he concealed the food within his storage space, then returned for the remaining bags, stowing them away similarly. Clapping his hands, he slipped his hands into his pockets and exited the supermarket. At a nearby mall selling shelves, Chen Mo contemplated installing some within his storage to accommodate more goods. Eventually, he selected 3 sets of 5-tier supermarket-style assembly shelves, priced at 180 yuan each, totaling 540 yuan. Would you like delivery? The shelf vendor inquired. Chen Mo shook his head. The shelves were not heavy, and with the assistance of the shop staff, 2 men swiftly carried them to a secluded corner outside. Once the employees departed, Chen Mo ensured no one was around before storing the shelves inside his space. He then boarded a bus back to the village. On the bus, local villagers were abuzz with talk about a wealthy city businessman offering 2 million yuan to purchase wild ginseng. 2 million? Even 20 million wouldn't suffice, one muttered. Indeed, the decade-old wild ginseng is nearly depleted, let alone century-old roots. I heard the businessman seeks to save his father, using wild ginseng as a medicinal ingredient. Many from the city and surrounding villages had ventured into the mountains to seek ginseng, making the wilderness unusually lively. Chen Mo listened quietly, harboring no illusions about century-old wild ginseng. During his last excursion into the deep mountains, he had operated a 20-meter radar for several consecutive days, uncovering nothing but that single 30-year-old root. When the bus halted at Wulong village, Chen Mo disembarked. From afar, he glimpsed dozens of vehicles of varying sizes parked within the village, presumably driven by those gathering ginseng. Li Dajiao, whose shop occupied a prime spot at the village entrance, had even painted a dozen parking spaces and hung a sign indicating paid parking. Impressive business acumen, Chen Mo thought, admiring Li Dajiao's entrepreneurial spirit. Chen Mo, why didn't you become a guide? Li Dajiao greeted him from the doorway, chatting with several village women and cracking sunflower seeds. Li Dajiao, truly the friend of women, always found himself accompanied by the village's left-behind women. No, I have other matters to attend to, Chen Mo casually replied. Oh, I noticed you haven't been selling mushrooms these past few days. Previously, the small quantities allowed Li Dajiao to earn a little, while Chen Mo himself had fewer trips to the county. Now, with each venture into the mountains, Chen Mo would bring back no less than 500 to 600 pounds of mushrooms, which meant a profit of 300 to 400 yuan with the county's increased price. Moreover, it became known to Li Dajiao that he consistently returned with such abundant yields. With these women around, the supermarket transformed into the village's information hub, and the entire village was aware of his mushroom foraging prowess. Without further idle chatter with the informant, Chen Mo headed straight up the mountain. Many villagers had turned to guiding, rendering the path to the mountain significantly quieter. Chen Mo chose a different route, avoiding the one he had taken previously. Once he entered the forest and confirmed the absence of others, he swiftly utilized his lightness skill to advance. After half an hour of rapid movement, he spotted numerous figures ahead. His half-hour sprint equated to at least 4 to 5 hours of travel for others, indicating he had caught up with Chun Biang's group. He carefully altered his course to avoid detection and pressed deeper into the mountain. Meanwhile, Chun Biang and Wang Xiaoqiang were resting, seemingly sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. Suddenly, Chen Biang glanced into the distance, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. What are you looking at? Hurry and eat, Wang Xiaoqiang urged, holding a piece of bread and sausage from their rations. Chen Biang, slightly apprehensive, replied, I think I just saw someone float by. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang followed Chen Biang's gaze, but the dense forest, filled with towering trees, revealed no sign of anyone. Come on, we have to sleep in the mountains tonight. Don't scare us, Wang Xiaoqiang grumbled, taking a bite of his bread. Chen Biang hoped he had merely imagined it and resumed eating, occasionally glancing toward the distance. After another 2 hours of rapid movement, Chen Mo found himself in a position that would take the exploration team at least 2 days to reach. As night fell, the surrounding forest fell into an unusual silence. Although the environment in the mountains remained similar by day and night, the nighttime brought an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Chen Mo entered his space. The shelving units purchased earlier lay in a corner, and after spending half an hour assembling them into a rectangular shape, he designated one side for the tent. The 5-tiered shelves expanded his storage capacity by 40%. He arranged all the food he had bought on one shelf, indulging in a bit of self-heating hot pot and a can of cola. After his meal, he enjoyed some fruit before comfortably settling into his sleeping bag to watch a movie, embracing the simplicity of life in the mountains. Meanwhile, Chen Biang's group also set up their tent. Due to the prohibition of open flames in the mountains, their dinner consisted once again of bread and sausages. To ensure food sufficiency, everyone could only eat until they were half full, with 2 individuals sharing one tent, each slipping into their sleeping bags. The group comprised 5 individuals, including Chen Biang, totaling 25 people. 15 men were divided into 7 teams, each taking turns to guard the camp for an hour at night to prevent nocturnal incursions by wild beasts. Snuggled within a somewhat chilly sleeping bag, Chen Biang retrieved a sausage from his pocket, one he had purchased earlier from the Bigfoot supermarket. The scent of the sausage stirred a nearby young villager, Xiao Wu, from his slumber. Hey, you're sneaking a snack, he exclaimed. Chen Biang, with a playful smirk, produced another sausage and tossed it at Xiao Wu's head. How on earth do you have such a keen nose? Xiao Wu chuckled, extracting the sausage from its casing. Why doesn't he, your cousin, being so poor, join as a tour guide? He inquired curiously as he munched away. My cousin has other matters to attend to, Chen Biang replied. Xiao Wu scoffed, Your cousin is just lazy. My mother says people like that deserve to be poor for life. Chen Biang, feeling offended, retorted, Mind your tongue. Speak ill of my cousin again, and I'll make you spit that sausage out. It's not just me. The whole village thinks so, Xiao Wu replied, somewhat aggrieved. Had he not been ensconced in his sleeping bag, Chen Biang would have kicked him. Chen Mo awoke naturally, glancing at his phone, which displayed 7:30, devoid of any signal. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he consumed a bag of milk and a loaf of bread before stepping into the forest. His first action was to activate the radar function to ensure the vicinity was secure. He then found a tree to relieve himself. A shiver coursed through him as he exclaimed, Ah, that feels good. After adjusting his trousers, Chen Mo activated the radar once more, preparing for the day's foraging. When suddenly, a humanoid figure appeared on the screen. He swiftly turned to the indicated location, spotting someone hiding behind a tree, watching him intently. Upon being discovered, the figure quickly turned and fled into the distance. Chen Mo stood momentarily stunned, for the figure's speed on the radar was remarkably comparable to his own when using lightness skills. He activated his skills and pursued. After several dozen meters, the figure vanished completely. An orangutan? This was the first possibility that crossed Chen Mo's mind, as he had noted the creature's remarkable agility and its hunched posture while fleeing. Dismissing the identity of the figure, he resumed his foraging, progressing deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, the radar indicated another humanoid presence approximately 10 meters away. This time, Chen Mo refrained from acting impulsively. He continued to crouch and gather mushrooms, glancing towards the source of the signal. Around, plump head peeked from behind a large tree, seemingly observing him. This time, Chen Mo discerned the truth. It appeared younger, almost startling him. The being behind the tree bore no resemblance to an orangutan or a human, but seemed a hybrid of both, possessing a human-like face adorned with thick black fur. A wild man. Chen Mo recalled having read about such beings rumored to inhabit the depths of the Greater Khingan Range, now realizing the truth of those tales. He continued to gather mushrooms, hoping the wild man would depart as the previous one had. Yet, the next moment, the wild man leaped from behind the tree, swiftly closing the distance. Fortunately, Chen Mo had prepared himself, evading just in time as the wild man lunged at him. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the wild man swiftly turned and fled. Chen Mo observed that the wild man was faster, more agile, and likely stronger than he was. If he were to continue his assault, he might not emerge victorious. Darn it, he needed to enhance his strength without delay. Chapter 27, 20-fold amplification. Chen Mo had spent 4 days within the forest. Each time the main force led by Chun Bianc approached, he ventured deeper into the woods. His accumulated points now totaled 40,000, of which 10,000 were from previous savings. Host: Chen Mo, Strength, 5, Agility, 2, Speed, 8, Sense of Smell, 2, Vision, 10, all values normalized for an average human. 5, Gazing at his physical attributes. Chen Mo decided to allocate his strength points to reach 8. Ding, 3 points of strength exchanged, 15,000 points deducted. Ding, strength has reached 8 points. Unlocking a 10-fold amplification. Reaching 10 will enable a 20-fold amplification. Instantly, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Lifting a stone weighing approximately 10 pounds felt as light as a single pound in his hands. With a forceful throw, he sent the stone soaring towards a distant tree, where it struck with a resounding crash. The impact sent countless leaves cascading down, startling a flock of birds that took flight from their hiding places within the forest. Several hours away, Chun Bianc and his companions turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Was that a cannon? Wang Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, recalling that many locals used firecrackers to scare away wild beasts in the mountains. It seems like it, Wang Daqiang said uncertainly, pondering whether someone had brought fireworks into the mountains to create such a loud noise. The leader of the expedition team, a man in his 40s named Wang Qi, was a seasoned adventure enthusiast. He had gathered 20 adventure seekers, lured by the prospect of a wealthy individual offering 2 million for fresh wild ginseng. They were aware of the rarity of wild ginseng, especially those over a century old, thus considering this merely an adventurous endeavor. Wang Qi approached Wang Daqiang, the eldest among the 5 guides, and appointed him as the deputy leader. What was that sound ahead? Has someone reached our front? Wang Daqiang nodded in agreement. It seems so. Wang Xiaoqiang interjected. It's strange. We've been in this forest for 3 days, and we've barely seen any mushrooms. It appears someone ahead has already harvested them. Upon Wang Xiaoqiang's remark, Wang Daqiang and Chun Bianc suddenly realized the implication. Logically, considering their distance from the village, there should have been an abundance of mushrooms, as few would venture so far for foraging. Yet, they had indeed encountered remarkably few mushrooms along their journey. Wang Qi was indifferent to the absence of mushrooms. If someone ahead was scavenging, then following behind would merely waste their time, and any wild ginseng would likely be taken by others. Let us change direction, he ordered decisively. Since we cannot surpass them, we'll take a different path. It matters little which way we go. Understood, Wang Daqiang readily agreed. Content with their daily earnings of 300 yuan, the team altered their course, heading at a 45-degree angle. Just half an hour later, while on alert at the rear of the group, Wang Daqiang suddenly spotted 2 dark figures darting past not far away. Who goes there? Wang Daqiang called out into the distance. The entire team came to a halt at his voice, and everyone turned to see what was amiss. What's wrong, brother? Wang Xiaoqiang inquired anxiously. Wang Daqiang pointed toward the distance. Just now, there were two figures over there. Did you see them too? Wang Xiaoqiang recalled that on their first day in the mountains, Chen Bianc had mentioned seeing someone. Were they moving exceptionally fast? Chen Bianc asked immediately. Wang Daqiang nodded in affirmation. I knew I wasn't imagining things, Chen Bianc said with a self-satisfied glance at Wang Xiaoqiang, as if to say, see, you doubted me. Wang Qi, having walked from the front to the back, overheard Wang Daqiang's words. Could it be that they are members of the team ahead of us? Wang Daqiang wanted to refute this, for the figures had vanished too swiftly, yet he could not provide a definitive answer. Perhaps, he conceded. All right, we'll take a detour. They may pursue us. It seems they deliberately want us to leave empty-handed, Wang Qi stated with conviction. Everyone, set up camp here. From now on, we shall search for wild ginseng, he declared loudly, aiming for the rival group to hear. The entire team gathered, setting down their backpacks to begin erecting tents. Wang Qi called Wang Daqiang and the other five aside, speaking softly. The other party has set their sights on us. You are familiar with the mountains. Sneak over and locate them. If you find them, I'll reward each of you an additional 1,000 yuan. With 1,000 yuan, each person would earn an extra 200. The five exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Wang Daqiang and Wang Qi instructed, stay nearby and do not wander. Wang Qi smiled, we are accustomed to climbing mountains. You needn't worry about us. Thus, Wang Daqiang led Chen Bianc and the others toward the direction where they had seen the figures. Once they departed, Wang Qi assessed that the tents were nearly set up and addressed the remaining members. Form pairs and begin searching the surroundings. Remember to return before dark for assembly. Wang Qi paid no heed to Wang Daqiang's warnings. After everyone secured their belongings, they formed teams and began their search. Unbeknownst to them, a short distance away, several round heads were observing them from the branches of a large tree. After throwing the stone, Chen Mo was certain that the people behind had heard it. He anticipated that the stone would produce such a loud noise upon striking the tree. Now, with his strength amplified tenfold, if it were a 20-fold increase, he could shatter a tree thicker than his thigh. To prevent anyone from approaching, Chen Mo hastened deeper into the mountains for several minutes. Activating his radar, he swiftly gathered mountain produce, accumulating over 600 pounds of mushrooms and more than 20 pounds of matsutake over the course of 4 days. After 2 hours of continuous harvesting, he only paused when his mental energy was nearly depleted. Not far from his position, a human-shaped marker appeared on the radar. It had been 3 days since the last appearance of that figure, and this was the first time it had re-emerged. He currently had 27,655 points, with his strength and speed both at level 8. To ensure absolute safety, he decided to raise his strength to 10 and activate a 20-fold amplification. Chime. 2 points of strength successfully increased. 10,000 points earned. Chime. Congratulations, host. Your strength has reached 10 points, unlocking a 20-fold amplification. Chen Mo's body simultaneously restored to full health, leaving him with over 10,000 points in reserve. A complete resurrection might just alter the outcome. He discreetly picked up 2 stones from the ground. The wild man remained oblivious to Chen Mo's subtle movements as Chen Mo, clutching the stones, suddenly surged forward toward the wild man with all his might, reaching the pinnacle of his speed. The wild man sensed something amiss, hesitating for a moment before attempting to flee. It was precisely during this fleeting hesitation that Chen Mo found himself a mere 2 or 3 meters away from the wild man. He could clearly see the sparse hair on the wild man's back and the robust muscles of his hindquarters. Fearful, the wild man emitted a series of frantic howls, moving noticeably faster than Chen Mo, and the distance between them began to widen. Perhaps alerted by the call of his companion, similar howls echoed from the surroundings. On the radar, 4 humanoid figures appeared, swiftly approaching Chen Mo's direction. Great, reinforcements. Chen Mo quickly realized the imminent danger and, in an instant, vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 28. The team under attack hiding in the spatial realm. Chen Mo still felt a lingering sense of dread. He had narrowly escaped an ambush, thanks to the assistance of the system radar. Meanwhile, in the outside world, 5 wild men gathered, bewildered as they stared at the spot where Chen Mo had disappeared. One of them even bent down, rummaging through the underbrush, thinking that Chen Mo had hidden underground. From afar, the howls of their kind resonated. Reluctantly, the 5 wild men departed. Wang Daqiang, accompanied by the other 4 young men, had been searching for an hour without encountering any other teams. Brother, Do you hear that sound? Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly exclaimed. It must be wolves, Wang Daqiang replied, having recognized the howls, believing that wild wolves had emerged from the mountains. This was not good news, given the volume of the howls. There must be a considerable number of them, making it perilous to wander alone. Let's head back. The five began retracing their steps to the camp, regretting their failure to locate other teams, which meant they would miss out on the promised 1,000 yuan reward from Wang Qi after an hour. The five returned to the camp, which was enveloped in a strange, tense atmosphere. Two female team members were even softly crying. Wang Daqiang immediately approached Wang Qi, asking, "What happened?" Wang Qi's expression was grave, his tone serious as he responded, "Just now, while the teammates were moving freely around, 4 individuals were taken." "Taken? By wolves?" Wang Daqiang asked anxiously. Wang Qi shook his head. "No." A female team member saw several shadowy figures snatching them away. They moved with incredible speed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Recalling the 2 shadows he had seen, a sense of fear welled up within Wang Daqiang. After the 4 team members were taken, Wang Qi immediately called all team members to gather, unwilling to search in smaller groups for fear of further losses. Wang Daqiang looked at Wang Qi and suggested, "We should retreat and report to the police." "But what about the 4 who are missing?" As the team leader, Wang Qi could not abandon his comrades. Moreover, the personnel were organized by him. He would bear responsibility if anyone encountered misfortune in the mountains. Wang Daqiang observed that dusk had settled, and venturing back at night would be perilous. They had traversed for 4 days to reach this location, and to return would necessitate at least another 3 days of travel. "I shall take a few individuals to search. If we find nothing, we must return by tomorrow morning," Wang Daqiang asserted with an air of finality. Wang Qi could only nod in resignation. Thoughts of the wild ginseng were now futile. If those 4 could return safely, he would be profoundly grateful. Wang Daqiang and his 5 companions each took some bread and water before departing the campsite once more. Chen Mo, munching on his bread, remarked, "We forgot to inquire about the lost men and women. I hope the 2 lovely ones are safe." Wang Daqiang replied, "If they were taken, it's likely for consumption, regardless of their appearance." Chen Mo shook his head, lamenting, "What a pity, to simply abduct a person weighing over 100 pounds without a trace. One wonders what manner of creature is responsible." "Brother Daqiang, shall we return to the village ourselves?" Little 5, trailing behind, spoke with evident trepidation. "And forsake the money? Moreover, if we abandon them in the mountains, they would be as good as dead. It would be akin to murder." Wang Daqiang felt disheartened. He had anticipated a profitable venture, only to find himself ensnared in such dire circumstances. The 5 dared not split up in their search, opting instead to group together as they scoured the forest. As darkness enveloped the landscape, they each produced a flashlight, which had been distributed by Wang Qi after more than 3 hours of searching. Wang Daqiang realized their efforts were fruitless. Continuing would serve no purpose. "Let us return. Tomorrow, we shall bring the remaining individuals down the mountain and seek the assistance of the authorities." The other 4 were already fatigued and followed Wang Daqiang back to the campsite. A chilling howl echoed not far from their location, heightening their anxiety as they huddled together, illuminating the surroundings with their flashlights. The 4 missing individuals had likely been taken by the creatures emitting those eerie sounds. "Big brother." Wang Xiaoqiang's voice trembled with fear. The other 4 turned towards the direction he was illuminating. A shadow loomed 7 or 8 meters away, its head tilted back as it continued to emit those haunting howls. Despite having grown up in the mountains, the 5 had never before witnessed such a terrifying sight. Soon, the eerie howls multiplied around them. Chen Mo was the first to react. "Run." The 5 immediately dashed toward the campsite. Little 5, the smallest among them, lagged at the rear, and in an instant, he let out a cry of terror. When Chen Mo and the others turned back to check, Little 5 had vanished. Their flashlights swept the area, revealing only towering trees. The creature had disappeared from view, but they knew it lurked nearby. "Quickly, keep running," Wang Daqiang urged. Stopping was not an option. After sprinting over 100 meters, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. Wang Daqiang's heart raced as he swiftly shone his flashlight backward. Another young man from the village had also vanished. The remaining 3 were engulfed in panic. Wang Daqiang directed Wang Xiaoqiang and Chen Mo to lead the way. "Run. If I am captured, you must continue back to the campsite and inform them to evacuate and seek help." "Brother." Wang Xiaoqiang was unwilling to abandon his elder brother, yet was forcibly pulled forward by Chen Mo. It was uncertain how long they had run, but eventually, the terrifying cries behind them ceased. Stopping in his tracks and turning back, Wang Xiaoqiang discovered that he was utterly alone. "Brother? Chen Mo?" He called out desperately several times. But the pitch-black forest offered no reply. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, drained of all strength to flee. "If they wish to capture me, so be it. After all, I have no wealth to offer, only my life." Wang Xiaoqiang resigned himself to his fate, waiting for death. Minutes later, a shadow appeared beside him and gently kicked him. With his eyes closed, Wang Xiaoqiang thought, "Just give me a swift end. Do you wish to die so soon?" Upon hearing a human voice, Wang Xiaoqiang abruptly opened his eyes to see a familiar face before him. "Chen Mo?" In disbelief, he sat up from the ground and, to Chen Mo's surprise, slapped himself hard across the face, checking if he was truly alive. "It hurts, it really is you," Wang Xiaoqiang cried out, tears streaming down his face. "My brother was taken by a monster, and your cousin was also captured." Chen Mo placed his hand on Wang Xiaoqiang's head, reassuring him, "It's all right." He had concealed himself for several hours and, upon emerging, heard the distant calls of wild men and the screams of humans. Surmising that Chen Mo's group had come under attack, he hastened over, increasing his speed to its maximum of 10. Activating the swift step, he doubled his speed to arrive as quickly as possible. Yet, he was still a moment too late. By the time he arrived, the wild men had already fled, leaving only Wang Xiaoqiang lying on the ground. Wang Xiaoqiang tilted his head back and suddenly remembered to ask, "Chen Mo, how did you get here?" "I entered with another team and came to investigate." Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Mo fabricated a casual explanation. He then inquired, "Where's your camp? I will escort you back before searching for Chen Mo and the others." Chapter 29. The Taoist on the way back to the camp with Wang Xiaoqiang. The latter continued to sob. "Do you think my brother will be eaten? It's possible. Otherwise, why would the wild men capture them?" Chen Mo candidly expressed his thoughts. He too was concerned for Chen Mo's safety, but felt helpless. The wild men were agile, and the forest was their domain, making it arduous to locate them. Beep. The host can enhance their sense of smell to level 8, allowing them to track targets within 50 kilometers. At level 10, targets can be tracked within 100 kilometers. Why didn't you say this sooner? In his quest to elevate his speed to level 10, he had expended his last 10,000 points, leaving him with only 205 points. Presently, his sense of smell stood at a mere 2. There were only 2 options: swiftly accumulate points, yet without substantial resources, he could at most gather 10,000 points a day. It would take 30,000 points to reach level 8, and in 3 days, Chen Mo and the others might very well meet a grim fate. The other option was to locate a wild man and track them back to their lair. However, it was inconvenient to take Wang Xiaoqiang along. After over an hour of walking, they spotted a glow emanating from the forest in the distance. Wang Xiaoqiang remarked, "That is our camp." Chen Mo nodded, saying, "You can go ahead. I will seek out Chen Mo and the others. I will accompany you." Wang Xiaoqiang stated resolutely. Chen Mo shook his head, replying no. After saying this, he proceeded into the distance. Wang Xiaoqiang gazed at Chen Mo's retreating figure, and suddenly, Chen Mo vanished in a flash, startling Wang Xiaoqiang, who feared that Chen Mo had also been captured by a monster. He sprinted frantically towards the camp. This was the speed possessed by Chen Mo, thanks to his mastery of the Lingbo Weibu technique. By day, one might catch a glimpse of a shadow, but by night, it was nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. With his radar activated, he rushed through the forest, searching for traces of the wild man. However, after scouring the vicinity, he found no signs whatsoever. A woo-woo. Chen Mo mimicked the wild man's call, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. After several attempts, just as he was about to give up, he suddenly heard a distant response of a woo, a woo. "I found you," Chen Mo exclaimed, hastening towards the source of the sound. Half a minute later, a humanoid figure appeared on the radar display. A wild man was perched atop a tree, observing his surroundings. Chen Mo picked up a large stone and hurled it towards the tree where the wild man was situated. A thunderous sound echoed through the night forest. The wild man, startled by the commotion, nearly lost his balance and fell. Clinging to the tree, he swiftly descended and took off into the distance, with Chen Mo closely pursuing him using the Lingbo Weibu technique. Whenever the wild man attempted to pause, Chen Mo would throw stones, striking the trees nearby, compelling him to continue fleeing. The two continued their relentless chase for an hour and a half. At a normal pace, they would have been at least 10 days' journey away from the mountains by now. Chen Mo caught the sound of a man sobbing emanating from a nearby cave. The wild man he had been tracking eventually leaped into the cave, and Chen Mo realized he had found his destination. Stealthily approaching the cave entrance, he found it shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, his radar function provided some insight into the situation within. Approximately 10 meters from the cave entrance, a cluster of humanoid figures appeared on the radar. Although he could not distinguish whether they were wild men or humans, the earlier cries indicated there were indeed people inside. Chen Mo hesitated to charge into the cave. Despite his strength being augmented 20-fold, his defense had not improved. In such a confined space, he could easily be overwhelmed. He retrieved some firecrackers he had purchased from the supermarket, including 2 sets of 1,000 firecrackers. Chen Mo knew he had to act swiftly to prevent the wild men from feasting at night. He lit one of the firecrackers and tossed it several dozen meters from the cave entrance. A few seconds later, a series of bangs echoed, followed by 2 explosive detonations. The wild men within the cave immediately let out cries of a woo, rushing towards the exit. Chen Mo and the others, abandoned in a corner, recognized the sounds. It's the sound of firecrackers. Someone is coming to rescue us. Chen Mo exclaimed to those nearby. Wang Tiehua shook his head, stating, "That's impossible. We have already been captured deep in the mountains. Even if someone were to rescue us, it couldn't happen so quickly. Brother Tiehua, I am still afraid." Xiao Wu sobbed, echoing the cries that Chen Mo had heard. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, and they remained oblivious to their surroundings. Save for the knowledge of the numerous creatures that lurked within. They had discreetly counted their numbers earlier, 8 in total, from the expedition team and 4 villagers, none missing. Chen Mo, agitated by Xiao Wu's incessant sobbing, warned, "If you continue to cry, you shall be the first to be devoured." Xiao Wu's wails grew louder in response. Outside the cave, Chen Mo observed 5 wild men emerge, igniting firecrackers and tossing them towards the cluster of wild men. Seizing the moment of chaos, he charged into their midst. The wild men were terrified of the flames, instinctively seeking refuge. Chen Mo capitalized on this opportunity, delivering powerful punches that sent the small wild men flying. With a 20-fold increase in strength, each blow could fell a bull, yet against the wild men, it merely propelled them away. Once the 5 wild men outside were dealt with, Chen Mo retrieved a flashlight from his spatial storage and ventured into the cave. In a corner, he found 8 individuals clad in clothing, huddled together. The beam of the flashlight caused them to squint as they gazed in his direction, while 2 fully furred wild men stood guard nearby. The guard, upon spotting Chen Mo, immediately raised an alarm, but it was too late, as the wild men outside had already been subdued. "Silence," Chen Mo commanded, rushing forward to deliver a punch that sent the wild man crashing against the stone wall. Another wild man attempted to lunge at him, but was swiftly dispatched with a kick that sent him flying. The 8 individuals in the corner, unable to see Chen Mo clearly, could nonetheless witness the spectacle of the 2 wild men being hurled away, particularly one that was kicked from the cave into the open air, a distance exceeding 10 meters. They had all witnessed the imposing physiques of the wild men and realized that even one of them could pose a formidable challenge. The flashlight beam illuminated the group once more. "Can you move?" Chen Mo inquired. Yes, they all replied in unison, acknowledging their minor injuries, which did not impede their mobility. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, the voice sounding eerily akin to that of his cousin. The persistent glare of the flashlight made it impossible for him to discern the figure behind it. Chen Mo had intentionally obscured his identity, should his abilities be revealed. The villagers might label him as an anomaly, leading to undesirable attention from authorities for research purposes. He even altered his voice. Yet Chen Mo was far too familiar with him, while Wang Tiehua had not even considered the direction of Chen Mo. The wild men, injured and scattered, no longer posed a threat to the 8 individuals. Chen Mo tossed them 2 flashlights and a large bag of food. "You may proceed on your own. Continue eastward, and you shall find your way back." Wang Tiehua expressed his gratitude. "Great one, please tell us your name, and we shall honor you with a longevity tablet upon our return." Chen Mo pondered briefly. "You may call me Taoist Yao." With that final remark, he and the beam of the flashlight vanished before their eyes. Wang Tiehua picked up a flashlight from the ground and lit it, uncertainly asking the remaining 7, "Did he just say Taoist Yao?" The others, though equally astonished by such a resounding title, nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Returned Chen Mo did not genuinely allow these individuals to leave the cave on their own, as Chun Bianke was still inside. He simply needed to stay close to the group, escorting them out while continuing to gather mushrooms. The 8 individuals relied on a single bag of provisions, traversing the forest for 3 full days. At last, they returned to their previous campsite. However, the others had already descended from the mountain, leaving behind a cache of supplies. Perhaps they hoped that the 8 captured individuals would find their way back here after escaping. The 8 sat on the ground, ravenously stuffing food into their mouths. Damn it! We returned from the brink of death, Chun Bianke exclaimed, his mouth full of bread. Not only Xiao Wu, but the others also wept uncontrollably as they devoured the bread. This expedition into the mountains would leave them with unforgettable memories for a lifetime. Once they finished their meal, Wang Tiehua called out, "Let us make our way out as well. Those who left earlier will surely alert someone to come rescue us." Chen Mo had accumulated over 400 pounds of mushrooms and more than 20 pounds of matsutake in his space. His points had risen to 15,000. This was due to his need to remain close to the group, which had halved his yield. Considering the time, it had been nearly 10 days since they entered. And within his space lay over 1,000 pounds of mushrooms and 50 pounds of matsutake. Although he had not discovered anything of significant value, he had allocated points to his strength and speed, reaching a level of 10, which was a considerable achievement. Increasing his physique to 10 was not the limit. It merely marked a transformation. It could be further enhanced, potentially up to 100, though there was no immediate necessity for Chen Mo. Continuing to follow the group out of the mountains, they walked for another 2 days. That night, while the others slept on the grass, Chen Mo entered his space for a brief rest, emerging well-fed and ready to accompany them once more. On the 3rd morning, just as dawn broke, he stepped out of his space to find the 8 still asleep on the grass, utterly exhausted from hunger and fatigue. Despite agreeing to take turns keeping watch, the sentry had succumbed to sleep shortly after. A faint whistle echoed from a distance, a method of signaling companions in the mountains. The sound of a whistle travels farther than a shouted call. Realizing that rescuers were likely entering the mountains, Chen Mo casually picked up a stone from the ground and struck it forcefully against a nearby tree. The resounding crash startled the 8 individuals lying on the ground, jolting them awake in alarm. "What was that sound?" Chun Bianke inquired, rising and straining to listen. "It's a whistle. Someone is here," Wang Tiehua exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Hurry, set off the signal," Chun Bianke urged anxiously. Chen Mo had packed a few thunderous firecrackers in their provisions, which produced a single, deafening blast. Seeing that they were all awake, he knew it was only a matter of time before they connected with the rescue team. Stealthily, he veered off from the group and made his way back to the village. Utilizing his swift, graceful movements, he returned to the village in just an hour. As he entered the village, someone spotted Chen Mo and excitedly shouted, "Chen Mo, you're back. Did you find Wang Tiehua and Chun Bianke?" Wang Xiaoqiang had returned with the main group, informing others of Chen Mo's solitary search for the missing individuals. In the village, many were aware that Chen Mo had gone up the mountain in search of someone. Shaking his head, he replied, "I found no one." Upon returning home, he was soon visited by Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan, both appearing quite anxious. "Have you seen your cousin?" they inquired. "Did you not also ascend the mountain?" Chen Mo countered without providing a response. "I just returned a couple of days ago, and then heard that Bianke had been captured by the mountain monster," lamented Chen Yonggan, his brow furrowed with worry. Wei Shufan stood nearby, her tears flowing ceaselessly, unable to disclose that he was the one who had rescued someone. Yet unwilling to witness their distress, Chen Mo offered, "As I returned, I heard cannon fire from the mountains. They should be coming back soon." "Really?" Chen Yonggan's spirit lifted, and Wei Shufan's eyes sparkled with hope. Upon seeing Chen Mo nod in affirmation, the two excitedly clasped each other's hands, repeating, "Bianke is safe. Bianke is safe." Though they had often allowed Chun Bianke a degree of independence, seemingly indifferent to his whereabouts, when it truly mattered, their concern for their son was palpable. Chen Mo, overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor, contemplated taking a bath. "Why don't you both head back for now? I'm quite exhausted and wish to rest a while." "All right, we shall return and wait for Bianke," they hurriedly responded, eager to share the news with the other villagers. In addition to Chun Bianke, 3 others had also gone missing. Some members of the exploration team had already departed, while others awaited updates from the search party. Chen Mo prepared a large basin of water and enjoyed a thorough bath. On the 3rd day, the search team returned with Chun Bianke and 8 others. The village erupted with excitement as many families set off firecrackers in celebration. Hearing the sounds from his home, Chen Mo understood that Chun Bien-K and the others had indeed returned. He strolled over to Chun Bien-K's residence. Inside, Chun Bien-K appeared notably thinner, under the care of Chun Yonggan and his wife. Upon seeing his cousin, he realized that the mountain's Taoist figure was not, in fact, his cousin. Cousin, I nearly became a meal. Oh, what happened? Chen Mo feigned ignorance. The 8 individuals who returned recounted their ordeal of being captured by wild mountain creatures. Fortunate to be saved by an enlightened individual. Such tales, if heard by 10 people, would likely be disbelieved by 8. While the existence of mountain spirits and beasts might be credible, the notion of an enlightened being capable of propelling a monster several meters away seemed far-fetched. Chun Bien-K eagerly recounted his experiences in the cave to Chun Mo. Chun Yonggan sighed heavily beside him. I fear the child was merely frightened and is speaking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Cousin, you must believe me. Wang Tiehua and Xiao Wu also witnessed it. Chun Bien-K implored, desperate to validate his words. Very well. I believe you, Chen Mo said with a smile as he took a seat on a stool. Although his son seemed somewhat unhinged, the couple was nonetheless delighted to have him back and invited Chen Mo to join them for dinner shortly. Chen Yonggan had specifically slaughtered a chicken and prepared a generous amount of ribs. During his 10 days in the mountains, Chun Bien-K had subsisted solely on bread and ham, and by the end, even those provisions had been exhausted. Upon seeing the meat on the table, he rushed to devour the ribs, his enthusiasm surpassing even his affection for his father. Father, Wang Tiehua remarked, a master has rescued us, and we should honor him with a longevity tablet. Please craft one inscribed with Taoist Master Diao. Chen Yonggan glanced helplessly at Wei Shufan, and Chun Mo. Wei Shufan nodded. Regardless of the truth behind her son's words, his return was a blessing. Do it. Your father will make it this afternoon. Chun Mo chuckled softly as he nibbled on a few pieces of food, envisioning the scene of Chun Bien-Su's future reverence at the longevity tablet dedicated to Taoist Master Diao. Before the family had finished their meal, Wang Xiaoqiang arrived at Chun Bien-Su's home, seeking Chen Mo. While others had been saved by Taoist Master Diao, he had been genuinely rescued by Chun Mo himself. Carrying 2 boxes of milk, he said, Chen Mo, you saved me, and my brother asked me to bring you these. Chun Mo accepted the milk graciously and inquired, is your brother all right? Wang Xiaoqiang's expression turned peculiar as he replied, my brother is at home making the longevity tablet. Insisting that since Taoist Master Diao saved him, it must be done, my father couldn't stop him. Chun Mo chuckled in resignation. His unintentional act had inadvertently sparked tales within the village of a master residing in the mountains. Chapter 31. The expedition team withdrew, providing each of Chun Bien-Su and his companions with 5,000 yuan. Although the expedition's duration had not been completed, Chun Bien-Su and Wang Tiehua had taken on the responsibility of rescue during their perilous encounter, albeit unsuccessfully, at a personal cost. Nevertheless, this sense of duty earned them the respect of all expedition members. The rumors of wild men and mountain monsters spread among other teams seeking wild ginseng. The frenzied ginseng hunting activity was doused with a cold reality. Many, hearing the news, feared potential dangers and abandoned their plans to search for the elusive century-old wild ginseng. After all, nothing outweighed the value of life. After resting at home for a night, Chen Mo contacted the mushroom procurement manager the next day. They agreed upon a meeting time, and Chun Mo took the bus to the county. He transferred over 1,000 pounds of mushrooms from his storage into the rented warehouse. Half an hour later, the manager and his assistant arrived in their delivery truck. Upon seeing the abundance of mushrooms, the manager was astonished. They hadn't met in over 10 days, and while a normal harvest could yield such a quantity, the mushrooms in the warehouse were unmistakably fresh, showing no signs of dehydration and maintaining excellent quality. To gather over 1,000 pounds of mushrooms within a day or two was truly remarkable. The 3 of them busily packed the mushrooms into boxes and weighed them, totaling 150 pounds. Before loading the boxes onto the truck, the manager pulled out his phone to transfer the payment, 35 yuan per pound, totaling 4,025. I've sent the money, brother. Just then, Chun Mo received the transfer notification on his phone, confirming an additional 4,000 yuan had been credited. After settling the payment, they began loading the truck. Each box weighed approximately 20 pounds, and the manager and his assistant lifted 2 boxes at a time. Finding the pace a bit slow, Chun Mo offered to assist and lifted 2 boxes effortlessly, feeling no weight at all. He then bent down and lifted a stack of 8 boxes all at once, placing them onto the truck. The busy manager and assistant were left dumbfounded. The assistant, thinking Chen Mo was moving empty boxes, bent down to assist but found the boxes immovable. Ultimately, they had to separate and reposition each box individually. The manager, astonished, remarked, "Brother, you possess remarkable strength." Weighing between 160 to 70 pounds, he could manage to lift it with some preparation. Yet it would be impossible to do so with the nonchalance displayed by Chen Mo. The boss even noticed that Chen Mo's arms were held at a considerable distance from his body to prevent the box from scraping against him. It was akin to balancing a weight of 160 to 70 pounds. Such strength was indeed formidable. Chen Mo smiled lightly, stating, "Oh, I've simply had a bit more strength since childhood." Individuals endowed with such innate strength are not uncommon. And Chen Mo was unperturbed by the possibility of others discerning any flaws. With Chen Mo's assistance, the three of them swiftly loaded over 50 boxes of mushrooms onto the vehicle. Before departing, the boss remarked, "Brother, I've heard tales of a mountain monster in the vicinity that has snatched away quite a few people. Please exercise caution when you venture up the mountain." It was surprising how quickly the rumor of the wild man had spread. Acknowledging this, Chen Mo waved goodbye to the boss and locked the warehouse door. There remained over 50 pounds of matsutake mushrooms, which he intended to deliver to Chunji and along the way to the city. On the bus, conversations buzzed regarding the monster abducting people. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, wore a disdainful expression as he remarked, "Do they think wild ginseng is so easy to gather? In my lifetime of foraging for ginseng, I've only encountered one that is over 100 years old." Another elderly man, similarly aged, retorted, "If you had found one over 100 years old, wouldn't you have struck it rich by now?" It appeared that the two elders were acquainted. Unyielding, the first elder insisted, "I said I have seen it. I didn't claim that I had collected it. A place where 100-year-old wild ginseng grows must be home to strange beasts. I suspect that the mountain monster making an appearance now is also near 100-year-old wild ginseng." The words, spoken without intent, resonated with Chen Mo as he recalled the cave of the wild man. His focus had been entirely on the interior of the cave, neglecting to search the vicinity for wild goods. As the two elders continued their debate, Chen Mo prepared to disembark from the bus. Just as he was about to step off, a hand slipped into his pocket, attempting to steal his phone. Chen Mo swiftly seized the thief's wrist and turned to find a young man with shifty eyes. They had boarded the bus from the county seat together, and it appeared he had followed Chen Mo all the way. Chen Mo dragged the thief away from the bus stop. The thief struggled to break free, trying to pull away his hand, only to discover that it felt as if it were clamped in an iron grip. "Let go, or don't blame me for being rude," the thief threatened, glaring with eyes that were scarcely larger than a rat's. Having distanced themselves from the bus station, Chen Mo applied a slight pressure, causing the thief to immediately crouch in pain. "Ah, it hurts. Brother, I understand my mistake." Realizing he had encountered someone not to be trifled with, the thief quickly admitted defeat and begged for mercy, aware that a mere grasp could inflict such pain. This was a person he could not provoke. "Weren't you just about to be rude to me?" Chen Mo inquired, lowering his gaze. I was wrong. Brother, I truly understand my mistake." The thief felt as if his hand might be crushed, bewildered by how someone who appeared so refined could possess such immense strength. "Rat, what are you up to? Have you turned to begging?" Two disheveled youths approached from a distance. Upon seeing them, the thief's eyes lit up with hope as he called out for assistance, having stumbled into trouble. The two youths, hands shoved into their pockets, sauntered over to Chen Mo and the thief. "Brother, what do you mean?" One of the rascals asked Chen Mo with a swagger. They, like rats, scurried along the route from the county to the city. Thieves have their own territories. Venturing into unfamiliar grounds to steal could easily invite retaliation from their peers. Although the three thieves were usually rivals, when faced with a predicament, such as being caught red-handed, they would collaborate, intimidating those who apprehended them. This is how they asserted their dominance over the route from the county to the city. Even if a bus driver recognized a few of them, he would refrain from warning passengers to be vigilant, fearing retribution. Chen Mo disregarded the two youths and scrutinized the rat-like figure before him. "The nickname indeed suits your disposition. Damn, do you treat us as air?" One youth exclaimed upon noticing Chen Mo's indifference, reaching out to grab his shirt. Chen Mo swiftly seized the youth's wrist, applying slight pressure, causing him to crouch in pain, letting out a series of agonizing cries. With both his hands occupied, the last youth swung a fist, attempting to strike Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo had no choice but to retaliate with a kick. Possessing a 20-fold strength amplification, controlling the force of his hands was manageable, but his footwork was less easily restrained. As Chen Mo's foot connected with his opponent, the latter instantly perceived something amiss, akin to being struck by a vehicle. He rolled backwards several times before finally coming to a halt. The other two, witnessing their companion being sent flying, were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to suppress a gulp of trepidation. "Brother, my little brother is blind to the mountain's might," the rat lamented, nearly in tears. "Am I to be called ignorant for not succumbing to your blows? Should I be deemed deserving if you three manage to overpower me?" Chen Mo tightened his grip, eliciting a more agonized scream from the rat. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. "They are thieves. We ought to deliver them to the police station. That skinny one stole my wallet last time, and he still denied it when caught." Chen Mo understood that delivering the three to the police station would be futile. Without evidence or witnesses, they would soon be released. With so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to act too harshly, lest he find himself in trouble. Releasing his grip, he warned, "Should I encounter you again, I shall break your fingers." The rat and the youth hurriedly assisted their fallen companion, casting Chen Mo a venomous glare before retreating. Recognizing the malice in their eyes, Chen Mo knew they would seek revenge, and he would soon show them the true meaning of terror. As the onlookers parted to allow the thieves passage, they murmured, "Ah, the youth is foolish. How could he let them go? Indeed, they should have been taken to the police station. They will steal again." Chen Mo scoffed at the self-righteous crowd, noting their inaction despite the thieves' injuries. Chapter 32. Surrounded. The transaction with Chun Ji went smoothly. A total of 58 pounds of matsutake mushrooms were sold for 700 yuan. With the earnings from selling mushrooms, he garnered over 10,000 from this trip into the mountains. As usual, he proceeded to the supermarket to procure supplies, which he then stored in his space. Subsequently, he made his way to the bus station, intending to return to the village. Just as he arrived at the station, a thief named Rat, concealed around the corner, spotted Chen Mo. "Here they come. Finally, I won't have to wait in ambush for days," Rat thought to himself. Behind Rat stood another thief, nursing an injured wrist, along with 4 other accomplices. Having navigated the underworld for many years, Rat had never been brought to his knees. Today's humiliation demanded retribution. "Brother Long," Rat called out to a man in his 40s behind him. Brother Long not only engaged in thievery, but also partook in various brawls. Hence, Rat had specifically sought Brother Long's assistance, promising him a comprehensive service once the task was accomplished. A full service would cost at least 3,000. A substantial investment for Rat. Brother Long, the man clad in casual attire, cast a glance at Chen Mo. "A mere boy, yet he managed to injure all 3 of you. You lot are truly pathetic." Rat's expression soured, but he dared not provoke Brother Long's ire. "Brother Long, that kid is unorthodox, surprisingly strong." My wrist nearly shattered under his grip. Rat rolled up his sleeve to reveal a purplish bruise, evoking the impression of a ghostly grasp, terrifying indeed. Brother Long scrutinized Rat's wrist. Was this inflicted by a human? Rat nodded, urging another victim to display his injury. The second man bore a distinct set of fingerprints on his wrist as well. Brother Long clicked his tongue. "This seems perilously high risk. A comprehensive service may not suffice." Rat chided himself for not merely cautioning Brother Long, realizing it had inadvertently led to an increase in the cost. "Very well. As long as you can handle that individual, I shall ensure all arrangements are made." Rat steeled himself. Brother Long smirked slightly, doubting that mere human strength could create such marks. He suspected the opponent had applied some sort of ointment. With 3 others at his side, they could easily restrain the opponent's hands, rendering the task manageable. "Let us go." Brother Long waved his hand, swaggering towards Chen Mo with his group. The 6 of them exuded an intimidating presence, instilling a sense of dread from a distance. Chen Mo, having purchased his ticket, sat on the bus and, through the window, glimpsed Rat and his accomplices approaching. He had thought they would shy away from causing trouble, eliciting a faint smile from him. Brother Long, with his entourage, boldly boarded the bus. The driver, noticing their intent to stir trouble, cautioned, "Do not create a scene on my bus." Brother Long disdainfully glanced at the driver. "Shut your mouth. We won't be causing any ruckus on your dilapidated vehicle." The bus was equipped with surveillance cameras, and Brother Long had no intention of instigating violence there. The group entered the bus, finally confronting Chen Mo, who greeted them with a smile. Brother Long arrogantly inquired. It's him, isn't it? The rat observed Chen Mo with a hint of trepidation, vividly recalling the scene where he had been kicked several meters away. Thus, he dutifully hid behind Long Ge. Yes, that's him. Come on, brother, let's go down and have a word. Long Ge looked at Chen Mo with a sneer, realizing that his earlier concerns were unfounded. This lad exuded no semblance of combat prowess. The passengers seated around them curiously regarded Chen Mo, many of whom had witnessed the rat and his gang pilfering. Fully aware that this was an act of retribution, Chen Mo stood up and quietly approached the door. Sensing the impending bullying, the driver interjected, "You've paid your fare. Just stay seated. They won't dare to do anything to you." Chen Mo smiled faintly, surprised that a good Samaritan would speak up for him at such a moment. Long Ge kicked an empty chair, exclaiming, "Damn it, mind your own business, or I'll smash your vehicle one day." The driver, though seething with anger, dared not retaliate. He knew all too well that these thieves were capable of any mischief. If they were to vandalize his vehicle while he was absent, he would be left to suffer in silence. "When does the bus depart?" Chen Mo inquired. The driver, taken aback, thought, "You're asking when the bus leaves while 6 men are preparing to assault you? Whether you can even stand is uncertain." Glancing at the time, he replied, "In 7 minutes." "Got it," Chen Mo responded before swiftly heading down from the bus. He needed to resolve this matter quickly and return. Long Ge, mistakenly believing Chen Mo intended to flee, shouted, "Quick, chase after him. Don't let him escape." The 6 men followed Chen Mo off the bus. However, Chen Mo did not run. Instead, he waited below for them. "Let us talk. Find somewhere private," he proposed. Long Ge let out a cold chuckle. "All right, kid. You've got guts. Brothers, let us take him somewhere quieter to discuss." The 6 men encircled Chen Mo and walked towards the back of a nearby building. On the bus, the passengers murmured, "Those people are notorious thieves around here. How did he manage to provoke them? What'll he do now? A group of lazy good-for-nothings. They truly deserve to be apprehended by the police." The driver shook his head, knowing that while these thieves wouldn't dare commit murder or arson, inflicting injury was a commonplace affair. He had heard of 7 or 8 individuals who had been beaten up by this gang. Chen Mo followed the 6 men to the back of the building, a place seldom frequented, where the walls and ground were marred by stains of excrement. "Now that you're here, tell us how you want this to play out," Long Ge said confidently. With 6 against 1, he doubted that any resistance could rise. "Break his hands," the rat suggested, caressing his injured wrist. Since Chen Mo was strong, he intended to disable both of Chen Mo's hands. Immediately, 2 men advanced to restrain him. Chen Mo, having observed his surroundings, confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras nearby. As the 2 approached, he suddenly struck, delivering 2 powerful punches that landed squarely in their chests. The 6 men, believing that Chen Mo was too frightened to move, were utterly unprepared for his sudden assault. With the force of 20 times amplification, his fist sent the 2 thieves flying. Long Ge, the rat, and the remaining 2 thieves stood in stunned silence, as they distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. The rat, frightened, attempted to flee but was seized by Long Ge. "Run, you bastard, he's alone." Long Ge then retrieved a folding knife from his pocket, brandishing it with a flourish. "Everyone charge," he commanded, hoping to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to restrain Chen Mo, so he could strike decisively. However, before his adversaries could make a move, Chen Mo charged forward, secretly employing his swift footwork, almost instantaneously closing the distance to confront Long Ge. Caught off guard, Long Ge was bewildered by Chen Mo's sudden appearance. Before he could thrust the folding knife, Chen Mo delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Long Ge felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle. His strength sapped away. The remaining 3, witnessing Long Ge's collapse, immediately sought to escape. Yet, Chen Mo moved with remarkable speed, and within mere seconds, all of them lay sprawled on the ground, nursing injuries to their arms and legs, most of which were likely fractured. Straightening his attire, Chen Mo looked down at the kneeling Long Ge with a calm demeanor. "Do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall ensure you vanish from this world." Chen Mo was not merely boasting. He could easily incapacitate them and store them in another realm, only to discard them in the depths of the mountains or hand them over to wild men, making their disappearance utterly untraceable. They were merely petty thieves, and he had no desire to be overly ruthless. However, if they insisted on pursuing him, he would have no qualms about taking further action. "Understood. We will ensure you never see us again," Long Ge replied, displaying a pragmatic nature, submitting when outmatched, yet fighting when capable. This had always been his way. Satisfied, Chen Mo departed, returning to the bus. The driver and other passengers, witnessing Chen Mo's unscathed return, wore expressions of bewilderment. The driver inquired, "They didn't harm you, did they?" Chen Mo shrugged. "They just summoned me to ask a few questions." "You were quite fortunate." "Prepare for departure," the driver remarked, scanning the surroundings to start the vehicle. Suddenly, he noticed Long Gu and the rat, limping and supporting one another as they emerged from the direction Chen Mo had come. The driver was taken aback. It was no wonder the handsome young man had emerged unscathed. He had thoroughly incapacitated his assailants. A sense of vindication filled the driver, as these thieves had often acted with arrogance, disrespecting those in their profession. Daring not to turn around, he glanced at Chen Mo through the rearview mirror. Chen Mo appeared unfazed, gazing out the window as if nothing had transpired. From that day forth, the bus route from Wulong village to the city saw a significant decline in the presence of thieves. Upon returning to the village, Chen Mo noticed only a few cars parked in Li Dajiao's space, a stark contrast to the last time he had seen it brimming with vehicles. Bored, he called out to Li Dajiao, who was sitting by the store entrance. Noticing the absence of women beside him, Chen Mo approached, teasingly asking, "Uncle Jiao, no flirtations today?" Li Dajiao retorted, "You brat, who is flirting? We were discussing ideals." "Huh, I believe you and your group of 50-somethings are discussing ideals," Chen Mo replied, taking a seat on a nearby bench. "Usually, I am either alone at home or solitary atop the mountain. Truly, I long for some companionship to engage in light-hearted conversation. Apart from Chun Bianc, there is scarcely anyone in the village with whom one can converse." "You scoundrel," Li Dajiao jested, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Chen Mo. Chen Mo waved his hand in refusal. "I don't smoke." "Oh, I recall you used to be quite the smoker," Li Dajiao remarked with curiosity. Indeed, the original owner of this body was a heavy smoker, consuming 2 packs a day. However, in this life, having crossed over, he abstained entirely. "I quit. Smoking on the mountain is ill-advised." Li Dajiao tooted twice. "Seems you've truly changed for the better. No wonder your aunt is arranging a match for you." "Introducing me to a match? I had no idea." Chen Mo was taken aback. "Ignorance may be bliss, for no suitable match has been found. Your reputation precedes you. Which family's daughter would consent to marry you?" Li Dajiao smoked with a malicious grin. Chen Mo wished to converse quietly. Yet Li Dajiao pierced his lungs with relentless chatter. "I know a pharmacy manager in the city. If you ever need some aphrodisiac, I can get you a discount." Li Dajiao paused, then remembered Chen Mo's private affliction. Though unspoken, it was common knowledge throughout the village. "You never miss a chance to profit, do you? I was even considering helping you find a match, but it seems unnecessary." "No need." Chen Mo shook his head. Li Dajiao had presumed that mentioning a matchmaker would compel Chen Mo to relent, but he was mistaken. Chen Mo was a university student, renowned for his striking appearance across many miles. Upon hearing Li Dajiao's description of the prospective match, Chen Mo's interest waned further. Such a person? Why would he require an introduction, if not for some other ailment? It was either an impossibly lofty standard or sheer indifference. How could he possibly be attracted to a man with only an elementary education? Rising, Chen Mo declared, "I'm leaving. Keep your charming village belle for someone else." Hey, Li Dajiao called after him twice, but Chen Mo did not look back. "If you don't want her, I'll introduce her to Wang Tiehua tomorrow." Chen Mo waved dismissively. "Go ahead. He'll surely appreciate her." Returning home, Chen Mo intended to rest for a day before venturing once more to the cave of the wild man. He resolved to search the vicinity thoroughly for century-old wild ginseng. Upon arriving, just as he was about to drink some water, his second aunt, Wei Shufan, phoned. "Are you home?" "Yes, aunt. Is something the matter?" Chen Mo dreaded the thought that she might be bringing a prospective bride. "Good. Quickly change into clean clothes and tidy the house. I'll bring someone over shortly." A foreboding sensation gripped Chen Mo aunt. "You're not bringing a girl over, are you?" "Enough. We shall discuss it in person." Wei Shufan hastily ended the call. Staring at his phone, Chen Mo mused. "So, I am to be set up on a blind date? Very well, time to change." Entering his bedroom, he donned the original owner's red, fitted trousers, golden Chelsea boots, and a blue suit jacket, slicking his hair back with firm strokes. Gazing into the mirror, a shiver ran down his spine. From the cupboard, he retrieved a black leather satchel, tucking it under his arm. Several minutes later, he heard Wei Shufan calling him from the courtyard. "Come out quickly, Chen Mo." Through the window, Chen Mo observed Wei Shufan leading a girl clad in casual attire, her glasses lending her an air of quiet elegance. They've arrived, Chen Mo announced from within, promptly opening the door to step outside. Wei Shufan turned to introduce the girl, saying, "My nephew lives alone. The house is newly renovated, and he's quite down to earth." Noticing the girl gazing vacantly ahead, Wei Shufan turned around to see Chen Mo emerging in an outlandish outfit, a black bag tucked under his arm. Both the girl and Wei Shufan were taken aback. Yesterday, Chen Mo had not donned such attire. "What on earth are you doing, Chen Mo?" Wei Shufan exclaimed. With a playful sway, Chen Mo replied, "Nothing much. Just taking a stroll." Wei Shufan nearly fainted from exasperation. "Anyway, I think I should take my leave," the bespectacled girl stammered, clearly intimidated by Chen Mo and eager to depart. As Chen Mo approached, he realized the girl was rather pretty, her beauty partially obscured by her glasses. He wondered where Wei Shufan had found her. Wei Shufan quickly grasped the girl's arm, saying, Wait. He is not usually like this." The girl, now more frightened, pleaded, "Anyway, I'm not looking for a partner anymore. Please let me go." Chapter 33. The century-old wild ginseng. Chen Mo relished the effect he was having, observing the girl's fearful expression as he deliberately tousled his hair. "Why the rush? Let us have a drink together tonight," he suggested, his mischievous demeanor unmistakable. The girl, sensing trouble, warned, "Anyway, let go of me, or I'll call for help." Reluctantly, Wei Shufan released her grip, watching as the girl fled the courtyard. Turning to Chen Mo, she scolded, "What kind of behavior is this? Ha, auntie. You needn't introduce me to anyone anymore. I'm not interested in marriage or children at the moment," Chen Mo replied with a grin. Realizing Chen Mo had orchestrated the situation deliberately, Wei Shufan pointed at him, saying, You, what a fine young lady you've scared off." After bidding farewell to Wei Shufan, Chen Mo hastily changed out of his uncomfortable clothing. Surely, this incident would deter her from pursuing matchmaking efforts on his behalf. Drying his hair, he retrieved some meat and vegetables he had purchased from the supermarket, planning to prepare dinner for himself. Sated and content, he realized it was already past 7 in the evening. Rural life was simple and unadorned, leaving little for entertainment beyond watching television or using a mobile phone. Chen Mo lay in bed, fiddling with his phone until he succumbed to sleep. The next morning, he awoke at 6. After breakfast, Chen Mo set off for the mountains. If he were to find a century-old wild ginseng, it could be worth 2 million. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime, not even in his past life. Due to rumors of wild men in the mountains, fewer outsiders ventured in, leading to a decline in villagers also entering the woods. Most who ascended the mountain were adult men, while women and children remained diligently at home. Following a narrow path into the dense forest, Chen Mo changed direction, donned his windproof goggles to shield his eyes from insects, and then activated his agile footwork technique. If others wished to walk to the cave of the wild men, they would require at least 8 or 9 days. However, Chen Mo only needed 2 hours. Without activating his radar to search for mountain treasures along the way, he headed straight for his destination. Previously, Chen Mo had not harmed the wild men, but merely injured and scared them away. He was uncertain whether they still resided there. After a brisk 2-hour journey, he arrived at the site. From a distance, he spotted 3 wild men seated outside the cave. Their recovery abilities were far superior to those of ordinary humans, and their injuries were no longer evident. Without alarming the wild men, Chen Mo activated his radar and commenced a search around the cave. After approximately 5 minutes, a red mark appeared on the radar screen. He swiftly made his way to the marked location. At the base of a large tree, a red fruit stood quietly. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. It was indeed ginseng, though he was unsure of its age. He bent down, extending his hand to collect it into his space. Suddenly, the radar screen displayed 4 wild men charging towards him. Chen Mo acted quickly, tapping the ginseng with his finger, causing the entire root to vanish into the ground. Upon raising his head, the 4 wild men had already approached him closely. Recognizing Chen Mo, they hesitated to act recklessly. Yet their gazes fixated on the spot where the ginseng had disappeared. "Owo, owo." A stronger wild man bared his teeth and shouted at Chen Mo, as if he had stolen something from them. What did that mean? Chen Mo pondered the implications of their expression. The wild man extended his hand, continuously emitting owo sounds. Chen Mo reciprocated by extending his hand, and miraculously, the wild mountain ginseng reappeared. Ding! Wild mountain ginseng age, 132 years, estimated value, 700,000 yuan. Huh. Indeed, a wild mountain ginseng over a century old. Upon seeing the ginseng re-emerge, the four wild men let out a cacophony of shouts, rushing towards Chen Mo in an attempt to seize it. Simultaneously, their raucous cries drew the attention of 3 additional wild men. Faced with 7 hungry wild men, Chen Mo made the wild mountain ginseng vanish and produced a string of sausages, tossing one to the wild men. The first robust wild man caught the sausage thrown by Chen Mo and sniffed it curiously. They had never encountered such an enticing aroma. Chen Mo took a bite of his sausage, demonstrating to them, "You've never tasted this, have you? I'll give you 10 sausages for just one of your wild mountain ginseng. Isn't that fair?" Although the wild men could not comprehend Chen Mo's words, they understood his gestures. Unable to resist the allure of the delightful scent, the wild man who caught the sausage took a bite. Chen Mo surmised that this individual was likely their leader, for while he indulged in the food, the others, though envious, dared not snatch it and patiently waited nearby. Chen Mo observed that among the wild men, 3 were female, slightly smaller in stature than the other 4. The leader emitted a call after taking a bite of the sausage and, in front of Chen Mo, broke it in half to share with the 3 female wild men. Chen Mo then retrieved more sausages and wild mountain ginseng from his space, gesturing to the wild men, "Sausages for you, and this wild mountain ginseng for me." He brought the ginseng closer to himself and extended his hand holding the sausages towards the leader. The wild man leader slowly approached Chen Mo and, in the end, took the sausages from him. Chen Mo smiled, seemingly in agreement with the other party. He believed he could easily defeat the wild men and escape with his nimble footwork. But taking their belongings and fleeing felt somewhat dishonorable. Now, having exchanged over 100 yuan worth of sausages for a single wild ginseng root, he felt no guilt. Watching the wild leader distribute the sausages among the others, Chen Mo pointed toward the distance with a gentle smile, saying, "I shall take my leave now." The leader let out a series of howls in response. Chen Mo frowned. It seemed he was not one to honor his word. Retrieving the wild ginseng was out of the question, absolutely impossible, and if necessary, he prepared himself for a confrontation. The leader howled again, prompting one of the wild men to sprint away into the distance. The remaining 6 continued to observe Chen Mo. What could this mean? Chen Mo discerned that they were not looking for a fight. With ample time on his hands, he was curious to see their next move. Approximately 20 minutes later, the wild man returned, clutching a wild ginseng root. The leader approached Chen Mo slowly, extending his hand in an offering. "For me?" Chen Mo stared at the damaged root in disbelief. So they intended to barter for food. Had he known earlier, he would have protested, as the damaged roots would fetch at least half the price. He took the wild ginseng from the leader's hand. Ding! The wild ginseng is 62 years old, with a reference price of 150,000 yuan. Indeed, had the root been intact, the price for a 62-year-old specimen would have been well over double that. And since the wild men had dug it up, he would not receive any system rewards for it. The leader, still holding his hand aloft, awaited the food in exchange. Chen Mo sighed. The sausages had already been given away. Suddenly, a roasted chicken and a duck appeared in his hand. "Would you like these?" The wild leader's curiosity was piqued by the sudden appearance of the food. He inspected it closely before cautiously reaching out to take the roasted chicken and duck. With the food secured, the leader quickly retreated to his group. The previous encounter had surely left a psychological mark on them. Chen Mo waved the wild ginseng, asking, "Is there any more of this? I also have bread and ham, as well as a self-heating hot pot. Would you be interested?" The wild men, engrossed in devouring the roasted duck and chicken, paid him no mind. Chen Mo observed them consuming their meal without bothering to spit out the bones. Chewing a few times before swallowing directly, he swallowed hard, imagining that their teeth would be quite formidable. Realizing that presenting more food would not elicit their assistance in locating superior items, he decided to withdraw. He would return in a couple of days once the wild men had finished their food to negotiate again. Having experienced the potency of food additives, he doubted they would remain indifferent. Elated, Chen Mo made his way back, thrilled at having found the century-old wild ginseng, knowing that selling it would yield 200,000 yuan. Additionally, due to harvesting the century-old ginseng, his system points had soared to over 60,000. Now, aside from his sense of smell and sensitivity remaining at 2, all other attributes had reached 10. 60,000 points were sufficient to elevate another physical trait to 10. After spending over 2 hours returning to the village, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. There remained one pressing question. He was unaware of the identity or location of the owner who was purchasing wild ginseng. Most individuals who ventured into the mountains in search of wild ginseng were like Chen Mo, having merely heard rumors of a buyer without any concrete knowledge of who it might be. Upon returning home, he sent a message to Chen Jihua. Manager Chen, have you heard of anyone offering 2 million for wild ginseng? Of course I've heard. Brother, do you have something in mind? Chen Jihua quickly responded. Do you know which owner it is? Chen Mo neither confirmed nor denied it. Chen Jihua assumed Chen Mo was merely curious, as he had more insider knowledge from working at a herbal shop than most outsiders. It's the chairman of Huading Group who is buying it. I've heard he is doing it to save his wife. On the bus, Chen Mo had heard it was to save the chairman's father. But here it had morphed into saving his wife. He was unsure which version was accurate. Knowing it was the chairman of Huading Group sufficed. The specifics of whom he sought to save were irrelevant to him. All right, thank you, Manager Chen. Haha, no problem. A century-old wild ginseng is not so easily obtained. It would be more practical for you to gather more matsutake mushrooms. Chen Jihua seemed concerned that Chen Mo might abandon mushroom foraging in favor of seeking century-old ginseng. Chen Mo understood the implication and chose not to reply further. He then searched online for information about Huading Group. The company primarily engaged in department store chains, and its chairman, Yin Feiwen, had built the enterprise from the ground up over the course of 20 years. Quite impressive, Chen Mo mused, transforming from nothing into a fortune of billions in just 2 decades. Brother, Chen Bianxiang entered from outside. My mother sent me to fetch you for dinner. Dinner? Are they planning to criticize me? Chen Mo lay on the Kong, unmoving. Yesterday, Wei Shufan had introduced him to a potential girlfriend, which he had utterly botched. He suspected they intended to lecture him today. No, my mother didn't mention anything like that. Chen Bianxiang sat down on the Kong and casually grabbed some chips nearby. Brother, did you go to the city again? They don't have these chips at Daja supermarket. Only your eyes are sharp, Chen Mo replied, pushing a bag of snacks towards Chen Bianxiang. Take these back to enjoy. Chen Bianxiang chuckled as he picked up the snacks. Let us hurry, my dad has already cooked. And there's a nice bottle of wine prepared. It would have been fine if he weren't home, but since Chen Bianxiang had found him, it would be somewhat pretentious to remain behind. He turned over and sat up on the Kong, and the two strolled towards Chen Bianxiang's house. On their way, they encountered Wang Tiehua, who was walking with his head down. Hey, Wang Tiehua, Chen Bianxiang called out. The three of them had shared a unique bond after being captured by the wild men, and any past grievances had long been forgotten. Wang Tiehua looked up to see Chen Mo and Chen Bianxiang, awkwardly chuckling. What is going on? Who messed with you? Chen Bianxiang was just joking, but to his surprise, Wang Tiehua replied, I've been played. Li Dajiao tricked me into thinking he was introducing me to a college student, and I ended up buying a bunch of things from his store for the date. They took my stuff and then said they weren't interested. Wang Tiehua was furious. Chen Mo laughed. Yesterday, Li Dajiao had claimed he was no longer interested and had indeed introduced Wang Tiehua to a college student, leading to quite the pitfall. Chen Bianc chuckled. Is it conceivable that Li Dajiao and the female university student have colluded? When the time comes, they will simply return the purchased items and split your money. Chen Mo had pondered this possibility as well, yet deemed it implausible. With so many villagers around, it was unlikely that anyone would resort to such antics for a mere few hundred yuan. This was not like the city, where the youth could easily form a deceitful industry. Li Dajiao likely only aimed to earn a little profit from selling goods, and his intentions to introduce a partner were genuine. The issue lay with the female university student, if she looked down upon him. It was indeed inappropriate to accept his offerings. Wang Tiehua, single-minded as he was, felt a flicker of possibility upon hearing Chen Bianc's words. So Li Dajiao is not malicious, but merely considers me a fool. Damn it, I'm going to confront him. Wang Tiehou's anger surged, and he turned to head toward the supermarket. Don't take Chen Bianc's nonsense to heart, Chen Mo interjected. However, Wang Tiehua was beyond reason. Having accomplished nothing that day, spent 300 to 400 yuan, and been ridiculed. The thought of Li Dajiao conspiring with others to deceive him was more than he could bear. Watching Wang Tiehua storm away, Chen Mo remarked, It's likely to turn violent. Cousin, let us hurry after him. Are you going to mediate? No, I'm going to enjoy the spectacle. Chen Bianc replied with eager anticipation. But didn't you say the meal was ready? No rush, no rush. Food can be eaten at any time. But once the commotion passes, it will be gone. Chen Bianc pulled Chen Mo's arm as they made their way to Daja supermarket. Wang Tiehua had already arrived first. If she looks down on you, What does that have to do with me? Li Dajiao felt somewhat wronged. A few village women nearby rallied in support of Li Dajiao. Indeed, it's normal for a university student to not be interested in you. It's not your fault, Uncle Dajiao. If she doesn't fancy me yet still accepts my gifts, you must have conspired. Wang Daqiang exclaimed, his face reddening with indignation. That's called a greeting gift. Wasn't the meeting accomplished? What is wrong with her accepting the gift? Li Dajiao replied, a cigarette in hand. Wang Daqiang, at a loss for a retort, faltered, regardless. The introduction didn't succeed. You must compensate for my losses. You want me to compensate for your losses? Li Dajiao responded with feigned astonishment. How can you say such a thing? Ask our neighbors who doesn't bring gifts to a blind date. And who would ask for them back if it didn't work out? The nearby village women chimed in. Exactly. Uncle Dajiao only meant well in introducing you. How ungrateful you are? Suddenly, Wang Daqiang made an unexpected move. He bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and with a swift motion, hurled it toward the supermarket's glass. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. A crowd of onlookers stared at Wang Daqiang in disbelief. Li Dajiao was the first to react. You dare smash my glass. He grabbed a shovel from nearby and prepared to confront Wang Daqiang. Relying on his youthful vigor and strength, Wang Daqiang lunged forward abruptly, entwining himself with Li Dajiao to shield himself from the blows of the shovel. Witnessing this, 4 or 5 village women rushed to Li Dajiao's aid. Adversity reveals true loyalty. Almost instantaneously, Wang Daqiang was engulfed by the throng of women, their relentless scratching unbearable. Chen Mo observed from nearby, grimacing in discomfort. What are you waiting for? It's all your fault for speaking out of turn. Hurry and separate them. Chen Mo chided Chen Mo with a tap. Apart from Wang Daqiang, all present were assailants. Without their intervention, he would have been shredded like shredded potatoes by the women's claws. Reluctantly, Chen Mo hastened to intervene. Stop. Cease this at once. At his command, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Together, the two men parted the crowd. Chen Mo grasped Wang Daqiang's arm and led him away from the fray, while Li Dajiao continued scolding him vehemently. You must compensate for my broken glass, or there will be no end to this. Wang Daqiang attempted to retort, but was forcibly pulled away by Chen Mo passing by Lao Wang's residence en route to Chen Mo's home. The three considered it a convenient detour. Chen Mo inquired, is that female university student attractive? Wang Daqiang spat disdainfully. Attractive? Hardly. She is even sturdier than Niu Xiaowan and carries herself with an arrogance that looks down on everyone. Some rural girls tend to look down on rural boys. A consequence of their environment. For instance, Niu Xiaowan's father constantly dreams of finding an urban man for his daughter, wrongly assuming all city dwellers are wealthy. Upon arriving at Wang Daqiang's doorstep, Chen Mo consoled him. Li Dajiao probably doesn't understand the full situation. The blame lies with that university girl. Wang Daqiang sighed heavily. I swear, I'll never go on a blind date again. Definitely not, Chen Mo agreed. It's not worth it for just one girl. Many young people in the district, disheartened by a single setback, give up on relationships altogether, wasting their youth until their 30s. After bidding farewell to Wang Daqiang as he entered his home, the two proceeded to Chen Mo's house for dinner. Chen Yonggan asked curiously, why did it take so long? There was a fight, Chen Mo responded, setting aside the snacks Chen Mo had given him. Who fought whom? Chen Yonggan's curiosity was piqued. Chen Mo recounted the entire episode, capturing Chen Yonggan's undivided attention. Wei Shufan brought out the freshly prepared main dishes. Enough, enough. Why meddle in others' affairs? She chided. Chen Mo even scared the girl away. Chen Mo chuckled nervously. I'm not worried. The family gathered around the table to eat, feasting on 4 or 5 dishes. Chen Mo asked, what is the occasion to prepare so many dishes today? It's your birthday, did you forget? Wei Shufan retorted with a teasing tone. Oh, Chen Mo had no idea it was his birthday and was momentarily at a loss for words. In the past, Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan would never have celebrated Chen Mo's birthday, but now things were different. Chen Mo had changed, and he had saved Wei Shufan. The two pondered daily how to repay him. Chen Mo smirked mischievously beside them. Surprised, cousin? I deliberately didn't tell you. He then produced from his pocket a high-quality razor, a renowned brand worth at least 200 or 300 yuan. Cousin, this is your gift. Chen Mo, having traversed through time, experienced the warmth of home for the first time. After dinner, he returned home, contemplating selling the wild ginseng to purchase something for his second uncle's family. They had bought him a television and were celebrating his birthday today. so he felt the need to reciprocate. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, Chen Mo ventured to the city. The headquarters of Huateng Group stood as an iconic edifice within the city, serving as a hub for numerous bus routes. Upon entering the headquarters, the security guard approached Chen Mo, noticing his lack of an identification badge. "May I ask what brings you here?" Chen Mo replied, "I am looking for your chairman, In Feiwen." The guard frowned slightly, inquiring, "Do you have an appointment?" Chen Mo shook his head, stating, "I possess something he requires, which is why I am here." "Please hold on," the guard said, dialing the chairman's office. After a brief conversation, he turned back to Chen Mo and asked, "What is it?" "Centennial wild ginseng." "What?" The guard was taken aback, aware that the chairman had offered 2 million for the wild ginseng. He then relayed Chen Mo's words over the phone. After hanging up, he respectfully gestured, "Please follow me." They took the elevator to the top floor, where a female employee awaited them. Following her lead to the office, Chen Mo gently knocked twice on the door. "Chairman, the person has arrived." "Come in," a deep voice responded from within. The female employee opened the door and gestured for him to enter. Inside the office were 3 individuals. 2 robust figures sat on one side, clearly bodyguards. While seated in the chairman's position was a man appearing to be in his 40s. Online sources claimed In Feiwen was in his 50s, yet he was exceptionally well-preserved. In Feiwen scrutinized Chen Mo with keen eyes. "Have you found the centennial wild ginseng?" Chen Mo nodded. "Indeed. Take a look." In Feiwen expressed a desire to inspect the goods first. Despite the 2 bodyguards in the room, Chen Mo remained undaunted. After all, could they possibly match the strength of a wild man? He retrieved a box from his pocket, having specially prepared it for the 2 million item, giving it an air of sophistication. Presenting it in a plastic bag would have diminished its value. In Feiwen slowly opened the exquisite box, revealing the fresh wild ginseng, precisely the type he sought. However, he could not discern the age of the ginseng himself. "Call Old Hong to take a look," he instructed one of the bodyguards, who immediately exited the room. "What is the origin of this wild ginseng?" In Feiwen inquired casually while they waited. "It was dug up. It's not something that could be stolen," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. He felt slighted by the lack of courtesy in not being offered a seat and the interrogative tone directed at him. Were it not for the monetary incentive, he would have left long ago. The remaining bodyguard furrowed his brow, sensing Chen Mo's tone lacked respect for his boss. Chen Mo met his gaze fearlessly, and the 2 locked eyes. The bodyguard abruptly stood up, prepared to teach Chen Mo a lesson at the slightest command from the chairman. "Sit down," In Feiwen commanded coldly. Reluctantly, the bodyguard resumed his seat, his lifeless eyes fixed on Chen Mo. "What are you staring at? If you glare at me any longer, I might reconsider selling to your boss, and then we shall see who bears the brunt of the reprimand," Chen Mo retorted defiantly. "Ha ha ha, young man. Do temper your temper." In Feiwen chuckled, lightening the mood. In the depths of his mind, Chen Mo mused about the old man. When he had exchanged glances with the bodyguard in silence, it was evident that the old man would not yield, prompting him to intervene. Shortly thereafter, the departing bodyguard returned, accompanied by a venerable elder with a white beard. In Feiwen greeted the old man with utmost respect, rising to welcome him. "Old Master Hong, you have arrived." He extended a wild ginseng in his hand, asking, "Could you please assess whether this meets your standards?" Old Master Hong took the wild ginseng into his hands, scrutinizing it with increasing brightness in his eyes. A splendid specimen indeed. This must be at least 130 years old, freshly unearthed. "Congratulations, Mr. In. Your daughter is now afforded hope." After placing the wild ginseng down, Old Master Hong clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, stating, "With this wild ginseng and my medical expertise, I can at least extend her life by 10 years. If we could also discover a century-old snow lotus, I could potentially grant her an additional 30 years. "Excellent, excellent," In Feiwen exclaimed repeatedly. "However, Mr. In, do not be overly optimistic," Old Master Hong cautioned. "Snow lotuses are inherently rare, and those over 100 years old are even scarcer, likely more elusive than century-old ginseng. I possess ample funds. If 2 million cannot procure it, then 5 million. If 5 million fails, I shall offer 10 million. I am determined to save my daughter," In Feiwen insisted, turning to Chen Mo. "Can you locate the snow lotus? Given that you found the wild ginseng, you may name your price." Chen Mo shrugged. The snow lotus was known to thrive only in frigid terrains, and there was no possibility of finding such a thing in their mountains. "It cannot be found." In Feiwen's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a pre-prepared check from his pocket. inscribing the amount of 2 million upon it. He handed it to Chen Mo, asserting, I am a man of my word. Accept this check for 2 million. Chen Mo glanced at the check, uncertain of how to discern its authenticity. Nonetheless, he believed Feiwen would not resort to deceit over such an amount. He tucked the check into his pocket, replying, Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful. I shall take my leave now. With that, Chen Mo turned and exited the office. Old Master Hong inquired, Was it he who procured the wild ginseng? Is there a problem? Feiwen asked. None at all, Old Master Hong replied, shaking his head slowly. He had observed the exceptional quality of the wild ginseng. Such a specimen could not have been harvested from decades-old roots unless the individual was merely a messenger, with the true forger being someone else entirely. Chen Mo was escorted downstairs by a female employee upon his arrival. After exiting, he promptly hailed a taxi to the bank, for he deemed it prudent to convert the check into cash and deposit it into his account. The process at the bank proceeded seamlessly. After verification, the 2 million was swiftly deposited into Chen Mo's account. Upon leaving the bank and gazing at the balance on his card, Chen Mo felt a sense of reflection. Although 2 million might seem trivial to some affluent individuals, in Wulong village, it signified considerable wealth. He hesitated to claim the title of the wealthiest, as there was still the village chief, and he even speculated that Li Dajiao's wealth might exceed several million, having noticed the Chinese cigarettes in Li Dajiao's hometown mountain pack. Chen Mo then sought out a mobile phone store, intending to procure new phones for each member of his second uncle's family. The arrangement was that Chen Yonggan would receive a new phone, the one he replaced would go to Chen Bianc, and finally, Wei Shufan would receive it after that. At the counter, a bespectacled sales assistant approached to assist Chen Mo. Hello, what type of mobile phone are you looking for? Chen Mo was initially gazing at the mobile phones on the counter when he heard a voice and looked up, only to find it was indeed her, the girl Wei Shufan had introduced him to 2 days prior. The girl was momentarily taken aback, as Chen Mo's appearance today was drastically different from that of 2 days ago, leaving her momentarily speechless. It's you, she exclaimed, and upon further inspection, she noted his handsome features and well-fitted attire, the embodiment of a charming and sunny young man. Had he dressed like this 2 days ago, she might have entertained the idea of dining with him. What a coincidence! Are you here selling phones? She inquired. Indeed. Are you here to purchase a phone or for another reason? Chen Mo responded with a smile, leading the girl to believe he had learned of her employment here from someone else and had come specifically to find her. Yes, I'm looking to buy a phone, he replied. Feeling a pang of disappointment, the girl asked, Which model are you interested in? I'd like to purchase 4 of the latest models, he stated. Shocked. What? The girl thought she must have misheard him. What did you say? Seeing her wide-eyed astonishment, Chen Mo chuckled. I said I want 4 phones. Having only recently graduated and started working at this store, it was her first time handling such a significant order. The latest models cost over 10,000 each, totaling over 40,000 for 4. While the girl was still in disbelief, another sales associate approached with a beaming smile. Jingxiang, why don't you check in the back? I'll take care of this customer, she suggested. Jingxiang's excitement was instantly doused. The commission for selling phones was minimal, only about 30 or 40 yuan per unit. Furthermore, there were sales targets each month, and failing to meet them would result in a salary deduction. Being a newcomer, she hesitated to contradict the seasoned employees and quietly prepared to retreat. Wait, Chen Mo called out to her as she was about to leave. I was introduced to you. So why aren't you attending to me personally? Jingxiang was taken aback. When had she introduced him? They had only met once under less than pleasant circumstances. Realizing Chen Mo was trying to assist her, she responded, I'm sorry, I have other work to attend to. If you don't attend to me, I might just leave, Chen Mo continued. The other sales associate stood awkwardly between them. How about Jingxiang attends to your friend instead? She suggested before departing. Jingxiang returned to Chen Mo, whispering, Thank you. You're quite considerate. I just can't stand seeing newcomers being bullied by the veterans. She retrieved the latest model from the counter, saying, Here is our newest offering. Would you like to take a look? Chen Mo took the phone and began to examine it. He had no particular requirements and was purchasing 4 units, 1 for each member of Chen Yonggan's family, while keeping 1 for himself. He chose to give phones as gifts, as they would likely refuse anything too extravagant. At that moment, a young man in his 20s approached Chen Mo, smiling as he addressed Jingxiang. Do you have time for lunch? Let us eat together. Chen Mo glanced sideways at the young man, who appeared unremarkable but regarded Jingxiang with a somewhat flirtatious gaze. Jingxiang first gauged Chen Mo's reaction before responding. Oh, I can't. I have plans with my colleagues. Just give me one chance, Wang Tiehua? The young man pleaded, leaning against the counter. I am engaged in work and cannot converse. You should leave promptly. Shizuka glanced around, fearing the manager might discover them. Promise me, and I shall depart, the young man insisted with a tenacious expression, feigning a coy demeanor. Their conversation attracted the attention of those nearby. Shizuka's face betrayed her discomfort. Yet she dared not raise her voice to dismiss the young man. Chen Mo placed his phone on the counter, stating, "This one, please wrap for me." The young man recognized that Chen Mo was holding the latest model and, upon hearing that he intended to purchase 4, looked at him with astonishment. Chen Mo turned his head slightly. She doesn't wish to engage with you. It would be wise for you to leave promptly. Chapter 35. The wild boar enters the village. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the young man straightened his posture and locked eyes with him. Who are you? What business do you have with Shizuka and me? Shizuka had already retreated to the storeroom to fetch phones. Chen Mo nonchalantly replied, Who am I? I am her cousin. Cousin? The young man, Wei Yuanliang, was taken aback and awkwardly extended his hand. Greetings, cousin. I am Wei Yuanliang, a friend of Shizuka. Hee. Chen Mo glanced at a nearby stool, and Wei Yuanliang promptly moved it beneath Chen Mo, saying, Cousin, please have a seat. Chen Mo leisurely sat down, adopting a parental demeanor and crossing his legs. My cousin has been shy since childhood. Indeed. Wei Yuanliang nodded earnestly, eager to please. In that moment, Chen Mo was perceived as Shizuka's cousin, someone to whom he needed to curry favor. If he could impress his cousin, perhaps he could win Shizuka's heart. Chen Mo continued, I can see you have feelings for my cousin. Your height and appearance are commendable, but pursuing a shy girl requires certain considerations. Right. What should I pay attention to? Wei Yuanliang was so intent that he almost pulled out a notebook to take notes. Chen Mo nearly laughed, as the young man appeared to be a couple of years older, yet was acting like a schoolboy. Of course, you must maintain a respectful distance. If you pursue her too closely, it will only cause Shizuka to feel anxious. How could you possibly grow closer? Wei Yuanliang pondered thoughtfully. No wonder Shizuka seems nervous every time she sees me. Cousin, you are truly a master in matters of the heart. Please share your wisdom with me, and I shall treat you to a meal. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Dining is trivial. First, you must establish a sense of distance. Let Shizuka see you no more than once every couple of days. After 2 or 3 months of this, she will become familiar with you. When you eventually converse, she will surely be less nervous. Wei Yuanliang's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Shizuka returned with 4 unopened phones, surprised to find Chen Mo and Wei Yuanliang deep in conversation. Do you know each other? She inquired, directing her question at Chen Mo. Seeing Shizuka approach, Wei Yuanliang adhered to Chen Mo's advice and refrained from pressing further. Chen Mo smiled faintly, patting Wei Yuanliang on the shoulder. You're a good lad. Thank you for the compliment, cousin. Wei Yuanliang beamed with pride. Chen Mo is Wei Yuanliang's cousin? Shizuka was utterly bewildered. Chen Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Yuanliang, who immediately grasped the need for distance. Well then, Shizuka, cousin, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shizuka nodded, still in a daze. Chen Mo casually waved his hand. Cousin, let us have a meal together sometime. Wei Yuanliang, before taking his leave, did not forget to show his goodwill. As Wei Yuanliang exited the mobile phone store, Jingxiang quietly inquired, Is Wei Yuanliang your cousin? Cousin, my foot. If he were my cousin and he didn't like me, I would have knocked some sense into him long ago, Chen Mo explained. Seeing that guy cling to you, I just said he was your cousin to inform him that if he wishes to pursue you, he cannot be so persistent. Jingxiang never imagined such a tactic. How did the person before her come up with this? A simple gesture to create distance might lead Wei Yuanliang to gradually lose interest. At the very least, he wouldn't harass Jingxiang daily. Give me your phone number. Jingxiang's face flushed slightly. All right, my number is 13xxxxxx. Chen Mo pointed to the 4 phones Jingxiang was holding. I meant the phone I bought. Jingxiang's face turned completely crimson. At that moment, she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide. Lowering her head, she pushed the 4 phones toward Chen Mo along with a receipt, mumbling, Paid at the cash register. Upon picking up the receipt, which indicated that the 4 phones totaled 46,800, Chen Mo suggested they take a moment to calm down. He first went to the cash register to settle the payment, and then returned with the receipt to hand it back to Jingxiang. After a few minutes of composure, Jingxiang's expression had softened. She glanced at the payment receipt. Chen Mo placed the 4 phones into a bag. Well, I'll take my leave now. Wait. Can we have lunch together? Jingxiang shyly asked. Don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. I just want to treat you to a meal as a thank you. Jingxiang fidgeted with her glasses, revealing her nervousness. Chen Mo glanced at the time, which was just around noon. All right, I'll treat you. Jingxiang emphasized. Fine, Chen Mo remarked, unwilling to quibble over such trivial matters. Just wait for me a moment. I'll be off work soon. Jingxiang playfully replied. Chen Mo seized this opportunity to transfer his SIM card to the new phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jingxiang, now dressed casually, found Chen Mo. The two exited the mobile phone store and casually sought a nearby noodle shop. Let us eat something else, Jingxiang suggested, aware that Chen Mo intended to save her money, thus improving her impression of him. He truly is a thoughtful young man. We can just have a bite. Chen Mo entered the noodle shop first, casually ordering 2 bowls of noodles. Once seated, Jingxiang kept her head down, hesitant to speak. Who arranged your blind date? Chen Mo sought to break the awkward silence. My mom. She believes that once a girl turns 20, she should find a husband, have children, and take care of the family, Jingxiang replied, her face reflecting her helplessness. In rural areas, most marriages occur early. Failing to marry would lead others to speculate there is something wrong with you. Thankfully, the original owner of this body had missing parents. Otherwise, she would be constantly subjected to introductions like Wei Shufan. Soon, the 2 bowls of noodles arrived. Jingxiang ate gracefully, while Chen Mo devoured his meal ravenously. Chen Mo observed that Jingxiang occasionally stole glances at him, an irresistible charm that made him quickly finish his noodles. I shall take my leave now. You may savor your meal at your leisure. Huh, Jingxiang exclaimed, glancing at her bowl, which had only a few strands of noodles missing. What speed? Very well then, she replied. Chen Mo grabbed his phone and departed from the noodle shop. Upon returning to Wulong village, he made his way directly to his second uncle's residence, where the family of 3 was in the courtyard drying mushrooms. Seeing Chen Mo approaching with a bag, Chen Bianc eagerly came forward. What did you buy, cousin? Chen Mo handed the bag to Chen Bianc. I brought each of you a mobile phone. Chen Bianc swiftly retrieved a phone from the bag. Wow, it's the latest model. I've wanted one for ages. You're the best, cousin. Wei Shufan and Chen Yonggan joined them, noticing 2 more new phones in the bag. Just earned a little money, and you're already spending it recklessly. Though Chen Yonggan voiced his concern, he still took a phone and admired it. Do you know how much this phone costs? Chen Bianc started to inquire. But Chen Mo quickly interjected. I bought it at a discount from a friend. Consider it a way to help him with his sales. Just accept it. Wei Shufan hesitated to accept, but Chen Yonggan chuckled lightly. Since it's from the children's hearts, we should graciously accept. Stay for dinner tonight. Your second uncle will prepare something delicious. Most men have a fondness for electronic gadgets, and Chen Yonggan had long since upgraded his phone, though he faced resistance from his wife. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted outside the courtyard as someone shouted, a wild boar has entered the village. Quick, we need help. Due to the village's proximity to the mountains, wild boars often ventured into the area in search of food, presenting an ongoing threat. Chen Yonggan handed the new phone to Chen Bianc and immediately sought a suitable weapon in the courtyard. Eventually, he picked up a sturdy stick and said to Chen Mo and the others, stay here, I'll go take a look. Chen Bianc handed all the phones to Wei Shufan. Mom, stay home. My cousin and I will go catch the wild boar. In the end, only Wei Shufan and Chen Mo remained as they followed the sounds of the commotion, discovering a group of men from the village pursuing the wild boar. Nearby, a man was injured and sitting on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they realized the injured man was Niu Dali, the father of Niu Shaowan. Niu Dali was not part of the effort to corner the boar. He had merely happened upon the scene and was knocked down by the wild animal. The boar had head-butted him several times, leaving him bloodied. Wow, it seems the cow has never encountered a pig before, Chen Bianc remarked. While Chen Mo had encountered wild boars in the mountains, he had never attempted to capture one, as he lacked the means to explain such actions. How could an ordinary person, unarmed, possibly take down a wild boar? And how could one drag a several hundred-pound creature back to the village? Moreover, wild boar meat is notoriously tough and gamey, lacking the desirable qualities of more commonly consumed meats. Before long, the two caught up with the main group, where the wild boar was being chased by a dozen men, its size estimated to be nearly 300 pounds, a substantial specimen. The blunt force of sticks against its thick hide proved largely ineffective. Chen Mo and his companion could only watch the spectacle unfold, knowing that with such numbers, his involvement would be futile. Chen Bianc remarked, Director Liu should be arriving shortly to take the rifle and dispatch the boar. In his recollection, wild boars had intruded into the village several times before. Most often, Director Liu from the county, armed with a rifle, would arrive to shoot them dead. The villagers would then ensure the boar was secured to prevent further harm to people or damage to property. Suddenly, Chen Bianc exclaimed, "Oh no, cousin. That boar seems to be heading toward your house." Chen Mo glanced ahead and saw his newly renovated home right there. Picking up a fist-sized cobblestone from the ground, he said, "Keep an eye on it. I'm going to relieve myself quickly." Worried, Chen Bianc wondered if his cousin might be scared out of his wits. The presence of the wild boar had the advantage of diverting everyone's attention, leaving Chen Mo unnoticed. Moving with swift footwork, Chen Mo circled around and entered his courtyard ahead of the boar. Watching the boar charge toward his home, he found a vantage point hidden from others' view and hurled the cobblestone with great force. With a sharp crack, the stone struck the boar, which emitted a piercing cry of pain before collapsing and convulsing on the ground. A group of men rushed forward and beat the boar with sticks in a frenzy. Chen Bianc hurried over and asked, "Cousin, how did you get home so fast?" "Just now. Didn't I say I'd be back to use the restroom?" Chen Mo tightened his waistband. Chen Bianc was bewildered. It seemed impossible, as they had been following the boar the entire time. Soon after, Director Liu arrived with a police officer armed with a rifle, the only weapon capable of swiftly killing a wild boar. Observing the boar's corpse, Director Liu inquired, "Did you kill it?" The village chief smiled and replied, "We don't know exactly what happened. The boar suddenly collapsed, and we all beat it to death together. Sorry for making you come all this way for nothing." Bending down to inspect the boar, Director Liu noticed something amiss, a cobblestone-sized hole on its side. Knowing how tough a boar's hide was, he found it strange, especially since even handgun bullets struggled to penetrate it, let alone wooden sticks and iron rods wielded by the villagers. "What caused this wound?" he asked the village chief, who was equally puzzled. "We were just hitting wildly. No one noticed who struck the boar first." "Very well," Director Liu said, standing up. "How the boar died isn't important. You may handle the carcass yourselves. Since someone was injured, be sure to share some meat with them." This was the customary protocol whenever a wild boar entered the village. The boar belonged to the village it invaded. The chief then organized men to drag the boar for processing. The butcher discovered a hard object inside the boar's body, which, upon cleaning, revealed itself to be a cobblestone. Everyone immediately understood why the boar had collapsed so suddenly, though no one could explain how the stone had entered its body. Despite the oddity, it did not dampen the villagers' enthusiasm for consuming wild boar meat, which was a rare delicacy even within the village. Niu Dali, who had sustained the most serious injury, received an entire hindquarter of the boar, while Chen Yonggan's family and others, including Chen Mo, were also allocated portions. Chen Mo declined his share, giving it all to Chen Yonggan's family. That evening, the entire village feasted on wild boar meat. Chen Mo dined at Chen Bianc's home, where the braised pork was generously seasoned with ginger and cooking wine, yet the underlying flavor remained unmasked. As he savored his meal, Chen Bianc fiddled with his new mobile phone, exclaiming, "Cousin, this new phone is truly remarkable." Shortly thereafter, Wei Shufan replaced the SIM card in her new phone with one from Chen Bianc's device. Just as the phone powered on, a call came through. "Mom, it's Shizuka calling for you," Chen Bianc remarked, glancing at the caller ID. Wei Shufan cast a quick look at Chen Mo. Recalling how Shizuka had fled in fright when they visited Chen Mo's house that day, and they had not introduced themselves to one another, Wei Shufan assumed Chen Mo was unaware that the girl was named Shizuka. Feigning interest in his phone, Chen Mo avoided eye contact with Wei Shufan, pondering the significance of Shizuka's call. "Hello?" Wei Shufan answered. "Aunt Wei, this is Shizuka. Could you please give me Chen Mo's phone number?" Earlier that afternoon, Shizuka had returned to the mobile phone store, her thoughts consumed with Chen Mo, regretting that she hadn't obtained his contact information. Resolute, she decided to request it from Wei Shufan, the mutual acquaintance. You want his number?" Wei Shufan raised her gaze to Chen Mo once more. His expression remained unchanged, but he had a hunch about the situation. "All right, I'll send it to you in a moment." After hanging up, Wei Shufan turned to Chen Mo and said, "The girl from that day wants your phone number. Will you give it to her?" Just then, a thought struck her. "Oh, I remember now. Shizuka works at the phone store. You didn't buy your phone from her shop, did you?" Chen Mo smiled wryly. realizing that what had started as a pleasant situation had inadvertently revealed itself. Learning that Chen Mo had connected with Shizuka, Wei Shufan felt a surge of happiness. You two should take your time getting to know each other. When the time comes for marriage, your uncle and I will certainly assist you. Chen Mo merely clicked his tongue, opting not to elaborate further or to prevent Wei Shufan from sharing his number. As he departed from Chun Bienkei's home, night had already fallen. Walking along the dimly lit path, Chen Mo heard various strange sounds emanating from the mountains. A woo, a woo, a woo. He halted, straining to listen, ultimately concluding that it sounded reminiscent of a wild man's call. Could it be searching for him? The wild man's cave was quite distant from the village, and it would take at least 4 or 5 hours for him to run there. If Chen Mo didn't venture up to take a look, the wild man might come to the village in search of him. Having been preoccupied with purchasing a phone, he had neglected to shop for groceries. Only remnants of his previous food supply remained, all packaged in plastic. Chen Mo feared the wild man would not consume such items. He could not afford to disappoint the wild man. Losing the trust of his counterpart would mean no further exchanges. Thus, Chen Mo resolved to visit Bigfoot Supermarket to see if any prepared foods were still available. Chapter 36. The past of Li Dajiao. Upon arriving at the entrance of Bigfoot Supermarket, Chen Mo noticed that the glass, shattered earlier by Wang Tiehua, had been sealed with white paper. Li Dajiao typically resided in the store, and without sealing it, the evening insects would drain his blood dry through the night. Pulling at the door yielded no success. It was barely past 8 o'clock, and Li Dajiao usually remained open until 11. Uncle Foot, open up. I'm here to buy something. Chen Mo gently tapped on the door. Suddenly, the lights inside the supermarket flickered out, and Li Dajiao responded from within, BNK. I'm resting. I'm not selling anything today. Chen Mo immediately sensed something amiss. The disparity in voice between him and Chun Bienkei was too pronounced for Li Dajiao to have made a mistake. Activating the radar function, he discovered 4 humanoid figures within the supermarket. Aside from Li Dajiao, there were 3 others, with a total of 4 individuals. It eliminated the possibility of Li Dajiao being involved in any illicit activities, leaving only one conclusion. Intruders had entered the supermarket. Moreover, they could not be villagers. If they were, Li Dajiao's deliberate misnomer of him as Chun Bienkei would undoubtedly have been detected. I'm leaving, Chen Mo announced, walking away with deliberate loudness. Once out of sight of the supermarket, he employed the swift wave step to instantly return outside. The supermarket remained shrouded in darkness, but as he approached the window, he discerned voices within. Old Deng has been looking for you for days. Hurry and bring out the money. I have no money, only the change in the drawer. Take it if you want, replied Li Dajiao. The room echoed with sounds of kicking, accompanied by Li Dajiao's anguished cries. Gag him, someone shouted, and soon, Li Dajiao's screams transformed into muffled whimpers. It was evident that a robbery was underway, with a surge of strength amplified 20-fold. Chen Mo forcefully yanked open the locked security door. Inside, 3 individuals brandished their phones for illumination, abruptly turning toward the sound of the door. In a flash, Chen Mo dashed into the room, delivering a punch to each of them. The blows landed squarely in their stomachs, nearly causing them to regurgitate their previous night's meal. Chen Mo flipped the switch on the wall, illuminating the supermarket once more. All present could now see one another, with the 3 would-be robbers writhing on the floor. Li Dajiao was bound and thrown to the ground, a cloth or perhaps a sock stuffed in his mouth. Upon spotting Chen Mo, Li Dajiao excitedly swayed back and forth. Chen Mo approached, yanked the object from Li Dajiao's mouth, and untied the ropes binding him. Despite appearing youthful, Li Dajiao was, after all, over 50 years old. Having endured several kicks, he struggled to rise until Chen Mo extended his hand to help him up. Thank you. I knew you were clever. As soon as I hinted, you would surely figure it out, Li Dajiao said, rubbing his face as he looked at the convulsing robbers on the floor. I never anticipated you could fight so well. Chen Mo took out his phone, preparing to call the police. I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, in broad daylight. I surely wouldn't have been able to take on all 3 of them. However, upon seeing Chen Mo's intent to report the incident, Li Dajiao hastily pressed down on Chen Mo's hand. Don't call the police. I'll handle this myself. Handle it yourself? Chen Mo replied, incredulous. The 3 individuals had already committed burglary. If reported, they would face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Hearing Chen Mo's intention to involve the authorities, 2 of the robbers displayed expressions of sheer terror, while one, seemingly confident that Li Dajiao would not call the police. nonchalantly clutched his stomach and remained sprawled on the floor. Li Dajiao's expression was one of both helplessness and conflict. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have had to call the police. Are you not afraid of retaliation? I find this troublesome. Chen Mo, not wishing to invite further complications, was wary of these individuals seeking revenge. As Li Dajiao approached the door, he found it had been broken, rendering the lock useless. After casting a glance at Chen Mo, I couldn't help but wonder about the strength of this young man. With the door unable to close fully, I left it ajar and turned to Chen Mo, assuring him, "They won't trouble you, nor dare to, for that is my son," gesturing towards the boy who seemed indifferent to Chen Mo's call to the authorities. Chen Mo was left speechless, utterly astonished. "When did you have a son? Moreover, a son who engages in robbery?" Li Dajiao sighed and pulled Chen Mo aside, ensuring that their conversation remained unheard by the three individuals on the floor. "When I was with his mother, she was pregnant. But you know my condition. I could never bear children. Yet, she insisted that this child was mine. Eventually, after parting ways with her, the child was raised to believe I was his father." Chen Mo inquired, "Did you never clarify this with him?" With a sigh, Li Dajiao replied, "How could I? I watched him grow up." Chen Mo scoffed. There must be more to this story. Perhaps Li Dajiao had initially accepted the child for financial reasons. But such matters were of no concern to Chen Mo. "Handle it yourself then. I came here to purchase some deli meats." Li Dajiao hurried to the refrigerated display, presenting Chen Mo with an ample platter of sausages, pig's head, and chicken feet. "Take these, I won't charge you." Understanding that Li Dajiao intended to use the food as a form of hush money, Chen Mo did not decline. If he refused, Li Dajiao would undoubtedly seek him out again. Lifting the generous platter of delicacies, Chen Mo declared, "I shall take my leave." Go. Feel free to come by any time for more," Li Dajiao replied with notable enthusiasm. "Just keep tonight's events to yourself. Rest assured, I will keep your secret." Chen Mo assured him as he took his leave. If he lingered any longer, he feared the wild men from the mountains might venture into the village. As for how Li Dajiao would manage the aftermath, that was his concern alone. The supermarket was situated at the village's edge, so during the night, few would stroll by, and the incidents within remained unnoticed by others. Once outside, Chen Mo stored the deli meats in his spatial pocket. The platter Li Dajiao had provided must have weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. If he were to offer it all to the wild men at once, acquiring more items in the future would necessitate an even greater exchange of food. Excess can be counterproductive. Too much of anything can lead to adverse outcomes. Letting out a howl akin to that of the wild men, Chen Mo ascended the mountain and received an immediate response from a distance. Following the sound, he found the wild leader perched on a branch several meters above. Upon spotting Chen Mo, the wild man leaped down effortlessly. With a resounding thud, even Chen Mo, skilled in agility, had to absorb the impact from such a height, while the wild man landed unscathed. "Incredible! How fearless they are of fractures," Chen Mo marveled. The wild man approached, emitting a series of guttural howls, the intensity of which nearly overwhelmed Chen Mo. He took a step back, contemplating whether he should teach them the art of dental hygiene next time. The leader extended his hand, revealing a palm riddled with cracks, clutching 2 wild ginseng roots. Evidently, the wild man had grasped the ginseng tightly while running, rendering them almost unrecognizable. Chen Mo winced at the sight. These were worth a fortune. The price of the loss could be exchanged for sausages, enough to fill the cave of the wild man. He reached out and took 2 wild ginseng roots. Ding, wild ginseng, 56 years old, reference price 40,000 yuan. Wild ginseng, 31 years old, reference price 20,000 yuan. Due to the severe damage to the wild ginseng, even the lower reference price could not diminish further. Chen Mo pointed at the wild ginseng. "Next time, could you take me to dig?" The wild man leader, howling, extended his hand, anticipating the exchange for meat, utterly oblivious to the incomprehensible babble of the human before him. Noticing the wild man's incessant grasping, Chen Mo understood that he had not comprehended a word. The 2 damaged wild ginseng roots vanished, replaced by 6 or 7 sausages. "The items you provided are too damaged. They can only be exchanged for this much." The wild man leader seized the sausages from Chen Mo's hand and extended his other hand, evidently desiring more. Chen Mo had chosen to store the cooked food in his space for this very reason. Previously, when the wild man had presented him with a wild ginseng root, he had reciprocated with a roast chicken and a duck. Consequently, this time, upon providing 2 wild ginseng roots, the wild men sought a greater exchange. Faced with a species incapable of verbal communication, Chen Mo had already achieved the utmost by persuading them to dig wild ginseng in exchange for food. He could not afford to be overly ambitious. He retrieved a substantial piece of pig's head meat from his space and placed it in the wild man's hand. "This is all I have. If you ask for more, I may have to resort to force." The wild man held sausages in one hand and 6 or 7 pounds of pig's head meat in the other. He sniffed the left side, then the right, a woo-a-woo. To Chen Mo's surprise, he perceived what seemed to be a smile on the wild man's face, who then turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen Mo shook his head in exasperation. He could not follow the wild man to seek out the wild ginseng. With 7 wild men in their tribe, it was uncertain which one had gathered the ginseng, making it impossible for him to track them all, including the one from last time. He now possessed 3 wild ginseng roots in his space. Although their quality did not match the ones he had harvested himself, he estimated he could sell them for over 100,000 without issue. Gradually making his way back through the forest, a notification chimed from his newly purchased phone. As he was close to the village, a signal was still present. He pulled out his phone to find a message from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, are you asleep?" Guessing it was a message from Jingxiang, Chen Mo replied. "Why are you still awake?" "Huh, you know who I am. The girl selling phones." Chen Mo's fingers flew over the screen. "Hee." Upon seeing Jingxiang reply with just hee, Chen Mo lost interest in continuing the conversation and slipped the phone into his pocket, sauntering back home. Once home, Jingxiang sent him another message. "Why aren't you replying? Are you as nervous as I am, not knowing what to say?" "Nervous?" Chen Mo was unsure what that meant. However, from her words, it was evident that Jingxiang held an interest in him. "No need to be nervous. It's impossible between us," Chen Mo replied. Rather than engaging in mutual probing, he preferred to be direct to avoid any misunderstandings. "Oh, okay." Half a minute later, Jingxiang responded. Chen Mo clicked his tongue and put away his phone. Jingxiang was seeking a partner for marriage, while he was in no rush to tie the knot. Their interactions were merely a waste of time for both. He drifted into a drowsy slumber. The following morning, he was roused by Chun Bianc knocking on his window. As he picked up his phone to check the time, he discovered that he had fallen asleep the previous night while Jingxiang had sent him an extensive message. Indeed, it was quite a lengthy correspondence. Chen Mo skimmed through it, gathering that she yearned for a relationship based on genuine affection, expressing that marrying someone she did not love was akin to becoming a nun. They could start as friends. "Hey, cousin, are you going to let me in?" Chun Bianc called out anxiously from outside when he noticed that Chun Mo had awakened but had yet to open the door. With a sigh, Chun Mo rose from his bed and opened the door, considering that not responding to Jingxiang's message could be a form of reply in itself. Chun Bianc entered, carrying breakfast prepared by Wei Shufan, having come specifically to deliver it. Once the meal was set, he remarked, "The herbalists have all left the village. I heard that the big boss has already acquired the wild ginseng." Chen Mo took a sip of the corn porridge that Chun Bianc had brought, accompanied by steamed buns and pickled vegetables. This was the quintessential rural breakfast. Though modest, it was quite satisfying. Isn't that a good thing? The village can be peaceful again. 200,000. I wonder who is so fortunate to have received that sum. Chun Bianc mused, biting into his bun. Chen Mo chuckled softly, wishing to keep the matter of his own windfall a secret. If others were to discover it, he would once again become an outlier in the village. Even Shen Yonggan and Wei Shufan might harbor grievances against him due to this newfound wealth. Some relatives and friends might tolerate your poverty but would resent your prosperity, especially if it appeared sudden and unanticipated, which could incite jealousy and animosity. After their breakfast, Chun Bianc asked, "Cousin, why haven't you called me to the mountains these past few days?" Having been captured and tormented by wild men, he had settled down for only a couple of days before growing restless again. Chun Mo's excursions to the mountains were unknown to Chen Bianc. He had ventured into the forest alone the previous night to meet the wild men. "Come with me to the city. I need to take care of some business." "Business? What kind of business?" Chen Bianc inquired with curiosity. "Are you going to the city because you found more wild ginseng?" Chun Mo reached into his chest pocket and retrieved 3 roots of wild ginseng wrapped in red cloth. He had stumbled upon them while wandering in the mountains. Chen Bianc unwrapped the cloth and winced at the sight of the damaged roots. "Cousin, how did you dig these up? How could you treat them like this?" "I didn't know how to excavate properly. I just dug aimlessly," Chen Mo offered a casual excuse. The reason for bringing Chun Bianc along was to subtly demonstrate that his wealth had a legitimate source. The 3 roots of wild ginseng could fetch over 100,000, a sum that wouldn't incite envy from others. He also planned to obtain a driver's license and purchase a car, eliminating the need for public transportation in the future. Although the Lingbo micro-step was swift, it could not compare to the comfort of traveling by car, especially since it was inconvenient to use during the day. After a brief tidying up, they set out. Passing by the yard of Nyodali, they noticed him working while his face was bandaged. He was severely struck by the wild boar. Although he managed to seize the entire hindquarters, he had to bear the medical expenses himself. Observing Chen Mo and the others strolling along the street, Nyodali grunted disapprovingly. So young yet unemployed, wandering aimlessly in the village all day. What girl would ever fancy you? Haha, we roam the village daily and yet haven't been gored by a boar, retorted Chen Bianc immediately. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Chen Bianc's words were truly biting, deliberately targeting his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Chen Bianc's remark, Nyodali felt an even sharper sting in his face. The two proceeded to the bus stop to await their ride. Chen Bianc said, "Cousin, I'll treat you to a grand meal in the city at noon." Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Keep your money for now. Whatever you wish to eat, I'll invite you once I've sold my goods." At that moment, three young men approached the bus stop. Chen Mo recognized them instantly. They were the very trio from Li Dajiao's residence last night, one of whom was Li Dajiao's son. The three also recognized Chen Mo. Each had received a punch from him the previous evening, leaving them restless all night. "What about Li Xiaoxiu?" The other two inquired of Li Dajiao's son. By daylight, Chen Mo observed more clearly. This fellow was certainly not Li Dajiao's biological child. Li Dajiao's appearance was renowned in the village, whereas Li Xiaoxiu resembled someone randomly picked from a promotional flyer. Chapter 37. The Rift. Chen Bianc noticed his cousin's gaze and followed it toward Li Xiaoxiu and his companions. "Who are those guys? There aren't such unsightly people in our village, are there?" The two groups locked eyes for several seconds. Despite Li Dajiao's warnings to Li Xiaoxiu and his friends to leave Chen Mo alone, Li Xiaoxiu had no intention of obeying. "That ATM dared to boss us around? We were ambushed by him last night, but during the day, we need not fear him," Li Xiaoxiu declared to his comrades. The other two nodded obediently. "Boss, what is the plan?" Recalling the turmoil in his stomach the previous night, Li Xiaoxiu could not swallow this indignity. "Let us finish him." One of the three was somewhat rational. "Boss, there are only two of them now." "Two? We're still three. What is there to fear? Even if we injure them, it's none of your concern. I'll have Li Dajiao compensate," Li Xiaoxiu asserted with unwavering confidence. To him, Chen Mo and his companion were already lambs awaiting slaughter. As the three approached, Chen Bianc curiously asked his cousin, "They seem to be coming toward us." "Oh," Chen Mo replied indifferently. Li Xiaoxiu, standing at Chen Mo's nose height, had to tilt his head slightly upward to meet Chen Mo's gaze. "Ha ha ha, didn't he expect to run into you here?" Li Xiaoxiu sneered mockingly. "Oh, what is the matter?" Chen Mo lowered his head slightly. Li Xiaoxiu's visage was only marginally less savage than a mountain wildman's, lacking only the full coat of hair. "Forgot about last night's beating? We're giving you one chance to kneel and apologize." Li Xiaoxiu pointed menacingly at the ground, his arrogance palpable. "Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Chen Bianc glanced at his cousin in puzzlement. "They already fought last night? Then they are enemies," Chen Mo affirmed. In confronting an adversary, Chen Bianc naturally believed in striking first. With a sudden high kick, he landed a blow squarely on Li Xiaoxiu's chin. Where did this little brat come from? Li Xiaoxiu stumbled back several steps from the impact, while two companions nearby rushed to assist him. However, Chen Mo swiftly pulled the still unstable Chen Bianc behind him and delivered two rapid kicks. The two would-be helpers were sent flying backward. Chen Bianc was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Cousin, that was incredibly impressive." Li Xiaoxiu, nursing his chin, glanced at Chen Mo and his accomplice, only to discover that his two allies had already been dispatched. Licking his dry lips, he warned, "Don't act recklessly, otherwise, my father won't let you off easily." "What of your father?" Chen Bianc retorted. "I agreed to spare you at Li Dajiao's request yesterday, yet here you are, seeking trouble today." Chen Mo gazed at Li Xiaoxiu with a knowing smirk. He was aware of the force he had employed. The other two would not sustain injuries severe enough to require hospitalization, but they certainly wouldn't be able to rise and retaliate. Li Dajiao, Chen Bianc's cousin, was momentarily bewildered before realization dawned. Cousin, could it be that his father is Li Dajiao? How could Li Dajiao have such an unattractive son? Chen Bianc's curiosity was piqued. The most irksome thing for Li Xiaoxiu was being called ugly, and the comment about his father having produced such an unappealing offspring was particularly infuriating. "You seek death," Li Xiaoxiu declared, dropping his hand from his chin and lunging at Chen Bianque. Chen Mo swiftly executed another kick, sending Li Xiaoxiu crashing into his two companions, who all fell to the ground, groaning in discomfort. Chen Bianque, exhilarated, applauded, "Cousin, have you trained in martial arts? That was extraordinary." Li Xiaoxiu, lying on the ground, fumbled for his phone and dialed frantically. "What the hell are you doing? I've been assaulted at the bus stop in your village. Get over here immediately." At that moment, several villagers arrived at the bus stop, but seeing Chen Mo engaged in a scuffle with an outsider, they merely stood by, amused by the spectacle. Before long, Li Dajiao rushed to the bus stop, alarmed. Upon seeing Li Xiaoxiu and his two companions sprawled on the ground, and Chen Mo standing opposite them, everything clicked into place for Li Dajiao. It was evident that Li Xiaoxiu had sought revenge against Chen Mo and had ended up on the receiving end of a beating. With other villagers present, Li Dajiao was reluctant to let their relationship be exposed, as he had consistently claimed to others that he was unmarried and childless. Approaching, Li Dajiao attempted to help Li Xiaoxiu up, saying, "Let us go back and discuss this." Li Xiaoxiu, brushing him off, retorted, "Where to? I've been beaten up. Can't you see? Hurry up and help me get revenge." The nearby villagers had begun to piece together some of the story, having overheard Li Xiaoxiu's phone call. "Oh dear," Li Dajiao lamented, "get up and come with me. We can talk it over later." Li Xiaoxiu's temper flared further. "To hell with that. If you don't help me get back at them, I'll deny you as my father." A gasp of surprise escaped from a villager. Li Dajiao closed his eyes tightly, having endured enough for the sake of their past bond. How many times has Li Xiaoxiu approached him for money, only to be met with curses, as if he were the one indebted? He rose, coldly stating, "Do as you wish." Li Xiaoxiu was taken aback by Li Dajiao's audacity in speaking to him this way. Suppressing the pain in his chest, he struggled to his feet. "You have abandoned your wife and children. I shall let the entire village know." "Oh," Chen Bianque exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at the unfolding drama. He pulled out his new phone to record the moment, intending to share it with Chen Yonggan later. Li Dajiao, pointing at Li Xiaoxiu, decided that since the villagers were already aware, he would no longer hold back. "Abandoning your family? Do you see any resemblance between us? You are the epitome of an anti-human appearance. And your mother? She found another man and left you with me, living her life in freedom. For all these years, I have raised you and supported your education. Do you truly believe I owe you anything?" Li Dajiao practically roared, unleashing the pent-up frustrations that left Li Xiaoxiu at a loss for words. Chen Bianque, standing beside Chen Mo, expressed his surprise with exclamations of disbelief. Chen Mo had grasped the situation entirely and silently admired Li Dajiao for his fortitude. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoxiu seemed oblivious to his own shortcomings, pushing his luck. Just then, the bus arrived, and a crowd gathered to witness the scene below. "Impressive, Li Dajiao." Li Xiaoxiu spat a final harsh remark before boarding the bus with two companions. The others hoping to catch a ride also climbed aboard. Only Chen Mo, Chen Bianque, and Li Dajiao remained. Chen Bianque glanced at the bus and asked, "Cousin, shall we board?" Chen Mo shook his head. The bus, seeing no further passengers, continued its journey to the next stop. Li Dajiao let out a resigned sigh. Chen Mo approached him, "Just a thankless wolf. It's best to sever ties." "Ah," Li Dajiao sighed heavily. "I can no longer stay in Wulong village." With that, he turned and walked away. As Li Dajiao faded into the distance, Chen Bianque remarked, "What will happen to our village without a supermarket? Where will we buy cigarettes and alcohol?" Chen Mo understood that Li Dajiao would inevitably transfer ownership, having heard that the store was also purchased by Li Dajiao. Calculating the figures, it would certainly amount to over 200,000. He wouldn't simply close it down and leave it idle. If Li Dajiao truly intended to leave Wulong village, Chen Mo contemplated acquiring the supermarket. As the sole CBD commercial center in the village, its profitability was commendable. With his lack of time to manage it, he could easily hire Wei Shufan, who was currently at home, to oversee operations, eliminating the need to travel to the city's larger supermarkets for supplies. The decision regarding the supermarket's transfer could only be made later. Perhaps Li Dajiao might reconsider and choose to stay. After all, it was merely a matter of gossip in the village. Yet, the opinions of the people could be daunting, and operating a supermarket required daily interactions. Thus, retreating could indeed be a prudent choice. The two waited for another 15 minutes before the second bus arrived. Upon boarding and purchasing tickets, They found no seats available, as the bus was not at its starting point. They stood for the duration of the journey into the city, subsequently transferring to another bus in search of Chen Jia. They had already arranged a meeting via phone, and Chen Mo had messaged him about uncovering a few wild ginseng roots. Chen Jia, brimming with excitement, had been waiting outside the pharmacy long before Chen Mo's arrival. Upon seeing Chen Mo step out of the car, Chen Jia approached the roadside with a warm smile. "We've been waiting for quite some time," he greeted enthusiastically. Since wild ginseng is not weighed by scale, Chen Jia did not bring them into the pharmacy, but instead led them into a nearby restaurant. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the restaurant was utterly deserted. The three entered a private room, and Chen Jia eagerly urged, "Quick, let me see the goods." Following the high-profile purchase of wild ginseng, the herb had gained considerable popularity. Many believed that affluent individuals must consume wild ginseng, prompting others to seek it out as well. Now, wild ginseng was considered a highly coveted commodity. Chen Mo produced a red cloth bundle from within his bosom and placed it upon the table. Wen Feiwen unfurled the cloth and beheld 3 damaged wild ginseng roots. His heart ached no less than when Chen Bianc had seen them. He clicked his tongue repeatedly, his face contorted with sorrow, almost as if his features were pressing together. "What happened, brother? Do you have a grudge against money to treat these like this?" he lamented. Chen Jia carefully picked up one root for inspection. If this one were intact, it could fetch at least 100,000 yuan, but now it's worth only about 40,000. And this one, oh brother, it pains me deeply. Chen Mo smiled faintly at Chen Jia's regretful expression. There was nothing he could do. These wild ginseng roots, excavated by villagers, were lucky not to have been split in two. "Take a look and tell me how much you can offer for all 3. Having placed the roots back carefully, Chen Jia sat down, his gaze fixed intently on the ginseng. "You probably understand the value better than I do," he began flatteringly. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Chen Jia continued, "The most I can offer is 200,000 yuan. The system's reference prices were 150,000, 40,000, and 20,000 respectively." Chen Mo calculated and found the offer roughly aligned with the system's suggested values. Since Chen Jia was assisting in the sale, it was only fair to leave some profit margin. Pushing the wild ginseng towards Chen Jia, Chen Mo said, "They're yours now." Though Chen Jia would make at least 10,000 yuan in profit, his joy was tempered by the damage to the roots. Only after Chen Mo's phone received the 200,000 yuan transfer did Chen Jia begin to pack the ginseng. Rising, he shook Chen Mo's hand warmly. "Brother, next time, don't be so careless with precious things." "All right," Chen Mo replied casually. "I have some matters to attend to now. Let us have a meal together another time." The two bid each other farewell. Chen Mo's success did not incite envy in Chen Bianc. Instead, he was somewhat vexed. "They invited us to a restaurant, but didn't order a single dish for us. How stingy. Now that it was only just past 9, even if they ordered, they wouldn't be able to eat much. Let us go. I'll take you to see something else." Chen Mo gestured for Chen Bianc to follow and left. The two took a taxi to a driving school. Chen Mo had held a driver's license in his previous life, but the original owner had not. Driving required certification, not merely skill. Seeing his cousin bring him to the driving school, Chen Bianc asked, "Cousin, are you going to learn to drive?" "Not just me," Chen Mo replied. "Both of us. I can't afford a car, so what is the point of learning to drive?" Chen Bianc nonchalantly remarked, "Moreover, no one in the village checks when driving a tractor. Enough of the chatter, let us hasten." Chen Mo playfully patted Chen Bianc, saying, "You cannot afford it now. Do you suppose you will be unable to afford it in the future?" The tuition fee was 3,500 for each individual, and Chen Mo paid 7,000 for the two of them. Within a month, they would be able to obtain their driving licenses. Chen Mo, being experienced, needed not practice daily. After familiarizing himself twice, he could simply await the examination. However, Chen Bianc was required to practice driving every day. Upon exiting the driving school, it was precisely noon. Chen Mo inquired about what grand meal Chen Bianc desired. Chen Bianc was at a loss for words. Ultimately, the two settled on a buffet priced at over 100 per person, thus eliminating the dilemma of deciding what to eat. It was Chen Bianc's first experience with a buffet. As he gazed upon the array of food displayed, he nearly drooled. At such a price, the quality of the meat need not be emphasized. The two could indulge to their heart's content, satisfying their culinary cravings. They filled the table with an abundance of food, drawing the attention of several diners nearby. "Cousin, do you think we've taken too much?" Chen Bianc, noticing the stares, inquired with a hint of embarrassment. Chen Mo paid no heed to the gazes of others. As long as they did not waste food, he was unbothered. The food on the table was sufficient for Chen Bianc alone to consume entirely. Chen Mo had unwavering faith in Chen Bianc's eating prowess. As Chen Bianc eyed the grilled meat on the platter, he eagerly swallowed, asking, "Cousin, is the meat cooked yet?" Observing Chen Bianc's impatience, Chen Mo chuckled, "It is done. Dig in." The two devoured the meat voraciously, drinking the complimentary sweet water, and soon the table was cleared. The diners at the adjacent table were astonished by the speed at which the two consumed their meal. A bald man, laughing, remarked, "With such prowess, why not enter an eating competition? The champion wins a BMW." Chen Bianc's eyes lit up at the mention of the competition. They had just begun learning to drive, and the prospect of winning a car was enticing. He pulled out his phone to search for news. "Cousin, there truly is one. Take a look," he urged, handing his phone to Chen Mo. Upon examining the news, Chen Mo discovered that Huiting Group was hosting an eating competition. The champion would receive a BMW 3 Series, the runner-up a cash prize of 50,000 yuan, and the third place a prize of 20,000 yuan. The registration fee was 100 yuan, with the entry requirement being the consumption of at least 50 small steamed buns. Chen Mo clicked his tongue in thought. Each bun weighed approximately 30 grams, totaling 3 kilograms for the minimum requirement, and this was merely the threshold for entry. Winning the championship would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Huiting Group, being the purchaser of the wild ginseng he sold, was evidently well off and hosting the event likely for promotional purposes. The 100 yuan registration fee was presumably instituted to deter those seeking to partake without genuine intent. "Cousin, let us participate. It is merely 100 yuan. Even if we do not win, we can surely eat our fill," Chen Bianc urged excitedly. Chen Mo glanced at the competition details, noting that it was scheduled for the following day. The winners would be determined within a day, thus not consuming too much time. If the competition food consisted of small steamed buns, Chen Mo envisioned the system space. The moment the buns entered his mouth, they could be directly stored within his space. "Very well, we shall stay in the city for a day, participate in the competition tomorrow, and then return." Chapter 38. Old classmates after finishing their meal. Chen Bianxiu asked Chen Mo to call home, informing them that they would not return that evening. The two subsequently found accommodation at a hotel. The registration for the competition was remarkably straightforward, manageable entirely via their mobile devices. Each of them completed their registration, and the app indicated that over 500 participants had signed up. Had there not been a registration fee of 100, the number might have soared into the thousands. Chen Mo mused aloud. It seems the advertising efforts of Huiting Group have paid off handsomely. The two spent the evening in their room, engrossed in their phones, until Chen Mo eventually urged Chen Bianxiu to join him for dinner. Chen Bianxiu, turning over, continued to play with his phone, declaring, "Cousin, I won't be eating tonight, nor in the morning either." To ensure he could indulge more during the competition tomorrow, Chen Bianxiu decided to skip a few meals. Chen Mo chuckled. "If you think that way, others will too." Chen Bianxiu lifted his head. "Then we certainly cannot afford to lag behind at the starting line." Chen Mo gave a thumbs up. "You've got this. Conserve your energy in the room while I head out for a bite." The hotel they were staying at was conveniently located beside Huiting Square, the very site of the competition the following day. Later that evening, numerous staff members were busy constructing a stage in the square. Chen Mo sought out a noodle shop and noticed that the more he ate at one meal, the hungrier he became at the next. This was due to his body accelerating the secretion of gastric acid to hasten digestion. The small eatery was bustling with patrons, and as Chen Mo searched for a seat, he heard someone call out. Chen Mo turning towards the voice, he spotted a girl resembling Zhao Liying, smiling and waving at him. Scouring his memory, he realized he had no recollection of this girl. "I'm Zhao Li, we were classmates in middle school." She cheerfully introduced herself. Faint memories of Zhao Li surfaced, but the girl before him was entirely different from the one he remembered. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful girl Chen Mo had encountered since his arrival. "How fortuitous," Chen Mo politely greeted her. Zhao Li was not alone. Beside her stood a slightly plump girl. It seemed every attractive girl was accompanied by a slightly fuller-figured friend to complement her beauty. "Hello there, handsome," the plump girl greeted Chen Mo with a smile. Girls from the Northeast were known for their vibrant and cheerful nature, readily greeting friends of friends. Zhao Li introduced, "This is my friend Tian. There are no seats available, so let us all eat together." Chen Mo smiled at Tian and then took a seat across from the two. "Then today, I shall treat you, he announced. Great, great. Tian Tian clapped her hands, her demeanor equally buoyant. Zhao Li smiled mysteriously. Then you'd better be prepared to spend a little. Chen Mo shrugged. How much can a bowl of noodles cost? The three engaged in lively conversation, with Zhao Li recounting tales from their school days. Just then, two waitstaff approached, carrying trays. They placed 8 large bowls of noodles onto their table. Is there a mistake? Chen Mo inquired. The waitstaff checked the receipt and the table number, confirming, no mistake here. Before Chen Mo could elaborate, Zhao Li waved her hand. No mistake, no mistake. This is exactly what we ordered. Chen Mo, bewildered, asked after the waitstaff departed. Can the three of us possibly finish 8 bowls of noodles? Zhao Li divided the noodles into 4 bowls for Tian Tian, saying, these are all ours. Your noodles have yet to arrive. What? Chen Mo chuckled. You all are being quite absurd. Zhao Li and Tian Tian burst into laughter, relishing the astonished expressions of others. Wait until you see something even more astonishing, Zhao Li winked. After a while, Chen Mo's noodles were served. By then, Zhao Li and Tian Tian had already devoured 1 bowl each and had made significant progress on a second. Their speed in consuming noodles was nothing short of astonishing. As Chen Mo reached the halfway point of his bowl, the 2 waitstaff returned, carrying 6 bowls of noodles to the table. Your noodles have arrived, they announced. Thank you, Zhao Li replied, beginning to share the noodles with Tian Tian. This time, not only was Chen Mo taken aback, but the patrons at nearby tables were equally stunned. Almost everyone was staring at the 2 seemingly innocent girls who managed to finish a bowl of noodles in 5 minutes. After Zhao Li polished off 1 bowl, she remarked, Now do you understand why I said it would be an expense? Chen Mo nodded, dumbfounded, glancing at Zhao Li's abdomen. Not only was Zhao Li remarkably beautiful, but her figure was equally impressive. Despite consuming 4 bowls, there was no sign of any protrusion in her stomach. Chen Mo even questioned whether she possessed some hidden capacity. Are you 2 participating in a competitive eating contest tomorrow? He speculated. He, of course, handsome. We're just here for a little training, Tian Tian chimed in, having finished her 4th bowl as well. The first prize is a BMW, and even 2nd or 3rd place comes with a substantial cash prize. Chen Mo nodded, realizing that if the female competitors possessed such prowess, Chen Bianke had little hope, although he could eat quite a bit. Consuming 3 or 4 bowls of noodles was undoubtedly his limit. Looking at the 2 girls, each of whom had already consumed 4 bowls yet appeared completely unfazed as they chatted with him, it was evident that the remaining 6 bowls posed no challenge for them. Hurry up and eat. Don't just watch us, Zhao Li said, eyeing Chen Mo, who had half a bowl left. The patrons at nearby tables had ceased eating, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they watched the trio. Zhao Li and Tian Tian seemed accustomed to being the center of attention, continuing their lively conversation without regard for the onlookers. I'm not particularly fond of noodles, Chen Mo mentioned casually, mindful that he would also be competing the next day. He knew that admitting he couldn't eat much would raise suspicions and potentially lead to unnecessary complications. Oh, Zhao Li nodded, assuming that Chen Mo preferred rice over noodles. In the end, Zhao Li and Tian Tian polished off all the noodles, leaving Chen Mo with the impression that they still seemed unsatisfied. Zhao Li patted her stomach and remarked, let us call it a night. Overeating might affect our sleep. The diners at the adjacent table, who had been observing them, were collectively astonished. Didn't consuming such a large quantity affect their sleep? Chen Mo approached the counter to settle the bill, which totaled 360. He chuckled. A bowl of noodles costs more than having Chunbianke for a buffet lunch. As the 3 exited, they exchanged contact information, and Zhao Li cheerfully remarked, if there's ever a chance for a feast, be sure to bring me along. I promise to help you recoup your expenses. Absolutely, there will be opportunities, Chen Mo replied, not disclosing to either of them that he would also be participating in the competition the following day. After parting ways with the 2 individuals, Chen Bianke returned to the hotel, cradling his phone as he drifted into slumber. Chen Mo, having completed a brief wash-up, soon succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, roused by hunger, Chen Bianke called out to Chen Mo, cousin, rise. We must attend the competition. I could devour an entire cow right now. Chen Mo, opening his eyes, mused that had Chen Bianke encountered those 2 formidable women the previous night, he likely would have lost all desire to compete today. The duo checked out and made their way to the competition venue. The stage in the plaza had been fully erected, adorned with a massive banner proclaiming, the first Great Eater competition of Huaten Group. Row upon row of tables lined the stage, while dozens of chefs busily steamed dumplings at the periphery. Observing the throng of over 1,000 people gathered in the square, Chen Mo exclaimed, "It seems winning the championship will not be an easy feat." Chen Mo scanned the crowd, yet the sheer number of attendees obscured his view of Zhao, Li, and Tian. "Let us proceed to register," Chen Mo urged, guiding Chen toward the stage where a line of participants awaited to sign up. After registering, the competitors would be divided into groups of 100 for the contest, with the first round requiring each contestant to consume 50 dumplings in an elimination format. Arriving early, the two found themselves in the first group. 20 minutes later, the host took the stage to commence the event. After a lengthy hour of introductions, Chen muttered, "If this does not start soon, I shall perish from hunger." At that moment, at least 10,000 spectators filled the area. Huatin Group, having invested a considerable sum, was determined to convey all their promotional messages. As the host raised his hand, the competition commenced. 6 groups of contestants began devouring their dumplings simultaneously. Chen Mo, feeling the pangs of hunger, did not store the first 10 dumplings in his spatial pocket. Some participants, having consumed 20 or 30, raised their hands in surrender, knowing they would forfeit their 100 yuan entry fee. Chen Bian's speed was remarkable. In no time, he had consumed over 30 dumplings. While Chen Mo gradually placed his remaining 40 into his spatial pocket, discreetly concealing his actions from the recorders. Maintaining a careful pace, Chen Mo finished all 50 dumplings simultaneously with Chen Quebec. Of the 100 in their group, only 20 managed to complete the challenge, with the other groups reflecting a similar ratio. All advancing contestants remained on stage, and it was then that Chen Mo spotted Zhao Li and her companion. "Oh, it's your classmate." Tian nudged Zhao Li, who looked at Chen Mo in surprise and waved. "Cousin, do you know them?" Chen inquired. Noticing the 2 charming girls, Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. Chen scrutinized the pair, remarking, "They are quite attractive." Chen Mo observed that there were not only these 2 girls, but at least 7 or 8 other women present as well. The host addressed the audience. 120 contestants will vie for the champion title. The one who consumes the most dumplings shall claim victory. With each participant having already consumed 50 dumplings, the challenge ahead would be significantly more daunting. Following the host's command, the chefs served each contestant 30 dumplings to begin, with the option to request more upon completion. The competition was underway. A row of participants began their fervent feasting, while Chen Mo maintained a steady, unhurried pace, blending seamlessly into the crowd. When Chen reached his 65th dumpling, he rolled his eyes at Chen Mo and declared, "Cousin, I feel nauseous." Chen Mo inquired, "Are you unable to eat any longer?" "Indeed, cousin, if I eat any more, I shall surely be ill." At this moment, there were still 30 individuals remaining in the contest. "Very well, you may leave. I shall join you shortly," Chen Mo replied, stuffing a bun into his mouth. Upon noticing that his cousin's plate was already empty, Chen realized that his cousin was truly the master of the competition. After Chen exited, the contest resumed, and others began to request buns once more. Chen Mo also ordered another. Among the 30 women, only Zhao Li and Tian remained. As time progressed, more participants withdrew, each departing with sighs of despair, as they were only a few dumplings away from success. When Chen Mo reached his 90th bun, the host announced, "Only 10 contestants remain, and our 2 female competitors have each consumed 100 buns." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Who could afford to support such girls? They must have excreted 10 pounds of waste. Just look at their figures. How do they maintain such physiques? Zhao Li glanced at the remaining contestants on stage and was startled to find Chen Mo still competing. Despite having been full after a mere bowl of noodles the previous day, how was he managing today? The competition intensified, with each contestant struggling to consume their buns, often dividing a single dumpling into several bites, whereas Chen Mo continued to devour them whole. He could not fit them all into his mouth at once, so he was forced to eat them one at a time. The host instructed the cameraman to focus on Chen Mo, proclaiming, "This contestant is the strongest, and his speed remains nearly unchanged from the beginning." As Chen Mo noticed the camera aimed at him, he began to eat dumplings earnestly, relieved that he had only consumed 10 previously and his stomach still craved more. Now only 5 contestants remained. After a few minutes, the host exclaimed. Chen Mo turned his head to see, besides Zhao Li and Tian, 2 exceptionally robust men. However, their faces had turned a sickly green. and their expressions were filled with agony. They could not endure much longer. Unexpectedly, he found himself vying for the championship against two women, with the added challenge of his own antics. Let it be. After all, the champion's prize was a BMW. As he anticipated, the two burly men soon raised their hands, conceding the competition. The three remaining competitors exchanged glances, having dined together the night before, now transformed into rivals. Zhao Li and Tian Tian shared a nod before suddenly raising their hands, declaring, "I concede." Soon after, Tian Tian also ceased eating and lifted her hand, stating, "I too concede." Chen Mo was taken aback. Both had the capacity to continue, yet they willingly relinquished victory, bestowing the championship upon him. The host announced triumphantly, "Congratulations to this handsome gentleman for winning our contest and claiming a BMW." The two lovely ladies were awarded third and second places, receiving prizes of 50,000 and 20,000 yuan, respectively. The three were summoned to the center of the stage, where Zhao Li softly remarked, "Congratulations. You must take us for a ride in your new car." Although he was confident of his victory, it was evident that the two girls had intentionally allowed him to win. Chen Mo smiled, replying, "Of course, anytime you wish. I can also gift you anything you desire." We genuinely could not match your eating prowess. It was not a deliberate concession. However, I will remember your offer to be at our beck and call. Zhao Li winked at Chen Mo again. The award presenter was none other than Yin Feiwen, the chairman of Huateng Group. When Yin Feiwen approached Chen Mo with the keys to a BMW, he paused for a moment, astonished. "It's you. Haha, it's good to see you again, Chairman Yin." Chen Mo replied with a faint smile. Well, you've made 2 million off me and taken away my car. Just luck." Chen Mo said as he accepted the car keys from Yin Feiwen. Yin Feiwen then turned to Zhao Li. "Zhao Li, I had prepared a BMW for you, but it was taken by someone else. I'll get you another one soon." Chen Mo looked at Zhao Li, who was gazing back at him, and they both shared the same question in their minds. "You actually know Yin Feiwen?" After the competition concluded, as Chen Mo descended the stage, Chen Bianxiao embraced him. "Cousin, you were incredible. I was dumbfounded when you devoured 120 buns. Are you not in need of a restroom? I see a public toilet over there." "Nonsense," Chen Mo said, playfully tapping Chen Bianxiao on the head. Neither of them had a driver's license. And Chen Mo remarked, "We'll need to find a chauffeur to drive the car back." "I can drive it back for you," a voice suddenly chimed from behind. Turning around, he found Zhao Li had followed them. "Would that be too much trouble? Let us go. I might have something to ask of you," she said gently. Chapter 39. Taking over the supermarket, the three of them drove back to Wulong Village in a BMW with a temporary license plate. During the ride, Zhao Li explained, "Yin Feiwen's daughter is my good friend, which is how I came to know him." "Oh," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Chen Bianxiao, seated in the back, was oblivious to their conversation, his hands exploring the interior of the car. He had checked online, and this vehicle was worth at least 300,000. His cousin had essentially earned it back with a single meal of buns. Zhao Li continued, "Uncle Yin told me about the ginseng. If you can find a Millennium Snow Lotus, please help them. His daughter is gravely ill, and her life hangs in the balance." "I can't," Chen Mo declined, feeling powerless. "There's none of that in the mountains. Finding a snow lotus requires climbing the snowy peaks. Huateng Group is organizing an expedition to the snowy mountains. Are you going? Regardless of whether you find it, there's a commission of 200,000. In truth, these were words that Yin Feiwen had asked Zhao Li to convey to Chen Mo. Having found century-old wild mountain ginseng, Yin Feiwen considered Chen Mo a lucky charm. Even if nothing was found, it would only mean spending an additional 200,000. Suddenly, Chen Bianxiao's head popped up between the two seats. "What's this about 200,000, cousin? What commission?" Chen Mo firmly pressed Chen Bianxiao's head back down. Although the snowy mountains lacked wildlife, their dangers were no less than those of the mountains. Avalanches, hidden crevasses, hypothermia, any of these could be fatal. The crucial point was that they were familiar with the mountains, but knew nothing of the snowy terrain. "I want to go," Zhao Li asserted with determination. For the sake of her friend's life, she truly was willing to risk everything, Chen Mo thought, and then pondered Yin Feiwen's generous offer of a car for Zhao Li. Clearly, she shared a genuine bond with Yin Feiwen's daughter. "You mentioned you would be available at any time," Zhao Li said with hopeful eyes, fearing Chen Mo might decline. Chen Mo felt a headache coming on. Was that truly what he had meant? Available at any time. "Does that mean you want me to call you to the snowy mountains?" Zhao Li wore an expression of innocence as the vehicle sped along. Chen Mo cautioned her. Focus on driving carefully, don't crash. Inwardly, he queried the system. Does the radar function well in snowy mountains? The system replied, snowy mountains are still mountains. The mountain goods system operates as usual. Chen Mo took this as consent. Zhao Li's face brightened with delight. Confident in the system's affirmation, Chen Mo reasoned that a round trip to the snowy mountains would take half a month. Earning 200,000 yuan would not be a loss. And discovering the snow lotus could yield millions in rewards. Upon delivering the two to Wulong village, their brand new BMW immediately captivated the villagers' attention. Parking it before Chen Mo's house, Chen Bianc alighted first, grinning broadly. Cousin, now let us see who dares call us idlers. The village's very first BMW. Stay modest, Chen Mo advised, stepping down from the other side. Passers-by curiously scrutinized them. Did your friend drive you here? One asked. Chen Bianc could not conceal his pride. This is my brother's car. The villagers suspected boasting until Zhao Li stepped out, greeted the two, and left, convincing them the car truly belonged to Chen Mo. The arrival of a BMW was explosive news. The entire village, young and old, knew by afternoon. Many came to admire the new car, which had several black fingerprints smudged upon its white surface. Chen Bianc emerged from the house, stomping angrily upon seeing the marks. Who is the shameless scoundrel who left these prints? Chen Mo was unfazed. We'll just install a camera. Damn it. I'm furious, Chen Bianc muttered, wiping the smudges with his sleeve. Chen Yonggan, having heard the news, hurried over to see the car, gently caressing it like Chen Bianc. He listened to the BMW's story with unrestrained envy. The elders say that to have a good appetite is a blessing. Now that truly is a blessing, he remarked. Knowing Chen Yonggan held a driver's license, Chen Mo said, Second uncle, you can take the car for now. When I get my license, you can give it back. Chen Yonggan and Chen Bianc were stunned. Is that all right? Chen Yonggan hesitated. His own old car had cost 50,000 yuan as a second-hand purchase, and he had never driven a new car before. There's nothing wrong with it, Chen Mo assured. If it just sits outside, it will gather dust. Moreover, Chen Mo had another reason. He was about to embark on a half-month journey to the snowy mountains, leaving the BMW outside risked vandalism. Since Chen Yonggan had a garage, lending him the car was prudent. Chen Mo would park his own vehicle outside and the BMW inside at night, handing over the keys. Chen Yonggan's eyes gleamed as he reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll drive it for a few days. Chen Mo noticed the barely concealed smile tugging at Chen Yonggan's lips. Chen Yonggan quickly changed the subject. Did you hear that Li Dajiao is planning to transfer ownership of the supermarket? Is Uncle Jiao really leaving Wulong village? Chen Bianc was reluctant. When he was short on money, he often bought on credit from Li Dajiao's supermarket, who never pressed him for repayment. Without Li Dajiao, where could he buy on credit? How much is he asking for? Chen Mo inquired. 250,000. Originally, 2 families wanted to take over, but the village chief intervened, so the others gave up. Chen Mo frowned, surprised by the village chief's audacity to interfere. If the village chief expresses his desires, the villagers will undoubtedly show him respect. As the leader of the village, his influence is considerable, even if others were to transfer ownership of the supermarket. A mere word from him could render the business unviable. Should he choose to open another establishment, the villagers, eager to honor the chief, would flock to purchase goods from his store. Chen Yonggan continued. The news of Li Dajiao's arrangement to raise someone else's son has spread throughout the village. He can no longer show his face here. Chen Mo sighed, realizing that he and Chen Bianc had not returned last night, and the gossip must have originated from a few onlookers. The villagers delight in discussing one another's affairs, relishing the dissemination of rumors and the mockery of others. Observing Chen Yonggan and Chen Bianc driving away, Chen Mo turned to head towards Dajia supermarket. Even if he couldn't acquire the supermarket, he intended to bid farewell to Li Dajiao. The supermarket was eerily quiet, devoid of the village women who typically came to chat. Li Dajiao sat alone inside, smoking in silence. Upon noticing Chen Mo's entrance, a strained smile flickered across his face. I heard you brought back a BMW? Quite the spectacle, he remarked. Just luck. I won a competition, Chen Mo replied, understanding the rapid spread of news in the village. Finding a stool, he inquired, Uncle Jiao, are you truly planning to leave? Li Dajiao extinguished his cigarette and promptly lit another, the ashtray overflowing with butts, suggesting he had been smoking since morning. Ah, one must maintain their dignity. And I can no longer bear the shame of staying in this village. It would be better to find a new place to continue my life. Chen Mo acknowledged Li Dajiao's plight with a nod. People adapt and thrive in new environments. One can certainly live well elsewhere. Li Dajiao was taken aback. He had not expected such words from Chen Mo. Your transformation has been remarkable of late. I must regard you with newfound respect, he chuckled. Chen Mo offered an awkward laugh in return. Is Uncle Jiao planning to transfer the supermarket? Li Dajiao responded with a nod and a slight pursing of his lips. I hear it's to be transferred to the village chief? Chen Mo probed further. Li Dajiao suddenly scoffed. Transfer it to him? I might as well shut the supermarket down. After all, I intend to leave Wulong village, so I have no fear of offending Wang Youfu. Li Dajiao extended a finger. 100,000. Wang Youfu wants 100,000 for my supermarket and property. I have invested nearly 200,000 in renovations alone, not to mention the inventory. He dares to offer just 100,000 for it all. Is that not outrageous? Chen Mo nodded, recognizing Wang Youfu as the village chief's name. The cost of refurbishing the house, combined with the tobacco, liquor, and various stock, should be worth at least 350,000. Even a sale at 250,000 would be a considerable loss. Wang Youfu's offer of just 100,000 was akin to outright robbery. The crux of the matter was that he was the village chief. Even if someone wished to purchase it for 250,000, they would hesitate for fear of offending him. In the end, only two possibilities remained. Either Li Dajiao would sell the house independently and close the supermarket, or he would accept the 100,000 offered by Li Dajiao. The property housing the supermarket could likely fetch around 80,000 in the village. Wang Youfu had calculated the price meticulously, leaving Li Dajiao in a difficult position, which explained his incessant smoking, not merely due to the exposure of his own secrets, but predominantly because of Wang Youfu. Li Dajiao sighed. If someone offered me 150,000 now, I would instantly transfer it to them. Chen Mo glanced at Li Dajiao, inquiring, 150,000? Li Dajiao nodded affirmatively. Excluding the property, my stock of cigarettes, liquor, and other goods is valued at 70,000. 150,000 is already the bare minimum. Li Dajiao intended to disseminate this information through Chen Mo, believing that there would inevitably be individuals willing to resist Wang Youfu for the sake of money, especially since both the property and goods were right there. Selling them separately would not result in a loss. If the resistance were successful, the supermarket could continue operating, yielding a profit of over 100,000. Excellent. I will take it, Chen Mo decisively proclaimed. While others feared Wang Youfu, he, as a time traveler, felt no trepidation. Should Wang Youfu have already made his intentions clear, he would not interfere in another's business. Given Wang Youfu's lack of integrity, it was an opportune moment for Chen Mo to seize a bargain. Li Dajiao, uncertain, asked, You really want it? Chen Mo nodded. Yes, for 150,000, I shall take it. We shall see what Wang Youfu can do to me. However, would Chen Yonggan agree? Li Dajiao refrained from directly stating that Chen Mo lacked funds. He surmised that if Chen Mo wished to transfer the assets, he would surely need to borrow money from his second uncle, Chen Yonggan. Why would I need anyone's consent for my own transfer? Chen Mo replied with a smile. Do you have the money? Li Dajiao asked earnestly. I need to leave, and 150,000 must be paid in full. Li Dajiao was wary that Chen Mo might propose an installment plan over 2 years with 24 payments, which would complicate matters if Chen Mo failed to pay later. Chen Mo assured him, cash on delivery. Li Dajiao firmly extinguished his cigarette. All right then, it's yours. The two proceeded to draft a transfer contract within the supermarket. After signing, the matters regarding the property and documentation could only be addressed the following day. Chen Mo initially transferred 100,000 to Li Dajiao, promising the remaining 50,000 upon completion of the name transfer. Witnessing Chen Mo's prompt transfer of 100,000, Li Dajiao felt relieved and shook his head in disbelief. Who would have thought? You are quite adept at concealing your wealth. In Li Dajiao's mind, the most frequent debtor in his store was Chen Mo, closely followed by Chen Bianke. He had not anticipated such wealth and decisiveness from him. Uncle Jiao, I am in no rush. Just inform me when you intend to leave, Chen Mo said, wishing to afford Li Dajiao ample time to prepare. Considering the significant advantage he had gained, Li Dajiao declined. No need for that. We will complete the formalities tomorrow, and I will depart in the afternoon. My friends are already assisting with the arrangements for the property over there. After leaving Li Dajiao's supermarket, Chen Mo headed to Chen Bianke's residence, as he planned to visit the snow-capped mountains soon, while the supermarket would be managed by Wei Shufan in the meantime. Upon arriving at Chen Bianke's home, He found Chen Bianke in the yard polishing a car. "Cousin, you're here." Chen Bianke greeted him, holding a cloth. "What is the point of cleaning the car if it's not dirty?" Chen Mo inquired curiously. "It's my father. He insists that if I want to ride in it, I must clean it thoroughly every day," Chen Bianke replied with a pained expression. Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Wei Shufan emerged from the house. "Did you come over because you smelled the aroma of food?" Aware that Wei Shufan was jesting with him, Chen Mo chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the scent reached us across 2 streets." Chen Bianque tossed the rag into the basin and exclaimed, "Ah, finally time to eat." The 3 of them entered the room. Several dishes, meticulously prepared by Chen Yonggan, were already arranged on the table. "I was just about to send Bianque to call you. Hurry and sit down to eat," Chen Yonggan urged, retrieving a bottle of baijiu from nearby. Li Dajiao, weary of the business, had sold 2 bottles at a 30% discount, suggesting, "Let us have a drink." He had confided in Chen Yonggan about the losses incurred and, since the previous day, had been unloading goods at reduced prices. Yet, sales were meager, and Li Dajiao promised to close the shop from that evening onward. After washing their hands, they sat down. Chen Bianque filled everyone's glasses. Wei Shufan's tolerance for alcohol was comparable to Chen Mo's, though she seldom drank. "If Wang Youfu takes over the supermarket, prices will rise by at least a yuan," Wei Shufan remarked. "What can we do? He is the village chief, after all," Chen Yonggan sighed, tasting the baijiu. Chen Mo took a sip and bit into some braised chicken with mushrooms to quell the spiciness. "Wang Youfu won't be running the supermarket after all." "What?" Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan looked at Chen Mo simultaneously. Even Chen Bianque paused mid-bite and lifted his head. "Cousin, how do you know the village chief won't take over?" Chen Mo's expression was indifferent. Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan were dumbfounded. Chen Bianque, aware that his cousin had become wealthy from selling wild ginseng, eagerly asked, "Cousin, did you really take over Li Dajiao's supermarket? Does that mean I won't have to pay for stuff anymore?" Chen Yonggan's face turned serious. "Explain how this happened." Everyone knew Wang Youfu intended to acquire the supermarket, and no matter how Chen Mo managed to take it over, it would likely anger Wang Youfu. Hence, Chen Yonggan's solemnity. Chen Mo recounted candidly. Wang Youfu offered Li Dajiao 100,000 yuan for the supermarket, but Li Dajiao refused. He agreed to transfer it to me for 150,000 yuan. It's as simple as that. TCH, 100,000 yuan? Wang Youfu really has a big mouth. Chen Yonggan scoffed. Many villagers knew that renovating the supermarket had cost Li Dajiao over 100,000 yuan. Wei Shufan queried with concern, "Where did you get the money? I worry you might have taken the wrong path. If anything goes wrong, it would be disastrous. Your life has just improved. Don't act recklessly." Chen Bianque promptly defended Chen Mo. "My cousin earned that money by selling wild ginseng. He was astute enough not to disclose the exact amount or the number of roots uncovered." Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan were astonished. Is wild ginseng really that easy to find? Chen Mo refrained from further explanation. "I have settled on running this supermarket. I wanted to ask if Annie has time to help me manage it, of course with a salary." If Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan were apprehensive about offending Wang Youfu, Chen Mo would not blame them, given their long-standing ties within the village. They exchanged a glance. Wei Shufan spoke first, "Forget the salary. Since the supermarket has been transferred, we are family. If we don't help you, then who will? Indeed, your aunt excels in the art of braising meat, and the ready-to-eat delicacies at the supermarket can be quite lucrative. This business is not one to be forsaken," Chen Yonggan remarked with agreement. Sensing the sincerity in their exchange, Chen Mo smiled and said, "Wages are a necessity. Otherwise, the braised meat business shall be entrusted to you. Cousin, I shall assist you. And if Wang Youfu dares to undermine us, I shall confront him," Chen Bianque declared, rolling up his sleeves. Chen Mo placed his hand on Chen Bianque's shoulder and replied, "Very well, on the strength of your words, feel free to indulge in whatever you desire from the supermarket." Chapter 40. A visit with the support of his second uncle's family. Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. The following day, Chen Yonggan drove Chen Mo and Li Dajiao to the city to complete the transfer formalities. Business licenses, tobacco permits, property deeds, numerous documents required their attention. The 3 of them scurried about until it was past 3 in the afternoon before they could finally declare the matter settled. On the way back, Chen Mo transferred the remaining 50,000 yuan to Li Dajiao. Upon seeing the funds deposited, Li Dajiao, with a bitter expression, remarked, "From now on, Dajiao Supermarket will belong to you. You should hastily change the name, lest others associate it with me. Laughter filled the car as both Chen Mo and Chen Yonggan chuckled. Where does Old Li plan to move? Chen Yonggan inquired casually. To another city, Li Dajiao replied, clearly reluctant to divulge too much. As long as no one recognizes me, I shall be fine. Upon returning home, Li Dajiao prepared to depart. Chen Yonggan offered to drive him, but Li Dajiao declined, wishing to keep his whereabouts a secret. He summoned a vehicle to transport his belongings, leaving everything else to Chen Mo. Once Chen Mo bid farewell to Li Dajiao, the villagers learned that the supermarket had changed hands, not to the anticipated village head, Wang Tiehua, but to the once despised Chen Mo. Nyo Dali received the news with initial astonishment, followed by a stern warning to his daughter, Nyo Xiaowan, forbidding her from shopping at the village supermarket henceforth. The brothers Wang Daqiang, upon discovering that the supermarket now belonged to Chen Mo, hurried over to offer their support, purchasing several packs of cigarettes and bottles of liquor. Prior to this, Li Dajiao had informed Chen Mo and Wei Shufan about the supply channels and the contact numbers of various delivery personnel. This marked Wei Shufan's first day at work. Wei Shufan and Chen Yonggan had conferred late into the night, ultimately deciding to forego wages and take over the supermarket's ready-to-eat business. Wei Shufan would prepare an array of delicacies at home in the evening and sell them at the supermarket during the day. Profits and losses would be accounted for by her family, while she would serve as the full-time salesperson in the store. They were concerned that Wang Tiehua might create obstacles for Chen Mo, potentially impacting the supermarket's success. Should the business falter, it would be Chen Mo who would bear the burden of her wages. If he accepted the braised meat business, the worst outcome would be that they all earn nothing. Chen Mo naturally supported their decision. Braised meat is a cumbersome task, requiring him to venture into the mountains for 10 days to half a month at a time. A burden he could not shoulder alone. Wei Shufan received money from Wang Daqiang and handed him a packet of sunflower seeds and sugar cubes. This was a gesture Chen Mo had suggested to foster good relations with the villagers for the supermarket's opening. They would offer a small gift of seeds and sweets to every customer, a gesture that would not cost much. In the village, there stands the only two-story building, which belongs to the village chief, Wang Tiehua. At the age of 52, Wang Tiehua has a son and a daughter. His daughter works as a teacher in the city, while his son operates a marble factory on the outskirts of the village. This establishment, which extracts and sells marble slabs, generates nearly $1 million in annual revenue for Wang Tieua's family. Seated at home, Wang Tiehua engages in casual conversation with his eldest son, Wang Bagai. Li Dajiao has run off, and the supermarket has unexpectedly been transferred to Chen Mo, Wang Bagai remarks. Wang Tiehua chose this name for his son, hoping he would dominate his surroundings and achieve greatness. That Chen Mo is certainly a pawn of Chen Yonggan, meant to take the blame, Wang Tiehua asserts with conviction. In the eyes of the villagers, Chen Mo is seen as unambitious and idle. Although he has recently changed, it remains confined to the circle of acquaintances he knows. Wang Bagai takes a drag from his cigarette. That supermarket earns over 200,000 a year. Li Dajiao used to give us 50,000 annually. Chen Yonggan should ensure they continue to pay. Wang Tiehua immediately counters his son, stating, "You know the supermarket's annual earnings. We won't speak of what Li Dajiao did. Why should Chen Yonggan's family profit from it?" He reflects on his uncertain future as village chief and realizes he must secure profitable arrangements while he still holds the position. By any means necessary, make Chen Yonggan's family relinquish the supermarket, Wang Tiehua commands. As a village chief, there are matters he cannot handle personally. Wang Bagai rises from the sofa. With an income nearing $1 million, he does not regard a small supermarket as significant. The factory can expand and produce marble for various cities. What growth potential does that small supermarket possess? It might only sell a few more items during the festive season. Yet he cannot disregard his father's orders. Wang Bagai arrives at the supermarket, where only Chen Mo and his brother Chen Yonggan are attending to customers, while Wei Shufan has gone home to prepare dinner for the two. Upon seeing Wang Bagai, Chen Mo reluctantly inquires, "What do you wish to buy?" Wang Bagai, noticing only the two brothers, straightforwardly states, "Tell your father to transfer the supermarket quickly, or I shall not be courteous." "Transfer it to whom? To your family?" Chen Mo retorts coldly. Wang Bagai looks at Chen Mo, who is slightly older, with an expression akin to that of an adult addressing a child. "That is none of your concern. Simply relay my message to Chen Yonggan." "No need. The supermarket is mine. I can assure you it will not be transferred. If you have issues, direct them at me," Chen Mo replies, maintaining a calm demeanor. Wang Bagai furrows his brow. Do not presume that just because you are a troublemaker, others will tolerate you. This situation is beyond your capability to handle. You are nothing but a fool. If you dare, come at me. Chen Mo exclaims loudly. In their youth, all the children in the village feared Wang Bagai, including Chen Mo and Chen Yonggan. Yet now, Chen Mo's cousin has stepped forward, and he feels compelled to support him wholeheartedly. Little brat, dare to repeat that. Wang Bagai's tone becomes icy. It has been long since anyone has dared to call him a fool. You are nothing but a fool. If you dare, come at me. Chen Mo repeated in advance. Do you still wish to hear it? Would you like me to reiterate it several times? Wang Bagai's face turned pale with rage as he took a deep breath and pointed at Chen Mo and Chen Bianc, saying, Fine, you two are impressive. With that, he kicked open the supermarket door and stormed out. Chen Bianc, filled with concern, inquired, What should we do, cousin? They vented their frustrations at Wang Bagai. But Chen Bianc felt a twinge of fear. The father-son duo, Wang Youfu and Wang Bagai, though not overtly oppressive towards the villagers, had committed numerous acts of bullying. And none of the victims dared to confront them. Since establishing their factory and amassing wealth, they had employed several enforcers who served as security guards at the factory, ready to act when needed, a fact well known among the villagers. You stay here and watch the store. I will take a stroll. Chen Mo declared as he stepped outside the supermarket. He intended to venture to the snow mountain, uncertain of his return. The Wang father-son duo would undoubtedly have their eyes on his supermarket, so he felt compelled to take the initiative and retract their outstretched claws. Chapter 41. Counterattack. Chen Mo discreetly employed the Lingbo Weibo technique, and soon spotted Wang Bagai standing at the village entrance, engaged in a phone call. Chen Mo surmised that he was summoning reinforcements. He refrained from revealing himself, as he intended to teach them a lesson that would leave no room for doubt. After dealing with Wang Bagai, he would continue to seek revenge. Approximately 10 minutes later, a business vehicle arrived at the village entrance, from which 6 burly men emerged. The 6 men greeted Wang Bagai in unison, Brother Guy. It was midday, with families preparing or enjoying their meals, leaving the streets sparsely populated. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a cigarette, Wang Bagai exhaled a cloud of smoke and commanded, Go and smash up the Dajia supermarket in the village. Make sure those 2 boys have their legs broken. The 6 muscular men nodded, unconcerned about the consequences. Knowing Brother Guy would handle any repercussions, they climbed back into the vehicle, ready to depart. Chen Mo emerged from around the corner effortlessly. Upon seeing him, Wang Bagai's expression darkened. He signaled his subordinates to act, knowing they could hide afterward and deny any involvement. However, issuing orders to incapacitate Chen Mo in plain sight would inevitably lead to complications, albeit minor ones. At worst, he could compensate Chen Mo. The 6 burly men, who had just entered the vehicle, turned back and stood silently, awaiting Wang Bagai's command. Chen Mo. Wang Bagai exhaled a puff of smoke. Little did he expect that one day, a person of such lowly status would dare to confront him. With 6 subordinates at his back, Wang Bagai exuded arrogance, fully aware that with a single word, they would rush forward to pummel Chen Mo, whom he held in contempt, along with all the villagers. As Chen Mo approached, he halted 2 meters away from Wang Bagai and uttered softly, Scoundrel. In the supermarket, both he and Chen Bianc had previously hurled the same insult at Wang Bagai, nearly causing him to suffer an aneurysm from rage. Now, emboldened by their numbers, Wang Bagai could hardly believe Chen Mo would dare to insult him again. Wang Ba, utterly bereft of reason, pointed at Chen Mo and bellowed, Beat him to death. Damn it, I'll pay $1 million for his life. 6 burly men swiftly retrieved clubs from the vehicle and charged toward the 2. Chen Mo, who should have been fearful, instead discerned a faint smile on Wang Ba's face. Before he could react, Chen Mo suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Wang Ba's abdomen. Amplified by 20-fold strength, Wang Ba was propelled backward, crashing into the advancing men. The first 2 were instantly toppled. Seizing the moment of chaos and confusion among his adversaries, Chen Mo surged forward, dispatching each hulking figure with a single punch. Those who dared resist received an additional blow. Within mere seconds, Chen Mo surveyed 7 men sprawled on the ground. Wang Ba, clutching a half-smoked cigarette and clutching his belly in terror, stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. You. Chen Mo crouched down, clenching his fist. Can you still summon reinforcements? Call them now. I'll be right here waiting. Wang Ba was terrified. He knew well the prowess of the 6 men he had summoned. Yet none had lasted even half a minute against Chen Mo. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll call the police, Wang Ba threatened. His connections within the county and city police departments emboldened his reckless confidence. Chen Mo slapped Wang Ba's face with deliberate force. You lecture me about the law, then play dirty. When I retaliate, you want to invoke the law again. 7 of you can't even defeat one man. Yet you have the audacity to call the police? Wang Ba's face flushed and paled in turn, stung by Chen Mo's words. If this incident became public, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Yet he had no choice but to issue threats. Lying on the ground, injured, with his men incapacitated, he had to intimidate Chen Mo to prevent further harm. Chen Mo continued, look at their weapons. If the police arrive, I was merely defending myself. What can you possibly do to me? What exactly do you want? Wang Ba demanded. You came to find me at the supermarket and even tried to hire people to attack us. Why are you asking me now? Wang Ba faltered, speechless for a moment. Chen Mo rose and pressed his foot onto Wang Ba's leg. Guarantee you planning to break my leg? How about I break yours first? Wang Ba recognized that calm, unyielding expression. It was the look of a formidable elder he had once encountered in the city. The disparity was immense. Wang Ba had never dared to speak to that man. Yet now, this young man bore the same gaze, despite his reputation for failure in the village. Wait. Wang Ba stammered, my father is the village chief. If you injure me, neither your family nor Qin Yonggan's will fare well. Chen Mo shook his head. Wrong answer. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stomped on Wang Ba's left leg with a sickening crack. Wang Ba howled in excruciating agony. The 6 men, lying on the ground, averted their eyes in terror, pretending not to witness the broken leg of their leader. They understood the vast chasm between themselves and Chen Mo. To intervene foolishly was not loyalty, but sheer folly. Wang Ba clutched his shattered limb and snarled fiercely, Chen Mo, you're finished. I'll make sure your entire family suffers. Chen Mo quietly stepped onto Wang Ba's other leg. Wang Ba's eyes widened in terror. If he had previously doubted Chen Mo's willingness to harm him, he was now utterly convinced of it. Wait, I concede, Wang Ba relented. Chen Mo replied. It's too late. Just now, I distinctly heard you instruct your subordinates to break both my legs and Chen Bianqiao's, not just one. Wang Ba trembled with a mix of anger and fear. I was merely using a figure of speech. I only meant for them to teach you a lesson. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Both Chen Mo and Wang Ba turned their gaze to the others lying nearby. The 6 individuals collectively feigned deafness, pretending not to hear Wang Ba's words. They understood that he was not speaking metaphorically. When he said to break something, he meant it. 2 years prior, someone in the village had spoken ill of Wang Yufu, and Wang Ba had commanded them to cut out the offender's tongue. Compared to that, breaking a leg was a trivial matter. Wang Ba shouted, are you all deaf? Did you not hear what I said? The 6 turned their heads away, thinking to themselves that if he dared to break your leg, they certainly did not want to be implicated. Wouldn't it be better for one person to bear the brunt alone? Chen Mo kicked Wang Ba's good leg, saying, I'll leave this leg for you. If you and your village chief father dare to trouble my family again, you know what will happen. The instant he was kicked, Wang Ba feared that Chen Mo intended to break his other leg and cried out in alarm. When he realized his leg remained unbroken, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The fright he had just experienced was far more terrifying than actually having his leg broken. Chen Mo took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the scene. Should Wang Ba dare to involve the police, these would serve as evidence. Wang Ba noticed Chen Mo's actions and understood their purpose, lowering his head in silence. After taking the photos, Chen Mo returned to the supermarket with his hands in his pockets. Chapter 42. Taken away Wang Ba's temperament would surely incite retaliation. So Chen Bianqiao had prepared in advance. After Chen Mo left, he retrieved 2 kitchen knives and hid them beneath the counter, ready to greet any intruders with them. Upon seeing his cousin return casually, Chen Bianqiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that his cousin would confront Wang Ba alone, which would undoubtedly lead to trouble. As Chen Mo entered the supermarket, he found it still empty and asked, Is your mother's meal not ready yet? Chen Bianqiao replied mysteriously, It's ready, but I didn't let her come. I'm concerned that Wang Ba might show up with trouble at any moment, and I fear her presence might hinder my performance. You rascal, Chen Mo chuckled. Chen Bianqiao was clearly worried about his mother's arrival, fearing that a conflict might lead to her being injured, thus disguising it as a concern for his own performance. Chen Mo admired Chen Bianqiao's mindset. A man should shoulder his burdens alone without implicating his family. Rest assured, Wang Ba and his crew will not trouble us today, Chen Mo assured him. Really? How do you know, cousin? Chen Bianxiao asked, astonished. It's a guess, Chen Mo replied with a smile. He was uncertain whether Wang Baga would cause trouble in the future, but he was certain he wounded Ti today. With his leg broken, he was likely on his way to the hospital. For 10 days to half a month, do not expect to leave the hospital. Chen Bianc was rendered speechless. His cousin had merely guessed. Cousin, we should exercise caution. Wang Youfu and his son are not to be trifled with. Chen Bianc revealed the weapons he had concealed to Chen Mo. If they dare to cause trouble, I shall confront them. Chen Mo patted Chen Bianc on the shoulder, acknowledging. Indeed, this cousin is capable when matters arise. At the Wang household, Wang Youfu awaited news from his son. The Chen Yonggan family was known in the village for their honesty, diligent, and unassuming. Wang Youfu believed that such an upright family would surely yield to a mere warning from his son, leading them to transfer the supermarket to him without hesitation. The price, of course, remained at 100,000. If Chen Yonggan had acquired it for 250,000, they would owe him a loss of 150,000 for daring to relinquish Li Dajiao's supermarket. Ding ding ding. Wang Youfu smiled as he answered the call from his son. How is it? Resolved? Resolved? Not at all. I'm on my way to the hospital. Hurry and meet me there. Wang Bagai lamented, placing the majority of the blame for his injury on his father. Had it not been for his father's insistence on confronting Chen Mo, his leg would not have been broken. From the outset, he had no intention of acquiring that supermarket. Receiving 50,000 annually as a benefit was far more appealing. Hospital? What do you need to go there for? Wang Youfu asked, perplexed. My leg has been broken. Get to the hospital quickly. Wang Bagai impatiently hung up the phone. Wang Youfu stared at the terminated call, bewildered. How could his son, of all people, have had his leg broken? In all the surrounding villages, who would dare harm the son of Wang Youfu? He promptly set out, driving straight to the city hospital. By the time Wang Youfu arrived, Wang Bagai had already been taken into surgery. 2 slightly injured subordinates awaited outside the operating room. What on earth happened? Wang Youfu inquired, his face a mask of fury. The 2 men, seeing their boss's father, instinctively recoiled. Sir, it was Chen Mo who broke your son's leg, one of them stammered. Gaigo wanted us to stir up trouble, but the other party found us first. Chen Mo, the village's well-known good-for-nothing? Wang Youfu was certainly aware. Yet, he could not fathom how his son had been bested by Chen Mo, especially in front of a group of subordinates. Give me the full account. Wang Youfu, ever the village head, quickly regained his composure. The events unfolded simply enough, explained in mere minutes by the 2 subordinates. However, the more Wang Youfu listened, the more perplexed he became. Chen Mo single-handedly took down all 6 of you armed men. The 2 subordinates lowered their heads in embarrassment, unable to rationalize how 6 had been bested by 1. That fellow must have some training. He possesses a martial arts background, they offered as an excuse for their ineptitude. Touch my son, and whether he knows martial arts or can fly, it matters not, Wang Youfu declared with a cold glare. He then retrieved his phone and called a friend at the police station. Daring to injure his son, he vowed to ensure that Chen Mo would languish in prison for a lifetime. 2 lackeys, overhearing Wang Youfu's phone call for assistance, exchanged glances. They had also heard Chen Mo's warning to Wang Beige, threatening to break the latter's other leg should he continue to provoke him. However, the old man, consumed by rage, silenced any dissent. Perhaps his chosen allies could subdue the young man. During noon, Chen Mo and Chen Bianxiao shared a modest meal of cooked delicacies and each indulged in a bottle of beer at the supermarket. Noticing his cousin's slight inebriation, Chen Bianxiao kindly suggested, Cousin, why not take a nap? Previously, Li Dajiao had resided in the supermarket, where a room had been partitioned off for him, complete with a bed, a sofa, and a private bathroom for bathing. No need, Chen Mo replied, fiddling with his phone. At that moment, a police car pulled up outside the supermarket. Chen Mo, spotting the vehicle, swiftly composed a message on his phone and tucked it away in his pocket, awaiting the officer's entrance. 2 policemen, clad in uniforms and bearing serious expressions, entered the supermarket. Who is Chen Mo? They inquired. Chen Mo stood, adjusting his attire. I am. We received a report alleging your involvement in an intentional assault. Please accompany us for an investigation. Chen Mo nodded, having anticipated such an occurrence. He turned to Chen Bianxiao, saying, The supermarket is operating normally. I shall return shortly. The officers, hearing his words, exchanged knowing smirks internally. Return shortly? They were aware that Chen Mo had injured the son of a friend of their superior. Such matters, barring severe injuries and monetary compensation, usually resulted in a prison sentence. Their superior had made it clear he would not accept compensation. Thus, the young man before them would undoubtedly face conviction, rendering a quick return impossible. Chen Mo followed the two officers into the police car. Alarmed, Chen Bianxiao immediately called his parents to inform them of his cousin's arrest. By the time Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan arrived at the supermarket, the police had long since departed. After inquiring with the villagers, they learned that Chen Mo had indeed broken Wang Beige's leg. The anguished cries of Wang Beige had reached the ears of those nearby, who witnessed the scene unfold. The three of them were utterly shocked by the news. "Did your cousin not inform you?" Wei Shufan reproached Chen Bianxiao. "No. He merely said that Wang Beige would not cause any trouble anymore after stepping out," Chen Bianxiao replied innocently, while secretly admiring his cousin's prowess. How impressive it was that he had managed to break Wang Beige's leg. If Chen Mo were to be released, who in the village would dare to provoke them? Chapter 43. The reinforcements in the hospital. After several hours under the effects of anesthesia, Wang Beige awoke post-surgery. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his parents seated beside his bed. His mouth parched, he extended a hand and murmured, "Water." His mother promptly fetched water and lovingly brought it to his lips. Wang Youfu, seething with anger, declared, "Rest assured, my son, I have already arranged for that Chen Mo to be apprehended." Spluttering, Wang Beige spat out the water he had just consumed. "You had the police arrest him?" Wang Youfu chuckled coldly. "Indeed. I intend to ensure he never sees the light of day again." Wang Beige furrowed his brows, recalling Chen Mo's warning that if he dared to cause trouble again, he would bear the consequences. Having endured previous events, Wang Beige understood that Chen Mo was not to be trifled with. Wang Youfu assumed that his son's grim expression stemmed from his inability to confront Chen Mo directly, and he gently patted his son's shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry. Anyone who dares to harm our Wang family will pay a heavy price." "You don't understand. That fellow is quite formidable," Wang Beige replied, feeling increasingly agitated. "Humph. How formidable can he be?" "He has already been apprehended," Wang Youfu retorted confidently. "He is merely a worthless individual who cannot stir up any trouble now." Wang Beige remained restless, sensing that something ominous was impending. At the county detention center, Chen Mo was brought in and would remain there until the police gathered sufficient evidence for his trial. It was shortly after 8 in the evening when officers escorted Chen Mo out. Realizing that his reinforcements had arrived, Chen Mo entered the meeting room to find Zhao Li and a man in a suit awaiting him. Zhao Li greeted him with a cheerful smile. "I hadn't come looking for you, yet you've sought me out first." Chen Mo chuckled wryly. "Well, I figured I could only turn to you since you know someone in the legal field." Upon hearing Wang Beige's threat to call the police, Chen Mo thought of the connections his family might have, prompting him to contact Zhao Li beforehand to see if she could find a lawyer. Zhao Li inquired about the situation, and Chen Mo succinctly recounted the events, asking her to be prepared to assist him in finding legal representation. Zhao Li readily agreed. When the police arrived, Chen Mo sent Zhao Li a message informing her of their presence, urging her to find a lawyer. Zhao Li introduced the man beside her. "This is Lawyer Han, the chief attorney from Huateng Group. I informed Uncle Ian about your situation, and he specifically sent Lawyer Han to assist you." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhao Li would disclose his predicament to Ian Feiwen. Noticing the change in Chen Mo's expression, Zhao Li hurried to clarify, "I don't know any lawyers, and since you seem so anxious, I had to reach out to Uncle Ian. Besides, considering your assistance in the Snow Mountain matter, it's only fitting that he helps you in return." "Thank you," Chen Mo replied, appreciating Zhao Li's good intentions. He felt somewhat awkward, as an ordinary person seeking help from such a prominent figure felt almost like climbing the social ladder. With a professional smile, Lawyer Han addressed Chen Mo. "Based on my understanding, 7 individuals armed with weapons assaulted you, and you were compelled to retaliate, resulting in injuries to them. Is that correct?" Chen Mo nodded. "I have photos of the scene on my phone, but the police confiscated it." Lawyer Han made a quick note, assuring him, "No worries. I will find a way to obtain the photos from your phone. Now, I would like to ask if you are considering pressing charges for the crime of participating in a brawl." Chen Mo was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Indeed, this renowned lawyer is adept at turning me from a defendant into a plaintiff. Yes, they kicked me several times and hit me with a stick. I must press charges against them," he declared. Though these details were fabricated, he had deliberately ensured that no outsiders witnessed the altercation beforehand. As Wang Beige and his companions howled in distress, only a couple of individuals observed from a distance. Both parties stood firmly by their assertions. The most crucial point being that the other side was armed, while he had photographic evidence of the incident. Very well, Mr. Chen. I shall proceed with the lawsuit against those who wish to harm you, Lawyer Han stated calmly, exuding an air of control. His demeanor inspired a sense of trustworthiness in those who beheld him. Chen Mo was escorted back to his room. Even the swiftest actions of the lawyer could not facilitate his immediate release from the detention center. The following day, Chen Yonggan's family, still searching for avenues to rescue Chen Mo, was taken aback to see him returning to the village in Zhao Li's vehicle. Cousin, you're back, Chen Yonggan exclaimed excitedly as he rushed out from the supermarket. Before departing, Chen Mo instructed the supermarket to continue its operations, a command that Chen Bianc resolutely adhered to. Undeterred by his parents' anxiety, both Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan emerged from the supermarket, their expressions tinged with worry. After Chen Mo's arrest the previous day, they had attempted to negotiate with the Wang family, but found them all at the hospital. Upon visiting the hospital, they were met with resistance from Wang Youfu's underlings, who barred their entry to the ward. The Wang family categorically refused to engage in negotiations. Zhao Li accompanied Chen Mo into the supermarket, where he learned of the events from Chen Yonggan. I appreciate your concern. See, I'm perfectly fine, he reassured them. You are simply too impulsive. How could you resort to violence? Wei Shufan chastised with worry. My cousin did nothing wrong. They came to our doorstep. Should he not retaliate and instead wait to be beaten? Chen Bianc defended his cousin. As the family fretted over Chen Mo, Zhao Li smiled from the side. Wei Shufan and Chen Yonggan soon noticed the beautiful girl beside Chen Mo, resembling a movie star. Chen Mo, is this your friend? Why not introduce her? Chen Yonggan inquired. This is my old classmate, Zhao Li, Chen Mo introduced. Zhao Li politely greeted the group, with Chen Bianc refraining from introductions, as he had met her before. Old classmate. Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan exchanged puzzled glances. Their nephew had ceased his education after junior high, so any classmate would have to be from elementary or middle school. The passage of years and their continued connection raised suspicions. To allay their concerns, Chen Mo promptly escorted Zhao Li out. We must prepare for the trip to Snow Mountain in the coming days, Zhao Li reminded Chen Mo as she settled into the car. Rest assured, I will contact you when the time comes, he replied. This time, Yin Feiwen had lent him a favor. A journey to Snow Mountain was now imperative. In the hospital room of Wang Beige, word of his hospitalization had drawn numerous visitors, filling the space to capacity. Wang Youfu was regaling friends and relatives with tales of bravado, asserting that those responsible for injuring his son were already in custody and would not see the light of day for at least 10 to 20 years. Chen Mo's family still dares to seek negotiations with me. It's nothing short of a delusion. His friends and family echoed his sentiments, praising the wealth and influence of the Wang family, who could extinguish the Chen family as easily as one crushes an ant. Suddenly, Wang Youfu's phone rang. Upon recognizing that it was Director Huang calling, Wang Youfu realized the individual he had been seeking was indeed him. The two had engaged in dealings for many years. Director Huang had rendered him significant assistance, and in return, Wang had bestowed many gifts upon him. Answering the phone, he exclaimed loudly, "What is it, Director Huang? Is Chen Mo being uncooperative?" Wang intentionally raised his voice so that others in the room could overhear, illustrating the depth of their relationship. Chen Mo possesses evidence that substantiates his claim of self-defense. Thus we can only release him, Director Huang stated directly, cutting to the crux of the matter. What? Wang Youfu was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Huang Longjun added, your son is implicated in a group brawl and has assaulted others. The victims have already filed a lawsuit. Shortly, officers from the city bureau will visit the hospital to gather information from your son, so please prepare yourselves. With that, he abruptly ended the call. What? Hello? Wang Youfu called out to the disconnected line. The room was filled with piercing gazes directed at him. Wang Youfu was bewildered. Why had events taken such an unexpected turn? With police officers on their way to investigate his son, he wished to promptly dismiss the visitors in the room. Rising awkwardly, he was about to speak when 3 uniformed officers entered from outside. Who is Wang Begai? Chapter 44. Seeking Forgiveness in Reverse. The 3 officers entered the hospital room, and the others present looked at Wang Youfu in confusion. They had been listening to him boast about his connections with numerous individuals, including many police officers. Were these officers also here to visit Wang Begai? Yet, their icy demeanor suggested they were here for official business. Wang Youfu was equally stunned, not anticipating their swift arrival. He hurriedly approached them, greeting them with exaggerated warmth. "You've arrived. I was just about to come down to meet you. I'll have them leave so we can talk." He feigned familiarity with the officers, addressing the other visitors. "Everyone, I think it's best if we conclude our visit for today. We must cooperate with the police to resolve this matter." Upon hearing Wang Youfu's words, the others understood. It appeared he genuinely knew these officers, and one by one, they exited the hospital room. Once only Wang and his son remained with the three officers. One of the policemen furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you know we were coming?" Wang Youfu was momentarily at a loss for words. He did indeed know the officers were coming to question his son, but he could not disclose that Director Huang had informed him. Doing so would implicate Huang in a breach of protocol. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "I had no idea. I was just speaking to those people." Wang Bagai lay in bed, feeling embarrassed for his father. In his attempt to appear impressive, he had instead made a fool of himself. The officers chose not to dwell on this matter further and approached the bedside. "We have received a report stating that you gathered 6 individuals to assault Chen Mo. We are here to question you." "What?" Both Wang Youfu and Wang Bagai were utterly bewildered. Wang Youfu hastily interjected, "Officers, my son is the injured party. How can you accuse him of assaulting Chen Mo?" The officers turned their gaze towards Wang Youfu, their tone grave as they stated, "We are conducting an investigation into Wang Bagai. Everyone else please step outside." Wang Youfu's expression instantly darkened. Yet he dared not obstruct the official proceedings and obediently waited outside the hospital room. After a dozen minutes, 3 policemen emerged from within. Wang Youfu bowed repeatedly and implored, "Comrades of the police, my son has been wronged. You must conduct a thorough investigation." The officers cast a brief glance at Wang Youfu before turning away. They had already explained everything to Wang Baga, who was an adult and thus owed no further explanation to his father. Once the police departed, Wang Youfu hurried into the room. "Son, what on earth is happening?" Wang Baga appeared even more disheartened than his father, for it was he who had been injured and had a broken leg. The officers had said that unless Chen Mo forgave him, they would detain Wang Baga for processing at the station. "What? How could this be? You're clearly the one who got hurt," Wang Youfu asked incredulously. Wang Baga no longer wished to explain. He was the instigator, the one who gathered reinforcements, the one who attacked in overwhelming numbers. And all the armed men were his allies. "Don't ask why. Just go to Chen Mo and get him to drop the charges, or I'll be taken away," he said impatiently from his hospital bed. If the case was finalized, even with his broken leg, he would be locked up to recover. Wang Youfu was driven out of the hospital room by his son, with the urgent task of securing Chen Mo's forgiveness that very day. In the supermarket, Chen Bianc observed his cousin engrossed in his phone, unconcerned about the current predicament. "Cousin, do you think Wang Baga will be arrested?" Business was poor that day. The entire village had learned of the conflict between Chen Mo and the village chief's family. Fearful of offending the chief, few customers ventured out. "He will be detained, but not for long," Chen Mo replied indifferently. Lawyer Han had briefed Chen Mo that even if Wang Baga was taken into custody, the sentence would not be severe. If a satisfactory compensation was secured, reconciliation could be considered. Chen Mo, however, refused to acquiesce. He had warned Wang Baga that any further trouble would make him regret it. Imprisonment was merely the first act of retribution. "But won't he just cause more trouble once he is released?" Chen Bianc asked, brows furrowed with concern. In the village, crossing the village chief was tantamount to challenging a feudal lord. There were countless ways to sabotage enemies. Chen Mo was unfazed, confident in his ability to make Wang Youfu's family vanish physically, banishing them to the mountains where they would become nothing more than beasts' refuse. To Chen Mo, all of Wang Youfu's schemes were mere jokes. Yet, this was his final recourse, one he would not resort to lightly. There is immense pleasure in battling the heavens, and equal delight in contending with men. I am eager to see what tricks Wang Youfu's family will attempt next. The supermarket door opened, and Wang Youfu entered, hands clasped behind his back and his belly protruding. Seeing only Chen Mo and Chen Bianc inside, Wang Youfu frowned slightly. He intended to seek out Chen Yong and Wei Shufan, village elders who held him in higher regard and whose words carried more weight. Even he knew that the younger men, Chen Mo and Chen Bianc, would not treat him with much respect. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Bianc, where are your parents?" Before the events unfolded, Chen Mo had analyzed the situation regarding Wang Beige with Chen Yonggan's family. He deduced that if he reported Wang Beige, Wang Youfu would inevitably seek reconciliation. Thus, Chen Mo instructed Chen Yonggan to take Wei Shufan for a day of leisure in the city while he would personally handle matters concerning Wang Youfu's family. My distant relatives had affairs to attend to, and my parents had gone to the city. Chen Bianc responded as previously arranged. Why is your phone off? Upon returning to the village, Wang Youfu first arrived at Chen Yonggan's home, only to find the door securely locked. After calling again, only to find it still off, he proceeded to the supermarket. I don't know, it's probably out of battery, Chen Bianc remarked, stifling a laugh. He thought to himself how accurately his cousin had predicted the situation. Indeed, Wang Youfu had called his parents as anticipated. Wang Youfu scratched his thinning hair. Very well. Since the elders are absent, it's the same to discuss this with you. Chen Mo, did you report my family's page? Yes, Chen Mo replied. Fiddling with his phone, his gaze unwavering. Observing Chen Mo's demeanor, Wang Youfu took a deep breath. We are all from the same village. There is no need for such hostility. Withdraw your lawsuit, and we will not pursue the matter of you injuring Beige. What do you say? At this moment, Chen Mo raised his head. Your son instigated others to attack us. I merely defended myself and injured him in the process. The police did not hold me accountable. So on what grounds do you pursue me? Wang Youfu regarded Chen Mo, realizing he had never noticed how eloquent Chen Mo was. Typically, he would have turned away in anger, but today was different. He needed to negotiate. What exactly do you want? Detecting impatience in the other's tone, Chen Mo responded coolly. You and your son share quite the resemblance, both fond of asking others what they desire. I desire nothing. However, your son frightened me with a large group, and I must ensure he undergoes some reform. Wang Youfu's eyes grew cold, feeling that his authority as village chief had been severely challenged. I advise you not to push matters to an extreme. Even if you leave the village, your uncle's family remains. Wang Youfu began to threaten openly, doubting that Chen Yonggan's family, having lived in the village their entire lives, would dare to oppose him. Chapter 45. Journey to the Snow Mountain. Upon hearing Wang Youfu threaten his cousin with his parents, Chen Bianc immediately interjected, Don't think everyone in the village fears you. Our family does not. At worst, we could leave Wulong village like Li Dajiao. What can you do to us? Wang Youfu gasped, realizing the two young men were unfazed by his threats. Let us all calm down. That is not what I meant. Wang Beige was wrong to seek trouble. So how about I offer 5,000 yuan in compensation? Chen Mo sneered, recognizing that the other party was shifting from a hard stance to a softer one. Before he could respond, Chen Bianc quickly said, We don't want your money. Just wait for your son to serve time in prison. Wang Youfu's face turned a shade of fury, pointing at Chen Mo and Chen Bianc. You two, just wait. With that, he kicked the door open and stormed out. Chen Bianc watched as the door received another kick, muttering, Damn, they really are father and son, both fond of kicking doors. Chen Mo chuckled, Otherwise, how could I say they are alike? No worries. I will ensure they replace our door in the future. Chen Bianc nodded in agreement. He undoubtedly trusted his cousin's words, as his cousin had become increasingly remarkable, capable of achieving the seemingly impossible. In the afternoon, Zhao Li called Chen Mo to inform him that they would set off for the Snow Mountain the following morning, congregating at Huading Square. Wang Ba would certainly be apprehended and confined for a period. Yet Chen Mo felt no trepidation regarding the Wang family resorting to violent measures against Chen Yonggan and his companions. At worst, Wang Youfu might target the supermarket, discouraging villagers from shopping. The commission for the Snow Mountain expedition was 200,000. He could easily tolerate any losses incurred by the supermarket during this interval. That evening, he phoned Chen Yonggan and his spouse, who were leisurely strolling in the city square, to inform them of his impending journey. He reassured them that the supermarket's sales were inconsequential, urging them not to fret, and suggesting that matters could be addressed upon his return. Chen Yonggan had developed considerable trust in Chen Mo, as each event served to validate Chen Mo's transformation. When will you be back? Chen Yonggan inquired, a hint of concern evident in his voice. Truthfully, Chen Mo was uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Perhaps in about a month. He deliberately extended the time frame, knowing that there would be no mobile signal in the Snow Mountain region, thus alleviating any worries Chen Yonggan might harbor. A month? Don't worry, nothing will happen, he assured, engaging in a few more exchanges before ending the call. That night, only Chen Mo and Chen Bianc remained at home, where they shared a hearty meal as a farewell gesture. After indulging a bit too much, they ended up spending the night at the supermarket. The next day, while Chen Bianc was still slumbering, Chen Mo completed his morning routine alone, packing some supplies into his spatial storage before heading to the city. Upon arriving at Huading Square, he spotted Zhao Li waving beside a row of off-road vehicles. As he approached, she curiously asked, "Did you bring nothing with you?" Chen Mo shrugged. "Aren't you supposed to prepare everything for me?" "Haha, you really trust us, don't you?" Zhao Li replied, leading him to meet the team leader. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. The team leader was none other than Wang Qi, who had previously accompanied Chun Bianc on an expedition to search for wild ginseng. Although not exceedingly professional, Wang Qi had remained steadfast in his efforts to rescue his missing teammates, proving himself to be a responsible leader. "Brother, I'm Wang Qi. As long as you follow orders and refrain from acting impulsively, I can guarantee your safety," he stated. Chen Mo extended his hand in greeting, marking his formal entry into the team. Following Zhao Li back to her vehicle, he found a complete set of equipment prepared for him. Zhao Li remarked with a smile, "What were you planning to wear? A short-sleeved shirt to climb the snow mountain?" Chen Mo smiled slightly. "I knew you could be relied upon." In truth, his spatial storage could exchange for a full set of snow mountain gear, valued at over 2,000 points. With over 60,000 points at his disposal, he could redeem it whenever necessary. Zhao Li tapped the various warm supplies she had procured for him, saying, "This was all purchased with my money. Consider it my investment in you. If you find a snow lotus, I expect a share of the profits." After waiting for an hour, the team, consisting of 30 individuals, set out in 10 off-road vehicles. Most vehicles carried 3 people, but only Chen Mo and Zhao Li's vehicle contained just the 2 of them. The journey from the city to the foot of the snow-capped mountain spans a full 2 days, while other passengers can alternate driving. The vehicle belonging to Chen Mo relies solely on Zhao Li. Chen Mo's role is limited to conversing, dozing, daydreaming, and admiring the scenery. The convoy did not find a suitable inn to rest until 10 o'clock at night. Comprising 4 women, the group was divided into 2 rooms. While Chen Mo shared a room with Wang Qi, this arrangement shattered Chen Mo's hopes of chatting with Zhao Li that evening. After a day of driving, everyone except Chen Mo was utterly fatigued. Following a meal in the restaurant, they retreated to their rooms for rest. Wang Qi was unaware of Chen Mo's true identity. During their previous encounter in the mountains, only Chen Mo had seen Wang Qi, while the latter remained oblivious to Chen Mo's presence. As they lay in bed, Wang Qi regaled Chen Mo, the newcomer, with tales of perilous adventures, beginning with an encounter with wild men in the mountains, during which several of his team members were abducted. He recounted how he narrowly escaped thanks to a Taoist priest named Daoda, humorously remarking on the situation. Chen Mo, engaged with his phone, nodded in agreement while conversing with Chun Bianke, checking on the situation at home. Chun Bianke reassured him that everything was normal. Feeling a sense of relief, Chen Mo prepared for sleep, but Wang Qi continued to share his stories. "My brother," he said, "we were unable to locate the wild ginseng last time, but this time we are certain to find the snow lotus." "Oh, how much can we earn from the snow lotus?" Chen Mo asked, his eyes heavy with sleep. Wang Qi gestured with his hand, 5 million. "Before we set off, we agreed that whoever finds it would receive 50%, and the rest would be divided among the others." Chen Mo nodded, calculating that with 29 others, the remaining 250,000 would yield approximately 10,000 for each person. He had previously inquired with Zhao Li about the commission structure. Aside from him, none of the others would receive a commission. Huading Group only reimbursed their round-trip expenses, meaning if they failed to find the snow lotus, it would merely be a free adventurous outing. The next day, the convoy continued forward, but suitable places to rest became increasingly scarce. The group had no choice but to sleep in their vehicles or set up tents for the night, driving until darkness enveloped the land. Eventually, all the vehicles converged in an open area. Wang Qi commanded over the walkie-talkie, "Everyone will spend the night in their vehicles. We will ascend the mountain directly tomorrow." "Understood." Zhao Li responded through the walkie-talkie, then turned to Chen Mo. "It seems we shall have to share a space." In the vehicle, they each consumed a box of self-heating meals. As night fell, they gazed through the windows into the wilderness, observing pairs of eyes glowing with a bluish light. "Those are wolves," Zhao Li explained. "That's why Wang Qi instructed us to stay inside the vehicles tonight. We should refrain from exiting if possible." Prior to their departure, Wang Qi had conducted a training session for the team, imparting essential wilderness survival knowledge. "What about using the restroom?" Chen Mo inquired. Zhao Li's face flushed with embarrassment. "Of course, we'll manage that inside the vehicle," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. They reclined their seats and draped sleeping bags over themselves. If Chen Mo were alone, He would have preferred to retreat into his personal space for sleep, as the spacious off-road vehicle, though ample, was still uncomfortable for resting. Several other vehicles approached from behind, likely belonging to individuals also seeking to conquer the snow-capped peaks, Zhao Li speculated, unable to find sleep. Soon, a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles arrived, encircling Chen Mo's team. "Brothers, disembark. It seems we are in trouble," Wang Ti's voice crackled through the intercom. Chapter 46. Heightened tension as Chen Mo and Zhao Li emerged from their sleeping bags and stepped out of the vehicle. They observed that the encircling off-road vehicles appeared remarkably dilapidated, clearly having traversed desolate areas frequently. The individuals who disembarked from these vehicles were clad in worn cotton jackets or leather jackets. The beams of their flashlights illuminated their faces, revealing skin that was darkened and roughened by exposure to the elements. "You have trespassed upon our territory, damaging our grassland, and thus owe us compensation," bellowed a burly figure. The members of Chen Mo's team refrained from speaking hastily, aware that they were in an uninhabited zone where no one truly held claim to the land, and it was evident that the opposing group was merely seeking to extort them. Wang Ti, an experienced adventurer, had encountered all manner of extraordinary situations, including those involving individuals demanding money. He recognized that most of these people were local villagers who, upon seeing outsiders, were eager to seize the opportunity for financial gain. Typically, these individuals targeted lone wolves or smaller groups, so it was unexpected that they would dare to confront a larger team like theirs. "Friends, I have 2 packs of cigarettes. Share them with your companions. If you intend to cause us trouble, you've chosen the wrong targets," Wang Ti stated, retrieving 2 packs of huazi from the vehicle and approaching the towering figure. With nearly 20 individuals accompanying the giant, each could receive a pack of cigarettes. However, such a meager offering was unlikely to satisfy the demands of the imposing figure, who likely considered the fuel costs for their numerous vehicles to far exceed the value of 2 packs of cigarettes. They had gathered a sizable crew, enticed by the sight of Chen Mo's well-equipped convoy, hoping to take advantage of them for a sumptuous feast. The giant swatted Wang Ti's cigarettes from his hands. "Do you think we are beggars? You've damaged our precious flora and fauna. If you fail to meet our demands, you shall not leave," he declared. With his words, several companions brandished machetes, striking the battered doors of their vehicles, producing a cacophony of bangs that startled some members of Chen Mo's team. Given their remote location, even if they managed to call for help, the fastest police response would take several hours. Moreover, all the license plates of the opposing vehicles had been removed, leaving no leads for any future reports to authorities. In the interest of the team's safety, Wang Ti reluctantly inquired, "What do you propose?" "It's simple. Compensate us with 100,000 yuan, and we shall depart immediately," the giant articulated their monetary demand. 100,000 yuan caused Wang Ti to hesitate. Participants in adventure teams were not typically reliant on low-wage jobs for their livelihoods. While 100,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum for them, when divided among the team, it amounted to over 3,000 yuan per person. Wang Ti gathered his team to discuss the matter. "Everyone, safety is paramount while we are away from home. I suggest we comply with their demand for 100,000 yuan. He assumed that his teammates would share his perspective and each contribute 3,000 yuan for the sake of safety. To his surprise, as soon as he voiced his thoughts, he was met with immediate dissent. "They are nothing but rogues. Why should we give them any money?" "Captain, if we give them money, they will only demand more. I refuse to pay. Whoever is willing to contribute can do so." Chen Mo noticed that it was several seemingly refined gentlemen who spoke these words. The individuals who had been intimidated by the machetes remained silent. Hearing the dissent from his team, Wang Ti approached Chen Mo and Zhao Li. "Miss Zhao, do you think we could secure 100,000 yuan from the corporation?" Although Zhao Li and Chen Mo had joined the team, they were perceived by Wang Ti and the others as merely representatives sent by Huading Group. Thus, Wang Ti hoped for Zhao Li's agreement, enabling them to reimburse that sum later. Zhao Li promptly shook her head. "Before our departure, we established a contract. Huading Group only covers your travel expenses. All other costs are your responsibility." Her response was resolute and formal. Chen Mo, observing from the sidelines, was pleasantly surprised to discover Zhao Li's serious side beneath her usual playful demeanor. Clad in professional attire, she could easily be mistaken for a corporate elite. In the distance, the tall man and his companions, noticing Wang Ti's prolonged silence, called out loudly, "What is the meaning of this? Are you going to pay or not? If not, we will take the goods." The supplies in the vehicle were intended for their ascent of the snow-capped mountain, if seized by the other party. Their expedition would be rendered futile. Should a confrontation arise over the supplies, conflict was inevitable. Wang Qi found himself in a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the tall man and his group. Very well, 100,000 yuan it is. Accept the payment and leave swiftly. Upon witnessing Wang Qi's concession, the tall man grinned broadly. Of course, we honor our word. Chen Mo sensed the malicious intent behind the tall man's grin. Ultimately, Wang Qi decided to personally cover the cost, promptly transferring the sum via his mobile phone. Upon confirming the transaction, the tall man first shared a smile with his companions, then turned to Wang Qi. Since my brothers will stay up tonight to help you fend off the wolves, shouldn't there be some compensation for that as well? Wang Qi's brow furrowed instantly. Are you implying that your word holds no value? The tall man shrugged. Of course, our word is binding. The 100,000 yuan is for the damage to our grassland. And an additional 100,000 is a token of gratitude for our assistance in driving away the wolves. These are separate matters. Seeing the tall man's unscrupulous demeanor, Wang Qi regretted transferring the money earlier. Retrieving it was out of the question, and he could not afford to send more funds. We do not require your assistance, Wang Qi stated coldly. The tall man clapped his hands together. Very well. If you men are unafraid, I'm sure those women must be terrified. Let us protect them. The opposing party, sensing Wang Qi's refusal to yield, sought to use the women in the convoy as leverage. With a sweeping gesture, the tall man signaled to his associates, who advanced towards Chen Mo and the others, armed. The 30 members of the convoy gathered closely, shielding Zhao Li and the other women in their midst. Wang Qi shouted, "Do you realize this is a crime?" The tall man chuckled. "Crime? We merely wish to assist in protecting you. How could that be criminal?" As the armed individuals drew closer, the members of the convoy found themselves compelled to huddle together. Hand over the money, or surrender the woman for our protection, the tall man threatened. Everyone understood that protection was merely a pretext. Should the woman fall into their hands, the consequences could be dire. One lean youth among them spotted Zhao Li in the crowd and exclaimed, "Wow, boss, this lady looks like a star. We must protect her well." The others wielding weapons erupted into sinister laughter. Chen Mo shifted his stance, positioning himself between the lean youth and Zhao Li. The demand for money was of no concern to him, as it was not his to give. However, if they intended to target the woman, especially Zhao Li, he could not remain idle. Sensing Chen Mo's intent to protect her, Zhao Li's anxiety eased slightly. Wang Qi recognized the urgency of the situation and commanded, "Brothers, grab your gear." Each vehicle is equipped with climbing equipment, including iron pickaxes and stakes that can serve as weapons. In an instant, over a dozen men from the convoy flung open their doors in search of arms. Chen Mo noticed that only those unwilling to part with their money remained still, standing obediently, as if the unfolding events were none of their concern. Chapter 47. Counteraction. The tall man, astonished that this flock dared to resist, swung his weapon with force against one of the SUVs in the convoy, cleaving a deep gash into its side. "I dare anyone to move," he bellowed. The newfound courage sparked by Wang Qi's rallying cry dissipated in an instant, leaving the men holding their tools, paralyzed with fear. The lean man, witnessing the intimidation of the convoy members, burst into laughter. "See, little lady, your people cannot protect you. Let us take care of you instead." He reached out to shove Chen Mo aside, aiming to grab Zhao Li. In a critical moment, Chen Mo reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the lean man crashing against their SUV. In that instant, confusion enveloped everyone. Only those near Chen Mo discerned that he had struck. The lean man, bewildered, slid down from the vehicle and sat on the ground, dazed, feeling as though he had been hit by a truck, utterly unaware of how he had been flung. The sudden turn of events left the tall man's group hesitant to act. All eyes turned towards Chen Mo. In an unexpected move, he grasped Zhao Li's hand and sprinted away. One of their adversaries attempted to intercept them, but was once again sent flying by Chen Mo's forceful push. The tall man, finally processing the scene, shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get in the cars and chase after them." Leaving behind 7 or 8 men, the rest hurriedly climbed into vehicles, pursuing Chen Mo and Zhao Li. As Chen Mo tugged Zhao Li along, she felt as if her feet barely touched the ground. The speed was exhilarating. He deliberately controlled his pace, aware that while throwing someone might suggest he possessed martial skills, outpacing a vehicle would raise suspicion. Noticing cars closing in behind them, Chen Mo slowed down, eventually allowing several vehicles to encircle him and Zhao Li. He released her hand, instructing, "Wait here for a moment." Zhao Li, momentarily dazed, nodded in response. Chen Mo's actions momentarily distracting her from the peril surrounding them, as her curiosity about his intentions took precedence. 10 fierce and menacing individuals leapt from the vehicle. "Run! Why have you stopped running?" one arrogantly shouted. "Because the distance is sufficient now," Chen Mo replied calmly. Earlier, the adversaries were numerous and armed. No matter how skilled he was, injury was inevitable. Now, only half of them were pursuing, making them far easier to handle. None of the 10, nor Zhao Li, comprehended Chen Mo's meaning, but that was inconsequential. "Move forward, but be careful not to harm our beauty," someone said with a sinister tone. Breaking away from the crowd, they could clearly behold Zhao Li's visage, within hundreds of miles. None had ever seen such a stunning beauty. A sense arose within them, a conviction that enduring years in prison would be worthwhile for a woman like her. Under 10 predatory, wolfish gazes, even Zhao Li's composure faltered, her heart gripped by fear. Chen Mo gently patted Zhao Li's shoulder. "It's all right." Moving with such speed that he seemed to leave after images, he swiftly incapacitated the burly men wielding flashlights, their agonized screams filling the night. Amplified by a 20-fold increase in strength and aided by the darkness, Chen Mo's nimble footwork rendered him untouchable. When Chen Mo returned to Zhao Li's side, all 10 pursuers lay defeated. Stunned, Zhao Li was at a loss for words. "Are you dazed?" Chen Mo waved his hand before her. Recovering from her shock, Zhao Li asked, "How are you so formidable?" Her question voiced the wonder in her heart. "Let us return and see." Chen Mo diverted the topic. "There are still a few left over there. If Wang Qi and the others can't settle them, then they deserve to be bullied." Although it took only minutes to escape, the return journey consumed over 10 minutes. Zhao Li realized how far they had ventured. "Did you skip high school to go study kung fu at Shaolin Temple?" Zhao Li persistently questioned on their way back. Chen Mo replied with a hint of helplessness. "Yes. I learned kung fu at Shaolin Temple." "So you're a monk? Does that mean you can't marry or have children?" she inquired innocently. Seeing Chen Mo's incredulous expression, Zhao Li recalled their previous meals. Beef noodles one day, pork-filled steamed buns the next. Realizing Chen Mo had been teasing her, she gently tapped his back, saying, "You're truly mischievous." As they strolled back to camp, the tall man and the others had already been subdued by Wang Qi and his group, their hands bound behind their backs and cast to the ground. The tall man and his comrades awaited reinforcements for a desperate counterattack, but upon seeing only Chen Mo and Zhao Li, confusion clouded their minds. Wang Qi hurried over, relieved to find the two unharmed. "Did they fail to catch you?" he asked. Impossible, he thought. They were on foot while the pursuers had vehicles. How could they escape? They were all knocked out by Chen Mo, Zhao Li explained. Wang Qi stared at Chen Mo in disbelief. How could this be? They managed to injure 3 of the remaining 7 while fighting them. Yet Chen Mo alone faced 10 and emerged unscathed. Others from the convoy overheard Zhao Li's words, their faces etched with astonishment. Wang Qi summoned everyone to discuss their next course of action. 3 individuals were injured and could not continue their ascent up the snow-capped mountain. What was to be done with them? Wang Qi cast a glance at the group of tall individuals who were bound. It was prudent to temporarily abandon the climbing mission. Ensure the injured were transported to a hospital and subsequently deliver them to the police station. A few members could remain behind to await the arrival of law enforcement the following day, while the others should proceed with the climb. The members of the convoy began to engage in animated discussions. Chen Mo assessed the 3 injured individuals. 2 had sustained lacerations to their arms, while 1 had suffered a head injury, though none were in immediate danger of death. Wang Qi regarded Chen Mo, acknowledging that their narrow escape was largely due to Chen Mo's intervention. At that moment, Chen Mo held a position of utmost importance in Wang Qi's mind. What does Brother Wang mean by this? Chen Mo queried, turning his gaze towards the tall individual on the ground. Has he returned your money yet? Wang Qi shook his head. Earlier, he had instructed the tall one to transfer the money to him, but the tall individual had insisted that the funds would only be returned upon their release. Alas, they would have to wait for the police to resolve the matter before retrieving the money. The tall individual, hands bound behind his back, maintained his defiant demeanor. Want money? Dream on, unless you release us. Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at him and turned to Wang Qi. Isn't he supposed to help us drive away the wolves? Let us toss them a distance away and allow them to attract the wolves. The tall individual's bravado faltered. You can't do that. That's murder. Murder? We have not committed murder. It was you who accepted payment to assist us in driving away the wolves, Wang Qi replied with a mischievous smile. Understanding Chen Mo's intention to intimidate the tall individual into relinquishing the money. Ultimately, the tall individual returned the money to Wang Qi, yet the group did not release them. They had contacted the police, who would arrive before dawn to take them away. Wang Qi instructed the team to bring back the individuals whom Chen Mo had subdued earlier. In the wilderness, if those individuals were left unattended, they would likely perish before dawn. They gathered everyone within a circle formed by the vehicles, with convoy members taking turns to guard them. Wang Qi joined Chen Mo in Zhao Li's vehicle. What do you both mean by this? Shall we continue our ascent or return to regroup? The two individuals in the vehicle were not only representatives of Huading Group, but Chen Mo's prowess also commanded Wang Qi's respect. Thus, Wang Qi sought their opinions on the team's next step. Zhao Li looked to Chen Mo, eager to discern his thoughts. Following the recent events, Zhao Li had grown to trust Chen Mo even more and recognized that Yin Feiwen possessed keen insight, which explained his willingness to offer a substantial commission to have Chen Mo accompany them. You are the captain. It is your decision, she stated. Chen Mo refrained from posturing. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Their mission was to ascend the snow mountain, a task unlike any other, and it was impossible for him to guarantee the safety of every individual at all times. Should he make a decision, any subsequent occurrences would directly implicate him. Wang Qi, a seasoned veteran of many travels, understood Chen Mo's perspective. He turned to Zhao Li. Miss Zhao, perhaps you should take the lead in this matter. The contract stipulates that Huading Group is responsible for your round-trip expenses, contingent upon your assent to fulfill the task. Should you choose to withdraw now, it would constitute a breach of contract, and Huading Group shall bear no responsibility for any incurred expenses. Zhao Li is also well aware of the weight of her orders. Thus, she has relinquished the choice back to Wang Qi. Wang Qi feels a wave of despair. Two young individuals, gifted and talented, yet their minds remain so naively innocent. Very well, I shall inform them. Tomorrow, the injured will be transported to the hospital, while the others will continue their ascent. With a heavy heart, Wang Qi exits the vehicle to communicate with the rest of the team. Inside the car, only Zhao Li and Chen Mo remain. Zhao Li takes a moment to truly observe Chen Mo. I notice you have changed since our school days. Haven't you transformed as well? I don't recall you being this handsome back then, Chen Mo replies with a smile. Upon hearing Chen Mo praise her beauty, Zhao Li leans slightly closer. Do you genuinely think I'm beautiful? The faint scent of her perfume fills the enclosed space, and the atmosphere grows thick with unspoken tension. Chen Mo suspects the air conditioning has malfunctioned, causing him to feel slightly breathless. Do you truly think I'm beautiful? Zhao Li breathes softly. The curry-flavored meal they had the previous evening lingers in the air, splattering Chen Mo's face. Immersed in the aromatic essence of curry, Chen Mo nods. Zhao Li beams with delight, eager to continue their light-hearted banter, only to find Chen Mo has closed his eyes, ready to rest. She bites her lip, gazing at his profile, noting his prominent nose. The following day, the entire convoy is roused by the urgent call over the walkie-talkie, as police cars have arrived. Chen Mo steps out to see a dozen police vehicles and over 30 officers, handcuffing the tall individuals and escorting them away, while the remaining officers are tasked with driving their vehicles back. Wang Qi liaises with the police, adhering to Chen Mo's instructions, refraining from disclosing that Chen Mo subdued the individuals. The injured team member is accompanied by two others, returning to the hospital for treatment. The team of 30 has now dwindled to 25. Aside from Zhao Li, there is one other woman, approximately 40 years old, known as Sister Yang, who owns a clothing store. The convoy sets off again, and with her partner having departed, Sister Yang joins Chen Mo and Zhao Li in their vehicle. With half a day's drive remaining to reach the base of the mountain, Sister Yang incessantly chats with them, causing Chen Mo and Zhao Li to wish for something to muffle the noise. Zhao Li, you're quite the beauty. My son is exceptionally handsome, graduating from university this year. Would you like me to introduce you? My family owns 2 apartments in the city, which could be yours. Sister Yang rambles on, and Zhao Li glances at Chen Mo with a sense of resignation. Chen Mo rubs his head, pondering what he could possibly say in response to her well-meaning attempts at matchmaking. Sister Yang, I already have a partner, this gentleman beside me. Zhao Li says with a joyful smile, subtly winking at Chen Mo. Oh, I had no idea you two were a couple. Sister Yang exclaims apologetically. You truly are a match made in heaven. No worries. Zhao Li laughs. and the two share a secret glance, finally restoring a semblance of tranquility within the vehicle. By midday, the convoy arrives at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. Disembarking, they gaze in awe at the majestic peaks, their hearts swelling with admiration. The team begins to unload their gear from the vehicles. This place would serve as their encampment, where they would pitch their tents and rest for the night, for the mountain ascent was to commence at dawn. As night fell, a bonfire was kindled at the camp, around which the group gathered to share a meal. They had brought along a compact gas stove, ensuring they could enjoy warm food even atop the snowy peaks. Wang Qi raised his glass, proclaiming a toast to their hope of discovering the snow lotus. A sip of wine in such frigid climes warmed the body and stimulated circulation. Chen Mo and Zhao Li followed suit, each taking a drink. However, Zhao Li's tolerance was limited. Her face flushed instantly, and her gaze towards Chen Mo grew increasingly unfocused. Realizing that further drinking might cause trouble, Chen Mo hastily urged Zhao Li to return to the tent for rest. They slept in separate tents. Upon crawling into his tent, Chen Mo, with a thought, entered his spatial dimension. No matter how comfortable the outside, it could not compare to the sanctuary within his space. Having gone 3 days without proper rest, Chen Mo adjusted the temperature inside, reclined beneath the soft bedding, set an alarm for 6 hours, and soon succumbed to deep slumber. He awoke to find it was just past 4 in the morning, certainly before the others had stirred. Stretching languidly, he felt invigorated from restful sleep. Pouring out some mineral water, he performed a simple wash and, with a thought, stepped out of the space. Immediately, a chill swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After remaining in the tent for over half an hour, Wang Qi began rousing everyone to prepare. Chen Mo feigned just waking as he emerged from his tent. Zhao Li, eyes heavy and hair disheveled from last night's drinking, looked puffy-eyed. Observing Chen Mo's fresh vigor, she inquired with curiosity, "How did you rest so well?" "I've always been blessed with sound sleep," Chen Mo laughed lightly. Someone had cooked a pot of nutrient-rich hot rice, distributing portions to all. After eating, they prepared to ascend the mountain, leaving 2 to guard the camp. Ultimately, only 23 set out. Chen Mo had intended to persuade Zhao Li to remain behind, but she adamantly insisted on joining the search for the snow lotus, not for any reward, but to fulfill her duty to a dear friend. At 6 in the morning, the 23 began gearing up for the climb. High-altitude tents, premium down sleeping bags, sleeping mats, various insulated mountaineering jackets, and boots. The cost of this equipment alone exceeded 40,000 yuan. Each carried a large backpack packed with all their gear, along with provisions to last 10 days. Chen Mo hefted the backpack Zhao Li had prepared for him. Despite its imposing size, it weighed no more than 30 pounds. Standing tall with the pack strapped on, only her calves and the top of her head were visible from behind. When Chen Mo offered to assist, Zhao Li declined with a smile. "Actually, I've trained too. My stamina rivals that of you men." "Trained in what?" Chen Mo asked. Zhao Li struck a fighting stance and replied, "Taekwondo." Chapter 49. The snowy mountain trek. The entire party, equipped and ready, followed Wang Qi as they began their ascent. They carried provisions sufficient for only 15 days, meaning their survival in the snowy heights was limited to that duration. By the 10th day at the latest, they would have to turn back. Depending on circumstances, they might resupply and change direction to continue the search or halt the mission altogether. A group of individuals is advancing in a single file across the snow-covered mountain, appearing from a distance like a line of diminutive ants. Leading the way is Wang Qi, who presses onward, while for the past 2 days, the others have merely focused on the journey ahead. It is not until they reach the heart of the snow mountain that they begin their search for the elusive snow lotus. Chen Mo trails at the rear of the line, occasionally activating his radar system. The surroundings are a vast expanse of white, devoid of any discernible clues. It seems the snow lotus is not easily found. Chen Mo muses inwardly. The main party traverses the steep, snowy terrain, where a moment's inattention could send one sliding down the mountain. Fortunately, with Wang Qi and the others forging the path ahead, Chen Mo and Zhao Li need only to follow obediently. As Wang Qi had previously stated, as long as they comply with orders and remain behind them, they are unlikely to encounter peril. The group climbs from dawn until dusk, and it is only when Wang Qi discovers a sheltered spot that they set up camp for the night. He retrieves a high-altitude tent from his backpack, which is lighter than a conventional one due to its 5 support poles, making it sturdier and more wind-resistant. 23 small tents are erected in close proximity. Designated cooks prepare dinner within the tent, and each person collects their portion before retreating to their respective tents to dine. A bowl of steaming lamb soup, generously filled with meat, is served. Chen Mo dips a large flatbread into the savory broth, filling his bowl to the brim. In the frigid embrace of the snow mountain, savoring a bowl of hot soup with bread is an unparalleled comfort. Despite the presence of tents, the outside temperature is so frigid that it remains around -10 degrees Celsius inside. To rest safely here, one must burrow into a thick sleeping bag. Clothes must remain on, for a moment's lapse could result in being found as an icicle by one's companions the following day. After dining, he cleans his utensils with fresh snow, while the others ensconce themselves in their sleeping bags, awaiting the dawn. Having finished his soup, Chen Mo observes that the others have settled into their sleeping bags. In the next instant, he vanishes from his tent into his space, shedding his heavy mountaineering attire. Clad only in a tank top and shorts, he nestles into his cozy bedding and pulls out his phone to watch downloaded movies and television shows. While others in the tents could also use their phones, the low temperatures rapidly deplete battery life. What typically lasts a day succumbs in less than half an hour in such extreme cold. Therefore, unless capturing photographs, most keep their phones turned off in their backpacks, as signals are non-existent. No one wishes to burden their packs with extra power banks. Chen Mo, however, has no such concerns, possessing 5 power banks in his space, each with a capacity of 20,000 mAh, enough to recharge his phone multiple times. After casually watching a film, Chen Mo yawns and drifts off to sleep. When the alarm rouses him, the others are also stirring. He dons his mountaineering attire once more and, with a thought, reappears inside the tent. Chen Mo, are you awake? Zhao Li's voice wafts in from outside the tent. Chen Mo unzips the entrance from within. Zhao Li, fully equipped, left only her eyes visible as she squeezed into the tent without uttering a word. The tent was designed for a single occupant, and with 2 individuals clad in thick mountaineering attire, it felt rather cramped. Upon entering, Zhao Li removed her hat and scarf, hissing in the cold air. How did you sleep last night? It was fine, Chen Mo replied, knowing he could not divulge that he had sweated profusely in his space and had to lower the temperature to fall asleep. I didn't sleep well at all. The clothes I wore were unbearable, and it was just too cold, Zhao Li lamented, hugging herself pitifully. What should we do then? We need to stay on the snow-capped mountain for over 10 days. Perhaps I should escort you back to the camp? Chen Mo pondered, aware that he would not reveal the existence of his space, even to Chen Bianc. The only viable course of action was to lead Zhao Li down the mountain, allowing him to return alone to choose a different route for the search. Had it not been for Zhao Li, he would have considered acting independently the previous day. No, I must accompany you to find the snow lotus, Zhao Li insisted stubbornly. Noticing that it was only the first day and her lips were already chapped, Chen Mo retrieved a lip balm from his space and handed it to her. You have this, Zhao Li exclaimed in surprise. She had learned from Wang Tiehua that once on the mountain, one should bundle up completely, rendering cosmetics unnecessary, so she had brought none. Little did she know that after just 1 day of trekking, her face had become swollen and her lips cracked, while the others were in a similarly poor state. Chen Mo had randomly packed it before departing from the supermarket, never imagining he would actually need it. Take it. I have more, he said. Thank you. Zhao Li replied gratefully as she accepted the lip balm. A few minutes later, Wang Tiehua gathered everyone for a meal. Breakfast consisted of warm porridge. Each person held a bowl of porridge, forming a circle. As the sun emerged, the temperature on the mountain increased significantly, allowing them to eat outside without hiding in the tent. The group huddled together, creating a sense of camaraderie in the wild. Today, we will advance for a day and reach our designated location, where we can search for the snow lotus, Wang Tiehua said enthusiastically, attempting to uplift the spirits of the others, who were visibly exhausted after a day of hardship. Except for Chen Mo, everyone else appeared quite exhilarated. They had journeyed from afar for the purpose of seeking the snow lotus, and with their goals so near, how could they not feel excited? After finishing their meal, the group repacked their gear and set off again. The pace of their journey today was significantly slower than the previous day. A day's trek through the snow, coupled with a night of poor rest, had left them utterly fatigued. Only Chen Mo maintained his full strength. Observing that Zhao Li was struggling to keep up, he effortlessly supported her backpack with one hand. With a 20-fold strength enhancement, the 30-plus pound backpack felt as light as a feather, akin to carrying a bottle of mineral water. His own backpack was similarly weightless to him, posing no challenge at all. Feeling the weight lift from her shoulders, Zhao Li turned to express her gratitude to Chen Mo. Suddenly, she slipped and was about to fall, but fortunately, Chen Mo grasped her backpack, lifting both her and the bag with a single hand. Startled, Zhao Li let out a sharp scream. The individuals in front collectively turned around, witnessing Chen Mo effortlessly lifting Zhao Li with a single hand, rendering her suspended in midair. An unspoken thought resonated in the minds of all present. What kind of strength is this? Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Chen Mo swiftly released his grip. Zhao Li, still in a daze, had not yet comprehended the situation before she found herself rapidly descending towards the ground, ultimately landing abruptly onto the snowy surface. Chen Mo gently supported Zhao Li by her arm, assisting her to rise. "Are you all right?" Zhao Li, bewildered, shook her head. "I think I just fainted for a moment." Chapter 50. Internal strife. Upon witnessing Zhao Li's fall, the onlookers assumed that Chen Mo's display of strength was merely a fleeting moment and continued their advance without further concern. "Are you able to continue?" Chen Mo inquired of Zhao Li. With resolute determination, she nodded. "We have half a day's journey left. I can manage." The two swiftly caught up with the main group. Along the way, Chen Mo continued to assist Zhao Li by carrying her backpack, for otherwise, she would undoubtedly have succumbed to exhaustion. The group traversed for the better part of the day, with the sun setting on the horizon. Wang Qi commanded everyone to establish camp for the night. As the sun dipped behind the snow-capped mountains, the temperature would plummet rapidly, potentially dropping over 20 degrees compared to the daytime. Though the snow surface appeared level, it concealed myriad dangers. Traveling by the light of day was virtually impossible. A venture one would not survive unless they were reckless. The altitude was higher than the previous day, ensuring a colder night. Each individual erected their tent, and without the need for Wang Qi's orders, everyone obediently retreated into their shelters to escape the biting wind. Approximately an hour later, the designated cooks used a walkie-talkie to summon everyone to collect their meals. The evening fare consisted of meat soup, prepared in the team's sole cooking apparatus, a pressure cooker. At high altitudes, the pressure cooker proved to be more fuel-efficient, hastening the cooking process. Chen Mo returned to his tent with a bowl of meat soup, finishing it in no time, though it left him somewhat unsatisfied. He contemplated enjoying a bottle of beer and some snacks from his space later. Stepping outside to clean the cooking utensils with snow, he noted that they had arrived at their designated location and would be searching for snow lotuses nearby the following day. After washing the dishes, he casually activated his radar for a brief scan and was taken aback to discover a red circle marking on the screen. Could it be? Had he stumbled upon something so soon after arriving? The utensils in his hands vanished into thin air, with the others still inside their tents. Chen Mo swiftly departed the camp, taking a few strides toward the location indicated by the red circle. Upon glancing back, he noted that the snow surface bore no trace of his passage. His steps were as silent as a whisper upon the pristine snow. There, blooming on the snow, was a plant with large, white flowers resembling chrysanthemums. Chen Mo reached out to pluck the white flower along with its roots. Ding! The lifespan of the snow lotus is 6 months, estimated price, 30 yuan. Chen Mo couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing the reference price. Realizing it was not the type that Infeiwen desired, he promptly stored it in his space. Seizing the opportunity while outside, Chen Mo activated the radar once more and, after scanning the vicinity, discovered another snow lotus. Lacking the inclination to harvest something valued at merely 30 yuan, he decided to return to the camp. The cold night breeze was significantly harsher than during the day. Chen Mo quickly slipped into his tent, secured the zipper, and vanished into his space. "It's truly freezing," he remarked as he moved about to warm himself. She shed her heavy garments, donning only a vest and shorts, then retrieved a bottle of beer and some braised beef with peanuts from the shelf. Accompanied by the film playing on her phone, she simply savored the beer. The bottle emptied, yet the movie had not concluded. She emitted a satisfied belch and nestled into her quilt to sleep. Meanwhile, the others in their tents remained swathed in thick cotton coats, obediently cocooned in sleeping bags. Despite their meticulous efforts to keep warm, they shivered uncontrollably, unable to find rest. They endured the night until dawn, when the sun's rise brought a modest warmth. As drowsiness overtook them, Wang Qi called out from outside, "Time to rise and eat." Just a little longer." "Oh, I don't want to get up." Lamentations echoed from the tents. Chen Mo emerged energetically, stretching and exercising. Noticing that the others had yet to stir, observing Chen Mo's vitality, Wang Qi gave a thumbs up. "Brother, Your body's incredible. Even I barely slept last night. Looks like you had the best rest. Wang Qi attributed Chen Mo's resilience to his martial arts training. I'll apprentice under you once we descend the mountain, he declared earnestly, envying Chen Mo's prowess in effortlessly subduing 10 ruffians and remaining unbothered amidst such harsh conditions. Haha, better not. I don't teach. Chen Mo declined outright. His fighting abilities stemmed from enhanced strength and the Lingbo Weibu technique. If one slowed his movements, they'd see his punches were crude, but unmatched speed and power overcame finesse. Wang Qi shook his head regretfully. Gradually, others emerged from their tents, all in a dazed state. When most had appeared, Chen Mo noticed Zhao Li still absent. Approaching her tent, he called softly, "Hey, still not awake?" Cough, cough. Chen Mo, I feel ill. I want to rest here for the day, Zhao Li's weak voice replied. We're staying nearby today, no moving tents. If you need anything, call me on the walkie-talkie, Chen Mo assured. Thanks, she answered. With the sun's rays warming the tents, it was just right for her to rest inside. Returning to the group, Chen Mo informed Wang Qi of Zhao Li's condition. No problem. A few others will rest at camp too, Wang Qi said. Unsurprised as if anticipating this. After breakfast, Wang Qi issued orders. Form teams of 3 to search. Return to camp before nightfall. No reminders were necessary. Without tents for shelter, anyone caught out in the snowy mountains overnight would surely perish. Among the 23, excluding those choosing to stay, and including Chen Mo, there were 19. Divided into groups of 3, 6 teams formed, with Chen Mo remaining alone. Preferring solitude, he declined Wang Qi's invitation to join any team. The 7 groups set off in 7 directions, light-footed without backpacks. Chen Mo activated his radar. Upon observing a red circle on the radar at a certain location, he recalled visiting that spot the previous night, where he discovered only the budleaf snow lotus, which was not the sought-after variety. Just as he was preparing to search in another direction, 3 humanoid icons on the radar swiftly approached the budleaf snow lotus. Subsequently, the red circle indicating the lotus vanished. Chen Mo chuckled softly, realizing that those 3 individuals mistook the budleaf snow lotus for the genuine snow lotus. Without a reference price from the system, they likely believed it to be authentic. Paying them no mind, Chen Mo resumed his search into the distance until the sun began to set. He stumbled upon several more budleaf snow lotuses, and to ensure absolute certainty, he collected all of them, each valued at 30 yuan. Reluctantly, he returned to the camp. The distance he had traversed would require others at least 3 to 4 days to cover. Upon his return, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, noticing everyone gathered together. Approaching Zhao Li, he inquired, "What is the situation?" After a day's rest, Zhao Li appeared considerably more at ease, but coughed lightly before responding. 3 individuals have claimed to feel unwell and wish to descend the mountain immediately. Wang Qi is currently trying to persuade them. Oh, Chen Mo glanced towards the trio arguing with Wang Qi. They were indeed part of the search team adjacent to his own, and were likely the ones who had harvested the counterfeit budleaf snow lotus. Those 3 were also the same individuals who, when confronted with unruly behavior from their vehicle crew, had refused to pay and remained passive during the ensuing conflict. Chapter 51. Departing the team, I am suffering from altitude sickness. If we do not descend immediately, I will perish, shouted a bespectacled man, his voice booming towards Wang Qi. It was implausible for someone capable of producing such a loud outcry to be afflicted by altitude sickness. The trio clearly intended to abscond with the snow lotus. Chen Mo found himself intrigued. How would they divide the money? The snow lotus could fetch 5 million. The individual who secured it could earn 2.5 million. Would the one who harvested it split 3 million amongst themselves, leaving each of the other 2 with 1 million? This was the only method of distribution Chen Mo could conceive that might prevent internal discord among the 3. Although Wang Qi was unaware that the trio had gathered counterfeit snow lotuses, their behavior led him to suspect something amiss. Their simultaneous desire to hasten their descent was highly suspicious. Please, remain calm. A heavy snowfall is expected tomorrow. If we attempt to return now, we risk getting lost in the severe weather, Wang Qi proposed, hoping to placate them. Nonsense. It's impossible. We specifically checked the weather forecast before our arrival. There will be no snowfall in the mountains for the next 2 weeks, retorted the bespectacled man's group. They refrained from sneaking away due to the inherent dangers of descending the mountain alone. With a larger group, they could utilize ropes to connect everyone together. Even if 1 or 2 fell into a crevice, the others could pull them back up. However, If the three of them were tethered together and encountered a crevice, they could all plummet without any chance to brace themselves. Furthermore, they were unfamiliar with the snow-covered mountains, and without Wang Ti's guidance, they feared unforeseen accidents. "If you do not lead us down, we shall go on our own," the bespectacled man threatened, eager to take a risky gamble in light of Wang Ti's reluctance to escort them down. Chen Mo's conjecture was indeed correct. The snow lotus had been harvested by the bespectacled man. He, along with 2 accomplices, conspired to conceal the snow lotus, with promises of a 3 million payout, dividing it into 1 million each for the 2 associates. Driven by urgency to descend the mountain, fearing that the snow lotus would wither and fail to meet the standards of the Huateng group, the bespectacled man's increasing desperation raised Wang Ti's suspicions regarding his intentions. He turned to the 2 men alongside him and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany him down the mountain as well?" The 2 hesitated, contemplating the perils of descending alone. Their share was considerably less than that of the bespectacled man. Risking their lives for a mere 1 million seemed unwise. Observing the silent exchanges of glances among the group, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile inwardly. Over a counterfeit snow lotus, these individuals engaged in a web of deceit. The bespectacled man, casting a threatening glare at his companions, implied that should they refuse to descend with him, he would reveal the snow lotus, sacrificing only 50,000 for himself, while they would be left with less than 100,000. The 2 men exchanged conflicted looks. Should they risk it all for 1 million or settle for a modest sum of 10,000? Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, and they nodded in unison, declaring, "Very well. The 3 of us will descend together." At that moment, it became evident not only to Wang Ti, but to others as well that something was amiss. Sister Yang, having approached Chen Mo and his companion, narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Those 3 are up to something." Zhao Li nodded in agreement. "Are they planning to indulge in illicit activities while descending?" Sister Yang speculated. Chen Mo and Zhao Li shared a perplexed glance at Sister Yang's train of thought. With the air of someone experienced, Sister Yang elaborated, "Some men simply cannot contain their urges for long." Chen Mo, Zhao Li, and Wang Ti sought to intervene, aware that the trio might have located the snow lotus. If they were to return with it, the issue of embezzlement would arise, and any further pursuit for the snow lotus would be a futile endeavor. "Wang Captain," Chen Mo called softly. Wang Ti approached him. "Let them go if they wish," Chen Mo whispered. His aversion towards these individuals had been palpable since their first encounter. Their desire to leave was, in fact, a relief. Yet, Wang Ti hesitated, unsure. "Do not worry. I will explain shortly," Chen Mo replied mysteriously. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ti nodded in agreement. Addressing the bespectacled man and his companions, Wang Ti stated, "Your choice to leave or stay is yours. However, once you depart from the team, your safety is no longer our concern." The 3 men exchanged glances once more, remaining silent as they returned to gather their gear. They were determined to descend immediately, even though the impending darkness posed significant dangers. They could not remain with the group. The bespectacled man had discerned that many suspected they had found the snow lotus, and lingering would only heighten their risks. The allure of 5 million was enough to incite treachery. In the snow-capped mountains, one could easily dispose of a body in a snow pit, ensuring that it would never be discovered. Meanwhile, the rest of the group remained motionless, awaiting Wang Ti's next command. As the 3 men shouldered their packs and began their descent, Chen Mo led Zhao Li and Wang Ti to a secluded spot and revealed a bud of the snow lotus from his pocket. Instantly, Zhao Li and Wang Ti's mouths fell open in astonishment. The snow lotus. Zhao Li, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed that with the snow lotus, her dear friend would be saved. Thus her excitement was palpable. It was indeed a snow lotus, albeit not the type desired by Yin Feiwen. Chen Mo produced another specimen from his pocket, leaving Zhao Li and Wang Ti astonished at the sight of 2 snow lotuses in his hands. "Do you truly believe that the snow lotus, which Yin Feiwen was willing to purchase for 5 million, would be so easily found?" Chen Mo inquired of them. Wang Ti nodded thoughtfully. "I researched extensively before coming here. There are indeed many varieties of snow lotus, but what President Yin requires is the Millennium Snow Lotus, exceedingly rare." Realization dawned on Wang Ti. "Are you suggesting that those 3 individuals also came across a counterfeit snow lotus? Is that why they hastily sought to depart the team and descend the mountain?" Chen Mo affirmed. "Thus, let them leave if they wish." Listening to their conversation, Zhao Li finally pieced together the whole story. She inwardly praised Chen Mo for his cunning. he had refrained from exposing the three individuals, allowing them to make their own choice to leave. Chen Mo handed the 2 snow lotuses to Wang Qi, advising, "Please inform the others that if they encounter such a snow lotus, they must remain composed and refrain from attempting to hide or hoard it, as it is worth merely a few dozen yuan." Wang Qi accepted the snow lotuses with a resigned smile, reflecting on how such a trivial matter, worth only a few dozen yuan, had driven the bespectacled trio to abandon the team. After 7 or 8 years of camaraderie, their friendship had crumbled in an instant. Wang Qi proceeded to explain the situation to the team members, while Chen Mo and Zhao Li lingered at a distance. "Are you feeling any better?" Chen Mo inquired with concern. Zhao Li nodded. "I slept through the day and am finally feeling a bit better." Once Wang Qi concluded his explanation, the two returned to the team to prepare for dinner. About an hour later, as dinner was being served, a man who had descended with the bespectacled trio scrambled back up the mountain in a panic. Everyone turned to look at the returning companion. The man cried out, "Wang Qi, hurry and save them. Guang Jing and Xiang Wingguang have fallen into a crevice." The entire team turned their gaze towards Wang Qi, understanding that the three had sought to hoard a counterfeit snow lotus and had met with misfortune immediately after their departure. Most were reluctant to attempt a rescue, recognizing the folly of their actions. As the leader, Wang Qi felt compelled to intervene, yet darkness had enveloped the landscape. To venture out with others would be tantamount to risking their lives. He instructed the team to enjoy their meal and rest in the tents, resolute in his decision not to lead a rescue mission. The man who had returned seeking help was taken aback, rushing to Wang Qi's side. "Captain Wang, you cannot stand idly by?" "Stand idly by?" Wang Qi retorted. "For the sake of their 2 lives, you would gamble the lives of others?" The man fell silent, fully aware of the perilous nature of acting recklessly in the dark, yet the 2 trapped individuals were in dire straits. Without prompt action, they would surely succumb to the cold by dawn. He no longer cared about any potential reward. With 2 of the 3 who had ventured out now in peril, he was at a loss for how to explain their fate to their families. The 3 had known each other prior to joining the expedition team, deliberately forming their group when the time came. "Captain Wang, I implore you, please save them," the man pleaded incessantly. Everyone else regarded the beseeching man with cold indifference, silently reflecting, "Had we known this day would come, we would have acted differently from the start." Seeing that his appeals to Wang Qi were in vain, the man turned to the other team members, begging, "Please, save Guang Jingtong and Xiang Wenguang. If you agree to rescue them, we are willing to offer 5 million in gratitude." "Huh, surely you don't intend to offer the snow lotus as a reward?" one team member remarked. The group was well aware that they had collected snow lotuses. The man's lack of surprise was understandable. Their sudden departure was predictable. Wang Qi nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If you bring them back safely, we are willing to contribute the snow lotus." Upon hearing this, the man's words almost caused the others to burst into laughter. Wang Qi produced the lotus leaf snow lotus given to him by Chen Mo and said, "Take a look. Is this what you gathered?" The man was dumbfounded once again, his expression a mixture of shock and fear. You have also collected snow lotuses?" Wang Qi bluntly informed him. "This is merely a variant of the snow lotus, not the one the Hua Tung group desires." The man collapsed onto the snow, stunned for several seconds before murmuring, "How could this be? How could this be?" After the meal, everyone returned to their tents to rest. The temperature began to plummet rapidly. Anyone who fell into the crevice at night would face certain death. Chen Mo crawled into his tent, preparing to enter the space for rest after a strenuous day of searching in the snow. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking outside the tent. Unzipping it, he found Wang Qi standing there. "What is the matter?" Chen Mo asked. Wang Qi lowered his voice and said, "The man who begged for help is willing to offer 500,000 to rescue those 2. Are you interested?" 500,000. In cash? Chen Mo's eyes gleamed. Though he had no profound animosity toward the 3 men who wanted to embezzle, he simply disapproved of their behavior. If they offered 500,000, it was acceptable. Wang Qi nodded. "You are the most skilled in the team. How about you and I attempt the rescue? If we succeed, we split the 500,000 equally." 500,000, but split between 2 people? Chen Mo hesitated, also concerned about others following them, which would prevent him from using his special techniques. "How about you take 300,000, and I take 200,000? Wang Qi proposed, generously conceding 50,000. Wang Qi's compromise made Chen Mo reluctant to refuse. "All right, I'll go." Chen Mo emerged from the tent. The man who had come to request help waited anxiously in the distance. Seeing Chen Mo, he knew Wang Qi had persuaded him. Thank you, thank you. I will transfer the money immediately after we return. Quiet, don't alert the others, Wang Qi warned. The three took 2 bundles of climbing ropes and various rescue equipment, switching on their flashlights and setting off at once. The beams of light flickered on the white snow, dazzling their eyes. The location where the two had fallen into the crevice was about a half-hour trek from the base camp. Soon, the trio arrived at the scene. A crevice over a meter wide was concealed beneath a layer of snow, creating a deceptive cover. Under such conditions, one could easily detect it during the day by probing the ground with trekking poles. Who compelled them to embark on this nocturnal journey? The trio initially shouted into the chasm, hoping for a response, yet only the echoes of their voices returned to them. When I departed, they were still able to respond to my calls. The man, filled with urgency, continued to shout into the crevice. Conserve your strength, Wang Qi advised, as he turned to secure the anchor bolts and install the rope on the ground. Chen Mo, wielding a flashlight, glanced downward and noted that the fissure was not straight, but rather meandering. This curvature could potentially serve as a buffer, offering a slim chance of survival. If one were to fall directly down a vertical drop, the outcome would be dire. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Qi had successfully anchored the bolts and secured the rope. Chen Mo understood it was time for him to take action. He took the rope from Wang Qi and fastened it to his safety harness. The plan was straightforward. Chen Mo would descend the rope, locate the 2 individuals, and use the rope to hoist them up one by one, with Wang Qi and the man assisting from above. Once certain of the rope's security, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo leapt into the chasm. This bold maneuver startled Wang Qi. Goodness, such audacity. Chen Mo slid down for about 5 or 6 meters until he reached the first bend, where he exerted force with his feet and swung his body to navigate the curve. Shining the flashlight downward, he beheld a scene that was invisible from above. The fissure widened below, where a ledge protruded about 7 or 8 meters down, and on it lay Guang Jingtong, the bespectacled man, and Xiang Wenguang, who had both fallen there. Just a few inches away, the fissure continued its descent into an abyss, a stark reminder of their fortunate fate. Had they plunged into the depths below, the outcome would have been unimaginable. To facilitate the search for the two, Chen Mo kept his mental radar active. Suddenly, a red circle appeared in his mind's eye, marking a location deep within the crevice. What could it be? Peering into the depths, Chen Mo realized that the distance rendered his flashlight ineffective. The rope they had brought was limited, preventing him from reaching the very bottom. Thus, he had to suppress his curiosity and pushed off to land on the platform where the two lay. Both men, ensconced in sleeping bags, were unconscious. After untying the ropes binding them, Chen Mo first secured Guang Jingtong, whose glasses had surprisingly remained intact despite the fall. He gave the rope a firm tug, and above, Wang Qi and the man began to pull with all their might. Guang Jingtong was hoisted upward, and moments later, the rope was sent back down. Due to the broader space below, the rope dangled across the platform's opposite side, just out of reach. With nimble grace, Chen Mo positioned himself against the icy wall behind the platform, propelled his body across, grasped the rope, and leapt back to the platform. After securing the remaining individual, he tugged on the rope once more. Wang Qi and the others exerted their strength to lift the next person. While binding them, Chen Mo checked their body temperatures. They still felt warm, suggesting that they were likely in no grave danger. Now left alone, Chen Mo gazed into the unfathomable depths of the fissure, a strong desire to descend and explore stirring within him. Using the previous method of lateral pushes, he could both descend and ascend, though he feared losing his footing and balance, which would lead to perilous consequences. At that moment, the rope was lowered once again. Chen Mo shook his head, deciding to wait until tomorrow to bring the ropes from the camp before descending to investigate. Resolutely, he pushed off the ground, leaping to grasp the rope, which gradually ascended. Soon, Chen Mo returned to the ground. Chapter 53. Unleashing new abilities on the way back, Wang Qi and a man each dragged one of the captives. Chen Mo had bravely descended into the crevice, thus sparing him from any further exertion. If we don't come tonight, they certainly won't survive until morning. Wang Qi seemingly addressed Chen Mo, yet his words were directed at the individual beside him. Chen Mo, less encumbered by familiarity, spoke directly to the man. Transfer the money as soon as we descend. The man nodded vigorously. All right, I will send it immediately after we get down. A smile blossomed beneath Wang Qi's mask. Indeed, Chen Mo was astute, comprehending the unspoken terms immediately. It took them an hour to drag the captives back to the camp, along with their backpacks and the tent. Wang Qi assisted in erecting the tent and roused the two captives to help settle Guang Jingtong and Xiang Wenguang. Chen Mo slipped into his own tent, wary of Wang Qi seeking him out, and waited half an hour before entering his space. He retrieved a self-heating hot pot, unwrapped it, and poured water into the base. Before long, steam rose from the pot, releasing an enticing aroma. Lifting the lid, he enjoyed a delightful late-night meal paired with beer. In just under 2 hours, he had made a tidy profit of 300,000. Snuggling under the covers, he felt immensely pleased. The next morning, he was roused by the alarm, dressed, and returned to the tent. Many outside were awake, discussing the return of Guang Jingtong and Xiang Wenguang. The betrayal by the three was evident, foreshadowing their diminished standing within the team. Guang Jingtong and Xiang Wenguang had already awakened, lying in the tent and listening to the murmurs outside. Though ostracized, they dared not leave alone, knowing that to return independently would be tantamount to courting death. Emerging from the tent, Chen Mo was met with a smile and a nod from Wang Qi. Their shared secret had brought them closer. Zhao Li, in good spirits, approached Chen Mo clad in a thick mountaineering outfit. Were you two the ones who rescued someone last night? Oh, Chen Mo did not conceal the truth. Hee. How much did you promise? Zhao Li asked slyly. I find it hard to believe you would act out of kindness. Their conversation was hushed, akin to young lovers sharing secrets. No one found it peculiar, since Sister Yang. Everyone assumed they were indeed a couple. You know me too well. Is that not a good thing? Chen Mo remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Li. What could possibly be wrong with that? Zhao Li replied, their eyes meeting. Chen Mo never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Should Zhao Li wish for an intimate encounter atop the snowy peaks, he would gladly oblige, provided she could endure the cold. Noticing the longing in Chen Mo's eyes, Zhao Li quickly turned her head, unable to maintain eye contact. Chen Mo sighed inwardly. After breakfast, Wang Qi divided everyone into 7 groups. We will search all day today. If we find nothing nearby, we shall relocate the camp. Chen Mo truly wished to urge Wang Qi to promptly relocate their camp, for he had thoroughly searched the vicinity and found nothing of value. Those counterfeit snow lotuses had already been plucked clean. However, today presented a perfect opportunity for him to explore the crevice below. During their meal, Zhao Li approached, expressing a desire to team up with Chen Mo for the search. Perhaps you should pair up with someone else. I intend to rest at the camp today, he replied. Why? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Li inquired with immediate concern. How about I stay behind to take care of you? Are you scared? Chen Mo teased. Zhao Li rolled her eyes in response. You're incorrigible. Since you don't wish to venture out, then rest at the camp. After dismissing Zhao Li, Chen Mo instructed Wang Qi to bring him all the unused ropes from the camp. With 23 individuals, each carried a bundle of rope, an essential gear for climbing the snowy mountains. Wang Qi managed to gather 15 bundles, each 20 meters long, totaling 300 meters. Chen Mo was confident this would suffice. Once the others set out on their search, Chen Mo stored the ropes in his spatial pocket and activated the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique, gliding to the location where they had fallen the previous day. When they departed last night, they had only taken the loose rope, while the anchor rods remained fixed on the icy surface. Securing one end of the rope to the anchor rod, he tied the remaining length together and cast it into the crevice. Time was of the essence as Chen Mo grasped the rope and descended. Passing the corner and the platform where they had rescued someone, he continued downward. The crevice was illuminated solely by the beam of his flashlight. He remained vigilant regarding the length of the rope. Should it prove insufficient, he would plummet directly into the abyss. Fortunately, after a few minutes of descent, the flashlight illuminated the bottom of the crevice, and he found that the rope still had a good dozen meters to spare. At such a short distance, utilizing the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique to leap down would not result in injury. Sliding to the end of the rope, he released his grip and landed softly on the ground. It was pitch dark. At the base of the crevice, he could distinctly hear the cracking sounds of the snowy mountain. Activating his radar, he sought the location marked by a red circle. After traversing several meters, Chen Mo finally beheld the source of the indicator, a flower with petals as pure as snow and a stamen of deep crimson. As he drew closer, he caught a whiff of a faint, refreshing fragrance that invigorated his senses. Good heavens, what a remarkable find, he marveled. Unable to resist inhaling its scent a few more times, he gently touched the white petals, and the entire plant was drawn into his spatial pocket. Upon conjuring it back into his hand, he received a notification. Ding, Millennium Snow Lotus. aged 1,152 years, reference price, 11.52 million. While Yin Feiwen had valued it at 5 million, the system's suggested price was over 10 million. How perplexing. Lost in thought, Chen Mo suddenly noticed the leaves of the Millennium Snow Lotus beginning to wilt. He swiftly returned it to his spatial pocket and entered it himself. Relieved to see the Snow Lotus stabilize. What a close call. He had not anticipated that the Millennium Snow Lotus would wither the moment it was removed from its growing environment. If someone else had harvested it before descending the mountain, it would likely have perished. The matter of its price could wait until their return. Chen Mo opened the system to check his points, which, compared to the reference price, filled him with excitement. Current points, 163220. How could the system only grant me 100,000 points? Ding, the maximum points for a single mountain item is 100,000. You ultimate right of interpretation. All right, I understand. Let us cease this discussion. Chen Mo halted the system's further commentary. Host, Chen Mo, strength, 10, agility, 2, speed, 10, sense of smell, 2, vision, 10. All data normalized to 5 for a human. Points can further enhance physical attributes. For instance, a strength of 10 signifies a 20-fold increase, and reaching 11 would elevate it to a 21-fold enhancement, and so forth. With a total of 160,000 points, Chen Mo confidently raised his agility and sense of smell to 10 points. Ding, 8 points of agility increased successfully, 40,000 points deducted. Ding, congratulations, host. Agility has reached 10 points, unlocking microcontrollability. Ding, 8 points of sense of smell increased successfully, 40,000 points deducted. Ding, congratulations, host. Sense of smell has reached 10 points, unlocking the ability to smell from 100 miles away after the system's continuous notifications. Chen Mo felt as if the world had transformed. He could discern various scents in the air, and, upon opening a bag of chips, he raised it upwards. The chips cascaded down, and his microcontrollability made it seem as though they were falling in slow motion, allowing him to swiftly gather them back into the bag without losing a single piece. Chen Mo felt exhilarated. In the face of any future peril, he could effortlessly evade danger. Turning to return to the camp, he approached the spot where the rope had descended, only to look up and discover that the rope was mysteriously absent. Chapter 54. The Ungrateful Wolf. Chen Mo initially thought he might have mistaken the location and meticulously searched the vicinity with his flashlight. The distance from where he descended to the position of the Millennium Snow Lotus was no more than 20 meters. It was inconceivable that he could not find it. Ultimately, the only conclusion he could draw was that someone had retracted the rope from above. At this moment, beneath the crevice, the distance between the two mountain faces was approximately 2 meters. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo activated his agile footwork, propelling himself against the right mountain face. And in an instant, he soared to the left mountain face, continuing to exert force with his left foot to ascend diagonally to the right mountain. Had he not elevated his agility to 10, he would have feared losing balance and plummeting due to a misstep. However, with agility now at 10, every movement felt like slow motion, granting him greater control. This was not mere jest. It was a method of leveraging momentum to ascend. Chen Mo's speed was remarkable. Should he falter and slow down, he risked falling. After approximately half a minute, he leaped onto the rescue platform, landing smoothly. Activating his radar function, he noticed a figure rapidly retreating. Recognizing that this individual intended him harm, Chen Mo propelled himself upward once more, navigating around the bend and emerging from the crevice. Upon landing in the snow, he gazed toward the direction of the camp, spotting a shadow that continued to move swiftly, completely unaware that he had climbed up from below. Meanwhile, the rope that had bound him lay buried in the snow next to an anchor post. They wish to take my life. In the stillness of the surroundings, Chen Mo unreservedly employed the ethereal steps of Lingbo Weibo, swiftly catching up to the traveler within mere seconds. His movement was utterly silent, allowing him to approach the individual from behind unnoticed. Guang Jingtong. Chen Mo called out suddenly. The figure, startled, trembled, and turned to reveal a face etched with fear. It was indeed Guang Jingtong, the bespectacled man Chen Mo had rescued. I saved you, and yet you conspire to end my life? Chen Mo's voice was laced with icy disdain. Guang Jingtong, as if confronted by a specter, was rendered speechless and attempted to flee towards the camp. With a swift kick, Chen Mo sent him sprawling into the snow. Run? You still wish to escape? Guang Jingtong, rolling on the ground, pleaded, "Don't harm me, please." Chen Mo placed his foot firmly on Guang Jingtong's chest, demanding, "Speak. Why did you wish to harm me, and how did you find me?" Having witnessed Chen Mo's prowess in subduing 10 armed ruffians in mere moments, Guang Jingtong realized his chances of escape were non-existent. It was Xiang Wenguang's idea to leave you and Wang Qi on the snow-capped mountains. This way, we wouldn't have to pay the 50,000 rescue fee. We saw you gathering ropes and deduced your intention to descend into the chasm, so I came looking for you. Noticing the evasiveness in Guang Jingtong's eyes, Chen Mo understood he was being deceived. The idea could not have originated solely from him. It must have been a collective thought among the three of them. However, such details were trivial now. Chen Mo crouched down and placed his hand on Guang Jingtong's body. In the next moment, both vanished from the snowy mountain, emerging in an unfamiliar space. Guang Jingtong was bewildered, questioning how he had suddenly changed locations. He observed shelves surrounding him and tents nearby. "Congratulations. You were the first to enter this place," Chen Mo remarked with a sly grin. "Where's this?" "Chen Mo, spare me, and I promise to pay you." Guang Jingtong was filled with dread. Being in an unknown realm was far more terrifying than the snow-capped mountains. Chen Mo retrieved a length of rope and mounted Guang Jingtong, binding him securely. Any resistance from Guang Jingtong was futile. His strength paled in comparison to Chen Mo's 20-fold enhancement, rendering him as powerless as a fledgling chick. In no time, he was ensnared like a dumpling. "Where are those two?" Chen Mo, already harboring suspicions, inquired once more. Guang Jingtong, who had come to betray him, likely knew the whereabouts of the other two. As expected, Guang Jingtong struggled to articulate, "They've gone to find Wang Qi, please. I beg you to let me go. This was not my idea, it was theirs." "No worries. You shall reunite shortly," Chen Mo replied coolly before vanishing from the space. The sight of Chen Mo disappearing before his very eyes nearly sent Guang Jingtong into a panic. In a frenzy, he struggled to break free from the ropes. But the more he fought, the tighter they constricted. The knots Chen Mo had tied were so secure that not even a wild boar could hope to escape their grasp. Emerging from the confines of the space, Chen Mo employed Lingbo Weibu to sprint towards Wang Qi's approximate location, while others traversed the snowy mountain with caution. Wary of the treacherous terrain and hidden crevices, Chen Mo moved with unyielding determination in a straight line. Amidst the journey, a team member undoubtedly caught sight of a distant shadow darting past, momentarily suspecting a relapse of snow blindness. Yet, when he turned to observe, the shadow had vanished. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo located the search party led by Wang Qi. What initially appeared to be a trio had inexplicably transformed into 5, with Xiang Wenguang and the distressed man now mingling among Wang Qi's group. Chen Mo refrained from revealing himself, knowing that his appearance would alert the two, leading to the cancellation of their mission. He concealed himself at a distance, covertly observing the unfolding events. The 5 individuals initially behaved normally. Xiang Wenguang and the other 2 engaged Wang Qi in conversation. After a while, Wang Qi followed Xiang Wenguang and his companion away, leaving the remaining 2 to wait. Chen Mo sensed that they were preparing to act, and swiftly changed his approach to draw closer. Once the 3 evaded the gaze of the others, Xiang Wenguang stated, "Captain Wang, we are grateful for your and Brother Chen's rescue. Speak plainly." The 2 insisted on pulling him aside for a private discussion, causing Wang Qi to suspect it was about the matter of 500,000. Wishing to keep it discreet, he complied. Xiang Wenguang exchanged a glance with his accomplice. Positioning themselves to flank Wang Qi, Xiang Wenguang took the lead, diverting attention, while the person behind suddenly tightened a rope around Wang Qi's neck. Taken by surprise, Wang Qi flailed to grasp the rope binding his throat, but his heavy gloves rendered him ineffective. The respectful facade of Xiang Wenguang vanished, giving way to a malevolent expression as he assisted in muffling Wang Qi's cries. "Shut up and die?" Xiang Wenguang spat viciously. Wang Qi was swiftly overpowered, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of asphyxiation. Xiang Wenguang's face gleamed with exhilaration. The mockery they had endured over the false snow lotus had fueled their disdain. He placed the blame squarely on Wang Qi and Chen Mo, which justified their violent course of action. If they could not thrive, neither would these 2. Eliminating Chen Mo and Wang Qi in the snow-capped mountains would not only quench their vengeance, but also spare the sum of 500,000. Even if the team reported the incident to the authorities, the police would find no trace upon their arrival in the mountains. Go to hell. Xiang Wenguang desperately stifled Wang Qi's mouth. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed. The man who had previously sought Wang Chi's assistance collapsed, and Xiang Wingguang glanced up to see a shadow hurtling towards him. Subsequently, all went dark for him. Chen Mo retracted his foot, observing Xiang Wingguang's bloodied nose, reflecting, "What a pack of ingrates." The ropes slackened, allowing Wang Chi to gulp down air, his vision obscured from prolonged oxygen deprivation. As his sight gradually returned, he discovered that he was alone. Grasping the rope around his neck, Wang Chi comprehended the gravity of the events that had transpired. He had narrowly escaped death. Yet, where had everyone gone? Wang Chi searched in vain, finding nothing but emptiness. Chapter 55. Retribution in the Spatial Realm. Chen Mo surveyed the three individuals huddled together. Rather than leading them away, he directly ensnared them within his domain. This way, once Wang Chi and the others had ventured far, he would remain undetected. Guangjing observed as the other two were also captured, still unconscious, grasping the seriousness of the situation. "Brother Chen, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please grant us this one mercy." Chen Mo, indifferent to conversing with those on the brink of death, remained unmoved. "Release me, and I shall give you all my money," pleaded Chang Jingtong. "I have 2 million. His sole concern was his own survival, disregarding the plight of the two others. As Chen Mo showed no signs of compassion, Chang Jingtong began to weep. "Brother Chen, my father, I have elderly and young dependents. They cannot be left without me." Seeing Chang Jingtong feign helplessness, Chen Mo felt irritation rise within him. "Do you think you alone have family? Have you considered our lives when you sought to end ours?" Chang Jingtong sobbed uncontrollably, tears and snot mingling. "I'm not a human. Just treat me as nothing." "Rest assured, I shall not take your lives," replied Chen Mo. Sensing that the time had come, he reappeared on the snowy mountain, where Wang Chi and the others had already departed. Chen Mo dashed toward the chasm. Minutes later, he reached the chasm's entrance, where the rope still dangled. Chang Jingtong hadn't even released it from the anchor. He threw the rope into the chasm and descended, clutching it with one hand. Upon reaching the bottom, 300 meters deep, he released Chang Jingtong and the others. "I won't leave you without a path to survival. Here is a box of instant noodles. If you manage to escape, we shall consider our debt settled." He tossed a box of noodles onto the icy ground. Surrounded by darkness, Chang Jingtong had no idea where they were, but he sensed it was an extremely perilous location. "Please release me. I beg you." He continued to struggle. Chen Mo illuminated the area with a flashlight and untied the ropes binding Chang Jingtong. "They will wake soon. You three are fond of research, so ponder your next steps." Chang Jingtong watched as Chen Mo swiftly kicked off the walls and grasped the rope. He was too frantic to be astonished. With the rope's assistance, Chen Mo ascended rapidly, returning to the snow-covered peak in no time. He gathered all the ropes, having no intention of allowing the three to escape. Hence he would not leave them any means to do so. With the ropes in hand, he hurried back to the camp. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, and many had already returned. Wang Chi, wearing a worried expression, gathered with others to converse. Upon seeing Chen Mo, he hurried over. "Brother, there has been an incident." "What happened?" Chen Mo feigned ignorance. Wang Chi pulled him aside and whispered, "Today, when I went out with Xiang Wingguang to search for snow lotuses, 2 people actually tried to kill me." "Really? What transpired next?" Chen Mo asked, anxiety evident in his tone. "After that, I don't know why, but they vanished." Wang Chi replied, bewildered. He had briefly lost consciousness, and when he regained it, he found himself alone in the snow. Wang Chi could only assume that the two believed him dead and left. Additionally, Chang Jingtong and his companions had disappeared without taking any gear, and no one else had seen them. Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could they have lost their way? If you put it that way, it's indeed possible. Wang Chi realized. The three must have panicked and fled in different directions, uncertain of their destination. "And our 500,000 is gone as well," Wang Chi lamented. His expression filled with resignation. He felt quite remorseful towards Chen Mo for dragging him into danger to rescue people, only to end up saving a group of ingrates. Chen Mo gently patted Wang Chi on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right, don't dwell on it. It was merely 300,000. Chen Mo truly did not mind, as he had a 1,000-year-old snow lotus hidden in his space. Naturally, he would not share it with others, and at most, he would convert it into money to give Zhao Li a portion. After all, it was she who insisted on bringing him along and even helped him find Lawyer Han while in the detention center. Such favors must be repaid. A true brother is magnanimous," Wang Chi remarked in admiration. In the afternoon, The camp buzzed with discussions about Guangjing and the other two individuals. After 2 consecutive days of searching without finding the snow lotus, Wang Qi inquired about everyone's opinions. Should we retreat or continue searching? The atmosphere for continuing the search was not strong due to the disappearance of the 3 individuals. Zhao Li, wanting to express her desire to keep searching, being a special envoy of Huading Group, spoke with authority. Chen Mo whispered to Zhao Li, "Let us head back. I have a way to rescue your friend." Zhao Li, taken aback, asked, "What method do you have?" Upon seeing Chen Mo's smiling demeanor, she felt a mix of surprise and joy. Lowering her voice, she excitedly inquired, "Have you found it?" Chen Mo nodded slightly. He deemed it unnecessary to conceal that he would sell the snow lotus to Feiwen, as Zhao Li would undoubtedly learn of it. Zhao Li trembled with excitement. The fake snow lotus was indeed brought back by Chen Mo, and she trusted that when he said he had found it, it was the truth. "Captain Wang, the team members are feeling disheartened. If we can't continue, perhaps we should return and rest," Zhao Li suggested after calming down a bit. Wang Qi nodded, having endured life-and-death trials. He was eager to return home to see his wife and children. When he was nearly asphyxiated, images of his family replayed in his mind. He realized how much he had owed them due to his years of adventurous pursuits. Ultimately, a vote was held, and the majority agreed to return the way they came to recuperate. It was already afternoon, and they would wait until dawn to set off. After dinner, everyone retreated to their tents to rest. Unable to contain her excitement, Zhao Li quietly approached Chen Mo's tent. "Chen Mo, open the door." Chen Mo had anticipated her visit, thus he did not enter his space. He unzipped the tent from the inside. Zhao Li hurriedly crawled in. An LED lamp illuminated the space between them, casting light on their faces. Zhao Li was brimming with excitement, but remembered to keep her voice low, saying, "Quickly, let me see it." The 1,000-year-old snow lotus would wither if exposed for too long. Chen Mo had preemptively plucked a white petal from it. Pretending to reach into his clothing to retrieve the petal, handing it to Zhao Li. "The 1,000-year snow lotus cannot be exposed, otherwise it will wilt immediately. I can only show you one petal." Zhao Li accepted the petal with both hands, and despite it being merely a small fragment, it exuded a faint, delightful fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. Zhao Li inhaled the scent of the petal, entranced, and exclaimed, "It smells wonderful." Suddenly, she threw her arms around Chen Mo, saying, "Thank you, Chen Mo, for finding the snow lotus." Understanding Zhao Li's joy for her friend, Chen Mo gently patted her back. "How about you sleep in my tent tonight?" With a swift motion, Zhao Li immediately released Chen Mo, her hands awkwardly twisting together. Noticing the mischievous grin on Chen Mo's face, she realized he was teasing her. She rolled her eyes dramatically at him before hastily exiting the tent. Chapter 56. Arrival at Huading Group. After resting for a night, the group began to pack up all their gear the following day. The belongings of the 3 missing individuals were buried by Wang Qi in a discreet location, as no one wished to carry the extra weight on a long journey. The ascent had taken 2 days, but the descent was expedited by the previously secured anchor points, allowing them to reach the base of the mountain in just a day and a half. The 2 members of the convoy left behind were astonished when the search party returned so swiftly. Upon inquiry, they learned that 3 members of their team had gone missing. Once they reached the base, the mobile phones regained a semblance of signal. Wang Qi made a call to report the missing persons to the police. Although he refrained from mentioning the attempted murder, with people missing, it seemed unnecessary to pursue such matters. Informing the authorities was merely a procedural step. Given the gravity of the situation, Chen Mo powered on his communication device, discovering numerous messages, including those from Chun Bianc and Jing Xiang. The group spent another night at the base before driving back. Chen Mo continued to share a vehicle with Zhao Li. After receiving Chen Mo's consent the previous day, Zhao Li excitedly informed her close friend about the snow lotus they had found. She appeared particularly joyful in the car, as preparations were already underway to brew medicinal remedies once the snow lotus was delivered. Chen Mo replied, leaning back in his seat. During their travels over the past couple of days, he had contemplated a pressing question. The system had suggested a reference price of 10 million, while Feiwen had offered 5 million, a significant discrepancy. Ultimately, he resolved to sell the snow lotus to Feiwen for 5 million, for 2 reasons. Firstly, Feiwen had promised him a commission of 200,000, which had motivated him to seek the snow lotus in the first place, establishing a quasi-employer-employee relationship. Raising the price due to the high reference value felt somewhat unethical. Secondly, The snow lotus was a commodity with a fluctuating market, apart from Feiwen's urgent need. No one else would be willing to pay hundreds of millions for it. Even if the system's reference price soared to 50 million, it would hold no value if there were no buyers. Thus, Chen Mo decided to uphold the spirit of the contract and sell the snow lotus to Feiwen for 5 million. What are you thinking about? Planning how to spend the money once it arrives? Zhao Li, who was driving, curiously inquired upon noticing Chen Mo's contemplative demeanor. Indeed, after I took your BMW last time, I was considering which car to gift you, Chen Mo replied, now resolved and engaging Zhao Li in conversation. Zhao Li was taken aback. Wow, you want to give me a car? Are you trying to win my heart? Not at all. You consume too much for me to afford that. It's merely a bonus for our partnership, he teased. Huh, Zhao Li responded, playfully gesturing with her right hand in an internationally recognized sign. I was joking about the bonus. As long as my friend recovers, that's all that matters. Save your money for marrying a wife, she teased, winking playfully at Chen Mo as she turned her head. Though the journey lasted less than 10 days, Zhao Li's fair complexion had darkened under the sun. Yet, her exquisite beauty remained unblemished, appearing even more vibrant and healthy. The convoy sought rest at a hotel for the night, resuming their travels the following day. Finally, on the third day, they returned to the city. Zhao Li was tasked with handling the team's reimbursement matters, so upon arriving, she disembarked and conferred with Wang Qi and others. Chen Mo waited by the vehicle, as he was to accompany Zhao Li directly to Huaten Group. Returning to familiar surroundings felt delightful. Chen Mo observed the bustling crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a thief attempting to pilfer a woman's purse. To his surprise, the thief was someone he recognized, the same individual who had previously tried to steal from him but had been thwarted and taught a lesson. As the thief's hand slipped into the woman's bag, Chen Mo called out, "Hey!" The distance between them was not great. The woman turned to look at him, causing the thief to retract his hand immediately. The thief, with a menacing glare, sought to identify the audacious soul who dared to disrupt his illicit endeavor. Upon seeing Chen Mo's face, the thief's expression soured. If one were to ask the thief whom he least wanted to encounter, it would undoubtedly be Chen Mo. After having offended him previously, the gang of thieves had refrained from their thievery on public transport. To his dismay, he had now run into this nemesis once more. The thief awkwardly scratched his head, caught in a dilemma of whether to flee or remain. He feared that if he ran, Chen Mo would pursue him. Long time no see, brother. Hope you've been well. The thief finally decided to greet him. I'm well. How are your injuries healing? Chen Mo replied. The thief's face turned a shade of green at this inquiry. How could he have healed so swiftly? He had merely sustained minor injuries at the time. They're getting better, was all he could muster in response. At this moment, Zhao Li had completed her discussions with Wang Qi and the others. Noticing Chen Mo conversing with someone, she approached and stood quietly by, waiting. Chen Mo had merely happened upon the scene and did not intend to linger on the thief. All right, you carry on. We must be off, he said. The thief bowed deeply, bidding farewell. Take care, brother. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Li inquired, is that your friend? He seems to hold you in high regard. He didn't show such respect when he sought to have me dealt with. Chen Mo chuckled. Zhao Li paused for a moment, then realized, so you've tamed him. They drove on towards the headquarters of Huaten Group. Due to prior notification, a throng awaited them outside the main building, including Feiwen and a beautiful girl. Zhao Li parked the car and hurriedly exited, embracing the lovely girl. Chen Mo followed suit from the passenger seat, drawing the attention of the assembled crowd. Zhao Li introduced, allow me to present my old classmate, Chen Mo. This is my dear friend, Wanwan. Though strikingly beautiful, Wanwan's complexion was ashen, devoid of color. Her lips were dry and pale. Her eyes, dull and lifeless, reflected exhaustion and anguish. Despite consuming a medicinal concoction brewed from century-old wild ginseng, it merely sustained her condition without facilitating a swift recovery. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the phrase beauty is fleeting. Without the financial support of Feiwen, it was likely that Wanwan would have succumbed long ago. Wanwan forced a smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Her appreciation encompassed not only the wild ginseng from their previous encounter, but also the quest for the snow lotus this time. No need for thanks. I am motivated by monetary gain, Chen Mo candidly replied. Zhao Li, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. With so many onlookers, could he not utter a few polite words? However, Feiwen, hearing Chen Mo's words, burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. I quite admire his straightforward nature. Elder Hong, who had met them previously, eagerly awaited. Having only heard of the Millennium Snow Lotus in ancient texts, never having seen the actual specimen, the prospect of beholding such a rare medicinal marvel was indeed exhilarating. With a grand gesture, Yin Feiwen declared, "Let us proceed inside." A throng of people entered the headquarters building. In the elevator, Zhao Li regaled Yin Wanwan with tales of the Snow Lotus's wondrous properties. That day, Chen Mo showed me a petal. Its fragrance was unparalleled. However, it cannot be exposed to the air for too long, as it withers rapidly. The group listened attentively as Zhao Li narrated. Elder Hong, in particular, was rapt. These insights would elevate the quality of the medical texts he was compiling. Chapter 57. The stasis box. Upon reaching the upper floor, extraneous individuals were dismissed by Yin Feiwen, including the bodyguards assigned for 24-hour protection. Zhao Li, too, accompanied Yin Wanwan to another room, leaving only Yin Feiwen, Chen Mo, and Elder Hong behind. The trio entered a room resembling an apothecary, set up to treat ailing patients. It was surprising that Yin Feiwen had established such a facility within the headquarters. A large cabinet stood against the wall, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine shop, adorned with numerous small drawers, each labeled with the names of various herbal ingredients. Elder Hong, filled with excitement, urged, "Young brother, please present the Snow Lotus." Chen Mo remained unfazed. Yin Feiwen quickly added, Yes, I shall provide you with the check now." Chen Mo shook his head. "It is not a matter of money, as you heard Zhao Li mention in the elevator. The Snow Lotus will begin to wither once it is exposed. You must prepare adequately for the preliminary work before I retrieve it." Elder Hong suddenly comprehended. "But young brother, how did you manage to preserve the Snow Lotus?" Yin Feiwen interjected, "Perhaps you could sell me the preservation tool as well. I will offer you an additional 1,000,000. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. He had stored it in a space, a detail he could not explain. System. Is there a tool for preserving the Snow Lotus? Chen Mo could only seek assistance from the system. The catalog of exchangeable items was overwhelming, far too extensive for him to peruse thoroughly. Ding. Stasis box, valued at 9,999 points, can maintain any item in its original state. Trading 99.99 points for 1,000,000 seemed advantageous to Chen Mo. As for how to explain the stasis box, he could claim it was a family heirloom. Yin Feiwen and Elder Hong would likely assume the box's material was uniquely suited for the Snow Lotus, without suspecting it could preserve anything in its original condition. Ding. Stasis box successfully exchanged. A wooden box materialized within the space, appearing quite ancient, adorned solely with the natural grain of the wood, devoid of any embellishments. "I shall take a brief trip to the restroom." Old Hong and Yin Feiwen were momentarily taken aback, during what seemed to be a perfectly normal discussion. How did the topic shift so abruptly to such a crude matter? Unfazed by their astonished expressions, Chen Mo was determined to place the Snow Lotus into the still wooden box, and he could not proceed without their assistance. Each floor boasted multiple restrooms, and Chen Mo chose one at random, stepping inside to retrieve the Snow Lotus and the wooden box from his spatial realm. He swiftly placed the Snow Lotus within the confines of the box. Upon returning to the room, he handed the wooden box to Yin Feiwen, cautioning both men. If the Snow Lotus were to be exposed to the air, it would wither rapidly, hence they should refrain from opening the box unnecessarily. Yin Feiwen solemnly accepted the box. He was eager to catch a glimpse, as long as he could close it quickly thereafter. The box was designed to slide open, and as the lid was drawn back, both Yin Feiwen and Old Hong finally beheld the true visage of the Snow Lotus. A delightful fragrance wafted out from the box. Yin Feiwen hastily closed the box again and handed it over to Old Hong, stating, "It's your turn now." Old Hong received the wooden box with utmost seriousness, well aware that this millennium-old Snow Lotus might be the only one of its kind in existence, and that no mistakes could be afforded. Leaving Old Hong in the apothecary to study the Snow Lotus, with hopes of using it as a medicinal catalyst to brew a remedy for Yin Wanwan, was not a task to be rushed. Moreover, the opportunity was singular. Old Hong needed to prepare meticulously. Yin Feiwen escorted Chen Mo back to his office. In Chen Mo's presence, he pinned a check for 6,666,000. "This is the remuneration I promised you." Chen Mo accepted the check, aware that the 20,000 commission was included within. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he stated. Having been away for nearly half a month, he longed to return home and visit. "Let us have dinner together tonight," Yin Feiwen proposed. Chen Mo waved the check in his hand, since you're paying, I shall decline the meal. In Feiwen was momentarily taken aback. Countless individuals had sought to dine with him. Yet this was the first time he had extended an invitation only to be turned down. Shaking his head, he replied, "Well, if you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me." He extended an olive branch, appreciating the capabilities of such a young man. Should he seek to leverage his accomplishments for personal gain, it would diminish his worth in Chen Mo's eyes. Very well, Chen Mo agreed without arrogance. On his way to the elevator, he called Zhao Li to inform her of his departure. Zhao Li made a special effort to come down to see him off. "Aren't we having dinner together tonight?" Chen Mo shook his head. "If it were just you, I would join, but dining with those affluent individuals feels rather uncomfortable." With a chuckle, Zhao Li responded, "You're quite wealthy yourself now. Why the disdain for the rich?" "It's not a disdain for wealth, but rather a discomfort in mixing different social classes at the dining table," Chen Mo explained. Zhao Li nodded in agreement. If Yin Wanwan were not her close friend, she too would avoid dining with the wealthy. When conversations fail to resonate, the dining experience becomes discordant. Wealthy individuals may be satisfied after just a couple of bites, while she required 5 substantial bowls for a meal. "Then I shall escort you back to the village," Zhao Li insisted resolutely, devoid of any polite pretense. "You should spend time with your friend. We can dine together another time." Chen Mo declined, stepping out of the corporate building and hailing a cab. The fare from the city to the village was $5 on the bus, but required $40 by taxi. In this day and age, being a person of over 8 million in worth, taking public transport is utterly incongruous with one's stature. Thus, a taxi is a necessity. The foremost task is to visit the bank and convert the check into cash to deposit into one's account. No matter how trustworthy others may be, nothing surpasses the reliability of one's own bank card. By the time the transfer matters are resolved, it is already past 4 in the afternoon. Upon taking a taxi back to the village entrance, I noticed from afar that the supermarket sign has been changed. Chen Mo Supermarket. When Chen Mo left, he had told Chen Bianke to change the name as he pleased, and indeed, the new name seems haphazardly chosen. After paying the fare, Chen Mo alights from the taxi. Chen Bianke, spotting his cousin through the window, excitedly rushes out to greet him, followed closely by Wei Shufan. "Haha, cousin. You're back. I've missed you dearly," Chen Bianke exclaims, rushing forward to embrace Chen Mo. A peculiar howling echoes from the distant mountains. Chen Mo gently extricates Chen Bianke from his embrace, frowning as he gazes towards the mountains. "It's been howling for several days now. I wonder what kind of creature it is," Chen Bianke casually remarks. Chen Mo, of course, knows it is the wild man. After such a long journey, he had completely forgotten about the wild man, who likely returned to trade wild ginseng for meat. "Does Auntie have any braised meat in the shop?" Wei Shufan nods affirmatively. "Yes, we do. Dinner is about to be served. I'll cut you some extra." Assuming Chen Mo craved the delicacy, Wei Shufan hastens to fetch some prepared food. "Auntie, please bring me some braised meat. I have to step out for a moment." "Cousin just returned, and you're already going out?" Chen Bianke inquires. He cannot afford to remain idle. If he does, the wild man may come into the village looking for him at any moment. Though Wei Shufan is unaware of Chen Mo's intentions, she swiftly enters the house to retrieve some food. After assuring them that he will return shortly, Chen Mo takes the food and hastens towards the mountains. Chapter 58. The appointment rescheduled. Upon reaching the mountain, Chen Mo howls a couple of times. Soon, a dark figure rushes towards him from afar, resembling a black bear. Chen Mo hastily sidesteps, fearing that the wild man might collide with him. As the wild man comes to a sudden halt before him, baring his teeth ferociously, it seems to express displeasure at the delay in Chen Mo's arrival. "Calm down." Chen Mo attempts to soothe the wild man, yet communication proves utterly impossible. He retrieves a sausage from his pocket and offers it to the wild man. Upon seeing the sausage, the wild man finally quiets down. After taking a bite, he lets out a pleased growl. The wild man then extends his other hand, revealing 3 dilapidated roots of wild ginseng. Were it not for the knowledge that these were wild ginseng roots, Chen Mo might have mistaken them for mere weeds. Without needing a system evaluation, he instinctively understands their lack of value. With a resigned sigh, he realizes it is his fault for not honoring the appointment, and thus he hands over all the prepared food he has. He then waves his hand, signaling for the wild man to depart. However, the wild man persists, holding up the wild ginseng and insisting that Chen Mo accept it. This fellow is quite adherent to etiquette, Chen Mo muses. reaching out to take a few of the ginseng roots that resemble weeds. The wild man, seemingly satisfied, lets out a couple of pleased growls before turning and dashing back into the depths of the forest with all the braised meat in hand. The wild ginseng, aged 50 years, has a reference price of 500 yuan. The 36-year-old variety is priced at 200 yuan, and the 16-year-old one is valued at 100 yuan. Chen Mo sighed, fully aware of the outcome. Although the system provided reference prices, such inferior wild ginseng would not be accepted even by Chen Jia. He could only return home to give Chen Yonggan, hoping that it could enhance the nutrition of the chicken and meat he would prepare. Upon returning to the village, the villagers regarded him with strange expressions. When Chen Mo greeted them, they immediately turned away as if avoiding a plague, completely ignoring him. Chen Bianxiu, having called Chen Mo earlier, invited him over for a meal, mentioning that his mother was keeping an eye on things at the supermarket. Chen Mo took a detour and headed straight to Chen Bianxiu's house. Outside the yard was Chen Yonggan's second-hand car, presumably because the BMW occupied the garage. Upon entering the house, the delightful aroma of food wafted toward him. Chen Yonggan was busy at the stove, continuing to stir-fry. Just throw this in the pot, Chen Mo said, placing 3 pieces of wild ginseng on the cutting board. At first, Chen Yonggan glanced at it and returned to his cooking, but after a moment, he abruptly turned around, staring at the items on the board in shock. Is this ginseng? Oh, I found it while wandering around the mountain earlier, Chen Mo casually replied. Chen Yonggan picked up a piece of wild ginseng between his fingers and exclaimed, "What fool discarded this?" Chen Mo chuckled. Perhaps some wealthy person found it unworthy. Who would throw away wild ginseng? The villagers wouldn't even waste rotten cabbage. Chen Yonggan retorted. Such treasures should not go to waste. He selected a piece that still looked decent, cleaned it, sliced it thinly, and tossed it into the pot with the meat. Meanwhile, Chen Bianxiu kept giving Chen Mo subtle looks, prompting Chen Mo to follow him into the inner room. What's wrong? Chen Bianxiu whispered. Cousin, haven't you noticed something amiss in the village? Chen Mo nodded. The villagers' hasty avoidance of him was indeed peculiar. Even with the original owner's errant behavior, the villagers had never shunned him in such a manner. Chen Bianxiu's expression turned troubled. Wang Bigai has been released. His father, the village chief, declared that anyone who speaks to our family is opposing him. Chen Mo had anticipated Wang Bigai's release, having been away for half a month. Surely his leg, which had been broken by his cousin, wouldn't allow him to roam freely yet. The thought of Wang Bigai's injury brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Bianxiu. I heard it will take another 3 or 4 months for him to recover, which is why Wang Youfu has gone mad, warning all villagers to avoid us. Is the supermarket's business suffering as well? Chen Mo inquired. Chen Bianxiu nodded. Not just suffering. It's practically non-existent. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. Since business is so poor, tell your mother to hurry back for dinner. She shouldn't be waiting there. My mother said to wait a little longer. As there might be customers coming, Chen Bianxiu replied helplessly. All right, I will handle it. Chen Mo prepared to seek out Wang Bigai for a conversation, realizing that his warning had been utterly ineffective. Cousin, are you planning to take action again? Can I join you? Chen Mo playfully tapped Chen Bianxiu on the head. Just stay home and be good. Chen Yonggan skillfully prepared a meal and served a portion to Wei Shufan. Before anything else, BNK took the food to your mother. Although Chen Bianque was eager to continue his conversation with Chen Mo, he had to obey his father's orders and left the house with the lunchbox in hand. Chen Yonggan settled beside Chen Mo and poured a glass of wine for both of them. Feeling the animosity from the village chief's family, Chen Yonggan was in a rather somber mood. I discussed with your aunt. If things do not improve, we might have to transfer the supermarket. Whatever losses you incur, your second aunt and I will compensate you. Chen Mo felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Wei Shufan was still holding down the fort despite the supermarket's lack of business. In an effort to alleviate his worries, Chen Yonggan contemplated providing financial support for himself, which truly fostered a sense of family. Don't worry, the supermarket's business will pick up soon, Chen Yonggan said, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Chen Mo. You're not thinking of taking action again, are you? Last time they were caught off guard by you, but now they are surely on high alert. You could easily come out the worse for it. Chen Mo raised his wine glass and gently clinked it against Chen Yonggan's. I won tea. I'm not that impulsive. Hearing Chen Mo claim he was not impulsive, Chen Yonggan found it utterly unbelievable. Not impulsive? You took on 7 people and broke the village chief's son's leg. He exclaimed. Sigh. Neither you nor BNK is easy to manage. That kid is always looking for trouble with the village chief's family. You have no idea of the village chief's standing in the community. Chen Mo chose not to further reassure Chen Yonggan, and instead picked up a piece of the wild ginseng braised pork. The flavor was as expected, unchanged. The taste of the braised pork remained the same, even with the addition of wild ginseng. He sampled a slice of wild ginseng, finding its texture akin to that of stewed radish slices. Before long, Chen Bianc rushed over, eager to enjoy the hearty meal. Knowing that the braised pork contained wild ginseng, he devoured most of the ginseng slices from the plate. The tasteless wild ginseng was somehow transformed into a nutritious flavor through his consumption. However, before they had finished their meal, blood suddenly gushed from Chen Bianc's nose. Eat, eat, eat. This time you've overdone it, haven't you? Chen Yonggan remarked irritably while searching for tissues for Chen Bianc. Holding his nose, Chen Bianc exclaimed repeatedly, "Oh no, am I going to die?" After the meal, Chen Mo returned to the supermarket, swapping places with the steadfast Wei Shufan. Wei Shufan expressed her and Chen Yonggan's thoughts, suggesting that if things did not improve, they might have to transfer the supermarket, regardless of the losses. Chen Mo clarified the conflict with the Wang family isn't about whether to run the supermarket. One side must fully concede. Wei Shufan hesitated. Then, should we concede? He is the village chief, and we cannot afford to provoke him. We will concede. Chen Mo replied with a smile, secretly adding in his mind that he would not be the one to yield. After seeing Wei Shufan off, Chen Mo lingered at the supermarket for a while, primarily waiting for her to leave before locking the doors and departing himself. Chapter 59. It must be Chen Mo. After leaving the supermarket, Chen Mo headed straight to the two-story home of Wang Youfu. It was dinner time, and the Wang family was gathered in the hall on the first floor, enjoying their meal. Humph, the Chen family's supermarket will soon be out of business. Wang Youfu scoffed disdainfully. Wang Youfu's wife chimed in. They deserve it for daring to harm our son. Let them find it impossible to stay in the village from now on. There's no rush. Watch how I bring ruin upon their entire family. Wang Youfu's gaze was filled with malice as he spoke. Wang Beige sat in a wheelchair, showing no sign of concern regarding his parents' actions. Initially, he feared retribution from Chen Mo, but as days passed without any sign of him, Wang Beige began to dismiss the thought of Chen Mo entirely. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the heavy iron door, secured with a lock, was kicked open from the outside. The three individuals in the room swiftly turned their attention towards the entrance. Striding confidently into the courtyard was Chen Mo. Upon seeing him, Wang Beige's heart raced. The seven of them had been unable to subdue him before, and now, with only a crippled body and two elderly people at home, the prospect of Chen Mo employing violence struck fear into him. Mom, quickly call the police. Wang Youfu, however, scoffed at the suggestion. What good would that do? Does he dare to lay a hand on us? With that, he sprang up and exited the door. Chen Mo, what do you intend to do? Who gave you the audacity to kick down my door? Ignoring Wang Youfu, Chen Mo's gaze focused on Wang Beige, who sat in his wheelchair. I warned you. If your family dares to trouble me again, you will learn the consequences. Wang Beige gripped the handles of his wheelchair tightly, but could muster no words in response to Chen Mo. Who are you trying to scare, you little brat? Wang Youfu interjected, positioning himself defiantly in front of Chen Mo and pointing a finger at him. Chen Mo's approach was a deliberate show of force, a calculated move to ensure deniability should things turn violent. With a disdainful smile at Wang Youfu, he turned and left the Wang family's courtyard. Wang Youfu believed he had intimidated Chen Mo, shouting after him, "If you come to my house again, I will ensure your family has no good days ahead." The sky had darkened considerably. Employing his swift footwork, Chen Mo reached the county within 2 minutes. He sought out an internet cafe equipped with surveillance cameras. He needed an alibi, a way to let the Wang family know he was behind their troubles without them being able to retaliate. Paying 10 yuan, he rented a booth for the night. Back in his university days, Chen Mo had been an avid gamer. After settling in, he skillfully powered up the computer only to discover that his gaming account no longer existed. A sigh of resignation escaped him. Those days were long gone. He randomly selected a single-player game, playing until well past midnight. Glancing at the clock, he felt it was time to leave the cafe. The county, enveloped in the stillness of night, was only animated by a few scattered patrons in karaoke bars and restaurants. Activating his swift footwork, he returned to the village within 2 minutes, a distance that would take more than 10 minutes by car. Arriving outside Wang Youfu's home, Chen Mo exchanged 50 points for a pair of shoe covers, knowing he must not leave any trace. After donning the shoe covers, he leapt into Wang Youfu's courtyard. Given Wang Beige's injuries, he surely wouldn't be on the second floor. Chen Mo found an open window and slipped inside, landing directly beside Wang Beige's wheelchair positioned next to the bed. There lay Wang Beige, asleep, one leg encased in a cast while the other lay bare beside it. Everything is perfectly arranged, Chen Mo thought to himself. Raising his clenched fist, a 20-fold amplification of strength surged through him. While an ordinary person's punch would not exceed 50 pounds, Chen Mo struck with a force of an astonishing 1,000 pounds. He brought his fist down heavily upon Wang Bagai's intact leg. A resounding crack echoed through the air. Almost instantaneously, Wang Bagai awoke from his pain-induced stupor, unleashing a piercing scream. Chen Mo did not hinder Wang Bagai's cries, for it was imperative that Wang Youfu and his wife discern the precise time of the incident. In agony, Wang Bagai could barely glimpse the figure that had assailed him, only catching a blurry outline as he crawled through the window. With the grace of a fleeting shadow, he deftly removed his shoe covers mid-escape. Within 2 minutes, he reappeared at the entrance of the internet cafe, casually purchasing a few items at a nearby supermarket before returning to his seat at the cafe. The entire endeavor took precisely 5 minutes. At the Wang residence, upon hearing their son's wails from downstairs, the couple hastily descended from their upper floor. Upon illuminating Wang Bagai's bedroom, they found him clutching his leg, still howling in agony. As they drew closer, Wang Youfu noticed the grotesque angle of his son's limb. Wang Bagai's mother, her face drained of color, exclaimed, "How could his leg deform while merely sleeping?" Wang Youfu replied, "Indeed, isn't it the other leg that was injured?" Hearing his parents' conversation, Wang Bagai nearly succumbed to fury. "Someone broke in and shattered my leg. Quickly, call 120. It was only then that Wang Youfu and his wife reacted, frantically dialing for help. Simultaneously, Wang Youfu contacted a friend at the county police department. Just after Chen Mo had issued his threats, their son had been attacked. The assailant could only be Chen Mo. Wang Youfu was resolute that this time, Chen Mo would face justice. Regardless of the cost, even if it required $1 million, he was determined that Chen Mo should spend his life in prison. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat engrossed in his game of Red Alert at the internet cafe when 3 individuals entered, evidently searching for someone. Chen Mo surmised they were looking for him. Since internet access required identification, a report from the Wang family would lead them straight to him. As anticipated, the trio approached him, forming a triangular formation that encircled him. "Are you Chen Mo?" one of them inquired. Chen Mo feigned ignorance, turning his head. Another interjected, "Someone has reported you. You are suspected in an assault case. Come with us to assist in the investigation." Typically, the police cannot apprehend someone solely based on the victim's suspicions, but given Wang Youfu's connection to their superior, they were obliged to comply. "Very well," Chen Mo replied readily. The 3 escorted him to the police station for an overnight interrogation. "Where were you at 12:20? 2 officers asked, armed with a notepad. "I was online. I've been at the cafe since 8, Chen Mo responded, seated opposite them, unshackled as he was not yet deemed a suspect. One officer slammed the table, declaring, "You're lying. We reviewed the cafe's surveillance footage at 12:20. You clearly exited the cafe." Pretending to come to a sudden realization, Chen Mo replied, "Oh, I felt a bit hungry and stepped out to grab a bite. I didn't check the time." In truth, the 2 officers were already aware that Chen Mo could not possibly be the perpetrator. They reviewed the surveillance footage from the internet cafe, revealing that Chen Mo had been gone for a mere 5 minutes. Such a brief interval rendered it impossible for him to have committed any harm, as driving to and from would have taken longer. Yet, he had been apprehended, and routine questioning was imperative, particularly as they needed to report back to the chief. By dawn, even if the chief wished to assist Wang Youfu, the alibi for Chen Mo was overwhelmingly solid, leaving him no choice but to release him. He subsequently informed Wang Youfu that it was inconceivable for Chen Mo to have been involved. The Wang family was at the hospital, bewildered by the chief's announcement. They were absolutely certain that Chen Mo was the perpetrator, yet they found themselves powerless against him. It must have been Chen Mo who hired someone. Wang Youfu's wife bitterly remarked, "Hire someone? They would first need to apprehend the individual who harmed our son. Only then would the police act against Chen Mo." Wang Youfu replied, feeling despondent. He lamented that he was unable to confront Chen Mo, who was himself suffering greatly. Chapter 60. Wang Youfu's strategy. When Wang Beige awoke from surgery, it was already noon the following day. His mother was by his side, offering comfort. My son, do not be disheartened. The doctor has assured us that the surgery was a resounding success, and your legs should heal in a few months. Wang Tiehua had kept vigil at the hospital all night. Seeing his son awake brought him relief. Beige, rest assured, even if the police cannot take action against Chen Mo, I will ensure that his family pays the price. Upon hearing his father's intention to retaliate against Chen Mo's family, Wang Beige felt an overwhelming headache. His parents were targeting Chen Mo's family, while Chen Mo would undoubtedly retaliate against him. I have 2 broken legs. Must you continue this madness? Once I recover, I will handle it myself, if you would only refrain, he thought. In his view, his parents' reasoning was flawed. The true culprit was Chen Mo. Yet they were fixated on the Chen family. Once I am well, I will gather a group to incapacitate Chen Mo, and then all will be resolved, he mused. His mother gently stroked Wang Beige's head. Do not worry, my son. Your father and I deliberated all night. We will surely avenge you. Wang Tiehua nodded in agreement. Indeed. I will ensure that your grievances are addressed. Seeing his parents' obstinacy only intensified Wang Beige's discomfort. He contemplated calling a few friends to guard him at the hospital, reasoning that Chen Mo would not dare approach him there. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and thought, you may pursue your plans. I will arrange for someone to care for me. Wang Tiehua was impatient. Had his son not been unconscious, he would have already returned home to make arrangements. Very well. I shall head back first. Your mother will remain here with you. Wang Beige wished to send them both away, but ultimately could not persuade his parents. Thus, it was Wang Tiehua who departed alone. On his way home, Wang Tiehua incessantly dialed his mobile phone, reaching out to numerous distant relatives. These individuals, who typically sought to curry favor with him, immediately rushed from various villages to support him upon hearing of his need. Before long, over 20 robust young men arrived at his home. Wang Tiehua first passed around cigarettes, lighting one for himself as he addressed the gathering. Many of you are aware that my son Beige has been assaulted. Today, I shall exact revenge on his behalf, and any consequences that arise will rest squarely on my shoulders. Relatives have already surmised that their visit is to assist in a brawl, each of them eager for action. Eldest uncle, just tell us who to fight. I shall make sure he pays dearly. Uncle, you need only say the word. I am ready to unleash my fury. How dare they bully the Wang family? They truly seek their demise. The relatives, filled with righteous indignation, clamored to defend Wang Beige. Of course, they were aware that no serious repercussions would ensue. Wang Tiehua, being the village chief and acquainted with the police, faced no real danger should injuries occur. Wang Tiehua could simply compensate. Wang Tiehua was exceedingly pleased with the fervent declarations of his kin. He retrieved a plethora of weapons from the storeroom, pickaxes, wooden clubs, distributing a suitable implement to each relative. A formidable entourage set forth towards Chen Mo's supermarket. Wang Tiehua understood that Chen Mo was no easy adversary. His primary target was indeed Chen Mo inside the supermarket. Chen Mo was engaged in casual conversation with Chen Bianc, having kept silent about the fact that he had broken Wang Beige's other leg the previous night, nor did he mention his visit to the police station. It was a source of embarrassment for Wang Beige to have suffered another beating at home. Thus Wang Tiehua refrained from spreading the news throughout the village. Brother, the wild ginseng is exceedingly potent. I bled from my nose all night, and all that I had consumed has been expelled, Chen Bianc remarked, his nostrils stuffed with tissue. Fear not. It only overflows when full. What spills forth is merely excess, Chen Mo consoled, though he himself was unsure, merely attempting to offer reassurance. Is that so? It overflows only when full? Chen Bianc found his cousin's words to be quite insightful. Suddenly, the supermarket's glass shattered as stones were hurled, 2 fist-sized rocks landing on the floor. Chen Mo and his companion turned to the window, where a dark mass of over 20 individuals loomed outside, with the village chief Wang Tiehua at the forefront. Damn it, Chen Bianc muttered, bending down to retrieve 2 concealed kitchen knives from behind the counter. Seeing the weapons brandished by their adversaries, Chen Bianc prepared to confront them fiercely. However, Chen Mo preemptively restrained the knives. Youthful and impetuous, Chen Bianc risked ruining his future should he impulsively strike someone. Brother? Chen Bianc inquired, puzzled by his cousin's restraint. Observing the throng of individuals wielding clubs, Chen Mo stated, We are civilized people, we must employ civilized methods. The audacity of his cousin to call himself civilized was amusing. His greatest regret was never having attended university, failing to secure a high school diploma, and even losing his elementary school certificate. When had he dared to claim such a title? The two emerged from the supermarket in succession. Upon spotting Chen Mo, Wang Youfu's eyes blazed with fury. The police cannot touch you, so I shall take matters into my own hands. Chen Mo, unfazed, quipped, what madness possesses you now? Wang Youfu, leading his entourage of over 20, drew the attention of numerous villagers, particularly due to their intimidating demeanor. Many, having heard the news, trailed at a distance, curious to witness the unfolding drama. As they realized that the village chief was there to confront Chen Mo, all the villagers observed from afar, none daring to approach. Can you believe it? Chen Mo actually dared to insult Wang Youfu? How audacious! He clearly has no sense of his own limitations, with so many against him. He is likely to find himself in dire straits soon. The Chen family, including Chen Yonggan, found themselves entangled in misfortune due to their connection with Chen Mo, who became the target of the village chief's family. Wang Youfu fell silent, but a group of relatives behind him could no longer contain themselves, particularly several young men brandishing wooden sticks. Stop wasting words with him. Let's take him down. Yes, let's beat them to a pulp. Wang Youfu gritted his teeth and commanded, smash the supermarket as well. Upon receiving Wang Youfu's order, the relatives surged toward Chen Mo and Chen Bianxiu. Chen Mo expected Wang Youfu to engage in some verbal sparring, but was taken aback by the swift escalation. Noticing that Chen Bianxiu intended to retrieve a knife from the house, Chen Mo instructed him, just watch. Prevent them from entering the supermarket. Chen Bianxiu's eyes widened in excitement. After advising Chen Bianxiu, Chen Mo charged into the throng. With the agility granted by his enhanced reflexes, he perceived the movements of those around him in slow motion, each individual resembling an NPC, lumbering forward at a sluggish pace. When he reached the first young man, the latter's face contorted with rage as he swung his wooden stick toward Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo effortlessly dodged and delivered a swift kick to the young man's ribs, sending him flying. The villagers watching gasped in astonishment, as if witnessing an action movie unfold. Wang Youfu's relatives, however, were too preoccupied to notice the young man who had been kicked away. What could one kick accomplish against their numbers? Chen Mo deftly avoided a second incoming blow. Realizing that these assailants sought his life, he decided to retaliate without restraint, each punch landing with a resounding crack of breaking bones. Wang Youfu, watching from behind, grew anxious. Despite the overwhelming number of attackers, Chen Mo skillfully evaded each strike, remaining unscathed. Chen Bianxiu transitioned from nervousness to excitement, ultimately reaching a state of shock. He finally understood why his cousin was capable of breaking Wang Ba's leg even when outnumbered 7-1. Is this how civilized people resolve conflicts? As more villagers gathered, they stood in stunned silence. They had always known Chen Mo was a scoundrel, but they had never anticipated his fighting prowess. Wang Daqiang and Wang Xiaoqiang, upon hearing the commotion from home, intended to rush over to assist Chen Mo. Although they could not overtly intervene, they hoped to tip the scales in his favor. To their astonishment, by the time they arrived, Chen Mo had already dispatched 7 or 8 adversaries, each one writhing on the ground in agony. The remaining few were too frightened to approach. Chen Mo kicked at one of the fallen individuals at his feet. Noting that most of those he had taken down were young men who had charged in fiercely but had received the harshest blows, he taunted the remaining adversaries, come on, why aren't you joining in? The remaining group glanced back at Wang Youfu, questioning, you told us to come fight, but you never mentioned our opponent would be this formidable. Wang Youfu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo. There was no turning back now. He had brought this many people to cause trouble, and if he retreated in disgrace, he would become the laughingstock of the village. Even if no one dared to say it aloud, whispers of his cowardice would circulate. Just then, Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan rushed over from their home, concerned for Chen Mo and Bianxiu. Chen Yonggan still held a wooden stick in his hand. Dad, Mom, we are fine, please come over, shouted Chen Bianc at the entrance of the supermarket. Wei Shufan rushed to her son's side. Chen Yonggan ran over to Chen Mo, unaware of the earlier scuffle, oblivious to the identity of the individuals sprawled on the ground. Were they Wang Youfu's men or allies summoned by Chen Mo? How did this all come to pass? Chen Yonggan steeled himself. As the head of the household, he could not allow outsiders to bully his family. Meanwhile, Chen Mo smiled and said, second uncle, it's just a minor issue. It will be resolved shortly. Chen Yonggan muttered, how can you still be smiling? From behind, Chen Bianc called out, Dad, hurry up. You're holding back my cousin's performance. Chen Yonggan, puzzled, asked, performance? What performance? Chen Bianc hurried ahead, tugging his father back while explaining. The people on the ground were all taken down by my cousin. The matter is far from over. What? Chen Yonggan couldn't help but glance back at the contorted figures on the ground. Were they all defeated by Chen Mo? As he was pulled away, Chen Mo turned to Wang Youfu. Are we fighting or not? If not, scram quickly. Wang Youfu's face turned icy. Everyone attack. Kill him. The remaining dozen men hesitated for a moment, but under Wang Youfu's watchful gaze, they reluctantly advanced toward Chen Mo once more. However, their pace was considerably slower than before. No one was eager to strike first. Since they had chosen to engage, Chen Mo would not grant them an opportunity for regret. If they moved slowly, he would act swiftly. In a sudden burst of speed, Chen Mo charged towards the man wielding a pickaxe. The opponent, nervous, raised the pickaxe. But before he could swing it down, he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided with two others behind him, sending them all tumbling to the ground. The remaining would-be attackers froze in shock. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo closed in and took down two more men, prompting the rest to retreat hastily, their retreat much swifter than their advance. The onlooking villagers stood in stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding drama. Chen Yonggan and Wei Shufan were equally astonished, gazing at their nephew's back. Only Chen Bianc was thrilled, waving his fists. Well done, cousin. Finish them off. The remaining 10 men regrouped at Wang Youfu's side. We can't fight anymore. This kid is too formidable. Indeed, let's withdraw and concoct a plan, another replied. My son is still lying on the ground. Wang Youfu, you must bring him back. Wang Youfu shot a glare at his relatives before turning toward home. The relatives quickly followed. What about the injured? What are we to do? Do what? He dares to kill? You all go take the wounded to the hospital. Wang Youfu shouted in exasperation. We came to assist you, and this is your attitude? A relative challenged Wang Youfu's demeanor. Ignoring them, Wang Youfu continued on his way. The relatives exchanged glances and decided to regroup and return to the supermarket entrance. They observed the individuals who had attacked them, now conversing with their families. Several quietly approached the injured, assisting them to their feet in preparation to carry them away. Cousin, they are trying to take the injured away, Chen Bianc remarked. Chen Mo was indifferent. If they want to take him away, so be it. Are we responsible for their meals? Indeed, Chen Bianc nodded in agreement. His admiration for his cousin flowed like the endless waters of the Yangtze River. Wei Shufan expressed her concern. Is it all right after injuring so many people? What could be the issue? They were the ones who instigated it, Chen Yong bravely clarified. The tale of Chen Mo single-handedly challenging 20 formidable men quickly spread throughout the village. Concurrently, news circulated about the village chief Wang Youfu, who attempted to confront Chen Mo but was utterly routed. Thereafter, Wang Youfu's dominance in the village was undeniably shaken. After lunch, Chen Mo traveled alone to the city, seeking out the hospital where Wang Beige was located. After searching diligently, he finally found Wang Beige's ward. Upon entering, he discovered Wang Beige, along with his parents and 4 burly men who were friends of Wang Beige. Upon seeing Chen Mo, everyone except Wang Beige stood up, particularly the 4 robust men, who glared menacingly at him. They had just heard Wang Youfu's account of the events, and the room was abuzz with strategizing. Quite the lively gathering, Chen Mo remarked, not sparing the 4 men a glance as his gaze settled on the bedridden Wang Beige. Your father has come looking for trouble again. It seems your memory is rather short. Wang Beige felt like crying. He desperately wished to say, if it's my father causing you issues, why not confront him directly? Why involve me? Should we teach this brat a lesson? One of the 4 hulks inquired. Seeing Chen Mo's slender frame, they assumed that Wang Youfu had exaggerated the tale. How could it be possible for over 20 men to be bested by one, and that one unarmed? The 4 men were not mere security guards, but seasoned veterans, known for their prowess in combat, capable of fending off 3 or 5 attackers with ease. Wang Beige had hired them for protection at a considerable expense. Wang Youfu was incessantly signaling to his son, urging him to instruct the 4 men to act. Just as Wang Beige hesitated, Chen Mo struck the empty bed's railing beside him. The circular steel guardrail buckled significantly under his blow. The 4 men collectively swallowed hard, fully aware of the terrifying force required to deform such steel. Who could withstand such power? A strike like that could shatter bones, and one aimed at the pelvis could obliterate it. Seeing his son remain silent, Wang Youfu offered the 4 men, if you take action, I will give each of you 200,000. The 4 men looked at him as if he were a fool, then turned to Wang Beige. Apologies, brother, but we have other matters to attend to. They swiftly circumvented Chen Mo and exited, not even allowing Wang Tiehua and his son a chance to plead. Chapter 62. The glutton. The ward was left with only Chen Mo and the Wang family of 3. Wang Tihua's expression darkened. Chen Mo, I warn you. I am the village chief. If you dare to act recklessly, I will not let you off easily. Chen Mo shrugged. It is your family that cannot let things go. How can you blame me? Your desire to engage with me is certainly welcome. After speaking, Chen Mo departed from the hospital room. His intention was to instill psychological pressure upon the Wang family, conveying the message that even within the confines of a hospital, they were not safe. Once Chen Mo vanished, Wang Beige immediately declared, I cannot remain here any longer. I must go away to recuperate. Wang Tiehua recognized that his son was intimidated by Chen Mo and sought to reassure him, stating, do not worry. Focus on your recovery in the hospital. Chen Mo would not dare to harm you. Wang Tihua's spouse echoed this sentiment. Indeed, your father and I will remain here to protect you. Chen Mo, even with all his bravado, would think twice before approaching. Wang Beige's gaze fell upon the mangled iron railings, a testament to Chen Mo's strength. The 4 robust men had been frightened away. On what grounds could his parents assure him that Chen Mo would not return? Meanwhile, Chen Mo exited the hospital but did not return to the village. Since he was already in the city, he placed a call to Zhao Li, arranging to meet for lunch. Zhao Li wished to bring along her friend Tian, who was also participating in a competitive eating contest. Chen Mo had no objections, though they decided to change the venue to a more upscale buffet, ensuring that there would be ample food for all. At noon, Chen Mo waited outside the restaurant and soon received the 2 guests arriving by taxi. Tian greeted him warmly. Hello, handsome. It's great to see you again. Her vibrant energy was infectious, brightening the mood of those around her. Hello, beautiful. Chen Mo responded with a smile. Tian playfully remarked, I hope you don't mind me tagging along. I wouldn't want to be seen as a third wheel. Zhao Li playfully punched Tian's arm, and the 2 beautiful young women engaged in light-hearted banter, drawing the attention of passers-by, especially since Zhao Li bore a striking resemblance to a certain celebrity. Let us head inside and chat while we eat, Chen Mo suggested. The trio entered the restaurant, where the buffet was priced at 380 per person. Chen Mo scanned the payment code, totaling over 1,000 yuan. Had they chosen another eatery, it was unlikely they would have spent any less without the girls moderating their appetites. Tian exclaimed joyfully, I absolutely adore buffets. Zhao Li rolled her eyes, warning, just be careful not to get blacklisted by this restaurant again. Tian chuckled, I'll be mindful, I promise. Curiously, Chen Mo inquired, what do you mean by blacklisted? Zhao Li explained with a laugh, last time, we went to a buffet, and she fixated on the crabs, devouring every single one. She lingered by the crab station, eating every time they replenished the supply. Consequently, we ended up blacklisted by that establishment. Ah, I see, Chen Mo replied. Tian quickly covered Zhao Li's mouth. Don't worry. This time, I won to zero in on just 1 dish, and besides, crabs hardly have any meat. After finishing, I barely felt anything. The 3 followed the waiter to their table. Chen Mo and Zhao Li went to gather food, while Tian ventured off on her own. By the time they returned with their selections, the table was already brimming with an array of dishes, indicating Tian had indeed gone for more. She simply prefers to take a generous portion at once, allowing her to sit down and enjoy her meal without concern, Zhao Li said with a hint of shyness. Chen Mo smiled gently, stating, there's no harm in that. A buffet is meant for indulging. Shortly after they settled, Tian returned with a large platter of food. Just then, the buffet announcement echoed, reminding everyone to take food in small portions to minimize waste, thanking patrons for their cooperation. Following Tian was a waiter. Curious to see how this slightly plump girl managed to empty the sashimi station. Was it truly just 3 people? Upon seeing the bountiful spread before them, the waiter politely interjected. Excuse me, if the leftover food exceeds 200 grams, a deposit will be deducted. As Chen Mo made the payment, he inadvertently added an extra 300 yuan as a deposit. Hearing the waiter's considerate reminder, Chen Mo nodded. Understood, there will be no leftovers. The waiter, somewhat skeptical of Chen Mo's assurance, glanced at the table, pondering how even 4 men might struggle to finish such a feast. With only 1 man and 2 women present, could they truly consume it all? Buffets often profit from women and children, as women typically eat less and children tend to focus solely on staple foods. The waiter left with a doubtful gaze, yet occasionally cast glances toward Chen Mo and his companions. Tian licked her lips, You all continue chatting. I shall begin. Zhao Li turned to Chen Mo. Shall we have a little competition? It was clear she was suggesting a contest to see who could eat more. Both women felt a twinge of dissatisfaction from their previous loss to Chen Mo, having never encountered anyone who could out-eat them. They had assumed victory was assured. Yet Chen Mo emerged as the champion. Chen Mo quickly shook his head. It's best to simply enjoy the meal. There is no need for a contest. He dared not compare himself to the two, as the last competition involved soup dumplings, which he cleverly stashed away. With a buffet offering a myriad of dishes and the necessity of using chopsticks, he found it impossible to employ any tricks this time. Most importantly, everyone was there to savor their meal. A competition would only detract from the joy of dining. As Chen Mo and Zhao Li conversed while eating, Tian eagerly stuffed her cheeks, incessantly recommending the tastiest dishes. In just a few days, Elder Hong would begin preparing the medicinal soup for Wan. Zhao Li had been accompanying Wan since her return, thus she was well informed about the developments there. Chen Mo affirmed, having secured the necessary funds. As for the snow lotus, how it would be handled and when the medicine would be brewed, he was not overly concerned. Elder Hong could not guarantee success. If the attempt failed, the snow lotus would be rendered useless, necessitating the search for another. While Zhao Li spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo. She firmly believed that he was the only one capable of finding a 1,000-year-old snow lotus in this world. Chen Mo shook his head. It's not easy to find. It's best if he succeeds at first try. His luck in acquiring the snow lotus accounted for 90% of its success. If he were to seek it again, he harbored doubts about his chances. Just as that day, if he had not entered the rift, the radar would not have detected the hidden snow lotus below. The radar could only scan the surface, completely oblivious to the fissures concealed beneath the snow and ice. Zhao Li expressed her concerns. Elder Hong is also attempting to use the snow lotus for the first time. He mentioned the success rate is only 50%. 50%? Chen Mo smiled slightly, noting that old Hong seemed to be making excuses for his own failure. Failure is simply that, failure. What is there to discuss about a 50% chance? Zhao Li remarked with resignation. Old Hong also claimed that unless they could locate his master, the medicine king Niu Chai, no one could guarantee 100% success. Despite the numerous individuals dispatched by Niu Chai to scour the world, no leads had been uncovered. Let us eat quickly. In Feiwen will find a solution, Chen Mo suggested, dismissing the matter and urging Zhao Li to enjoy her meal. Within a mere 10 minutes, the food on the table had been largely devoured by Tian. In the distance, a startled waitress called over her colleagues to discreetly observe Tian's voracious appetite. Chapter 63. Wang Ba Gai's collapse. The initial spread on the table was insufficient, prompting Tian to venture for more. This time, no waitress dared to impede her. After all, the food was not from their establishment, and as long as Tian did not waste it, it was not their concern. Approximately an hour later, the three of them finished their meal. The buffet allowed 2 hours, yet they had only utilized half that time, while consuming several times more than others. Particularly, Zhao Li and Tian were not forcing themselves to eat. Their appetites were naturally substantial. The waitstaff, coming to clear away dishes and remnants, had lost count of how many times they had attended to them. Tian patted her belly and exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious. This place has great flavors. A bit of street food afterward will surely fill me up." Chen Mo realized that she was still not satisfied and was preparing for a second round. As the three exited, the restaurant staff saluted them. They had seen eaters before, but none compared to the capacity of girls like Tian and Zhao Li. Both maintained enviable figures. One was exceptionally slender, while the other was merely slightly plump. After reclaiming their deposit, the trio prepared to part ways. "Has your driver's license not come through yet?" Zhao Li inquired as she noticed Chen Mo intended to walk. Although Chen Mo had driving experience and was confident he would pass the test, there were time constraints that prevented him from taking it just yet. "It will take a while longer," he replied. "Hurry up then. We're eager for a ride in a BMW," Zhao Li teased. Through their conversation, it became clear that both Zhao Li and Tian came from well-off families. While they may not possess the wealth of In Feiwen's family, both households owned businesses. A BMW was within their reach, and the idea of cruising around was merely a playful jest among friends. "No problem." Chen Mo waved goodbye to the two. With plans to remind Wang Ba Gai of his mistakes later that evening, Chen Mo casually sought out an internet cafe. After registering with his ID to obtain a card, he found a location within view of a surveillance camera and and settled into a single-player game. He played until late into the night. As the clock struck past midnight, Chen Mo left the cafe, his computer still running. Exiting the premises, he evaded the camera at the entrance and, employing his nimble footwork, chose shadowy routes to swiftly reach the hospital where Wang Tiehua was located. During the day, he had taken particular note of the building. It had 6 floors, and Wang Tiehua resided on the 5th. Chen Mo climbed the exterior iron ladder to the rooftop, skillfully avoiding all cameras along the way. He found himself directly above Wang Tihua's hospital room. Taking a deep breath, he leapt down, pressing against the wall. As he descended to the 6th floor, he grasped the windowsill with both hands, cushioning his fall before letting go and dropping to the 5th floor, where he once again secured himself to the windowsill. In the summer, all the hospital windows were left ajar for ventilation. Wang Tihua's room had already been plunged into darkness. Through the glass pane of the door, Chen Mo noticed that a chair was propped against it, a clear indication that it was meant to bar his entry. Inside the room, only Wang Tihua's family was present. 2 hospital beds, with Wang Tiehua resting on the one by the window, while Wang Tiehua and his wife were squeezed onto the other. All 3 had succumbed to slumber. With a powerful push of his arms, Chen Mo transformed his position from dangling outside the window to standing on the windowsill. Such deeds could only be performed under the cover of night. During the day, with the hospital bustling with visitors, he would undoubtedly be spotted. Having already donned shoe covers, he silently slipped into the room. Approaching Wang Tihua's bedside, Chen Mo gently placed his hand upon him, and in the next instant, Wang Tiehua vanished from the bed. Chen Mo darted back out the window, standing on the ledge, and employing his nimble footwork, he leapt upwards, grasping the edge of the rooftop and flipping himself over. He had liberated the slumbering Wang Tiehua. Unbeknownst to Wang Tiehua, he had transitioned from his hospital room to the rooftop. Chen Mo gazed at the 2 legs encased in plaster, pondering whether a doctor could reattach them if they were to break again. He delivered a forceful kick to each leg. Wang Tiehua awoke in pain, his eyes flying open to the moon above and twinkling stars. He found himself utterly alone. Clutching his legs, he let out a harrowing scream that echoed throughout the hospital, reaching nearly every room due to the stillness of night. On the 5th floor, Wang Tiehua and his wife were roused by the cries. His wife inquired, "Do you hear that? It sounds like our son." Wang Tiehua, groggy and disoriented, first glanced at the chair propping the door, confirming it was still there. Nonchalantly, he replied, "How could it be our son? It's probably just some wretched soul crying out in the night." His wife, already anxious, became even more distressed upon hearing the scream, sitting up to fetch some water. Suddenly, she noticed that Wang Tihua's bed was empty. She urgently shook Wang Tiehua, who was still half asleep. "Get up, you old fool," she urged. Irritated, Wang Tiehua rose. "What is it? Are you losing your mind?" His wife trembled, pointing at the vacant bed across from them. Our son is gone." Wang Tiehua whipped around, his heart racing as he beheld the bare bed, a chill sweeping through him. He leapt from his bed, checking beneath both hospital beds. Convinced that the door was still propped and his son could not have vanished into thin air, the only possible hiding place was beneath the bed, but disappointment struck as he found nothing there. The screams outside continued unabated. "I swear the screams outside sound just like our son's," his wife urged. They hastily rushed downstairs, where they found a gathering crowd, all eyes directed towards the rooftop. The sound was unmistakably emanating from above. Soon, the hospital's on-duty security personnel arrived at the rooftop and discovered the anguished Wang Tiehua. With a collective effort, they rescued him from the edge. Upon seeing his son's broken legs, Wang Tiehua immediately suspected Chen Mo's involvement. He anxiously inquired of Wang Tiehua, "Did you see Chen Mo? Was it him?" Wang Tiehua, tears streaming down his face, was overwhelmed by fear, which eclipsed the pain in his legs. "Father, I implore you, do not confront Chen Mo. We cannot contend with him. If this continues, I may lose my life." Faced with his son's despair, Wang Tiehua was at a loss for how to respond. Wang Tiehua was rushed into the operating room for emergency treatment, while Wang Tiehua and his wife waited anxiously outside. "It must be Chen Mo's doing. You should call Director Huang to apprehend him," his wife urged. "Apprehend whom? Our son didn't even see him. And can't you see how close to madness he is?" Wang Tiehua replied impatiently. His wife then burst into tears, lamenting, "What are we to do? We can't allow our son to live in constant fear." Meanwhile, Chen Mo was at the internet cafe until after 4, realizing that the police had not come looking for him. Knowing that Wang Tiehua had not reported the incident, he returned home to sleep. The following day, He resumed his routine of opening the supermarket. Early in the morning, Chen Bianc arrived, yawning as he asked, "Cousin, did you not sleep well last night?" "Oh, I spent some time at the internet cafe," Chen Mo replied with another yawn, preparing to catch a nap in the back as Chen Bianc arrived. "Hey, cousin, why didn't you invite me to the internet cafe?" Chen Bianc felt abandoned. As the supermarket doors opened, both expected customers, only to find the village chief, Wang Tiehua, entering. Chapter 64. Seeking peace. Wang Tiehua walked into the supermarket and approached the counter to face Chen Mo and Chen Bianc directly. Chen Bianc slightly bent down, ready to retrieve a knife from beneath the counter. Having served as village chief for many years, Wang Tiehua had long established a reputation for being formidable in Chen Bianc's eyes. Chen Mo casually placed his arm on Chen Bianc's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Looking at Wang Tiehua, he asked, "What brings you here, esteemed village chief?" Wang Tiehua glanced at Chen Bianc and said, "I wish to speak with you privately." Chen Mo responded, "Chen Bianc is my family. There is no need for discretion. Speak freely." Wang Tiehua frowned slightly. He had come to offer an olive branch and wished to avoid appearing vulnerable before others. Moreover, he believed that if a third party learned of this matter, the entire village would soon be aware. He trusted that Chen Mo would keep the information confidential. Given Chen Mo's resolute demeanor, Wang Tiehua reluctantly accepted Chen Bianc's presence. "Very well, what do you propose?" Chen Mo raised his hand, gesturing towards the shelves of goods. "I own this supermarket, and it barely makes 10 yuan a day. What do you think I should do?" Chen Mo spoke bluntly, never having regarded Wang Tiehua with any sense of deference. "And my mother's marinated meats go unsold and spoil," Chen Bianc added from the side. Wang Tiehua nodded in acknowledgement. The lack of business at the supermarket stemmed from the rumors he had spread. Who would dare shop there when doing so would mean opposing him? The two parties have reached such an impasse that any attempt at evasion is futile. Wang Tiehua remarked, "I shall inform the villagers that they are free to purchase from your establishment." Chen Mo clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed. You live up to your reputation as the village head. It seems we mere mortals must seek your approval even to run a supermarket." Wang Tieufu's expression darkened. "Am I to be regarded as a mere figure of insignificance? How dare you compel a dignified village head to bow low?" Ignoring Wang Tieufu's crestfallen visage, Chen Mo pointed towards the shattered windows. "One was smashed by Wang Daqiang, and just 2 days ago, you shattered 2 more. I will replace all the windows in my home, as well as the door that you and your son have kicked in." Wang Tiehua, nearly at his wit's end, hastily acquiesced. Chen Bianc discerned the true motive behind Wang Tieufu's visit. He was here to seek reconciliation, which filled him with a sense of pride in his cousin's ability to command such respect. Chen Mo concluded, "Moreover, there are the emotional damages inflicted upon me, as well as the losses incurred by my supermarket during this period. Just state the amount you are willing to offer." Wang Tiehua, having prepared himself for a monetary concession, knew he had no choice but to capitulate to Chen Mo's demands. "Let it be 100,000 yuan." Chen Mo clicked his tongue in response. Wang Tiehua could not contain his incredulity. "Is the total value of all the items in your supermarket even 100,000 yuan? You truly have the audacity to demand such an exorbitant sum." Chen Mo, unfazed, replied, "The supermarket has suffered losses exceeding 5,000 yuan. The remaining 95,000 is for my emotional distress. I have been besieged and forcibly taken, resulting in considerable harm to both my body and spirit." Wang Tiehua nearly laughed in disbelief. "Emotional harm? Is it greater than what my son has endured? He is so frightened he cannot sleep at night. As for physical harm, does it surpass that of my relatives, who still lie incapacitated in the hospital?" Concerned that Wang Tiehua might succumb to rage within the supermarket, which could adversely affect future business, Chen Mo cautioned, "Should you choose not to comply, you may leave, and I shall disregard what has been said." Having already humbled himself, Wang Tiehua could not afford to retreat at this juncture. "Very well, I shall compensate you, but you must never harm my son again." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo finally revealed a smile. "Of course, we are all from the same village. We should support and care for one another, should we not?" Wang Tiehua felt a slight throbbing in his head, realizing that since they had reached an understanding, he prepared to depart. "Wait, village head," Chen Mo called out. "Is there anything else?" Wang Tiehua turned back. Chen Mo displayed a QR code on his phone. "The payment has yet to be transferred, and we must draft a contract confirming your voluntary compensation, lest you later claim I extorted you." Wang Tiehua took a deep breath, realizing he had indeed contemplated reporting Chen Mo for extortion. He was taken aback by Chen Mo's youthful prudence. A printer was readily available in the supermarket. After drafting a contract on his phone, they printed it out, and both signed it, with Wang Tiehua transferring the funds to Chen Mo. Well then, village head, we shan't see you off. Remember the windows and doors, as well as informing the villagers, Chen Mo said with a smile and a wave. Wang Tiehua felt that the 30 minutes spent inside the supermarket constituted the longest duration of his life. He had never felt such exhaustion even when conversing with the county magistrate. Once Wang Tiehua departed, Chen Bianc began to applaud, exclaiming, "Cousin, you are truly formidable." Chen Mo transferred 3,000 yuan to Chen Bianc, instructing him to give the money to his mother, explaining that the village chief was aware of the unsold braised meat that had spoiled and was providing compensation. Surprised by his cousin's meticulousness, Chen Bianc, knowing his mother would refuse the money, contemplated a rejection. Suddenly, Chen Mo raised his hand, signaling for silence. They both heard a distant howling sound. It's been several days since I last heard that strange noise. Why is it calling again? Chen Bianc inquired, puzzled, aware that the sound was directed at them. Chen Mo told Chen Bianc to guard the shop at home while he packed all the braised meat from the refrigerator into bags. Though business was slow, Wei Shufan had continued to prepare the meat, fearing that a sudden customer might arrive. The braised meat business was managed by Wei Shufan, who also bore the cost of the raw materials. Chen Mo instructed Chen Bianc to inform his mother that all the meat had been sold. Although he was uncertain why his cousin needed so much braised meat, having taken some just days prior, he obediently nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, cousin." The family had planned to settle accounts at the end of the month, discussing how much money was made from the braised meat, with intentions to share the profits with Wei Shufan. This braised meat might be exchanged for several tens of thousands of wild ginseng from the wild men, and Chen Mo had no intention of reaping such insignificant profits for himself. Carrying a large bag of braised meat, he exited the supermarket and stored it in his space upon entering the mountains. He howled twice at the mountains. Soon, a response echoed from afar, prompting Chen Mo to follow the sound. It was inadvisable to encounter wild men near the village during daylight, as it could attract unwanted attention from the villagers. After running for 2 or 3 minutes, he finally spotted the wild man leader perched on a tree branch. With a swift motion, the wild man leapt down, landing heavily on the ground, causing Chen Mo to feel a twinge of pain for him. Approaching Chen Mo, the wild man continued to howl and waved his arms frantically. Although Chen Mo could not comprehend the wild man's words, he discerned one crucial fact. The wild man was empty-handed, lacking any wild ginseng. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Mo could not help but inquire, though the wild man remained oblivious to his speech, continuing his howling. After running a few steps away, the wild man unexpectedly turned back and waved at him. "Do you want me to follow you?" Chen Mo's mind sparked with realization. Could it be that the wild man had become clever enough to lead him to the wild ginseng? That would be splendid. The wild man's harvested ginseng would not only be of inferior quality, but he would also miss out on system rewards. If the wild man had indeed learned to summon him for harvesting, it would be nothing short of perfect. Chen Mo quickly followed, and upon noticing him, the wild man resumed running ahead, guiding the way. They swiftly traversed the forest in a front-and-back formation. Chapter 65. An old man found on the mountain. Chen Mo trailed the wild man for nearly 2 hours. Checking his location, he realized they had reached the vicinity of the wild man's cave. Howling loudly, the wild man tilted his head back, and immediately a response echoed from another wild man in the distance, prompting Chen Mo to continue running alongside him. They finally stopped at a cliffside. Peering over the edge, Chen Mo observed that the cliff towered nearly 100 meters high. Atop the cliff stood 2 wild men awaiting their arrival. With a guttural howl, the 2 recognized Chen Mo suddenly. Chen Mo noticed a fixed rope beneath their feet, one end secured to the summit of the cliff, the other trailing down the rocky face. It was evident that neither the rope nor the anchoring stake could have been crafted by these wild men. Intrigued, Chen Mo approached, and the wild men stepped aside, granting him passage. Peering down, he discerned a figure suspended in midair by the rope, approximately 30 meters below. "Alive or dead?" he called out, observing the stillness of the body. The motionless figure abruptly lifted its head, as if seeing a savior, exclaiming, "Alive, alive." Chen Mo, noting the elderly tone, inquired, "At your age, what brings you to the mountains for rock climbing? Let us not dwell on that. Have the wild men departed?" The old man asked. No sooner had he spoken than the wild leader and two others revealed their heads, peering down at him. The old man nearly fainted, pointing at the wild men in shock, astonished by their lack of aggression towards Chen Mo. It became clear to Chen Mo that the wild men had summoned him in hopes of rescuing the old man. Unbeknownst to them, had they not remained vigilant, the old man would have climbed up unaided long ago, misinterpreting their call as an invitation to forage for wild ginseng. Chen Mo produced a bag filled with braised meat, handing it over entirely to the wild leader before gesturing for them to depart. The leader snatched the bag eagerly, emitting a series of strange howls as he and his two companions dashed back to their cave. Turning once more to the old man below, Chen Mo asked, "Now that they have left, can you make your way up, or shall I assist you? Have they truly gone?" The old man questioned, disbelief etched on his face. Without further ado, Chen Mo grasped the rope and began to hoist him upwards. The old man, in a state of panic, was astonished by the swiftness of his ascent. Who possesses such strength? He thought, though his struggles were in vain. Soon, Chen Mo had drawn him up from below. Once atop, the old man surveyed his surroundings, ensuring the wild men were indeed absent before finally relaxing, sitting on the ground to catch his breath. "Thank you, young man. I was trapped below for an entire day, fearing I would meet my end in this place." Chen Mo regarded the elderly man, whose hair and goat beard were entirely white, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor, exuding a lively spirit. It was no wonder he had ventured into the mountains alone. "Now that all is well, you should return home. I too must take my leave. I was up late at the internet cafe last night, and am quite weary. Were it not for the wild men's mysterious presence, I would never have ventured this far." The old man scrutinized Chen Mo. Had he donned leaves, he would have thought him a wild man, perhaps familiar enough with them to avoid harm. However, dressed in modern attire, Chen Mo piqued the old man's curiosity. "Do you know those wild men?" "Well, I suppose you could say I am acquainted with them. We have crossed paths a few times," Chen Mo replied. "Crossed paths a few times?" The elderly man appeared increasingly bewildered, struggling to comprehend how to interact with the wild man. Driven by curiosity and a desire for safety, he suggested, "Young man, why not escort me out of this forest, and in return, I shall attend to your ailments." "Attend to what ailments?" "I am not unwell," Chen Mo responded, misunderstanding the old man's intent. The elder chuckled softly and clarified, "That is not my meaning. I am an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. If you escort me out of the forest, I can assist anyone in need of medical attention." "What do you say?" "You." Chen Mo scrutinized the elder, noting a certain ethereal quality about him, which suggested he was far more capable than the ordinary practitioners he had encountered at local pharmacies. "You possess remarkable medical skills." Having regained his composure, the elder slowly rose from the ground and smiled, introducing himself. "I am Niu Chai, often referred to as the Medicine King." Noticing Chen Mo's astonished expression, Niu Chai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Indeed, my reputation is somewhat known within the realm of traditional medicine, but to those outside, it is only natural that I remain unknown. I possess some expertise in medical arts, and if there are any patients with perplexing ailments at home, I would be glad to offer my assistance." Chen Mo was contemplating the name Zhao Li had mentioned earlier and uncertainly inquired, "Do you have a disciple named Hong Lao?" "Hong Lao?" Niu Chai appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he replied, "There was indeed someone named Hong Yun who studied medicine with me for a time, but he is not my disciple, merely a matter of fate, I suppose." "That must be you," Chen Mo affirmed, realizing that Niu Chai was indeed the person Zhao Li spoke of, the one capable of transforming a millennium-old snow lotus into medicine with complete efficacy. "Oh, you know of me?" Niu Chai expressed surprise. He intended to retrieve the rope from the cliff, but Chen Mo interjected, "Leave it be. Someone is offering a handsome sum for your medical expertise." Chen Mo contemplated escorting Niu Chai out of the mountains and phoning Zhao Li afterwards. Reluctantly, Niu Chai abandoned his plan to collect the rope and began descending along it, hoping to gather a medicinal herb. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered it was not what he sought. The old and young walked together through the forest. Niu Chai chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I adhere to a principle in my practice. I treat patients based on fate. I have encountered individuals who offered various sums for treatment, yet if there is no connection, I shall not attend to them." Stealing a glance at Niu Chai, Chen Mo sought to discern if the elder was merely posturing. However, perceiving the elder's serene demeanor, he realized that, at such an advanced age, monetary concerns held little significance for him. Observing Niu Chai's empty hands, Chen Mo inquired, "What have you subsisted on during your days in the mountains?" Niu Chai pointed to the wild grass and berries scattered on the ground, replying, "Are these not all nourishment?" Chen Mo felt a wave of respect for the elder. Here was a man who, appearing to be in his 90s or even over 100, had survived for days in the wilderness subsisting on wild plants and fruits, a testament to his resilience. "Perhaps our meeting is a matter of fate, meant for you to assist my patients," Chen Mo mused. "Oh." Niu Chai looked at Chen Mo with interest and said, "It seems, from your words, that you are not well acquainted with the patient and are willing to relinquish this opportunity to someone else." Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, "The only one in my family with any affliction is my cousin, who suffers from hemorrhoids. It seems somewhat excessive to bother a healer of your caliber with such a trivial matter. It would be better suited for someone truly in need." "Ah ha ha." Niu Chai laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall go and take a look for you." At their current pace, should they wish to exit the mountains, it would require no less than a week's time. Chen Mo bent down, saying, "Climb on, I shall carry you out." Niu Chai promptly declined, "Though I am somewhat older, my legs are still quite nimble. There is no need for you to carry me. Come on, we can afford to wait, but that patient cannot. In 2 days, that person named Hong Lao will be preparing the Millennium Snow Lotus for medicine. If we delay, everything will be lost," Chen Mo urged. "Millennium Snow Lotus?" Niu Chai thought he had misheard. "Yes, just get on, and I will explain as we go." Reluctantly, Niu Chai climbed onto Chen Mo's back. As Chen Mo rose, he employed the lightness technique of Lingbo Weibu, though he did not exert himself to the fullest. His speed was slightly slower than that of a wild man. Even at this pace, Niu Chai was rendered speechless with astonishment. Chapter 66. Wei Shufan encounters a problem. By the time the two reached the edge of the forest, the wind had tousled Niu Chai's white hair into a slick-back style. The once refined elder now appeared somewhat disheveled. However, what truly astonished him was Chen Mo. As he dismounted, he nearly lost his balance. "Young man, who exactly are you?" Chen Mo recalled his title as a Taoist master, but decided against it. Deceiving an elder was rather uninteresting. He simply ran fast as a child. Whenever Chen Mo played the part of a trickster, he would say he had run swiftly in his youth, possessed great strength, and was quite a fighter. A wise old man like Niu Chai could easily discern the falsehood. Since Chen Mo was unwilling to elaborate, Niu Chai refrained from probing further. For a man who had buried himself in the earth, there was nothing he could not accept. Chen Mo called out, "Old Niu, you must be hungry. Let us return to my home for a meal, and I will inform others to come and fetch you." Niu Chai nodded in agreement. As they walked towards the village, Chen Mo took out his phone to call Zhao Li. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, are you thinking of me again, Chen Mo?" Zhao Li teased. "Yes," Chen Mo responded succinctly. Zhao Li was momentarily taken aback, having intended to tease him, only to find herself on the receiving end of his jest. "Are you asking me to dinner again?" she retorted. "Cut that out." Chen Mo replied with a light chuckle before getting to the point. "The medicinal master you were looking for, Niu Chai, I have found him. Hurry over to pick him up." "Ah." Zhao Li was taken by surprise, excitedly asking, "Where did you find him?" "Uncle Ian sent so many people, and there was no news. I stumbled upon him while wandering in the mountains," Chen Mo replied, speaking a tad louder so Niu Chai could hear. He did not wish for Niu Chai to disclose their encounter with wild men, so they agreed to maintain a consistent narrative of having met in the mountains. Niu Chai understood Chen Mo's intent and nodded with a smile. Good, good, good. I will head over immediately to pick him up." Zhao Li, not waiting for her sentence to finish, eagerly prepared to leave. After hanging up, Chen Mo first took Niu Chai back to the supermarket. Upon seeing the supermarket sign, Niu Chai smiled and inquired, "Is your name Chen Mo?" "Huh. How did you know this supermarket belongs to you?" Chen Mo asked curiously. Niu Chai replied, "It is evident from the manner you approached the supermarket. There is a distinct difference between returning home and visiting someone else's place." "All right, I concede. You are quite astute," Chen Mo acknowledged, leading Niu Chai into the supermarket, where Chen Bianke and Wei Shufan were already present. Upon seeing Chen Mo return accompanied by an elderly gentleman, both individuals fixed their gazes upon him, awaiting an explanation. "This is Niu Chai, an esteemed elder. Someone will come to collect him shortly," Chen Mo stated. Wei Shufan and Chen Bianke nodded politely in acknowledgement. "My cousin and my aunt." Chen Mo introduced his family to Niu Chai. Niu Chai's eyes lingered on Wei Shufan for several moments. Observing the elder's fixation on his mother, Chen Bianke felt a surge of displeasure. With a smile, Wei Shufan inquired, "Do you know me, sir?" Niu Chai withdrew his gaze and replied, "If I am not mistaken, you have been unwell lately, have you not?" Taken aback, Wei Shufan turned to Chen Mo, seeking clarification. "What did Niu Lao discern?" Chen Mo asked. Niu Chai nodded, asserting that he could tell merely by taking her pulse. Chen Mo explained to Wei Shufan, "Niu Lao is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Perhaps you should allow him to examine you." Wei Shufan had indeed been feeling unwell for a few days, assuming it was a minor issue, and had not even informed Qin Yonggan, hoping it would resolve itself. Upon learning that Niu Chai was a medical expert, she extended her arm, saying, "Then please, sir, take a look." Niu Chai stepped forward, gently placing 3 fingers on Wei Shufan's arm, withdrawing them after mere seconds. "If my eyes do not deceive me, you are with child, and it appears to be twins." A gasp escaped the lips of Chen Mo, Chen Bianc, and even Wei Shufan herself. "You could tell my mother is pregnant just by examining her?" Chen Bianc was the first to react. Niu Chai smiled and remarked, "It has been over 2 months. A visit to the hospital would confirm it. You might as well verify my findings." Wei Shufan froze, recalling a particular night 2 months prior. The couple had given Chen Bianc 50 yuan to spend the night at an internet cafe. The timing aligned perfectly, and Wei Shufan began to believe Niu Chai's words. However, twins. Noticing his mother's silence, Chen Bianc's expression shifted. "Mom, you aren't really pregnant, are you?" All eyes in the room were fixed on Wei Shufan, who felt her face flush with embarrassment. "You two manage the store. I need to head home for a moment," she said, eager to find Qin Yonggan and visit the hospital. Wei Shufan's hasty departure only served to affirm Niu Chai's suspicions. Once she left, Chen Bianc, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, "Wow, cousin, I'm going to have a brother, or perhaps even 2. They might even be girls," Chen Mo added with a chuckle. "Can the elder determine if my mother is having boys or girls?" Chen Bianc eagerly asked. Niu Chai shook his head slightly. "I cannot say, but I can assure you the fetus is quite healthy." Chen Bianc felt a tinge of disappointment at the uncertainty regarding the gender. Observing Niu Chai, Chen Mo harbored a suspicion that the elder indeed knew but chose not to disclose it. Regardless, it matters not. Whether boy or girl, it is a blessing. Wei Shufan is 42 this year. Having children is not an uncommon occurrence, though the risk is slightly higher at her age. "Let us prepare some cooked dishes and boil some noodles. We can all share a meal together," Chen Mo suggested. Indeed, Chen Bianc concurred, recognizing Niu Chai's expertise and promptly moving to prepare. Niu Chai turned his gaze towards the shelf of liquor in the supermarket, clicking his tongue. "Having been in the mountains for some time, I find myself craving a taste." Chen Mo reached for the most expensive bottle of white liquor on the shelf and, without hesitation, unwrapped the packaging. Today, he thought, it would be fine to drink all the liquor in the supermarket. Niu Chai chuckled, stroking his beard. There were plates of marinated meat, slices of sausage, and peanuts. After Chen Bianc arranged everything, he went to boil noodles while Chen Mo and Niu Chai took their seats. Chen Mo filled a cup for Niu Chai. The cup held 2 liang, and filled to the brim. It contained exactly that amount of liquor. Niu Chai did not raise his cup immediately, but smiled and remarked, "If you have something to say, now is the time. Otherwise, the liquor won't taste as good." Chen Mo chuckled softly, not surprised that Niu Chai could see through his thoughts. The old man was almost transcendent. Despite being a traveler from another world, he had lived barely 20 years. "Old Niu, considering my aunt's age, there could be some risks involved in her having a child. Could you possibly provide a prescription for a safe pregnancy?" Niu Chai took a sip from his cup, declaring, "Excellent liquor." Chen Mo understood this as an agreement, knowing that once the meal was finished, Niu Chai would write up the prescription. They began to drink together. Chen Bianc served up a bowl of egg noodles, and upon seeing the two indulging in their drinks, he quickly sat down to pour himself a cup as well. The 3 of them, a seasoned elder and 2 youth, enjoyed their revelry, and soon the bottle was drained. Chen Mo inquired, "Can you still drink more, old Niu?" Niu Chai smacked his lips. "I thought this bottle was meant solely for me, yet you two have consumed more than half." Without delay, Chen Mo grabbed another identical bottle from the shelf. Just as he opened it, 4 or 5 luxurious cars pulled up outside. Zhao Li, Infeiwen, and Old Hong hurriedly exited their vehicles. Chapter 67. The security chief, seeing Zhao Li and the others arrive so promptly, Chen Mo turned to Niu Chai and said, "Well, it seems we'll have to save our drinking for another time. Haha, it's a pleasure to drink with you 2 young men." "I'm sure there will be more opportunities," Niu Chai replied, not one to overindulge, knowing that with his abilities, he could drink whatever he desired. However, the camaraderie shared with Chen Mo, especially with Chun Bianke speaking so casually, brought him great joy. As the supermarket doors swung open, Zhao Li led the group inside, filling the space completely. All eyes turned to the white-haired Niu Chai. Old Hong stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Master, we finally found you. Though Hong Yun was not Niu Chai's disciple, a fact Niu Chai had shared with Chen Mo, he refrained from embarrassing Hong Yun in front of the crowd. With a cheerful smile, he replied, "It's been a while." As Hong Yun lifted his head, tears streamed down his aged face. Following this, he introduced Yin Feiwen and the others, and the two groups became acquainted. After Zhao Li entered, she rushed to Chen Mo's side, an uncontainable smile gracing her face. With Niu Chai found, her friend Yin Wanwan was surely safe. Chen Mo, you truly are a bringer of fortune. Even Niu Chai has been located because of you. Chen Mo took a sip of his drink, his complexion slightly flushed. It's just luck. One could only say that Yin Wanwan is exceedingly fortunate. Yin Feiwen, having greeted Niu Chai, erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Little isn't wrong. You are indeed my lucky star. A blessing to my entire family. After speaking, Yin Feiwen looked around, surveying Chen Mo's small supermarket. Since you have a penchant for running a supermarket, I shall establish a grand one for you in the city. How does that sound? Yin Feiwen wished to express his gratitude to Chen Mo for assisting him in locating the miraculous physician. Establishing a large supermarket would require no less than 4 to 5 million. Chen Bianque listened with excitement, imagining his cousin as a true magnate if he were to open such an enterprise. As the cousin of a prominent businessman, he envisioned himself as the chief of security within the supermarket, which seemed entirely appropriate. Chen Bianque even conceived a name for the supermarket, Chen Mo Supermarket, striking and formidable. However, Chen Mo waved his hand in refusal, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Yin. I merely lent a helping hand." Niu Chai disagreed with Chen Mo's sentiment and interjected, "Hong Yun is aware of my principles regarding medical treatment. I will not attend to those without fate, regardless of the monetary compensation offered." Hong Yun promptly nodded in affirmation. Niu Chai continued, "My willingness to treat you is solely due to young friend Chen Mo, who graciously passed on his opportunity to you." Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards Chen Mo. Yin Feiwen reiterated, "This matter is settled. I shall enlist Zhao Li to assist with the supermarket's affairs." Zhao Li grasped Chen Mo's arm with both hands, saying, "Let us proceed as Uncle Yin suggests." Her tone bore a hint of playfulness, drawing the attention of the entire room. Suddenly realizing her manner of speaking was perhaps inappropriate, Zhao Li hastily released Chen Mo's arm. Chen Mo reluctantly accepted the prospect of a large supermarket. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Chen Bianque, whose position as chief of security was now assured. "Shall we set forth?" Hong Yun inquired, acting as the intermediary. "Master, you enjoy fine wine, Mr. Yin has prepared the finest." Niu Chai turned to gaze at the bottle of white liquor Chen Mo had just set down. "That particular wine is excellent. Let us indulge in it." Although the wine Chen Mo had presented was the most expensive in the supermarket, costing merely 200 yuan, it was likely that the wine prepared by Yin Feiwen exceeded 20,000 yuan. Yet, Niu Chai preferred to savor Chen Mo's offering. Chen Mo smiled as he handed the bottle to Zhao Li, saying, "Then let us drink it. Are you not joining us?" Zhao Li immediately understood his implication. "You must come," Yin Feiwen insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Indeed, young friend, join us. It will be more enjoyable with you," Niu Chai added. He was unconcerned with titles or affiliations. His happiness was paramount. "Very well," Chen Mo replied, turning to Chen Bianque. "Once the supermarket closes, we shall dine." Wei Shufan was likely too busy to visit the supermarket, and Chen Mo surmised she was already en route to the hospital for an examination. Chen Bianque felt moved. His cousin included him in all good fortunes. The two followed Yin Feiwen and the others out of the supermarket, where they beheld luxurious cars parked at the entrance, their license plates adorned with 6666 and 8888. The sight of such opulence had already drawn the attention of villagers, who gathered in small groups at a distance to observe. Chen Bianque whispered to Chen Mo, "Cousin, we have truly made an impression this time. Wang Youfu will surely think twice before troubling our family again." Chen Mo casually locked the supermarket door, remarking, "If Wang Youfu dares to provoke us again, he may find himself regretting it." Once everyone was aboard, the convoy departed. News of the luxury vehicles transporting Chen Mo and Chun Biang spread swiftly through the village. With the miraculous physician located, it was only fitting for Niu Chai to first have a glimpse of Yin Wanwan. Niu Nai also yearned to behold the ensemble of the Millennium Snow Lotus firsthand. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the headquarters of Huaten Group. Yin Wanyan, having received notice from Yin Feiwen, hurried from home toward the corporate headquarters. Everyone ascended the stairs, awaiting Yin Wanyan's arrival, eager to allow Niu Nai a glimpse of the Millennium Snow Lotus. They entered the meticulously crafted apothecary. Hong Yun respectfully addressed Niu Nai. Master, in accordance with the ancient medical texts, we have assembled all the requisite herbs. We are merely awaiting your esteemed hands to brew the medicine. Niu Nai nodded silently. Hong Yun then proceeded to a safe within the apothecary. The Millennium Snow Lotus, being exceedingly precious, was secured therein. Hong Yun input the combination. After a series of beeps, he forcefully swung open the iron door of the safe. His face beamed with anticipation as he prepared to reveal the Snow Lotus to Niu Nai. Yet, in an instant, his expression froze. He turned anxiously toward the others. The Snow Lotus is gone. I confirmed it was here just before we left. Yin Feiwen was the first to rush forward. The safe still contained other valuable herbs, but the wooden box that housed the Snow Lotus had vanished. Yin Feiwen's complexion darkened, though as the company's CEO, he maintained composure. To his bodyguards, he commanded, "Find it immediately." The 4 bodyguards dashed out. Although the apothecary lacked surveillance cameras, the corridor was monitored. Given the importance of the apothecary to Yin Feiwen, access was strictly restricted, with only a select few possessing keys. None had left the apothecary. All awaited the return of the bodyguards with the surveillance footage. About 10 minutes later, 2 bodyguards returned. The surveillance footage has been tampered with, they reported. Yin Feiwen's expression grew even grimmer. Everything was prepared, and even Niu Nai had been located, yet the Millennium Snow Lotus was missing. Could his daughter's fate truly be so bleak? Hong Yun anxiously implored, "President Yin, we must find the Snow Lotus swiftly. Should the thief be unaware and remove it from its box, the Snow Lotus will be exceedingly vulnerable to damage." Yin Feiwen shared this grave concern. Zhao Li stood beside Chen Mo, her countenance fraught with unease. She glanced at Chen Mo imploringly, for unconsciously, Chen Mo had become a source of solace in her heart. Chen Mo gently closed his eyes. The still wooden box was his provision. He recalled its distinctive scent. His olfactory acuity was heightened to its zenith, and he had yet to employ his newly activated 100-mile sniff. As the 100-mile sniff commenced, the myriad aromas within the apothecary flooded Chen Mo's mind. He effortlessly discerned the scent of the still wooden box. Following this trail, Chen Mo turned and exited the apothecary, with Zhao Li silently trailing behind him. Chapter 68. Caught red-handed, the two emerged from the apothecary. Zhao Li observed Chen Mo's intense concentration and, not wishing to disturb the silence, followed quietly. Chen Mo tracked the scent of the still wooden box to the stairwell, the fragrance descending with him. Midway, Chen Mo detected a perfume scent entwined with the wooden box's aroma. These 2 fragrances wove together from the penthouse down to the 5th floor, re-entering the office spaces within the Huaten Group building. Each floor served as office quarters for the Huaten Group. Chen Mo pursued the scent to the 5th floor office. In the hall, over 30 individuals were diligently engaged in their tasks when they glanced up to observe Chen Mo and Zhao Li. A supervisor approached them, inquiring about their department. Chen Mo remained silent, continuing to follow the scent that intrigued him. Zhao Li, standing behind, explained, "We are associates of the chairman, here to conduct an inspection." While Zhao Li conversed with the supervisor, Chen Mo passed by a workstation occupied by a voluptuous woman with cascading waves of hair. He merely cast a fleeting glance her way, not pausing, and proceeded to the restroom on the 5th floor, convinced that the hidden wooden box lay within. The voluptuous woman, noticing Chen Mo lingering outside the restroom, began to feel anxious. She swiftly rose from her seat and approached him, exclaiming, "Please step aside." Chen Mo complied, allowing her to enter, but he did not follow immediately. He was waiting for her. After all, how could he catch her red-handed otherwise? The faint fragrance of her perfume wafted through the air. Chen Mo beckoned Zhao Li over, and the supervisor, having verified Zhao Li's identity through their conversation, followed suit. "What is happening?" Zhao Li asked anxiously. Chen Mo remained silent, leading the 2 into the restroom. Inside were 5 stalls. He called out loudly, "Come out." The sound of rushing water echoed in response. Soon, the voluptuous woman emerged from one of the stalls, frowning as she glanced at Chen Mo and then at the supervisor. Isn't this the ladies' room? What are you men doing here? The supervisor, equally perplexed, could only look helplessly at Chen Mo and Zhao Li. Noticing the voluptuous woman bore no signs of concealment, Chen Mo opened the stall door she had just vacated. She let out a piercing scream. Pervert! Come quick! Someone has entered the ladies' room. Ignoring her cries, Chen Mo entered and opened the toilet tank, discovering an item wrapped in a plastic bag. He retrieved it, revealing the very wooden box he sought. The voluptuous woman, upon seeing Chen Mo unveil the object, turned pale with disbelief, unable to fathom how he had uncovered it. What is this? She feigned ignorance. Zhao Li, elated at the recovery of the wooden box, immediately reached for it, eager to examine the ancient snow lotus within. Chen Mo cautioned her, Hold on, there are fingerprints from the thief on it. We mustn't tamper with it. It was only then that Zhao Li noticed the ashen face of the voluptuous woman beside her. Realizing that examining the fingerprints would expose her, the woman abruptly turned and bolted toward the restroom exit. Zhao Li, agile and swift, quickly pursued her, executing a sweeping kick that sent the voluptuous woman tumbling, then promptly pinned her down. The woman struggled fiercely, revealing her training as Zhao Li adeptly restrained her. Meanwhile, the employees in the hall stood up, captivated by the unfolding drama. The supervisor hurriedly emerged from the restroom, initially concerned that colleagues might be unaware and assist the unruly individual in escaping, only to find that none of them had left their posts. Excellent, excellent. Everyone, please resume your work. Observing that the situation was under control, Chen Mo unwrapped the plastic covering the still wooden box. The box bore no signs of moisture, indicating that everything was likely in order. He swiftly removed the lid, revealing the ancient snow lotus nestled within, seemingly unchanged. He promptly closed the lid again. The snow lotus was unharmed. Knowing Zhao Li was worried about it, Chen Mo stepped out to reassure her. Soon, Yin Feiwen and others arrived at the scene. They first instructed the bodyguards to restrain the unruly individual. For the theft of the 5 million yuan snow lotus meant she would likely never escape the consequences. Moreover, she had violated Yin Feiwen's bottom line, the repercussions of which could be imagined. Unlocking, especially a safe, is not a task for the average person. Additionally, the tampering with surveillance equipment indicated to Chen Mo that one person could not have executed this crime alone. There must be accomplices. Yin Feiwen was no fool. He would certainly extract the names of the accomplices from the unruly individual. Yin Feiwen grasped Chen Mo's hands, expressing gratitude. You have once again saved my daughter's life. Yin Wanwan had already arrived and was listening to Zhao Li recount the events. You cannot imagine how extraordinary Chen Mo is. He directly located the wooden box. Yin Wanwan smiled at Chen Mo, having met him for the second time. Each encounter had her friend praising him to the skies, instilling a curiosity within her. Niu Chai examined the ancient snow lotus, confirming it could be refined into traditional medicine at any moment. The Yin family could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the evening, everyone dined in the banquet hall of Huading Group. The group had hired top chefs, and the cuisine was on par with that of any esteemed hotel. Chen Bianc had been quietly following his cousin since entering Huading Group, feeling somewhat timid in such a grand setting. Even during the meal, he noticed others were rarely taking food, which made him hesitant to freely use his chopsticks. Cousin, perhaps we should head back, he whispered to Chen Mo beside him. He suspected something was amiss with these people, drinking without eating. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, yet he could only look on awkwardly. Chen Mo also felt it was time to leave. After exchanging pleasantries with Yin Feiwen and Niu Chai, he prepared to depart with his cousin. Zhao Li seized the opportunity to bid farewell, exiting the banquet alongside Chen Mo. The gathering primarily aimed to welcome Niu Chai, and the festivities would continue. The three exited the Group S building, and Chen Bianc finally relaxed. Cousin, let us go eat something else. Ha ha, Zhao Li chuckled first. Earlier at the dinner table, she had noticed Chen Mo's cousin fidgeting on his seat, his eyes fixated on the dishes before him, torn between the desire to partake and his restraint. Come, I shall treat you to something delicious, Zhao Li winked. Her appetite was unsatisfied by the earlier gathering. The three reached a consensus, and since they had all indulged in drinks, they hailed a cab to the place Zhao Li had mentioned. They arrived at a barbecue restaurant. During the summer, the barbecue business flourished vigorously, with the establishment bustling with numerous patrons. The harmonious blend of drinking, savoring skewers, and engaging in lively banter epitomized life's greatest pleasures. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of grilled delicacies. Even Chen Mo, renowned for his stoicism, found his appetite irresistibly awakened. Cousin, I must have 50 skewers, exclaimed one, as a few friends secured a vacant table. The waiter had yet to approach when Chen Mo took the initiative to place their order. Then I shall have 100 skewers, Zhao Li smiled gracefully. Chen Mo contemplated inquiring whether Zhao Li could truly finish such a quantity, but, recalling her voracious appetite for soup dumplings, he swallowed his words. Chapter 69. You all should hide out of town. Chen Mo promptly ordered 30 skewers for himself. The waiter, incredulous, questioned, the three of you want 180 skewers? Chen Mo responded with a smile. Indeed, and if it's insufficient, we shall order more. The waiter pursed his lips, internally pondering if he had been misunderstood. I merely feared you might not finish. With the wisdom that money cannot buy contentment, the waiter refrained from further comment and obediently relayed the order to the kitchen. Zhao Li poured beer for the trio, raising her glass solemnly towards Chen Mo. Thank you. Through all these hardships, your help has been indispensable. Chen Mo lifted his glass in return. You have always been devoted to your friend. Wang is truly fortunate to have you. Their mutual praise rendered Chen Mo utterly speechless. Fortunately, the grilled skewers arrived at that moment, allowing Chen Mo to indulge in solitude. The sizzling skewers, dripping with fragrant oils, paired with an icy cold beer, were nothing short of a divine delight. Chen Mo resolved to package some skewers before departing, storing them in his spatial pouch for future enjoyment, confident that the food would remain as fresh as when first cooked. A young lady came over to share a drink with her brother. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, four burly, bare-chested men leered lasciviously at Zhao Li. Each bore intricate tattoos of dragons and tigers, adorned with hefty gold chains around their necks, as if to proclaim their allegiance to the underworld. Drink my ass. Chen Mo, seated nearest to them, overheard their lewd remarks and was the first to retort with a sharp rebuke. Knowing his cousin's prowess in handling more than 20 adversaries single-handedly, Chen Mo was confident that his outburst would not provoke retaliation. You little brat, who the hell taught you to speak like that? The four men, visibly intoxicated, rose simultaneously. Each towered over 6 feet, their presence forming an intimidating wall beside Chen Mo. Despite his awareness that his cousin would intervene if necessary, an undeniable wave of fear crept over him. Their massive arms rivaled the thickness of his legs. Just as apprehension gripped Chen Mo, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Chen Mo stood slowly, addressing the men. Gentlemen, still thirsty? Ready for some entertainment? His words implied a challenge to fight, yet the four men misinterpreted his tone as submission, anticipating that Zhao Li would be coerced into drinking with them. Heh, so there's a boss among you, sneered one, a scarred man among them. The others erupted into boisterous laughter. Well then, let the little lady drink with us. Afterward, we'll take her out for some fun. You boys can head home when you're done. Their laughter echoed once more, filling the room with a menacing mirth. You may have misunderstood. The entertainment I referred to is of a different nature. Please step outside with me. Chen Mo sidestepped his seat and walked out. Zhao Li, concerned, advised Chen Mo. Don't mind them. Rest assured, he replied confidently, my cousin is the strongest man on earth. Chen Mo felt a sense of reassurance. The strongest on earth? The four burly men exchanged glances, as if they had heard the most amusing jest. They were somewhat renowned in the city, yet had never encountered someone bold enough to claim such a title. Fueled by alcohol, one of them declared, Big brother, let me step out and teach this brat a lesson, so he understands what it means to be the strongest. The scar-faced man waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. If he can still stand after this, then you're nothing but waste. If this skinny dog can still remain upright, I would lose face returning to you. Chen Mo had already exited the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue place where Zhao Li had brought them was somewhat secluded, yet its delectable offerings attracted a crowd. Hence, there were few people at the entrance. The burly man, adjusting his waistband, charged out the door without a word, rushing directly at Chen Mo inside the restaurant. Zhao Li stood up, eager to assist, but the remaining three blocked her path. Little sister, don't leave. You must stay for this round of drinks, whether you wish to or not. The door to the barbecue restaurant swung open. The scar-faced man grumbled, Damn, is it over already? Couldn't he take a few more punches? Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. Chen Mo peeked his head inside, asking, Is there anyone else who wishes for entertainment? That fellow has already had his fill. Had his fill? What do you mean? Upon seeing Chen Mo unscathed, The scar-faced man and his companions were utterly bewildered, only to hear Chen Mo's nonsensical remark. The scar-faced man exchanged glances with his two companions, signaling them to venture outside and assess the situation. The two immediately made their way to the door. Chen Mo withdrew his head, awaiting their return, while outside, the previously emerged burly man lay comfortably on the roadside, unconscious, with only one person standing beside him. Chen Bianc felt considerably less pressure. He smiled at the scar-faced man, saying, "Are you all truly so afraid my cousin will come over that you keep sending people out? Send your mother." The scar-faced man, furious, swung his thigh. The patrons of the barbecue restaurant were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. In their eyes, the four individuals were not to be trifled with, yet they were being dragged out like lifeless dogs. Upon hearing the report from a server, the owner of the establishment hurried from the kitchen. He approached Chen Bianc and Zhao Li, urging them to persuade their companions, for those four were not to be provoked. Zhao Li refused to glance at the owner. When they were being bullied, he had been nowhere to be found. Now, as the ones being intimidated were the scar-faced individuals, the owner rushed to mediate. It was evident he was acquainted with them. Chen Bianc spoke up, requesting the owner to warm their skewers. The owner nearly fainted at such a request. What time was it to be thinking of warming skewers? If they truly struck those men, they would be courting significant trouble. Are they really that formidable? Chen Bianc inquired, perplexed. The owner hesitated but refrained from revealing the true identities of the four individuals. At that moment, Chen Mo returned, reclaiming his seat. "The skewers have cooled. Owner, could you please heat them up?" The owner clicked his tongue. "Handsome and beautiful, I implore you to leave quickly. I can waive the bill for this meal, if that would suffice." "Why?" Chen Mo, oblivious to the turmoil in the restaurant, turned to Zhao Li and Chen Bianc for clarification. Chen Bianc explained, "Cousin, he mentioned that the four individuals earlier seemed to have a terrifying background, and he fears they might come looking for us." Zhao Li nodded, awarding full marks to Chen Bianc for his response. "Did those four pay for their meal?" Chen Mo asked the owner. The owner was taken aback, not comprehending the relevance of the question. Those four had never paid on any occasion, yet he had always greeted them with a smile. However, he could hardly divulge this to Chen Mo. "I advise you to seek refuge elsewhere, in the city. They will inevitably find you," he warned. Chapter 70. Encountering Jingxiang. Since the owner was unwilling to serve them, Chen Mo and his companions decided not to linger any longer in the restaurant. With the attention of those around them, continuing their meal would be uncomfortable. Only Chen Bianc indulged in a few skewers, and naturally, Chen Mo would not be footing the bill. As the trio exited the barbecue joint, Zhao Li and Chen Bianc gasped at the scene outside. Four burly men lay sprawled together, resembling a collapsed pyramid, all unconscious. "Are they going to be all right?" Zhao Li expressed concern that Chen Mo might have landed them in trouble. "Fear not. By the time they awaken, their intoxication will have faded," Chen Mo assured, demonstrating remarkable restraint in his actions, knowing precisely when to strike hard and when merely to teach a lesson with perfect precision. "Do not worry about them, Sister Zhao," Chen Bianc chimed in. Zhao Li and Chen Bianc turned to Chen Mo in surprise. This fellow had addressed Zhao Li as sister. Chen Bianc scratched his head. "What's wrong? Did I say it incorrectly? Should I call you sister-in-law instead? Your brother wouldn't look my way." Zhao Li feigned regret, though it was evident she was merely acting. "Cousin, how could you not find someone as beautiful as Sister Zhao appealing?" Chen Bianc innocently inquired. "You're not solely infatuated with Niu Xiaowan, are you?" he whispered, so softly that only Chen Mo could hear. Chen Mo gently tapped Chen Bianc on the head. "Is there nothing else on your mind besides romance? Must a man and woman together always mean romance?" Chen Bianc pondered this. In a curious interplay between men and women, the question arose, if not pursuing romantic relationships, then what exactly were they engaging in? Perhaps something else entirely? Chen Mo rolled his eyes, bemused by the theories posited by Chen Bien Quebec. With hunger gnawing at their stomachs, they set forth in search of their next dining destination. The tantalizing allure of barbecue had awakened their appetites, compelling them to seek out a suitable establishment. Hailing a taxi, they randomly selected a place, settled in, placed their orders, and requested a few beers. Before long, the server arrived with their drinks. "You ordered the beers," the server announced. Chen Mo, engrossed in conversation with Zhao Li, turned his head upon hearing the voice. "Jingxiang?" he exclaimed, surprised to see her. Jingxiang recognized Chen Mo, offering a slight smile that revealed her charming canine teeth. "Aren't you selling phones at the mobile store?" Chen Mo inquired, recalling a young man who had pursued Jing Xiang there. Has he been bothering you again, prompting your departure? No, no, Jing Xiang hurriedly replied, shaking her head. Ever since you helped me get rid of him, he hasn't approached me again, claiming he wanted to maintain some distance. Chen Mo nodded in understanding. Jing Xiang continued, I was let go due to underperformance in sales. She did not fabricate excuses. Instead, she candidly shared the reason for her departure. Chen Mo, realizing the situation, recalled how an older salesman had tried to usurp Jing Xiang's orders during his visit to purchase a phone. Her inability to resist had undoubtedly contributed to her lackluster performance. Jing Xiang's timid disposition was evident. As another table called for the server's attention, Jing Xiang turned to Chen Mo and said, You all enjoy your meal. I must attend to my duties. After she left, Zhao Li remarked with a smile. Her gaze towards you was quite telling. What do you mean? Chen Mo asked, perplexed. Zhao Li pointed to herself, saying, Women understand women best. She surely has a fondness for you. Chen Mo was rendered speechless. You can discern such things merely from a glance. Indeed, cousin, Chen Bian-Ke chimed in earnestly. Even I noticed how her eyes sparkled at you. Laughter erupted as Zhao Li found amusement in the banter. Chen Mo felt a sense of camaraderie forming between Chen Bian-Ke and Zhao Li. Moments later, Jing Xiang returned, bringing their skewers. In a spacious barbecue restaurant, only Zhao Li and 2 other servers were present, all of whom appeared overwhelmed with the demands of their work. Goodness, Chen Bian-Ke remarked, who would be willing to work here for less than 5,000 a month? Zhao Li shared the sentiment, recognizing that such a demanding job must command a high salary. Chen Mo, however, speculated, at most, 3,000. In their city, a 3rd or 4th-tier locale. High living costs coupled with low wages was the norm. At that moment, Jing Xiang approached with a tray, presenting a plate of cold dishes. I requested these from the chef for you to enjoy, she said. Chen Mo smiled, replying, Thank you. By the way, how much do you earn here in a month? 2,006, she answered with a smile. Although the pay is a bit low, they provide dinner and late-night snacks. The restaurant's hours typically spanned from 3 in the afternoon until 1 or 2 in the morning, necessitating the provision of 2 meals. Upon hearing her modest salary, both Zhao Li and Chen Bian-Ke expressed sympathy for Jing Xiang as she departed once again. Zhao Li remarked, Since she is your friend, you could let her work at the supermarket once it opens. She deliberately emphasized the word friend, playfully glancing at Chen Mo with a teasing expression. Who knows when that will be? We'll discuss it when the supermarket officially opens. In truth, Chen Mo was rather reluctant to have Jing Xiang work at the supermarket, as she already harbored feelings for him. Pulling her close would only serve as a subtle suggestion, complicating matters for both of them. However, working at the barbecue shop was indeed arduous, with shifts running from 3 in the afternoon until 1 in the morning, 10 grueling hours without a moment's respite. Uncle Xiao had entrusted the supermarket's affairs to him. Zhao Li chuckled, and I have my eye on a supermarket that can start operations immediately. Which one? Chen Bian-Ke inquired, as he was to become the future captain of the security team and took great care in his job prospects. Jiajiala. Chen Mo had previously visited that supermarket to procure supplies. It was located on the ground floor of a large shopping mall. When he visited, he noticed that there weren't many customers, likely a reason for its desire to transfer ownership. Since it was all a free opportunity, Chen Mo saw no reason to be overly discerning, thus refraining from voicing his opinion. Chen Bian-Ke shook his head. The name Jiajialo is too mundane. In the future, it should be called Chen Mo's Grand Supermarket. Zhao Li nearly burst into laughter when she visited the village. She had already found it absurd that Chen Mo's supermarket was named after him. Calling it Chen Mo's Grand Supermarket in the city would be utterly ridiculous. Haha, you can ponder the name later, Chen Mo said, not wishing for the supermarket to bear such an embarrassing title that would tarnish his reputation. Noticing Chen Bian-Ke was about to suggest more, Chen Mo raised his glass. Let's enjoy our meal and drink first. We can discuss the name later. All right then, Chen Bian-Ke conceded. With no outsiders present, the 3 of them indulged in a hearty feast. Grilled lamb testicles, grilled lamb kidneys, grilled pork kidneys, grilled oysters, and 2 pounds of grilled leeks for each person. Chen Mo could smell the savory aroma wafting off him. They dined until 8 in the evening, and after factoring in takeout, their total bill exceeded 1,000. After bidding farewell to Jing Xiang, Chen Mo exited the barbecue shop with the packed skewers in hand. The trio hailed a taxi at the roadside, preparing to return to their respective homes. Suddenly, 4 business vehicles halted in front of Chen Mo and the others. The doors swung open, revealing a dozen men clad in black suits. Is Wen Hu one of the ones you injured? The leading man in a suit demanded imperiously. Although the three were fully aware that Wen Hu was likely one of the four hefty men, none of them admitted to it. Zhao Li and Chen Bianke put on their best performances. Chen Bianke feigned ignorance. Who? What Wen Hu? We don't know who you're talking about. Zhao Li, with her innocent demeanor, almost made Chen Mo believe her act. Chapter 71. To the lair enough of the nonsense. The surveillance footage clearly shows the three of you. The boss wants to see you. Come with us, one of the apparent leaders stated, leaving no room for refusal. Zhao Li and Chen Bianke glanced at Chen Mo, gauging when to take action. Although they couldn't provide much assistance, each could at least hold off one adversary. Very well, I shall handle this myself. Let them go, Chen Mo declared, determined to follow the suited men and uncover the identity of their superior. The speed with which they located him and the fright they instilled in the barbecue restaurant's owner left him curious about their origins. If this matter remained unresolved, they would undoubtedly persist in their harassment. He was not particularly concerned for himself. Rather, he feared for Zhao Li and Chun Bian Xiao should the adversaries seize an opportunity in his absence. Do you truly believe you can negotiate? The suited man scoffed. No one is leaving today. Apprehend them all and bring them to the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Li and Chun Bian Xiao immediately readied for action, unwilling to impede Chen Mo. If you refuse to let them go, I shall resort to my own methods, Chen Mo asserted, and in a swift motion, he struck the suited man squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. His face flushed as he clutched his chest. Chen Mo moderated his strength. Otherwise, that blow could have been fatal. In an instant, the remaining dozen or so men lunged at Chen Mo and his companions. This barbecue establishment was situated in a bustling area, unlike the previous one, and as soon as the confrontation ensued, passers-by stopped to witness the spectacle. They observed Chen Mo effortlessly dispatching his foes, mistaking the scene for a cinematic production. How unrealistic, one onlooker remarked. Domestic films are undermined by such unscrupulous actors. Another chimed in, questioning if the suited men were merely made of air, easily shattered upon contact. Some even scanned the vicinity for hidden cameras. In a short span, Chen Mo had incapacitated the majority of the suited men, leaving them incapable of rising again. He approached the leader and crouched beside him. May I allow them to depart now? The leader's heart sank as he surveyed the defeated men, realizing he had indeed struck a formidable opponent. Why, yes, they may go, he stammered. Chen Mo turned to Zhao Li and Chen Bian Xiao. You two should return home. I will resolve this matter to prevent future complications. I will accompany you, Chen Bian Xiao insisted, and Zhao Li immediately followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, their presence could potentially serve as hostages to the opposing party. Chen Mo's tone turned grave. You must return home at once. Reluctantly, the two acquiesced and departed in a taxi under Chen Mo's watchful gaze. The crowd remained, eager to see how the unfolding drama would progress. Turning to the leader on the ground, Chen Mo said, Shall we proceed? Did you not wish to take me to meet your boss? The leader felt a pang of bitterness. The orders given by their superior had been to discipline Chen Mo and his companions. The assertion that their boss wished to meet them had merely been a ruse. If the boss were to see him bringing them in, his demise would be imminent. Brother, can we pretend we never met? I assure you, no one will trouble you again, the leader pleaded, hoping to restrain his men and claim a semblance of success upon returning. After all, the directive was merely to teach the trio a lesson, and the boss would likely not scrutinize the matter closely. Is it truly that simple? Chen Mo inquired. Indeed, once you depart, we shall no longer be acquainted, and my associates will not trouble you. Wouldn't that be advantageous for me? Chen Mo inquired with a smile. The leader found himself momentarily speechless. If it were an ordinary individual, granting mercy would indeed benefit the other party. However, this gentleman was no ordinary man. Their group of over 10 had not even had the chance to retaliate. Rather than a battle, it was more akin to them enduring a beating, as they had not landed a single blow on their adversary. Let us proceed. Take me to meet your boss. Do not compel me to take further action, Chen Mo stated amiably. Observing Chen Mo's insistence, the leader's gaze turned icy, and he thought to himself that if this man wished for death, they might as well perish together. Rising from the ground, the leader signaled for everyone to assist each other into the vehicle. Chen Mo joined the leader in one of the cars. The onlookers, realizing the spectacle had concluded, began to disperse, some hoping to catch a glimpse of themselves in the film once it premiered. Inside the vehicle, the leader discreetly messaged his superior. admitting his inadequacy and the failure of the operation, stating that the number of men he brought was insufficient and that they had all been subdued. He then informed his boss that they were en route to find him and advised him to prepare for what was to come. Noticing the leader occasionally lowering his head to fiddle with his phone, Chen Mo discerned that the man was sending word. However, he felt no concern. His system still held over 70,000 points, and with just a slight expenditure, he could restore his physical prowess. He was curious to see what tricks might unfold. Ding! Chen Mo's phone chimed as well. He retrieved it to find a message from Zhao Li. "I've arrived home. Please be cautious and call me if you need anything." Chen Mo replied succinctly, "Rest assured." The business vehicle continued for 40 minutes before arriving at an industrial facility in the suburbs. With no workers present at night, the factory appeared eerily quiet. Chen Mo peered through the car window, inquiring, "Is your boss here?" "Yes, you will meet him shortly," came the reply. Entering his territory, the leader no longer felt intimidated by Chen Mo. As the leader's arrogance surged, Chen Mo recognized that the man had spoken the truth, at the very least. Someone of higher status must be present within the factory. The vehicle rolled into an underground parking garage, a first for Chen Mo to witness in a factory. Upon entering, the garage was brightly lit, with guards stationed every few steps. Numerous individuals dressed in suits stood within the garage. Chen Mo noted that the vehicles parked inside were either BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, or even several sports cars. An ordinary factory would not possess such an array of luxury vehicles. On the surface, it appears to be a factory. What is its true purpose? Chen Mo asked the leader. The leader, fidgeting with his fingers, replied, "Patience. You shall soon discover." His demeanor suggested he was already confident of his control over Chen Mo Creek. The business vehicle came to a halt at the end of the garage, where at least 30 henchmen awaited outside, wielding clubs and knives. The leader erupted into laughter, looking down upon Chen Mo with disdain. "Well, are you stunned? Did you not wish to meet our boss? Did you not think yourself formidable? Today, you may enter with your life, but you shall not leave with it." The doors of the luxury van were forcefully pulled open, and the suited men immediately converged around. One of them chuckled and remarked to the leader beside Chen Mo, "You truly are useless," captured and brought to their lair. Chen Mo turned to the leader. "If I defeat them, will I get to meet your boss?" The leader and the suited men outside deemed Chen Mo mad. Outside, their men could not wield weapons, but here, in their underground stronghold, they could kill without fear of discovery. Yet, this man dared to speak so arrogantly? Chapter 72. The true boss, Chen Mo, stepped out of the luxury van. The surrounding suited men instinctively edged closer to the vehicle's entrance. In the next moment, the battle commenced. They surrounded him tightly, which paradoxically made it easier for him to strike. A mere punch could land on someone. Their men were armed, yet found it impossible to unleash their weapons effectively. With his microcontrol ability, Chen Mo constantly shifted positions, launching surprise attacks within the crowd. The suited men were bewildered. One moment he was in front of them, the next he could appear before or behind them. The parking lot echoed with cries of agony. The leader, initially intending to wait in the vehicle to avoid Chen Mo's wrath, soon witnessed his armed men being taken down one by one. He was now too frightened to exit the car, even wishing to close the door. Brutal, cruel, merciless. The leader grimaced from within the vehicle, simultaneously relieved that their attack on Chen Mo had been unarmed. Chen Mo employed entirely different tactics against those wielding weapons compared to those without. The occupants of the other 3 vehicles, observing their companions being beaten, had no intention of aiding them. Having endured a beating once, they were not keen on facing another. Approximately 1 minute passed. All those surrounding the luxury van were defeated. Though Chen Mo remained unscathed, he still augmented his strength slightly. Ding! 1 point of strength successfully increased, earning 5,000 points. Chen Mo felt rejuvenated, his earlier exertion entirely replenished. He turned to the small leader in the car. "So, can you now take me to meet your boss?" The small leader gulped nervously, fearing Chen Mo might drag him from the vehicle and deliver another beating. "Be brother, stay calm." Suddenly, applause echoed from the far side of the garage. Chen Mo glanced over to see a group of men approaching, led by a tall, muscular figure clad in a black tank top. The small leader, upon seeing the man, excitedly poked his head out of the vehicle. Brother G. Brother G, however, did not acknowledge the small leader, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Mo. "You possess impressive fighting skills." Chen Mo surveyed the 30 or so men sprawled on the ground. "I suppose it's acceptable. Brother G, he is here to stir trouble. Quickly subdue him." The small leader with his fists clenched, Brother G, emitted a series of sharp sounds. Dare to make a move in my presence? It appears you have not heard my name. A sycophantic lackey behind him immediately chimed in. Brother G is the champion of Sanda in the province, holder of the middleweight boxing championship belt and a black belt in Taekwondo. You should quickly concede and beg for mercy. The corners of Brother G's mouth curled up. He relished the introduction from his subordinate. The local boss rewarded him with 3 million a year for doing nothing but waiting for experts like Chen Mo to appear. You are unfortunate to have encountered me. Remember not to be so arrogant in the future. After speaking, Brother G strode toward Chen Mo. In an instant of confrontation, Chen Mo perceived that Brother G was unlike anyone he had faced before, while others appeared to him as if they were in slow motion. Brother G's movements were akin to being slowed down threefold. This was truly remarkable. The way Brother G dealt with ordinary bodyguards was not dissimilar to Chen Mo's approach with them. Moreover, Brother G executed a series of continuous strikes, one after another, leaving ordinary individuals utterly defenseless. After dodging 2 attacks, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to kick Brother G in the abdomen, augmented by 20-fold strength. If the kick had struck anyone else, they would have been sent flying. However, Brother G swiftly retreated, dissipating the force of the blow. He looked up in shock at Chen Mo, astonished by the power that had been directed at him. He realized the terrifying might of that kick. Had he not trained his ability to withstand blows, it could have rendered him completely incapacitated. Who exactly are you? Brother G asked gravely, unable to believe that someone with such formidable strength could remain nameless. Chen Mo, came the straightforward reply, with no attempt to conceal his identity. Brother G racked his brain, searching through the realms of Sanda, Taekwondo, and boxing, yet found no recollection of that name. Noticing Brother G's confusion, Chen Mo added, Do you know Chen Yonggan? Chen Yonggan. Brother G responded, equally perplexed. Who is that? My second uncle, Chen Mo answered seriously. However, Brother G perceived it as mockery. Regardless of who you are, you will pay the price today. With a powerful motion, Brother G tore his hurdle vest, revealing a muscular chest. The sight of such a physique would undoubtedly make wealthy women drool, featuring an impressive 8-pack and well-defined lines. Chen Mo clicked his tongue in admiration. It's a shame you're not working as a model. Go to hell. Brother G lunged forward, his anger manifesting in a wild and unrefined attack. To Chen Mo's eyes, although his offensive capability had increased, he had also become more vulnerable, significantly less adept than he had been when employing more refined techniques. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo dodged the incoming assault and struck Brother G's ribs with a powerful punch. A sharp crack echoed as a rib broke, causing Brother G to gasp in pain. Curling up like a roasted chicken, his subordinates rushed in to shield Brother G. You. Brother G pointed a trembling finger at Chen Mo. What about me? Do you wish to continue? Chen Mo taunted. Brother G found himself at a loss for words. How could he dare to strike back? He was no masochist. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resounded from the other side of the warehouse. Chen Mo was thoroughly exasperated. What peculiar habit is this? Does everyone feel the need to applaud before making an entrance? The leader and his subordinates turned around, respectfully exclaiming, Boss. Chen Mo thought to himself, finally, the main character has arrived. Otherwise, the beating would never cease. The esteemed leader, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, donned a pair of golden-framed glasses and wore a beige polo shirt, his hair slicked back with a polished sheen. A quintessential representation of a high-quality man. Several words suddenly sprang to Chen Mo's mind. As the boss clapped his hands, he strolled toward Chen Mo and the others, casting a sidelong glance at the leader of the group. Injured? The leader, enduring the agony of his fractured rib, managed to straighten his body with great effort. Earning a salary of 3 million a year, he had finally taken action, only to find himself in this predicament, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. I'm fine, boss, he replied. Fine. How could that be? I saw everything clearly on the surveillance. If you're injured, go home and recuperate properly. You need not return, the boss stated. No longer regarding the leader. The latter dared not retort, bowing his head as 2 subordinates assisted him in departing, which signified the loss of his 3 million annual salary. Chen Mo. The boss smiled and turned his attention toward Chen Mo, directly calling out his name. He resided in Wulong village, with his second uncle, Chen Yonggan, and his cousin, Chen Bianc, maintaining a decent rapport with that fellow, In Feiwen.